Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Avengers, Infinite Wars in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 101, Into the Spider-Verse. You know, when Tony Stark told me you were an Avenger and in space, I almost laughed. Then I slapped him and demanded to know where my nephew was. Peter released a strained laugh, finding such a scene easy to picture honestly. Then he showed me what you were doing before you vanished, and later on, that message you sent me, and I always believed my nephew would accomplish great things in his life. But becoming a superhero, an Avenger especially, I guess you took Ben's words to heart. The smile on the young Parker's face grew a bit more. But being involved in a war, a galactic one, God, I still can't wrap my mind around that. May shot her nephew a look of pure concern. Peter, you do know you gave your aunt a heart attack once I heard my nephew's name next to war. And like that, Peter winced with his smile morphing into a cringe. The young man wasn't sure how to respond for a few moments, giving an unconvincing shrug. Can't blame me for that. Just got roped into it. Getting roped into a war doesn't happen haphazardly. She groused out. It did with me. Honest. May didn't look all that amused, making him become more serious. Look, I know it may not seem like it, but it is the honest-to-God truth. He saw her eyes becoming glossy. Peter, war is. Hey, May, look at me. Peter firmly said, making her turn to him fully. I'm okay, aren't I? I'm still standing and stronger than ever. His aunt shook her head, reaching out to take Peter's hands before she pulled him into a hug. It's still war, Peter, she said with a shaky tone. You are too young to be enlisted in such a thing. Technically I didn't enlist, I just joined up cause I. He halted at the look he received from his guardian, with him nervously laughing. Yeah, sorry. May released a haggard sigh. Most aunts don't have to worry to this extent. Most aunts aren't you. Peter couldn't help himself, and despite her current state, May found herself laughing slightly. There was a brief moment of silence shared between the pair before May spoke again. So, you're dating both of them? May found her lip curling upwards at the way her nephew jerked in reaction at her bringing up such a topic. Yes, came his nervous, sheepish response. And May bobbed her head slightly, feeling really awkward in asking this. They're fine with it. Yeah. I mean, they're dating each other as well. Ahsoka told me it was Barriss who wanted it, and after Mortis and everything we've been through, we wanted this. To see what this could become. Peter managed to stammer. You don't see or notice a polyamorous relationship that often. If at all, really. Peter swallowed a small lump in his throat. He opened his mouth to speak, but his aunt beat him to it with what he was about to say. I'm not mad or disappointed. I would be if you were leading them on and taking advantage of them. I'd think it's just a summer romance, but it's probably past that point, isn't it? She received a nod in response. It's funny. People often romanticize adventures, life, and death scenarios where people simply hook up so suddenly nearly by the end of it. Then again, a lot of it is portrayed in movies and trashy shows. But you three have been through a lot. It got us to know each other better, in more ways than I couldn't have imagined over a year ago, said Peter. Yes, it's not really ideal for most normal people. But we are extraordinary. Boasting, ya? May teased. Never would have thought I'd live to see such a thing. With you being such a Trekkie fan, I would have thought you'd try to channel your inner Kirk with them. Her nephew rolled his eyes. Like I could. I was just being me. Come on, I remember some of your old fanfics you used to have dash. Oh God. Peter hung his head. Why do you still remember those? I still have them. May. What? They remind me of when you were young. Younger, I mean. May chuckled. You being an adventurer, going to exotic places, meeting exotic people, ladies especially. The aunt loved seeing the flustered look on her nephew's face. And now it's a reality with not one but two space ladies. Peter had a flat look on his face, looking up and closing his eyes a second later. Please, do not call them that, May. Hopefully I don't see any great nieces and nephews running around dash. May. He whined. We haven't reached there yet. His aunt laughed at his expense. I've missed this. What? Finding new ways to embarrass me. He grumbled, huffing in aggravation. Well, that comes with the territory of being a parent. May pointed out. Besides, I'll still be needing to judge them more. He gave her a look. What's more to judge? More than you know. Aunt May shook her head. You'll know one day when you're taking care of rugrats of your own. Peter shrugged slightly. Somewhat getting experience with Grogu and Mara. But that's just babysitting, literally. Marin and Ilyana are a handful, but I'm not that connected with them, unlike Pietro and Wanda. Yes, but kids of your own and ones with those two girls dash. May, Peter whined again. That's still years away. Oh, so you have considered it. The younger Parker violently jolted in place, his face becoming as red as a tomato, and he hung his head in defeat. I mean, it's not outside the realm of possibility. May mused to herself. I've seen enough shows where throes of passion can overtake people in times of conflict. War especially. Who knows, your first time might dash. Her mouth was promptly covered by Peter's hands, her nephew giving her a pleading look. May, please, don't even consider finishing that sentence. He said desperately. My mind can't handle it. May shook with laughter. You can't blame me for trying, Peter. I haven't been able to do this for a while. Her features softened, showing a state of exhaustion, with her eyes showing more emotion behind them. They drifted down slightly, landing on a symbol on her nephew's chest that made a part of her soul ache with concern that wasn't quite easy to comprehend. There's really nothing I can do to dissuade you, is there? Peter blinked at her change in mood, and he saw that her eyes were now on the spider emblem visible beneath his clothes. She had placed a hand on it, and he could see the conflict in her eyes. You're not even gonna try? He hesitantly asked, unsure if he should even ask such a thing. May shook her head. Why bother? You already made up your mind the second you slipped on the mask for the first time. I know it's impossible. You have that same look Ben had, and even your father did, when they set their minds to something. Even if I try, you'll rebel and go off out of spite. Well, more like I'd do it 'cause I'd have to, Peter admitted. I mean, May, come on, you've seen what I can do. And that's what worries me. She shakily said, placing her hands on his arms. I don't have to see to know the danger you've put yourself in. So, after having all this time to think things over and seeing what you've shown me, you're going to have to make a promise. To ease this old lady's heart. Spider-Man held his head up a little higher as May stared directly into his eyes. I have had the privilege of raising this bright young boy who I saw had the endless potential to help not only himself but the world around him. He was smarter than everyone else on the block and everyone else in his school dash. Not that smart. Peter bashfully said, yet his aunt went on as if she weren't interrupted. And now here he stands, older in mind and soul, far more than he should be. May's voice cracked slightly at that, making Peter reflexively place his hands over hers. I know that I wasn't there for this past year, but now I see that the man you are becoming is someone to be proud of. And one I'm gonna be worried about for the rest of my life. Peter laughed shakily, one his aunt shared, though it died down when she placed her hand on his cheek. So I need you to promise me, Peter. Her voice was strong, yet vulnerability and anxiousness were evident. I need you to promise you'll find a way to return. To always find a way to come home. Not just for my sake, but now for your two loves and your team. That demand made Peter falter slightly. May, I can't dash. Promise me, Peter. She interrupted him, her hand on his arm clenching up slightly. He saw the look he got from her, and despite knowing such a promise to be, well, not the best considering what he does, he can't find it in himself to deny it. Releasing a sigh, Peter's expression became solemn as he faced his mother figure unflinchingly. I promise, Aunt May. May had a teary smile as she pulled him in for a hug. That's my boy. She softly said, the pair holding each other close. The scene morphed into that of a comic book panel at the end of the issue before it was closed. A moment later, another comic book was haphazardly slammed on top of the previous Spider-Man comic. On the cover, it read, "True Life Tales of Spider-Man," with the web-slinger going around New York in his classic attire. "Alright, let's do this one last time." A mask was pulled down as he narrates. "My name is Peter Parker. I was bitten by a radioactive spider. And for 10 years, I've been the one and only Spider-Man. I'm pretty sure you know the rest." A young Peter speaking with his Uncle Ben about the importance of power and responsibility. This hasn't been the first time such a conversation happened, given it never sunk in. It finally did, unfortunately, one night sometime after obtaining his powers. When letting a criminal get away, due to earlier frustrations, Peter later realized the same man came across his uncle, robbed him, and shot him in cold blood. "I saved a bunch of people." We cut to seeing Spider-Man stopping a runaway rail line, which would have cost hundreds of lives if he didn't make it in time. Fell in love. In an alleyway, Peter was standing upright while Mary Jane was hanging upside down. They embraced in the rain, kissing in utter bliss. Got married. Peter and Mary Jane exchanged vows as they slipped the rings onto their fingers. Saved the city. The wall crawler punches a car out of the way from harming civilians in a restaurant. And then I saved the city again. Peter is pulling a boat onto the shore. And again. Spider-Man is seen defeating the Sinister Six. And again and again. Many newspaper headlines showing Spider-Man's heroic feats over the years. Him being regarded as New York's truest protector, despite J. Jonah Jameson's accusations. And I did this. Walking through the streets of Manhattan, Peter went through an odd, cocky phase as he was dancing around and about. Even hitting on various women here and there. We really don't talk about this. Spider-Man said with clear embarrassment. A comic book fell into the infinite space along with a cereal box and a music album. Look, I'm a comic book. I'm a cereal. Did a Christmas album for charity. I have an excellent theme song. Soon a picture of a melted ice cream bar appeared. And a so-so popsicle. I mean, I looked worse. Soon enough, Spider-Man was being beaten down by various individuals in his rogues gallery. But after everything, I still love being Spider-Man. I mean, who wouldn't? So no matter how many hits I take, I always found a way to get back up, until recently. Spider-Man could be seen scoping out and surveying various places in New York. This all started roughly a week ago. There was this unusual seismic activity occurring in Brooklyn of all places. Wasn't the only one so soon, making me all too curious of what's up. And surprise, surprise, it was originating from Alchemax of all places. The wall crawler was quick to sneak into the place and hack into the head scientist's computer before sneaking out without anyone noticing. Breaking into the facility and acquiring the data of this Hadron Collider was relatively easy. Never knew the exact reason why Fisk was trying to get into another dimension, but I felt it in my gut it wasn't good. Swinging over to Brooklyn, Spider-Man made his way into the secured site of where the collider was located. Made a goober and made my way under Fisk Tower to take care of this issue. And of course, my Parker luck struck again, having the massive, gargoyle Green Goblin thwarting my attempt. It was nothing I couldn't handle before. Once away from Goblin, swinging his way to plug in the goober. Wait, what was a kid doing here? Questions later. Need to save him. Got him at the last second cause, that just has to be a recurring theme in saving lives. He was alright for the most part, really rattled about everything and his shoelace was untied. So why was he? Spider-Sense. Spider-Sense. The kid was like me? Huh, who would have thought? I'm not alone anymore. That's crazy to consider, really. Hopefully, once this is all taken care of, I'll show him the ropes. Right now, he needed to stop the collider from rupturing and collapsing the space-time continuum. But just before I can shut that collider down, get tackled by Barney's violent, skinnier cousin. Of course the Prowler would be here. He was the Kingpin's main enforcer. Guy had serious mood problems. Then again, so did everyone else working for Kingpin after I stopped them like. I lost count. Things didn't exactly go as planned. Norman rejoined the fight, overwhelming me when he and Prowler tag-teamed on me. With Gobby holding me down, Fisk got his people to begin activating the collider, despite my protests of a black hole possibly opening up within the city. The moment the probe was situated in place, the collider went off. And that's when the light show went off with the resulting quakes. When managing to get himself free, Spider-Man made a beeline to the dock port to insert the goober when Norman tackled him. And in his twisted mind, the goblin of a gargoyle got a bright idea of greatly harming his longtime foe. When Norman shoved him into the collider beams, Spider-Man saw something. An endless expanse. A continuous sea of possibilities. Strands. Cosmic webs connecting to everywhere. To eternity. It was beautiful. He saw himself. And others in the same costume or other variations, but he felt it in his gut. They were like him. He really wasn't the only one. But then he heard voices. Echoes. He concentrated on them and recognized who they were. It was Vanessa and Richard Fisk. Now he knew what Kingpin's intentions are. There was something else happening. He was growing weaker all of a sudden. He didn't know why exactly, but it was happening at a rapid pace. It wasn't just this. He couldn't quite make it. But he saw something, someone forming within this cosmic spectacle that could give 2001 Space Odyssey a run for its money. Before Peter could get any more details. Krish kaboom. Oh man, that was painful. Like, excruciatingly so. So that's what having your atoms scrambled feels like. Someone was coming. It was the kid. He survived the explosion. I'm fine. I'm fine. Just resting. Can't you get up? The kid asked frantically. Yeah. Yeah. I always get up. Spider-Man lifted himself up slightly when he began coughing. The coughing is probably not a good sign. Find him. Now. The two heard Fisk in the distance. Listen, we gotta team up here. We don't have that much time left. The hero handed the goober to the kid. This override key is the only way to stop the collider. Swing up there, use this key, push the button, and blow it up. He breathed out, coughing once more. You need to hide your face. You don't tell anyone who you are. No one can know. He's got everyone in his pocket. It was an exaggeration, but he figured the kid would understand his meaning. But I don't know how to swing. I just got bitten by a spider yesterday. I figured as much. Look, I know you're scared, but this needs to be done. If he turns the machine on again, everything you know will disappear. Your family, your friends, everyone. Everyone. Promise me you'll do this. There was quite a lot of weight and responsibility he was placing on the kid, but what choice did he have? I promise. The kid said after several silent moments. Go. Destroy the collider. I'll come and find you. Seeing the kid run off, Peter began coughing once more. He focused a bit more, trying to see if he can perhaps get out of this mess. There was a quote Peter felt was truly memorable to him. Whoever saves one life saves the world entire. Yes, he saved countless lives throughout his time as Spider-Man. But the life he just saved would accomplish more than he ever could. Hopefully, the kid would make it out of this and become a great Spider-Man one day. But he'd have to do it alone, just like he had to. He only wished he could have seen MJ one last time, and at least have a family with her like they wanted. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the kid hiding up in the rafters and his heart went out to him. He knows what he just placed upon the shoulders of that kid, the responsibility that he has now been given. I'd say it's nice to see you again, Spider-Man. Peter turned his head to see Wilson Fisk walk towards him with Tombstone and Prowler flanking him. But it's not. Kingpin, how's business? Boomin', heh. The crime lord reached out and pried off the mask of the hero's face, revealing his battered features. Oh, that's a no, no. He groaned out. Listen. What you're doing, this might open a black hole under Brooklyn. It can't be worth the risk. It's not always about the money, Spider-Man. Fisk growled out in a whisper, just as the Prowler stepped forward and brandished his claws. Don't you want to know what I saw in there? This got Fisk to silently halt Prowler. I'm listening. I know what you're trying to do, and it won't work. They're gone. You can't bring them back. It was at that moment did Peter see a lot under Wilson's features. The calm facade with a great amount of rage bubbling to the surface. Next thing Peter knew was oblivion when the Kingpin raised his arms and brought them down hard to essentially smash into his chest or stop his heart for good. What is this? Is this feeling? Emotion? Where, what, who am I? No, what? What is happening? Energy. I feel it. It's all around me. Within me. Thoughts are drifting and... Org. What was that? A man, human man in a red mask with white eyes. He was in trouble. In pain. Great power. What was? Great responsibility. He was in trouble. He needs help. Yes, I have to save him. I don't know how, but I feel myself reaching out to him. Great power. Great responsibility. I can see a hand, my hand. I need to save him. Great power, great responsibility. These words give me strength. Great power, great responsibility. Great power, great responsibility. I'm getting closer to him. Great power dash. Krish kaboom. Before getting a grasp, a massive blast scattered him away. Flinging him away from where he once was and sending him, somewhere, elsewhere. It'll take some time to reform and grow accordingly. The next day. This is just, so trippy. I know. We're dead. Not we but Dash. Yeah, I know. At Times Square, two Spider-Men were absorbing the recently given information of their counterpart's death. It was a lot to take in. They knew that they lived lives that revolved around constant encounters with dangers and death-defying scenarios, but to actually see the consequence of one where they wouldn't come back, they felt as though they were doused with cold water from head to toe. Wanting to distract themselves from this grave news, they had their curiosity get the better of them. A small desire to know what the other's life was remotely like. The Peter Parker of the Avengers turned to the Peter Parker of the Jedi Order. So, already told you my story. What about you? Well, it goes like this. A comic book was haphazardly slammed on top of the previous Spider-Man comic. On the cover, it read, "The Spectacular Spider Jedi," with the web-slinger going around Coruscant in his brown and black attire. Alright, let's do this one last time. A hood was drawn up over the web-styled mask being worn as he narrates. My name is Peter Parker. I was bitten by a spider heavily imbued with the Force. Despite the enhancements I got from it, I've served the Jedi Order for practically all my life. You may know the rest of my story, if you're a creepy stalker. As a child of 3 or 4, Peter was found by the Jedi Order shortly after his Aunt May and Uncle Ben were killed by gangsters trying to hustle in on the family property. The young Parker at the time used the Force to blast them away before hugging his dying relatives before a Jedi came upon the scene due to them sensing the strong presence in the Force. I started out as a Jedi youngling, training with the lightsaber and all. A young Peter was examining his saber, throwing it at a wall to see if it would blow up. It did. And then the spider bit me. Obi-Wan and Plo Koon were using the Force to restrain him from scratching the bite as it really itched. After that, I started developing new powers. Peter was more flexible, easily more dexterous, and stronger, and faster, all without the use of the Force. Catching a boulder with his bare hands was also quite the way to discover his new powers. I was developing my abilities when the Clone Wars began. Jedi Spider-Man flailed in the air, landing headfirst into the sandy ground of Geonosis, with a clone helmet plopping on top of his head. That was insane, dark, and horrible, and I really questioned why we were in that funk to begin with. The comic book flipped through multiple pages of panels showing Spider-Man across multiple battlefields like Naboo, Relith, Geonosis again, Umbara, Jabiim, Megiddo, Kamino, Kashyyyk and Coruscant. But then Anakin, Barriss, Ahsoka, and I began figuring it out. You see, during the Clone Wars, I've helped defeat some nefarious Sith Lords trying to take over the galaxy from this millennia-long plan of theirs. As this went on, I went through one frackin' long adventure after another. Peter was seen going from planet to planet, not being constrained to the Jedi Order to do good across the galaxy. And I was never alone in these endeavors. Through growing up together in the same youngling clan, Peter Parker and Barriss Offee grew close and their hidden feelings for each other surfaced during the Clone Wars. I fell in love. A number of panels showed Barriss and Peter having loving, tender moments together, embracing each other and showing their love in more ways than one. And I lost my love in my arms. Came the broken tone of the Force-wielding Spider-Man. Peter was weeping, holding the lifeless body of Barriss while Obi-Wan stood next to him with Siri Tachi and Anakin along with Ahsoka and the clones of the 501st and 212th surrounded the devastated Spider-Man. Had to bury her, which made me feel like I was trapped in a box full of emotions. But I handled it, decently, after a while. If one were to find Peter, he was in the midst of battle, unleashing all his rage and emotions, utterly decimating the droid army of the Separatists. Soon enough, things changed. One after another, through some fits of reluctance, Peter began opening up again and began embracing several individuals, one after another. And luckily, I found new love, after a while, and man was she a fire spitter. Spider-Man hung upside down as he and Ahsoka Tano shared their first kiss, initiating their relationship. The page flipped over again to show Peter's lightsaber clashed with his enemies as they duked it out. No matter how many times I got struck down, Peter fell to the ground, mask damaged and multiple injuries over his body, looking up at a Twi'lek Sith Lord looking down at him. I always found my way to get back up, one way or another. He jumped back up, his lightsaber striking down the Sith he fought. Once the Sith were defeated, hopefully for good, I did a bit of soul searching when this weird thing happened. A portal began to rip open and materialize as Peter was meditating. He thought it was a Force vision, at first, before realization hit him too late. I knew something strange was happening as my senses were flaring like crazy. I tried to leave, but the portal just sucked me right in. Before I knew it, I found myself on Coruscant, but not the Coruscant eventually I knew. The comic book closed and the scene cut back to the two Spider-Men talking with each other. And that's just about it, right? Peter asked. Pretty much. Jedi Peter confirmed. Oh man. Peter rubbed his head in awe and shock. This is just insane. Tell me about it. Jedi Peter giddily said. Despite what they had just gone through and seeing the death of another counterpart, they couldn't help but be ablaze with excitement, theories, possibilities, and all. They now were dealing with the multiverse. It wasn't a theory, it was real and they were proof of that. Master Strange always dabbled with the idea of there being other universes. The Force-wielding Spider-Man stated. I can't wait to tell him he's right. Yeah and sorry about how mine acted. The Avenger said with a sheepish smile. I mean, I just met the guy like a few days ago dash. Don't worry about it. His Jedi counterpart waved off. My Strange was kinda like that too, at first, he just takes his job seriously. You should get to know him, he's a great guy. Peter hummed at that, taking what he said into account and filing it for later. He had so many questions that he didn't even know where to begin and he knew his robe-wearing variant shared in this sentiment. Alright. Well, that's enough lollygagging. Gotta skedaddle on outta here. As they swung around the night-filled New York, the symbiote-wearing Peter noticed the chill in the air. Passing through an intersection, he saw various trees not having leaves and some layer of snow on the earth. This made him realize it was either autumn or winter in this reality. To pass the web-swinging time, the pair talked in length about their respective universes, comparing and contrasting what they have in common and what they don't. Naturally, there were some individuals and moments both immediately recognized while others were distinct from each other. Like Jedi Spider-Man not knowing who Black Widow was nor Mara Jade while Avenger Peter learned that his Jedi variant had no Avengers but this team of explorers that called themselves the Future Foundation. The biggest difference was the Jedi Order both knew. For Jedi Peter, his order welcomed and encouraged relationships with many in the Jedi Order being parts of long lineages of Jedi families, creating an order of exceptionally powerful Force users. This had been encouraged during the time of the Old Republic through Grandmaster Sately Shan, having been a descendant herself of the revolutionary Jedi of Revan and Bastila Shan and their companions. Peter was certainly surprised about this, and when he told his Jedi version of the Order that he knew and their restrictions on attachments, he nearly fell mid-swing. "What? No attachments?" was the response. "But that defeats the whole purpose of connection through the Force. If everyone and everything is connected, having relationships makes the Force and yourself stronger." "I don't know what to tell ya, Peter, it's just how they are in my universe." "That feels so wrong." "Yeah, well, it ain't so easily practiced as it's preached." "Oh." The Jedi's lenses narrowed mischievously, already knowing what his counterpart was talking about. "Do tell." The Queen's native laughed with a nervous tinge. "Well, yeah see, Peter stammered out. "So, you have had Barriss, right?" He saw his Jedi counterpart nod. "And now you're with Ahsoka." "Uh-huh. Well, I'm with both of them." "What? What?" "Yeah, it's not that it's complicated." "Wait, no, it is, but just, let's talk about this later." Peter pleaded slightly. The bewildered Jedi Spider-Man could only dumbly nod before focusing on another topic. "Any place you possibly may know where we can bunker down." The Spider-Man of another Earth took a moment to mull it over in his head. "Generally there are homeless shelters, but don't know if we missed the cut-offs for admittance. There's bound to be abandoned buildings, but it'll take forever to find one for us to figure out our next move. And there are hotels, but we don't have any money on us. I do have credits dash." "Which isn't Earth currency." Queen Peter cut him off. "We don't have Republic credits, no one would take them, even if you use your Jedi mind trick to persuade them to accept the payment." "Well, I'm at a loss." Jedi Peter said, the pair landing on the side of a wall, crawling up the side. "I've never been to this planet. Consider it a learning experience. If it's anything like Coruscant, shouldn't be too hard." The New York Spider-Man took a moment to consider this and found himself shrugging. "Okay, so it is basically a shrunken-down Coruscant, but New York is a beast unto itself. Be ready for anything." Getting to a higher vantage point, the Queen's native took a 360 turn to get a quick look at their present surroundings. Yeah, clearly a lot of differences here. For instance, there was no Avengers Tower, or Stark Tower. Perhaps it was located elsewhere in this universe. This made him wonder about the other Avengers or S.H.I.E.L.D. members of this reality, if they could assist them, or if they even existed, to begin with. His Jedi version said that the Avengers didn't exist, or rather, they operated under a different alias. Perhaps this universe was of a similar design. Or maybe it doesn't have any Avengers. It just had him. Which was scary, actually. What would Mr. Stark do? What would Cap do? What would the Avengers do? And that's when a metaphorical light bulb popped up in his head. "Oh wait, Karen." The Jedi Spider-Man tilted his head. "Who's Karen?" The Avenger ignored him momentarily, focused more on fiddling with his gear. Please be working," he muttered aloud. There was a moment of tense silence before static was heard, followed by a distorted, tired voice. Peter." Karen's voice warbled out from his suit. "What happened?" "Oh, thank Thor Almighty. You're functioning," Peter exclaimed, patting his spider emblem with relief. "Everything feels weird," Karen said, her voice regaining its usual tinge. "It felt like my processors were being pulled apart, rewired and broken all at the same time. I'm just glad you're okay. And I am glad to hear you are alright as well. But you still didn't answer my query, Peter." "Right. Long story short, we hopscotched to another universe. Don't ask me how. We just did." Karen took a moment to process what he said before she metaphorically nodded in his suit. "If you say so. Is Simbi alright?" At the question, the symbiote formed around Peter, converging on his shoulder to form its bulbous head with its white eyes slanted in a downward angle. "Ah, Simbi, are you alright?" his host asked, and it warbled slightly, still feeling the effects of interdimensional travel. "Woa Clintar," the Jedi Spider-Man said, recognizing the entity. "They're supposed to be extinct in my universe." "Clintar, is that the name of Simbi's species? The other Peter nodded in confirmation. And it took a moment for Simbi to do their own nod for a response soon after. Huh. Learn something new every day, muttered the Avenger, brows creasing slightly. And extinct. I bet the sun in your reality really wiped them all out. Peter of the Jedi Order stepped up to Simbi, his finger scratching what he assumed was his chin, and the symbiote leaned against it with a tired whine. Looks like he's a bit out of it, he remarked. And I don't know about the whole sun business and the Clintar, just that they're extinct back home. At least he's alive and still on me, Simbi's host said. Rest up, little guy. Ahsoka and Barriss would hate to see you like this. Simbi simply nodded, melting down into Peter's shoulder and receding into the black web lines of his suit. So, they're both accounted for? Queen's Peter said. Any ideas on what we should do next? Food and shelter, the Jedi looked to the present surroundings, for the night. Right. Since Karen is roughly functioning, can get something whipped up. I'll do what I can. Karen spoke up, voice slightly static-like again. Try not to strain yourself, Peter said. I'll be sure to see what needs patching up later. It may take me some time, if you plug me in, to funnel some money from some disclosed patrons. The AI said with a tone that Peter easily caught onto. I.e. bad guys, gotcha. Anonymous, please, so they won't know who took it. Not that it would really matter, said the Jedi. There is a thing called tracing. People on Earth, well, my Earth, were quick to track people down through their digital fingerprints. We have something different but similar, Jedi Peter remarked. Heat signatures that can be left behind, or DNA imprints. Like your fingerprints. The Queen's native pinched the bridge of his nose. You just don't get it, do you? The following day in Brooklyn, the young Avenger found it strange his counterpart's funeral was being held the next day. Though he figured with the other Peter is such a big hero for the city, they'd want to do it immediately. He didn't know if there were some other factors at work on this, but he wasn't going to argue about it. Jedi funerals were somewhat similar, given it'll be done almost immediately when the body returns to the Jedi Temple. If that's not possible, cremation is the most common option. He never really liked them to begin with. Made it hard to focus though, at times. How losing someone he once knew, never seeing them again as a result. The one for his Uncle Ben was the first he went to, in recalled memories. He couldn't remember the one for his parents, as they died when he was really young. People say it's strange to attend one's own funeral. Those who said it probably thought of faking their death, seeing from afar to see how others react to it. This case was different for numerous reasons. Most of all, it was a funeral for a great hero for the people. For a small recap. New York's hero, Peter Parker aka Spider-Man, was found dead at 26. He is survived by his wife, Mary Jane, and his Aunt May Parker. At the sound of that, Peter's expression fell further than it already was. He felt so stupid. A few days ago, he promised his own Aunt May that he would come back to her no matter what. But he was in another universe right now. How in the world, or multiverse, rather, was he supposed to? He shook his head. No, Peter mentally said. I made that promise and I'm gonna keep it. I'll find my way back home no matter what. There's always a way. The two spiders watched the first speaker come up, someone with cropped hair, an odd choice of mustache, and a somber expression as he took to the podium. I asked to come up here today, in order to voice an apology. The man spoke haggardly. As many of you know, my name is J. Jonah Jameson of the Daily Bugle, and over the past 10 years, I've had a rather contentious relationship with Spider-Man. The man was silent for several moments, collecting himself before resuming his speech. Years ago, I lost my wife Julia. I got too close to finishing a story that would have destroyed a criminal empire. The lackeys of one of its heads warned me to back off. I didn't buy the threats, given I've heard them a dozen times over with them never really happening. Scare tactics they all were. How naive I was to think in such a way. I finally released the story and the empire fell. Shortly afterward, my guard was down. We were picking up our son from school when a car came up. I later learned the driver was a hitman hired by one of the criminal heads. He wore a mask and opened fire. While my son and I survived, my beloved Julia didn't. I swore that day I would protect this city from those who wear masks, even if they believe they are above the law. Jameson firmly said, lightly banging his fist against the podium. Years later, a kid strolled into the Daily Bugle wanting to sell pictures of Spider-Man for some quick cash. Never would have guessed I'd be purchasing these for years by the same person who I had great animosity towards on his double life as a costumed vigilante. He let out a strained laugh, tears peeking out from the corners of his eyes. Parker saved the city and its people countless times. Hardly asked for help. Did much to help others while running himself ragged. Even helping first responders time and time again and helping every New Yorker when possible. Quite selfless, but at that time I thought otherwise. Making myself believe he had some nefarious motivation with crackpot theories and ideas to discredit him. Even made myself a scrapbook of the newspaper clippings over the years to find something I've missed about him or his apparent villainous acts. It took me a long time to finally realize this wasn't the case. Me being a stubborn man clinging onto an old promise, never accounting for the fact a masked hero was trying to not just protect his loved ones, but to keep his lives separate from each other. Jameson hung his head, clutching the sides of the podium tightly. Last night, after hearing the news, I looked at my scrapbook again, finally getting a better story about Spider-Man. Everything became clearer, having me see him trying to make up for something, to make things right, and proving those who spoke of him in a negative light wrong. In truth, he was right. He saved my son. Several times, in fact. If he hadn't, I would have been alone in the world for quite some time. But even then, that wasn't enough for me to realize it until it was too late. JJJ clenched his fists tightly, putting on a resolute expression. I know one thing now. God put me here. God saved my life. And God gave me the power to help Spider-Man. I know that now. Should have come to terms with that sooner. And I wasted it, out of pride and spite. No more. I will fight the entire world for his memory. Spider-Man, no, Peter Parker, was the greatest hero New York has ever known. And I will do everything in my power to make sure the city and the world know it. There was a solemn collective of applause from the gathered audience, the man walking away from the podium, with a woman with red hair placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. He gave her a weak, apologetic smile before moving past her. The next person who came up was a wizened woman. Her gray hair was slightly curly as it reached her shoulders. She was clearly tired if one were to take a close look at her. Then again, who wouldn't have such a look at a funeral, especially when you're burying your loved one? My nephew was a bright kid. Eyes of both Spider-Men widened, instantly realizing who this was. After my brother-in-law and his wife, Richard, and Mary, died in a plane crash, my husband Ben and I did our best to raise Peter. In many ways, he was our boy. And he became the only family I had left after Ben died. Since then, Peter took his responsibilities seriously, in more ways than I couldn't imagine. Eventually, he confronted me and told me the truth about his life as a web-slinging superhero. I knew beforehand he had this weight of guilt over Ben's death, given he was involved in a matter. But I never knew it was bigger in his perspective from just a simple act. With that, Peter stated his powers came at a cost and he paid for it dearly when losing Ben, not saving Captain Stacy and his late girlfriend Gwen. Obviously, I was surprised and furious, him risking his life day in and day out. Eventually, I came to terms with it and gave him my blessing of supporting him. Her gaze was distant, no doubt recalling many memories of her time with her nephew. It has been quite the trip, I have to say. A roller coaster with the ups and downs with how Peter got me to feel. Wanting to cheer him on whenever I see him on the news or wanting to swat him across the head for his dumb actions. More often on the latter end. May chuckled painfully, a tear escaping her. But at the end of the day, whenever I saw the good he had done, I was left with nothing but love, pride, and a healthy dose of exasperation. My nephew, my boy did leave an impact. And if some say otherwise, I ask them to look here and now to everyone who came to pay their respects and goodbyes. May stepped away, going over to the other speakers, hugging two before taking a seat. While the Jedi Peter held a melancholy look after hearing the speech, there was a greater degree of turmoil for the Queensborn Spider-Man. Seeing May like this, even if it wasn't his own, this right here was a genuine possibility that she may experience. Burying not one but two loved ones. And after making that promise to her, he knew the job was one of constant danger, and he only made that promise to assuage his aunt's concerns, fleeting as it may be. But this right here was something that made him truly understand the gravity of the duty he has as a hero, and the consequences that came with it. These thoughts plagued the young Avenger in the back of his mind as they continued watching the memorial. The last person who came up was the red-haired woman that was standing on the side for the duration of the funeral, someone who both Peters found quite beautiful. They had seen her face portrayed next to their counterpart here on the news. This was his wife, Mary Jane Parker. My husband, Peter Parker, was an ordinary person. Her voice conveyed strength, yet the pain in her tone was evident for all to hear. Always was to me since I first moved in next door to him when we were kids. Been best friends since we properly met. But he became extraordinary as time went on. She paused for several moments, collecting herself. He always said it could have been anyone behind the mask. He was just the kid who happened to get bit. He didn't ask for his powers, but he chose to be Spider-Man. My favorite thing about Peter is that he made each of us feel powerful. All I know is that Peter is as a part of us as we are a part of him. And if we want the love for him to live on, we must keep on living. We all have powers of one kind or another. But in our own way, we are all Spider-Man. And we're all counting on you. The funeral procession went on, all while being watched by two Spider-Men who found the entire experience too surreal for words until they reached the end. "Oh man," Jedi Peter said, running his hand through his hair. "Never thought I'd be alive to hear my own eulogy. Thought I'd hear it through the Force." That was such a strange thing to hear for the Avenger. To be able to hear your funeral from beyond the grave. Then again, the Force proved that it was possible. So, there was life after death. One of the many crazy things that he had taken in stride in his insane life. What he heard in the eulogy, it'll make him think much about his own life for years to come. As much as the young Avenger wanted to swing around to clear his head, he fought the urge. It'll be a complicated mess if he did so now and someone spotted him and his Jedi counterpart doing what a Spider-Man does. Pretty sure that would lessen the effect of this universe death if not one but two Spider-Men were out swinging around after the funeral. For now, they merely walked. The gray skies kept the somber mood with the soft snowfall. As this went on, the two spiders had the occasional glitch. They came out of nowhere. There were some close calls where some people nearly saw it happen to them. Both did wonder why this was happening to them but knew they wouldn't get answers anytime soon. All they could do was hypothesize until an answer became more clear. In the meantime. Karen. Yes, Peter. The AI in his suit sounded better but the static remained with the occasional off-kilter jerks and spastic responses. Peter guessed that the glitches must be affecting her as well. Have you finally tracked down the Avengers of this reality? I have, but... Karen's voice trailed off. But what? What was Avengers Tower and the main base that they operate out of in your reality are occupied by different owners. And when scanning the global network for news of them, I haven't found any sources regarding their formation. Oh, so no Avengers here? Peter glumly said. But are they at least present? Some members are active, the rest aren't. Define some. Karen. Only about 4 or 5. 4 or 5. Peter nearly exclaimed. How is that even possible? From what I have been able to find, in the past 10 years, the Peter Parker of this universe has been the predominant hero on this Earth. The only other heroes are too spread out to really make much of a difference. Others haven't begun their hero careers just yet. What about S.H.I.E.L.D.? They are present. Unfortunately, they don't really involve themselves. Peter could only roll his eyes at that. Right. If it's not for global security, then why'd they show up? This was what went on with his reality of S.H.I.E.L.D. before being more involved with heroes. So guess that means it's just the two of us right now then, huh? Jedi Peter commented, the Avenger Peter only nodding his head. For now, it seems. He muttered, rubbing his chin, contemplating what they could do next. Then came a growl that made both teens seize up, but then they realized that it wasn't a growl that was the result of a threat. Welp, looks like interdimensional travel worked up an appetite for the both of us. The Force-using Spider-Man remarked. Any other good places we can go to? Before the young Avenger could give a response, he became incredibly alert. Not just him, but his Jedi variant, as their spider senses went off. They stopped abruptly to observe their surroundings but didn't see or hear anything that would indicate immediate danger. Soon enough, they came face to face with a petite Asian girl who barely looked like an academy middle schooler. A uniform that screamed prep school or somewhere from Japan, in the Avengers' opinion. She had pixie black hair with large auburn eyes regarding them with, oddly enough, mischief in them. This was despite the seeming image of innocence she presented by smiling sweetly at them with her hands clasped behind her back. "Hello," she said, closing her eyes to wave at him. "Hey," the young Avenger said, unknowingly waving back. The three of them all faced each other when once again, the pair of Peter's spider sense went off. And it wasn't just them. "Wait," Jedi Spider-Man crouched down slightly to get on the girl's level. "Are you Dash? You're just like me?" the girl said with her eyes getting literal stars in them. "Holy crap!" Avenger Peter said in astonishment. "Another Spider-Ma woman." "Girl," the young lady clarified. "I am still in middle school, no? I'm too young to be called Spider-Woman just yet." Both Peters chuckled slightly. "I can't believe this," Avenger Peter murmured. "This day can't get any crazier." "I know what you mean, but do you usually reveal your secret identity so easily, or do you even keep it a secret?" the girl asked as she tapped her finger on her cheek inquisitively. "Gah." The one Peter buried his hands in his hair. "I wasn't supposed to say that in public. I didn't mean to say that here." "Well," Jedi Spider-Man rubbed his head. "It's still a weird thing to consider for me. Where I come from, it's not even a secret. To be fair, just about everyone knows who I am too, but not back home, the New York native Spider-Man stated. It's still a weird thing for me." The girl only hummed in a way that clearly indicated she wanted to say something. "Well, I'm Peony Parker," she cheerfully introduced herself. "Konnichiwa. Hajime Mashita Yoroshiku." "What did she just say?" asked the Force wielder, clearly not knowing the language. "Oh cool, you're Japanese?" Avenger Peter asked, looking at his Jedi version. "That's a language back home in my universe." "So are you twins?" Peony inquisitively asked, looking between them both. "No." Both Peters said at the same time. "I'm from one universe. He's from another. But we're both named Peter Parker," Avenger Peter clarified. "And I'm guessing so are you." She sounded out with a nod. "What?" "She means yes," Avenger Peter said, shaking his head. "God, isn't this a tragedy? Your universe doesn't have anime." Peony Parker gasped at this, looking at Jedi Spider-Man with a forlorn expression, a comical tear running down her eye. "You don't have that?" she wailed. What is it? Is it important or something?" Jedi Peter worriedly asked. Metaphorical arrows pierced the Avenger and Japanese variants, having them stagger back. "My heart. So uncultured. Guys, seriously, you're freaking me out. What in the bantha fodder is anime? A cultural touchstone of society," Avenger Peter declared, Peony Parker matching his passion with her entire attire changing into that of a military uniform. "We must educate you post-haste," she proclaimed, pointing a ruler at him that she pulled from her backpack. Jedi Peter looked at them both strangely. "Don't we have more important things to do?" "Yeah. Like what can you tell us about yourself?" said the Avenger, getting a look from the Jedi counterpart. Peony merely smiled. "Well." A comic book suddenly appeared and fell on top of the previous comic issues with the title, Peony Parker SP//DR, with Peony crouched on a red and blue robot. "To quickly sum things up, I'm Peony Parker. The year was 3145 when I was bitten by a radioactive spider that I now share a psychic link with. He lives inside my father's mech and we're best friends forever. Wait, mech. Avenger Spider-Man appeared in one of the panels, cutting into the story and bringing it back into the universe they were in at this time. What mech? Oh right. He's hiding. Peony said. Not the best time for a mechanized spider to be wandering around this version of New York. And my presentation is lacking without him present. And, where would he be? Jedi Spider-Man asked, looking around, seeing that the block they were on was relatively empty. Nearby, watching me. Really? The young Avenger soon spoke up. Karen. Can you pinpoint anything unusual nearby? Of course, Peter. She responded from his suit, startling the young schoolgirl. Who was that? Peony asked. Oh, that's Karen. Peter patted his chest where his spider emblem was hidden beneath the shirt he wore. She's my suit's AI. Wait. You have an AI. Peony's eyes morphed into one of literal stars, making Jedi Peter point at her silently, looking at his other counterpart to see if he wasn't the only one witnessing this bizarre phenomenon. Yeah. That's so cool. Thanks. Wait. You're from the year 3145. And you guys don't have AI. We don't use them all that often. They're mostly military. Detected advanced technology above you, said Karen. Hearing this, Peony got a little peeved. Would have liked for the little surprise, but I should introduce my friend. She then looked over and saw an alleyway. Over here. I'll introduce you. The two Peters followed after Peony into the secluded alley. Once getting to the middle of it, she came to a stop. Shortly after, the two heard some mechanical sounds descending from above. Looking up, they saw something crawling down from the wall. Yo! Both Peters said, now having stars of their own appear around their eyes. That's so awesome! Avenger Peter exclaimed. Yeah, I got that right. Jedi Peter said, jumping from wall to floor to examine the mech from all sides. This reminds me of that mech world planet Master Obi-Wan and I wound up on with Master Skywalker and Ahsoka. I'm sorry, what? Yelled the Avenger. That's a planet where you're from. Is it one in my universe? Oh God, please tell me it's in my universe. It was a mech, but it wasn't massive per se. It was large enough to house a person as apparent by the seat clearly visible at the mech's bulbous center. Soon enough, the blackened viewport darkened considerably to show a pixelated LED face with eyes and mouth. Underneath the face was an angular spider insignia. And it appeared the praise it was receiving from the two spiders certainly made it happy to hear such a thing. From there, the two saw it had a red and blue paint job with some light blue hard light connecting the limbs to the bulbous center. With it up close, it was perhaps 12 or 15 feet tall with two long mechanical arms that ended in three claw-like appendages, along with a similar pair of supporting legs and feet. He's my best friend. Peony happily said, jumping on top of the mech and plopping herself down for a full-body hug. Say hello to SP//DR. Spider. No. SP//DR, spelled with two forward slashes. Peony stated with an annoyed expression. Right, Spider dash. No, SP//DR. That's what I said. No you didn't. I said, Spider. No, it's not, you said Spider, not SP//DR. I know. So then say it right. I just did. No you didn't. What are you two arguing about? Said the Jedi. How he's spelling SP//DR when he says it. I'm not because nobody thinks about that when they speak. Muttered the Avenger. I'm just saying Spider. Peony merely groaned. Just spell it out in your head before you say it. She then pointed at him dramatically. Do it or I won't forgive you. Okay, fine. SP//DR. There. That was needlessly complicated. But what about the spider who bit you? Said the Jedi. Didn't you say you have a telepathic link with it? He co-pilots the mech. He does. Both Peters said in clear intrigue. A compartment opened up in the mech and out jumped a spider, landing in Penny's hand, and she held it up for her two variants to look at. The pair of Peters looked closely at the spider, who was waving one of its legs at them in greeting. Huh, how about that? Jedi Parker remarked with a thoughtful hum. Aw man, I've always wanted a mech. Avenger Spider-Man said, giving the spider mech another look over. Maybe you can give me a few notes, Penny. Wouldn't mind seeing if I can make something like this back home now that Mr. Stark found his way to the galaxy we've been in. Mr. Stark. The robotics genius. Oh sweet, you have your own. He helped my dad build SP//DR. She happily answered. He's even my mentor. Jedi Peter rubbed his chin in thought. Well, you may not have a mech, but you got Simbi, remember? Oh yeah. Who's Simbi? His Clintar buddy. Clintar. Penny repeated, clearly unfamiliar with the name. At that moment, the symbiote formed out of Peter's shoulder. The black substance formed its two white eyes in the center before a small little arm popped out to give a cute wave. The others thought Penny would respond well in turn. However, she recoiled when seeing the Clintar. Ayah! Don't get near me! The middle schooler shrieked. This jolted the two Peters, with the Avenger voicing the obvious response. What? Why? Hentai! She cried out, hiding behind her mech that initiated battle mode, a saw blade in one hand and a flamethrower ready in the other. Wait, what? Peter's eyes bulged. Tentacle hentai. Destroyer of the innocent. The Jedi variant made a face. What's hentai? The Avenger did not want to answer this. He now felt really dirty, and the symbiote reflected this feeling, its expression morphing into that of discomfort and receding back into Peter's suit. Let's just go. Time passed as night blanketed the city. The three spiders went around the city, conversing a bit on a number of things to pass the time, especially over dinner. One such detail was how they got into the present reality. Neither really knew the reason why, only the detail of them being sucked into a multicolored portal before winding up here last night. Eventually, they made their way to the cemetery where this world's Spider-Man was buried, right next to his Uncle Ben. A great many effects were placed there, from balloons, photos, flowers, teddy bears, greeting cards to various candles that have finally died out. It was a touching sight to show how much people cared for New York's well-known hero. I still can't get over this. Avenger Peter said. This universe has no Spider-Man now. So, who's gonna protect this New York now? Someone has to step up, right? Penny said with a hopeful look. Easier said than done. Jedi Peter commented, going down to one knee before the grave. This is just messed up. How did he even die? Reports stated his body was found, badly beaten. Came Karen's response. It was in Brooklyn. Well, since we're here, already got a head start on the location. The Queen's native stated. Now we just gotta figure out the rest of the Mistga. The three of them began to violently glitch for a few seconds before it subsided. Okay, that one hurt. Avenger Peter moaned out. They all do. Jedi Peter groaned, clutching his stomach, looking over to Penny, who had fallen to the snowy ground and was curled up. Penny. He went over to her. Penny, are you all right? I'd be lying if I said I was fine. She hissed out. Been experiencing them since arriving here. Same here. Said the Force wielder. The Avenger gave a questionable response. Actually, I've been feeling those before coming to this reality. This got curious looks from the others. More questions, I know. Avenger Peter grimaced. Come on, let's not stick around here. Firing off their respective web lines, the trio swung away from the graveyard. If they stuck around longer, they would have run into some other people who were just like them. Once swinging to the nearest building where SP//DR was kept, they planned their next course of action. Where should we go now? Jedi Peter asked. His two counterparts were silent for a moment until the other Peter spoke up. Maybe Aunt May? He suggested. At the funeral, she talked about knowing her version of Peter being Spider-Man. But should we? His force-wielding variant countered. That's... I can't imagine what she might go through seeing a younger version of her nephew a few days after her own died here. Where else can we go? Asks Penny. She may be the only other person to know what may have led to the other Peter's death. It's a stretch, but better one destination rather than nothing. Avenger Peter stated. Guess we have no choice for now. Jedi Peter muttered. All right, lead the way. Just before they could get any further. Peter. Yeah, Karen. I'm picking up an unusual police report. The AI revealed. Her host tilted his head at that. Why are you doing that? You mentioned that this New York has no Spider-Man to protect it. So I've been keeping an eye out to see how long it'll be before some people want to commit crimes without Spider-Man around. Sound logic? What's this unusual report you picked up on? Instead of voicing it, Karen pulled up the police chatter. We have possible vandals at Peter Parker's gravesite. Spoke one police officer. They're fleeing the scene. That doesn't sound unusual. Jedi Peter commented. Looks like a child dressed like Spider-Man dragging a homeless corpse behind a train. Never mind. I'll go check that out. I'll meet you two at Aunt May's place. Avenger Peter shouted at the two, pivoting back in the direction of where the graveyard was. Wait, what? What about us? We don't know where to go. Jedi Spider-Man shouted. I sent the coordinates to Penny. You did? How did you dash? Got him. Thanks, Karen. Oh. I'll see you guys later. Without another word, the young Avenger took off with a leap and web swing as the black suit formed around him. Once back at the graveyard, he took note of the metro train bridge and looked both ways. Kid with a homeless corpse, kid with a homeless corpse, kid with a dash. He kept repeating that until he saw a train go by with someone in a spider suit that was clearly 2 sizes too small dragging what looked like a homeless corpse attached to a web line. It was really comedic seeing this happen. Seeing them crash and bash against many cars, making the teen observing all this wince at every impact he saw. Huh, that's a new one. Peter said to himself, quickly pursuing the pair. Who are you, who are you? Why are you trying to kill me? I'm not. I'm trying to save you. Next thing Peter saw, the two crashed into a light pole, a snowman, and flailing in the air before crashing into a bus, skidding along the side. Once that all occurred, the metro train came to a slow stop, arriving at one of the stations. Soon enough, the web line keeping the two in the air twirled and snapped, having them fall to the ground. Hey, maybe you guys can go around, said one of the fallen, who turned out to be a teenager. All right. Thanks, New York. Peter observed all this and shook his head with a sigh. Yeah, that's New York for ya. He snorted. Guess some things never change regardless of the universe. Boy, I've missed seeing this. Instead of dropping down to greet them, he decided to keep an eye on them as the one teenager dragged the homeless corpse away. He trailed after them, watching the teen get the corpse into an apartment building, stringing him up to a punching bag. Now this will be rather interesting to witness. Nearly a minute passed before he heard a conversation take place inside the apartment. You're like me. I got some questions, said the kid with the Halloween costume 2 sizes too small. At that moment, the homeless man began struggling against his restraints. When he stopped trying to free himself, the kid pulled up his mask to reveal he was of African descent. Probably a year or two younger than the young Avenger. Hard to tell. Why do you look like Peter Parker? The teen interrogated. Looking from outside, the young Avenger widened his eyes when taking note of the homeless man. Despite the lighting, he did look like this world's counterpart. Just far more older, with a 5 o'clock shadow, brown hair instead of blonde with several gray streaks. And really defeated. Physically, yeah, but also emotionally. Maybe even had his soul crushed. How long was this version of him Spider-Man? And what happened to make him like that? Because I am Peter Parker. The older Peter said. Then why aren't you dead? And why is your hair different? Why are you older? And why is your body a different shape? The teen in the small costume probed. Pretty sure you just called me fat. Old Peter deadpanned. No, no, just dash. You don't look so hot either, kid. Most superheroes don't wear their own merch. Mr. Stark would say otherwise. Thought the Space Avenger as he continued to watch the proceedings. Are you a ghost? No. Are you a zombie? Stop it. Am I a zombie? You're not even close. Are you from another dimension? Like a parallel universe where things are like this universe but different? And you're Spider-Man in that universe? But somehow traveled to this universe, but you don't know how. Wow. That was really just a guess. The old Peter flatly asked. So being a genius really is a prerequisite to being a Spider-Man. The Avenger outside thought to himself. We learned about it in physics. Quantum theory. This is amazing. Cheered the young teen. You can teach me like Peter said he would. Before he died. Yeah. Exactly. From outside, Peter could only blink in confusion. Peter said he would. Thought the Avenger. Did he know this world's Peter in a way? Look, I made a promise to him. The older Peter merely laughed as he kept spinning around. Here's lesson number 1, kid. When he was not exactly seen by the kid, he resumed. Don't watch the mouth, watch the hands. To prove his point, his arms were suddenly free from their restraints. Said restraints fell onto the floor as the older Peter was now free. He then kicked the punching bag, knocking the teen to the far-off wall who yelped upon impact. Peter, seriously dash. Twip. A web ball smacked the kid's mouth, silencing him. Seeing the older variant coming to the apartment window, the young Avenger crawled away and stayed hidden and continued to watch things through. Trust me, kid. This'll all make you a better Spider-Man. The homeless Peter crouched on the fire escape, and aimed his arm to fire off a web line. Just when he was about to swing away, he began glitching for a few moments. He fell from the air and crashed onto the fire escape a few floors down. He wasn't the only one to see this as the kid witnessed it as well. Hey, are you okay? The older variant groaned. No, I'm not. What's going on with your body? I don't think my atoms are real, jazzed about being in the wrong dimension. Was the older Peter's response before glitching out once more. Getting back onto his feet, he hissed in pain. Look, I'm not looking for a side gig as a Spider-Man coach. I got a lot going on in my dimension. With great power comes great dash. Don't you dare finish that sentence. Warned the older Peter. Don't do it. I'm sick of it. The man was about to take off when he went on the fritz. Yet something unexpected happened as not only he glitched out, but so did the other kid. This clearly surprised them both and the hidden Spider-Man watching all of this. Wait, why are you glitching out? The older Spider-Man asked. Aren't you from here? Yeah, well. I was there when Kingpin used his collider and... I dunno, I've been glitching out just now. The teen explained with uncertainty. I don't know why. It's been a weird few days. Okay, yeah, this just got way more complicated than I originally thought. Said the older Peter. Look, if you want any advice, stay as a normal kid. I can't exactly do that with me glitching out like you. Came the curt response. Alright, good counter-argument. Old Pete muttered. Kingpin's got a super collider. He's trying to kill me. Wait. What did you just say? Kingpin's trying to kill me? Who cares about that? The one Peter said nonchalantly. Where's the collider? Brooklyn. Under Fisk Tower. Just like that, homeless Peter took a U-turn and walked down the wall. Goodbye. Where you going? When it runs again, I'll jump in and get back to my life. Old Peter plainly said. What about me? I need to be shown how to be Spider-Man. And fix my glitch. Don't know how to help that, kid dash. My name's Miles. Whatever. You can't let them run it. I'm supposed to destroy it so it never runs again or everyone's gonna die. Or everyone's gonna die. Old Pete scoffs dismissively. That is what they always say. But there's always a little bit of time before everybody dies. He then flipped off the wall and landed on the car roof, and that's when I do my best work. Miles then skidded down the brick wall a bit more, pulling out what looked like a USB drive. Aren't you gonna need this? Ah, you have a goober. Give it. Wait, no. Not so fast. He called it an override key. There's always a bypass key, a virus key, a who cares key, I can never remember, so I always call it a goober. Give it. Huh, that sounds rather simple. Thought the hidden Avenger in the shadows. Should make a mental note of that. I need it to destroy the collider. I need it to go home. With that, Miles put the goober in his mouth. I'll swallow it. Don't play with me. What? I said dash. Twip. Old Pete yanked the goober out of Miles' mouth. The collider created a portal that brought me here. And I have to get dash. Did you break this? Hobo Peter asks, once taking notice the damaged state of the device. No, it broke. The teen lamely defended. The older and younger Parker variants looked at Miles with a look that practically screamed bullshit. Finally Miles relents. I don't remember how it dash. Old Pete groaned, face-palming and began muttering to himself. See, this is why I never had kids. Can't we make another one? We can't do anything. Thanks to you, I have to re-steal what your guy stole from Alchemax and make another one of these. Old Pete says before tossing the goober and having it fall, only for Miles to leap and catch it before it broke any further. Alchemax. The Avenger thought, seeing his older variant walk up the wall. What's Alchemax? If I don't turn off the collider after you leave, everyone in this city, my parents, my uncle, and millions of others, will die. And you're just gonna go home and leave me here to figure this out for myself? You good with that, Spider-Man? From his vantage point, the young Parker gave a nod as he can see Miles was wanting to take this responsibility seriously as opposed to old Peter. He saw the older variant get onto the roof before turning back and looking down to see Miles crouching down in tired defeat. What are you doing? Making you feel guilty? Miles admitted, peeking out from his arms. Is it working? How could it dash? No. Look at me. Does it look like it's working? Old Pete stressed out. No. No, it's not dash. He released a sigh, chuckling soon after as if Miles failed to convince him. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case as old Pete shoved his face into his arm and released a muffled yell. From what young Peter and Miles could get from all of this, they heard old Pete say no. 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 Do not let him win. A moment later, old Pete focused back on Miles, showing a form of defeat. All right, kid. You win. Said the older variant. Now, before we do anything else, do you know any good places to eat? Haven't eaten a thing since yesterday. Before Miles could voice a response. I do. Someone beat him to it. Gah. They both made dramatic fighting poses at the new voice. Looking over, they saw the younger Spider-Man give a sheepish wave. Hey guys. He pulled Clint's morphed jacket aside to reveal his suit beneath it. No need to explain who I am, do I? Spider-Sense. Spider-Sense. The other Spider variants got the tingle of sensing who this person was exactly. Well, you're also Spider-Man. The other teen said in astonishment. And a younger version. The grizzled, older counterpart noted. How long have you been at this? Close to 2 years now that I think about it. Been over a year since I left my New York. Lots to talk about, but first things first, you said you were hungry. Next thing the young Avenger knew, he was at a pretty good diner where his older variant was chowing down on a burger in front of him and Miles. Oh man, I love this place. Said with a satisfied moan as he practically devoured the burger in 3 bites. This place has the absolute best burgers. It closed down like 6 years ago back in my universe. I never knew why. Though he was unimpressed with his initial meeting of the older variant of the wall crawler, Miles did find a renewed sense of excitement upon meeting another Spider-Man closer to his age. This is crazy. Morales said, unable to hide a measure of giddiness. I can't believe I'm meeting 2 Spider-Men in one day. So the multiverse theory, all of it dash. Yeah, it's real, and it's just as insane as you think. Young Peter said. Hang on, gotta contact other me and Peony. Other you? Peony. Older Peter parroted. There are others. Yeah, me, another version of me in space which is like me but not exactly. He was born there where I was just sent there, and then there's an anime schoolgirl spider girl with a mech and dash. Okay, the veteran Spider-Man interrupted. Let's hit the brakes there for a sec. What's your story? 10 minutes later. Jesus, kid, a war? Old Peter muttered. In space. Miles said in disbelief. It's still ongoing. Young Peter stated. I gotta get back home too. I'm needed there. Okay, that's a bit intense. The older Spider-Man commented. Now, what's this about other spider people being here? There are 2 others. Young Peter said, holding up 2 fingers. I sent them to Aunt May's place to see if there was anything that she knows that could help us since this universe's May knew Peter was Spider-Man. 2 more. Miles whispered in amazement. There could be even more for all we know. The Avenger stated. Since now there are 4 variations of us running around in this universe, there might be others. Ugh, it can never be simple, can it? Old Pete bemoaned. Okay, so 2 more to deal with and theoretically more that we haven't run into yet. Okay, this is good, this is fine. It's not like I'm not used to added stress, no, not me. No siree. Do you always talk to yourself like that? Morales asked. You will too once you start doing this properly. Veteran Spider-Man flatly stated. Yeah, I'm kinda doing that already. Young Peter sheepishly admitted. Therapy. Miles said to himself. I'm gonna need therapy, aren't I? Your therapy is this gargoyle in Manhattan named Jim, real good listener. Old Peter said with certainty. Before I warped into space, mine was Bruce. Said the Avenger. You're not gonna be a good spider coach, are you? Miles dejectedly said. Is there anything useful you can tell me right now? Yeah, first things first, disinfect the mask weekly. Web swinging, fighting baddies, sewer travel, all that is gonna gunk it up and make it smell good for hygiene. Also baby powder, lots of it, otherwise you'll chafe every day and that's a no-no. Older Spider-Man said. Anything else? Miles deadpanned. No, that covers the important bits. Old Peter said. Dude, really? Young Peter couldn't help but say this. Oh yeah, groin guard. The veteran tacked on. Rides right up there along with the occasional wedgie if you don't suit up properly. And some baddies occasionally hit there to throw off your game. Or the very awkward landings and collisions. The young Avenger face planted slightly. Not really giving us spiders a good name. Don't judge, I've been at this for 22 years. You'll get there. What a ringing endorsement. Miles and Peter said at the same time. A diner employee soon dropped off the check on the table. Old Pete halted and looked at the teens. You have money, right? I'm not very liquid right now. Yeah. Being homeless looking. I'm not homeless, you know. I warped here rather suddenly before I got ready for the day. Didn't have time to get my wallet. I got it. The Avenger grumbled, pulling out his wallet and placing down some bills. Hey, you got allowance money? Yeah, allowance money, let's go with that. Why doesn't that fill me with confidence? Do you want the meal paid for or not? Old Peter threw up his hands. All right, no judgment from here. Can we focus? Miles pleaded. Sure. My Peter dash. You gonna eat that? Old Pete didn't wait for a response, essentially stealing the other burger from Miles' tray and eating it. I'm listening. My Peter said he was gonna show me the ropes. Morales stated. Did he? That's cool. How'd that turn out? Dude, seriously, seriously. Miles and Peter asked at the same time. How jaded are you? The latter inquired. Very, apparently. The former commented. Oh God, is this really what I'm gonna turn into? Young Peter said with creeping dread. Look up where Alchemax is. The older Spider-Man said dismissively. Miles did just that, pulling out his phone to get the organization's location. A private technological campus in Hudson Valley, New York. Said the kid from Brooklyn. He then let loose a gasp. You can teach me to swing on the way there. Said Miles, soon voicing out sounds akin to the signature thwips. This merely got old Pete to laugh. What's so funny? I'm not gonna swing my way all over to Hudson Valley. Not after a hearty burger breakfast. Was his response before old Pete rose up from the seat. We'll take a bus. Keep your legs fresh. You'll thank me both later. It was from here they took a bus labeled Hudson Valley Explorer, which was heading to their destination. The Avenger had to buy them tickets for obvious reasons. On the way there. So you actually have a team of other superheroes helping you out? Old Peter asked. Jesus, where were they all my life? You don't have the Avengers in your universe too? Young Peter asked. What's the Avengers? Are they like a band? Morales asked. A band of Earth's mightiest heroes. The Avenger said. Though if anyone would be part of a band, it'd either be Mr. Stark in a cover band of his favorite artists or Wanda and Pietro. She can play guitar and Pietro's good on drums. And one of them is a literal god. Miles asked in disbelief. Yeah, Thor. We thought he was a myth and now we study him in physics. Huh. Okay, I've only heard some of those guys, but they either never became heroes, died in the past century, or they operate elsewhere. And Wanda and Pietro? Maximoff, right? The mutants. Mutants. Miles parroted. Young Peter piped in. Mutants? Guys like them and I are called enhanced. Why are they called mutants? It's a whole thing back on my reality. Very complicated, and leave it at that. Old Peter said. Just know that if you ever run into a guy named Logan, make sure you never loan him money. You'll never get that back. Is there a story behind that? Morales asked. He's the worst drunk ever. And he hardly gets drunk unless he gets the extremely hard stuff that can make the Hulk tipsy. Oh, you have a Hulk? Yeah, Bruce, he and I go back. What's a Hulk? Once exiting their stop, the trio of Spider-Men took a bit of a walk. Once a good distance away from the Alchemax facility, they were quick to change. Whilst Avenger Peter had his full suit on him, older Peter had to settle for going barefoot with sweatpants and only the top portion of his suit. The rest of his outfit disappeared on him during his travel to the present universe. And as for Miles, who still wore the Halloween costume. And that's a no on the cape. Older Peter said. I think it's cool. Idea somewhat works, but doesn't mesh with you quite well. Said young Pete. The older variant snatched the yellow blanket and ripped it off. Take that off. It's disrespectful. Spider-Man doesn't wear a cape. Where'd you even get that? Miles groaned a little with a hidden pout before noticing the teen Parker didn't change at all yet. Are you gonna suit up? The young Avenger merely smiled, having the symbiote morph around him. That is so cool. Miles muttered. Why thank you. Young Peter smugly said. You look really sleek. Morales said in admiration. Good color. The symbiote extended a tendril that made a hand motion of, oh, stop, you're embarrassing me. But the sight of the symbiote wasn't met with multiversal appreciation. Older Pete eyed the black suit with a weary look. You sure that thing's safe? Symbi is totally safe. Young Peter assured him. The veteran Spider-Man took a moment to absorb the name he just heard. You named him Symbi? Yeah, why? You are so not creative, are you? Old Peter commented. Why do some people keep saying that? Young Peter said, throwing his arms up in annoyance. I think it's hereditary. Said Miles. No, it's not. Chorused the two Peters. Focusing back on the task at hand, the trio of Spider-Men eyed the facility. So how do we retrace my Peter's steps? Said Miles. That's a good question. Said old Peter, crouching down behind the large boulder with the others. What would I do if I were me? Miles mirrored older Peter with a pondering pose. The younger Parker gave his older counterpart a look. Is that a rhetorical question? Yes. You're catching on, mini-me, said old Spider-Man before snapping his fingers. Got it. Step 1, I infiltrate the lab dash. We infiltrate the lab. The Avenger stressed out. Okay, we infiltrate the lab. 2, find the head scientist's computer. That lady with the bike is the head scientist, said Miles, earning a look from the two Parkers. I saw her in this documentary sponsored by Alchemex. Cool. Step 3, I re-examine my personal biases. Why? Do I really need to give you a reason? Yes. Older Pete ignored his younger variant as he resumed plan making. Step 4, I hack the computer. It's not technically hacking. Miles chimed in. Not now. Peter waved off in the comic panel conveying his thought process. I just lost my train of thought. Or I can have Karen bypass the system and get the data quicker once there. Wait, who's Karen? That would be me. Wait, who's that sexy female lady voice? I have an AI. You not only have an alien suit that doesn't want to kill you but a freaking AI. Older Pete groaned out, grasping the sides of his head. What the hell is up with your universe? Dude, I'm in the middle of a war, I need all the help I can get. And what was that about an alien suit trying to kill me? I said doesn't try to kill you and it's not important. Sounds important to me. Old Pete ignored his counterpart and focused more on a new variable on hand. Karen, right? Could you actually hack this scientist's computer from here? I, unfortunately, cannot. The build system is closed off. I must be plugged in remotely to do so. Right. Step 5, download the important stuff. I'll know, and probably your AI will know when we see it. Step 6, I grab a bagel from the cafeteria and run. Why a bagel? Bagels are tasty and delicious. Won't argue on that. Miles held up a finger. And where do I fit in all this? Step 7, you stay here. You're the lookout. Very important. This got an annoyed response from the Brooklyn teen. Oakman, groaned Miles, slamming his fist on the boulder. Crack. Looking at it, he saw the large piece of earth break apart and slide over. That's new, he remarked. Yeah. You'll need to do a lot of strength training to keep that in check. Older Spider-Man quipped. How bad is it? Morales asked, looking at his hand and then back at the cracked boulder. This got old Peter to recall a time back in high school when he first got his powers. He punched his bully across the hallway, which caused him to have several broken bones in the process. It can be gratifying, but also have some serious consequences when you don't pull your punches. Older Spider-Man stated as he began doing some stretches. Only save going all out when it's an absolute must. Okay, let's go. Seriously. What about me? The Spider-Man in training asked. I can't just stay back here and wait for you two. Before older Peter could answer, the young Avenger answered for them. Just follow us and watch our backs and watch what we do. Or improvise. Improvise. Miles repeated, not sure if he heard that correctly. Yeah, that's how we usually do it. The older Spider-Man admitted. We'll quiz you later, now come on. Are you sure about Dash? Next lesson Miles, we're usually never sure about most things. Young Peter cut him off. What is sure is we gotta just go out there and do or do not. There is a lot of trial and error, really. Miles gave the other teen a bland look. That doesn't fill me with a lot of confidence. It seldom does. The Avenger said before grabbing Miles and swinging off towards Alchemex. Once getting onto the roof, the trio began making their way into the ventilation shaft. It was a tight fit for them, but they had to crawl through the narrow air ducts to their eventual destination. I swear these are normally bigger. Or it's just you being oddly shaped. Old Spidey looked back with a narrowed glance. How much were you listening to last night? The white lenses curved upward to mirror a joking smile. All of it. Hobo Spidey released a groan before looking further back where the trainee was at. Look, Miles, maybe you should just go back and dash. No, no way. Morales adamantly said. I can't let another Spider-Man just die without doing anything again, I just can't. He saw the older Peter staring at him wordlessly. What? Most people I meet in the workplace try to kill me, so, you're a nice change of pace. The veteran Spider-Man admitted. Move up, talk if you see anything. Miles' eyes conveyed relief and gratitude at being trusted in this capacity. He moved on with older Pete hanging back just as his younger self came up next to him. You sure it was a good idea to bring him along? The veteran Spider-Man asked his younger variant. Better than leaving him outside. Yeah, but he's not exactly experienced in any of this. Were you? Were we? His elder variant gave him a look, and though his mask was on, the younger Parker had a pretty good idea as to what the expression was right now. Guys. Miles whispered aloud, on the other side of a vent. Over here, Fisk is down there. The two Spider-Men crawled up to the vent Miles was at and they looked down in the room below. Mr. Fisk. Look at this data. Looking through the ventilation shaft, the trio saw the one scientist. She looked rather hipster in appearance with her tied-back poofy hair, nerdy glasses, the blue and purple dress underneath the lab coat and the colorful scarf around her neck. And the person she was addressing to. That's your Kingpin. Young Peter whispered in shock. Dude, what's in the food of your reality? Supersize me to that size. Yeah. He's hulkin'. Older Peter murmured, thrown by the proportions of this villain. Big boned won't exactly cut it. Looks more like a whale. Indeed. Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin, was quite large in this reality. Rather intimidating, actually. Several feet larger and wider than what the other two Spider-Men were used to, some would. While the Hobo Spidey met and fought his Kingpin a good number of times, the Avenger never interacted with his own. The only way he knew of Kingpin was through stories from his Daredevil. Beside Wilson Fisk was a man who was stark gray skin and white hair in a suit. Miles knew this man as Tombstone. I know you can't really understand it, but these are really good numbers, said the hipster scientist as she began typing away on the computer. While the Hobo Spidey watched her fingers through the reflection of the office window for her password, the Avenger took notice of what soon displayed on the monitor. While these could pass off as really cool art pieces, he had to remember these weren't. He recalled when he and the others were exploring New York, there were these odd structures appearing on the Brooklyn Bridge, at Times Square in a corner near Fisk Tower that resembled some Banksy art piece. Mr. Fisk. If we fire again this week there could be a black hole under Brooklyn. The scientist pointed towards the images with an excited, yet worried expression. See these? These are multiple dimensions beginning to crash into each other. This is pretty standard Spider-Man stakes. You get used to it, said the Hobo variant. Watch this. He's gonna say, you have 24 hours. On cue. You have 24 hours. Kingpin warned the scientist. In the vent, old Spider-Man winked at the teens, the two huffing in amusement before they resumed listening in on the conversation. What this means is there could be a rupture in the space-time continuum. That sounds bad. Young Peter said. Oh, yeah, that is bad, very bad. Forget everything I just said, this just became more serious than I realized. Older Spider-Man admitted. They watched as Kingpin with his Tombstone henchmen left the office with the poofy-haired woman following after the pair. Don't understand, there is something else that came about when we turned on the collider. When Osborn shoved Spider-Man in their dash. The conversation became muffled as the doors to the office closed, the scientist having followed Fisk into the hallway. With them out of the office, Hobo Spidey quickly swung down and began typing away on the computer. Hold on. Let me get you some more data, said the head scientist as she tried to reason with her boss. Back in the office, old Pete still typed away on the computer. He was almost done with the password when he noticed Miles was hanging off of the hexagonal light fixture. What are you doing? Older Peter asked. I'm stuck, voiced the teens. I can see that, the adult in the room said. Just unstick. I can't, I don't know how. Miles said, trying to free his hands. Then how were you able to walk on the walls? The Avenger asked. I just did. And it was more of me barely hanging on, remember? Then do that. I can't. We don't have time. Just let go. Be in the moment. I am in the moment. It's a terrible moment. Clearly you can't work under pressure all that well. The young Parker noted. You think? Miles hissed. As the Avenger tried to keep the trainee calm, they heard the conversation outside continue. I'm not refusing, Sir Dash. No more excuses. Fisk interrupted. I just need more time. There is another element at play right now that can seriously affect the collider. Back inside the office. They're right there. They're gonna see you. Older Peter wildly gestured to them. Miles, to unstick, just relax. What do you do to relax? Young Pete asked. Relax. Relax. When realizing his own method of relaxing, Miles began to hum and mutter out his favorite song, rather loudly. Oh, for crying out loud. For the love of Thor, will you just shush? Just as the Avenger said that, Miles freed himself and fell on the table with an audible, hard-to-miss crash. Oakman. The young Queen's native said, dragging a hand down his face. Teenagers are the worst. What's that supposed to mean? Came the offended question. You'll know when you're older, Mini-Me. Was the adult's response. You were a teenager too when you started. Was the teen's retort. You're right, and I hated it. Soon the Peters were quick to recall the mess Miles made. No doubt someone would have heard this, like Fisk and the head scientist if they haven't left the floor already. When they were about to grab Miles and hide. Where'd he go? The older Peter asked. I don't know. Did he pull a Batman on us? The symbiote Spider-Man asked. Who's Batman? I don't know how to process that. Young Peter then whipped his head around when hearing the trainee. Miles? You're still here. Yeah, I am. Where'd you go? The other teen asked. I'm right here. Miles insisted. Where? We can't see ya. Older Peter stated. I'm right in front of you. Wait, no way. Young Spider-Man said in realization. Can Spider-Man turn invisible? Miles asked in astonishment. Not in my universe. Same in mine. I think. Muttered the Avenger. Can I turn invisible? He got a mental shrug from Simbi in response. Okay, bummer. This is incredible. Older Peter prodded with his finger, a ripple coming from where Miles stood. You just poked me in my eye. The teen complained. It must be some kind of fight or flight thing. What's that? Footsteps could be heard from outside. Looking over, they saw the head scientist was returning. Crap. We gotta bail. Looking back at Miles, he disappeared once more. Remember this password, DGFAMPESAND $4,3587653454535. What? Was all Miles was able to say. Download the schematic, while I turn on the charm. How the hell can you remember all that? The Avenger questioned. That's too long of a damn password. One that is strongly used and suggested. Too complicated if you ask me. Ugh, just let Karen do it. Too late. Just as the scientist entered the room, the symbiote wearer was out of sight and hanging off from the ceiling. Oh, you did not just do that to me. Older Peter internally thought. Spider-Man, said a female voice. Focusing on the office entrance, Hobo Spidey saw the scientist's gobsmacked look. Yeah, that's me. Older Peter suavely said. Okay, I kinda freaking out right now. You're supposed to be dead. She said, going right up to the man. Surprise. Peter lamely said, the woman getting right in his personal bubble. Wow, without warning she pulled his mask up, much to Peter's surprise. All right, that's a no-no. He hurriedly said. This is fascinating. She said, grabbing him by his cheeks and moving his head from side to side. "Okay, that's my face. An entirely different Peter Parker," she said as she kept inspecting him. "Little bit of a gut, perhaps from dimensional warping." "Oh, yeah. I was way flatter before I warped." Young Peter watched all this with a shake of his head. "Can this lady be any more handsy?" he thought to himself. "It looks like she's gonna do a literal dissection of him any moment now." Looking over, the Space Avenger saw Miles having a hard time on figuring out the last sequence of the password. Frustrated, he flipped the monitor around. "What was the rest?" Miles whispered aloud. Seeing this, Hobo Pete gave a response while trying to be a bit flirtatious while the scientist was all handsy. "Wow. How old are you? 'Cause you don't look like a day over 35. "Smooth, Pete," young Parker thought blandly. What a way to somewhat blow Miles' cover. Then again, she's too focused on you right now. Once getting past the login page, Miles saw. "Damn. Organize your desktop, lady." There were so many files all over the place. It was a complete digital mess. This might pinch a little. Old Pete was then shoved into a chair, which suddenly shot out clamps to hold him in place. This alarmed the two Parkers while Miles was more focused on trying to search through the files to find what they were there for. "Is this necessary?" "I know. I just need to get these samples," the woman said. "You could have just asked. Where's the fun in that?" She ignored the perplexed look old Pete had given her as she shoved a stick into his mouth and collected a saliva sample. Taking it to an advanced scope in her nearby workstation, she saw his cells began degrading at a rapid pace. "Wow. Just complete cellular decay," the head scientist noted. "I've never seen anything like this." As the hipster woman inspected her findings, the two Peters saw the invisible Miles take the monitor and computer station from the desk. "What are you doing?" the two Peters practically whispered aloud in chorus. "I'm taking the whole thing," Miles responded as quietly as possible and luckily went unheard as the scientist was so absorbed in looking over old Pete's decaying cells. "And obviously you've been glitching." The Peters focused back on the scientist in the room. "Glitchin'? No. Why would you even say that?" On point, the two Peters began fritzing in their place. While the older variant was seated and confined, the Avenger had to keep himself in place on the ceiling and not risk exposing himself. Luckily for Miles, he didn't glitch out at all. "If you stay in this dimension too long, your body is gonna disintegrate," the scientist said evenly. "Do you know how painful that would be, Peter Parker?" "I don't know." "You can't imagine." She leaned forward with a curious look. "And I for one," she then became more serious as she leaned on her knees, looking at the older Spider-Man straight in the eye. "Can't wait to watch." Every spider in the room froze, Miles looking back at the woman whilst the younger Peter felt his spider sense begin to go off. "What did you say your name was again?" old Peter nervously asked. "Dr. Olivia Octavius," she replied, standing up from her chair. The moment she did so, she discarded her uniform and the rest of her clothing to reveal a much more technologically advanced bodysuit hiding underneath it, and from her back came four, rubber-like, four-pronged tentacles, one of which placed green shades over her glasses. Another immediately grabbed old Peter by the neck, slamming his confined form as he released a pained grunt. "And I guess your friends call you Doc Ock," he managed out. "My friends call me Liv, actually," the woman said, tightening her glove. "My enemies call me Doc Ock." More pressure was applied, yet it was relieved immediately when young Spider-Man had enough of watching and dropped from the ceiling, kicking Octavius away. Old Peter instantly kicked up, firing a web at the control panel to the office door. "Go kid, we'll take care of this," the veteran Spider-Man said. "You didn't tell me you brought a friend, Peter," Doc Ock said, only to get a web glob to the face. "Who is this lady?" young Peter exclaimed. "Doc Ock," old Peter said. "Just one of my many, many bad guys." "Many bad guys? We have bad guys?" the Avenger asked. "Too many to count, we'll tell you all about them later." Hobo Spidey responded before giving his younger counterpart an inquiry. You don't have a rogues gallery. I'm busy in the middle of fighting in a galactic war. Avenger Spidey countered. Oh, I can't wait to dissect you both. Glee came Doc Ock's voice, both Spider-Men being shoved hard into the glass walls of the office by her tentacles. Geez, she's got the med scientist theme down pat. Is this a younger you? Olivia said with sadistic astonishment. You're having creepy stalker vibes who want to violate a young boy. I need an adult. Hang on, Peter. Came the response from the older Spider-Man. Meanwhile, Miles was running with the computer monitor and desktop, watching the fight in the office transpire. Go on, kid. Older Pete said, getting slammed into one of the glass walls, being freed thanks to his younger variant kicking Ock back. Everything is fine. As Miles ran away, he crashed into someone and dematerialized. Giving a quick apology, he ran past the blonde person he knocked over, not realizing he would have known her right away. Needing to give them some space as they were crashing through several walls, the young Avenger whipped his arm out and had his suit form a large tendril to smack the offending ones away. He then used his other one to form a blade to cleave through some thrown furniture. Whoa, the Hobo Spidey said in amazed appreciation. You have that good amount of control. We do it on instinct. The Avenger said. Now that's an unfair advantage. Doc Ock growled out. Oh, and having 4 additional arms isn't. Young Peter fired back. She charged forward, 2 of her tentacles managing to grab onto the spiders. Coming out from young Spidey's back, several tendrils shot out and grappled with Ock's own. Anything you could do, I could do better. We gonna sing now, kid. Don't tempt me. Young Spider-Man shot back, Simbi managing to overpower the tentacles and Hobo Spider-Man coming in with a spinning kick that Octavius blocked with her extra arms. You're quite the chatterboxes, aren't ya? You have no idea. Chorused the Peters. Guess it really is a multiversal trait. The fight went on before the 2 Peters crashed through some more walls and found themselves near Miles, who was awkwardly holding the computer tower and monitor in his grasp. Good news, said Hobo Spidey. We don't need the monitor. To emphasize the point, the younger Parker grabbed the monitor and threw it at Olivia. How would you know? Miles asked, clearly unsure to the whole situation. Duh, we're computer nerds. We know computer towers are the real deal. Older Peter answered. Yeah. This ain't the 90 and early 2000s. I'm more used to a laptop. Give me some slack. Well, get educated, kid. Old Spider-Man instructed. Both he and his younger variant were smacked away by Olivia. She then saw her computer tower was hovering in the air with the spider trainee slowly becoming visible again. Don't tell me you have an invisible friend. Run, Miles. Young Peter shouted, getting back up and slingshotting himself at Octavius. She ducked under the teen as he sailed past her, stalking forward on the inexperienced Spider-Man. Could you give me that back, young man? He could only run before the back of his shirt was grabbed and he was pulled back. Peter! He cried out in distress. It's proprietary. Doc Ock growled, 2 of her tentacles ready to skewer the Brooklyn teen when the young Avenger swung in, scooping him up just as the older Spider-Man rapidly fired webbing at Octavius, trapping her additional limbs to the walls and ceiling. The trio ran down the hallway, shoving the doors at the end of the corridor open, now finding themselves in the cafeteria, where all of the workers were dining on a late breakfast. This'd be a good time to turn invisible. Older Spider-Man advised. Yep. Miles said, standing stock still. He's not doing it. I can see that. The sweatpants-wearing Parker then looked to the side. Selecting a bagel. Is taking a bagel instrumental? Yes. For my tummy. Snatching a plain bagel, well, 2 of them, he calmly walked to the patio entrance on the far side of the cafeteria. Act super normal. This is so awkward. One of the scientists soon took notice of them. Spider-Man. Hearing this, nearly every Alchemax worker focused on the trio. You know what's funny? I get that a lot. The older Spider-Man remarked. I somewhat get that, but... Hey. At that moment, Every worker present whipped out a foldable gun of some kind and aimed it at the spider trio. "Oh, that's not fair," young Peter flatly said. "Hands up, right now." Old Peter then shoved a bagel into his mouth while handing the other to Miles before grabbing the computer tower. "Now we do a switchy. What? Get back here. Where do you think you're going?" "He took some bagels." "That's what you're mad about," Miles complained. Once they ran out to the patio space, Morales turned back and chucked the bagel at one of the scientists, which had it smack against the man's face. "Ugh. My glasses. Jonathan. Man, that's one stale bagel." Young Peter couldn't help but comment on it. Just as they were about to jump off the patio, the cafeteria door burst open and from it came 6 people. "Oh, this ain't good," the older Spider-Man said, realizing immediately what they were dealing with. Doc Ock was back with some menacing company. One was a man with multiple mechanical legs and a scorpion tail. Another was a man with a patchwork suit and glowing gauntlets. Then came a man in a green tech suit and yellow mask with electricity coursing around him. Lastly were 2 other men, one that looked like a gargantuan human rhinoceros and the other was a man with an oversized head. "Who the hell are all these guys?" the Avenger yelled out. "Doc Ock, Shocker, Scorpion, Electro, Rhino, and Hammerhead. Meet the Sinister Six, standard Spider-Man villain group." "Wow, you really don't have any enemies where you come from," older Peter commented. "Lucky you. Galactic War," the younger Webhead shot back. "Genocidal AI. Oh god, you're dealing with Skynet. Can we not right now?" Miles was on the verge of having a panic attack. "You're right, time to swing," older Peter said, jumping from the patio with the younger Avenger following suit, snagging Miles along the way. "All right, can't keep you safe and fight those guys off at the same time, so the best way to learn how to web swing is under life-threatening pressure." "That's a horrible lesson," Miles cried out. "Symbi," young Peter instructed, the symbiote receding around his waist to reveal his belt. 2 tendrils came out from the suit, clipping off 2 rectangular devices before dropping them into Miles' hands. "What are these?" he asked, yelping slightly as he was thrown up by the Avenger to avoid a beam being sent at him from Shocker. "Web shooters," Peter revealed. "Just slap them on your wrists, they'll form around it." Doing as instructed, Miles clapped both devices over his wrists and web shooters formed soon after. Despite the situation he was in, Morales was still amazed by what he saw. "Whoa, my own web shooters," Miles said, holding up both his wrists. "Great, cause now ya gotta test them." "Wait, what?" Without warning, Miles was thrown high in the air, the young Brooklyn teen yelling the whole way as he flailed about. "Press down on the center and look where you wanna aim," young Peter shouted as he changed direction to face the Sinister Six. "And let your reflexes and instincts do the rest." "What?" was all Miles managed out as he fell into the snowy forest below. He looked at his web shooters, shaking his head, and fired a web line haphazardly in a random direction. The line snagged itself onto a tree, but it was at the center, so his swing wound up with him face planting on the ground. "Miles!" both Peters called out to him. He groggily rose up from the ground with a groan when he heard a rumbling step with a shadow casting over him. Miles flipped around onto his back, eyes widening with terror at the sight of the Rhino bearing down upon him. "Best to squash bugs before they become problem," the supervillain said in a heavy Russian accent. Before Miles was able to respond, a black blur slammed into the Rhino's chest, causing the Russian to stumble back before lurching forward with a gasping wheeze. "Miles!" The young Spider-Man picked the Brooklyn native up off the ground. "Come on, man, ya gotta move. Start swinging." "But I don't know how," he argued. "You have to swing, kid," older Spider-Man said, swinging by with Doc Ock and Electro pursuing him. "I think running is a better option," Miles rebuked, breaking into a sprint just as Shocker fired shockwaves at them. "You could run, boy, but ya can't escape us," the patchwork villain called out to him, only to get silenced by the young Spider-Man throwing a large snowball that buried him. "Miles, you must swing now," the older Spider-Man stressed out. Though he felt fear and reservation in doing this, Miles shook his head to try to dispel any doubts he had as best as he could. Raising his hand, he remembered what the younger Webhead had told him and aimed this time at a tall tree up ahead and fired. He felt the line latch onto the top of the tree and he pulled. A moment later, Miles was up in the air, swinging in between the trees, the sound of battle going on in the background. Double tap to release. Young Peter called out to him while flipping over Hammerhead, who bashed his head into a tree trunk, cracking it and making it fall over. Miles did as instructed, seeing the webline detach itself, and not a moment later, he fired another one and kept on going. He couldn't help himself but laugh in glee at what he had just accomplished. "Yeah, now ya got it, Miles," older Peter praised, holding the computer tower in one hand and kicking away Doc Ock at the same time. "Press, double tap to release, press, double tap to release," Miles constantly repeated to himself, beginning to feel a groove going as he kept on web swinging. Once more, he began laughing, unable to contain the joy he was experiencing right now as he finally accomplished his first web swing. "Look at me go!" Of course that came to an end with Scorpion having caught up to him and pounced on the teen. "Diversiondote, Pequeña Arana. Having fun, little spider?" "Not anymore," Miles grunted out, wincing at the claw around his neck. Just as the Scorpion was about to jab Miles with a stinger, a red, blue and brown blur slammed into the villain, sending him careening away. Old Spider-Man was struggling against Rhino and Shocker when a mechanized being grabbed Shocker from behind and hurled him away. This gave old Peter the chance to kickflip, landing the sole of his foot on Rhino's chin. He gracefully landed, looking up to see a mech with cartoonish eyes staring at him, and it happily waved at him. What? Guys?" young Spider-Man said from above, avoiding electric blasts from Electro. "Yeah, made it. Didn't do us any favors being so far away," the robed Spider-Man said, landing atop a tree branch and ignited his blue lightsaber. "Who are they?" Miles asked in astonishment. "Back up," the Avenger answered. "Miles, Peter, Peeny, Peter, Miles." What's with the wizard robes?" older Peter asked, examining the Jedi robes of the Force-wielding Spider-Man. "Is that a laser sword?" Morales felt his inner nerd coming out, just realizing what the robed Spider-Man was holding. "Lightsaber and, yes." Jedi Spider-Man asked. "So, who are these mud scuffers?" "The Sinister Six," Peony Parker said, instantly recognizing the lineup. Though it wasn't like the one in her universe, she was well aware of the magic number associated when fighting the villains she had back home. Where I'm from, they're just the Sinister Sith," Jedi Peter said, getting into the starting Adara stance. "Really?" Avenger Peter couldn't help but say. Oh man, do we really lack creative names?" "I didn't call them that," Jedi Spider-Man said. "That was Anakin's idea." Before they were able to discuss things any further, another blur came from the forest, zipping past the 5 spiders. The figure fired multiple webbing at the Sinister Six, snagging some and causing others to stumble. There was a graceful twirl, followed by a flip before the individual landed in front of them, looking back at the spiders. "Is she also back up?" older Peter asked, with Jedi, anime, and Avenger Spider-Man/girl shaking their heads. "She's a new one," the Queen's teen commented. The newly arrived spider reached for her mask and took it off, revealing an undercut shaved blonde head with blue eyes. Her attire was predominantly white and black with a hood. There was a bright magenta webbing design along her arms, the inlay of her hood and surrounding her eye lenses. And she wore a pair of light blue ballerina shoes, which matched the webbing designs within the magenta. "Gwanda," Miles said in surprise. "Oh, you know her," older Peter remarked. "Cool. It's Gwen, actually," she clarified. "I like the haircut," Morales lamely said. "You don't get to like my haircut," Gwen snipped back, making Miles wince apologetically. "Great, proper introductions for later," Avenger Peter stated, moving to the front of the group just as the Sinister Six recovered and now faced the spider people. "Focus up, spider gang," old Peter threw out there. "Yeah, Spider Gang, might as well keep our theme running. Jedi Spider-Man stated. Doc Ock stood in front of the Sinister Six and her eyes roamed over all the spiders in front of them, a grin forming that matched the namesake of her group. Look at all the little spiders, she said with a manic gleam in her eyes. So many variations. Doc Ock noted. Can't wait to see what makes you all tick. No number advantage this time, huh? Old Spider-Man fired back. As if that will make difference. Rhino snorted. God, I can't wait to cook you little shits inside out. Electro said, clapping his hands together and pulled them apart, electricity dancing between his fingertips. One for each of us. Hammerhead declared, pulling out a Tommy gun from behind him. Where was he keeping that? Jedi Spider-Man asked. Probably Hammer Space, said Hobo Spidey. Hammer what? Later. And the battle re-ensued, the 6 Spiders-5 really taking on the Sinister Six. Miles hung back, not sure of whether or not to engage as he had absolutely no experience in something like this. School and street scuffles were one thing, but this? His eyes darted about, watching each spider take on a villain whilst Jedi Spider-Man had to contend with 2 at the same time. He saw that he was fending off Scorpion and Rhino with some amount of success until Scorpion tripped up the Jedi and Rhino smashed him into a tree. On instinct, Miles found himself running at full speed just as Rhino lowered his head to gore the Jedi with his horn. Rhino lunged forward just as Miles ran right up to the villain, slamming his hands against the oversized chest. His sparks went off and went all over the Rhino, yet it seemed to do nothing. Huh, that tickled. Oh, man. Miles soon yelped as he was tossed away by the Russian. Hey Hornhead. The Rhino looked back at the Jedi Spider-Man in time to see him jumping right at him, lightsaber reared back. With a quick swish of his lightsaber. My horn. Rhino cried out, throwing his hands up to his head. The Force wielder cleaved off the Rhino's horn. Said item fell onto the snowy, forest floor as some steam emanated off it. There. Now you're safer for the masses. I'll show you safe, you bug. The supervillain snarled, rage radiating off the large man until he was kicked back by Avenger Spider-Man swinging by, planting both his feet into the man's chest. The villain was sent careening back, crashing through several trees and landing in a heap with several tree trunks falling on top of him. 1 down. Avenger Peter declared. 5 to go. Jedi Peter said, both turning back to Miles who was running from the Scorpion. We're stupid. The Queen's Spider said. Yeah, we are. Coruscant Spider stated. The young Avenger swung in, giving Peony some assistance as both tag-teamed against their respective foes. Jedi Peter swooped in, grabbing Miles just as Scorpion was about to skewer him. Him missing the attack left him open for older Spider-Man to land a punch that sent him flying. Gwen, in the meantime, was putting her ballerina shoes to good use as she jumped, dodged, and weaved around multiple arches of electricity that Electro kept firing at her. Hold still, ya goddamn brat. He snarled, increasing the output of his lightning bolts. Of course, why shouldn't I? Gwen sarcastically retorted, gracefully spinning over another bolt. I mean, I've always wondered what would happen if a spider got struck by lightning. Just as she was about to land on a tree branch, one of Doc Ock's tentacles swooped in from behind her, snagging Gwen's ankle and flinging her down to the ground. Ock wasn't able to capitalize on this as Peony plowed into her with her mech, trying to rip the additional limbs off. Regardless, Gwen was now open for Electro to give her a proper shock. Electro fired a lightning bolt at Gwen when Jedi Spider-Man dropped down in front of her, throwing up his blue lightsaber to catch the lightning. What the dash? The electrified villain said in disbelief. Whoa. Gwen couldn't help but say. Jedi Peter let out a grunt, applying the force to dispel the torrent of electricity, the shockwave making Electro stumble back. Thanks for the save. Gwen appreciatively said. Anytime. The pair then jumped forward and double-kicked Electro away. All the while, Miles was jumping, swinging, and doing everything in his power to not get bashed in by Hammerhead. Get back here, you damned runt. The mob-like villain growled, wiping rubble away from his forehead. Joseph. Octavius called out to him. Forget that brat, help me get my computer back. Just one sec, boss lady. Hammerhead snarled, slamming a fresh clip into his gun, aiming it at Miles, who turned invisible a second later. What the dash? The criminal didn't have much time to dwell on it as Avenger Peter swung by to deliver a powerful kick to the man's jaw. He hurtled in the air, crashing into a tree and fell down. Adrenaline and anger fueled him to get right back up, cocking his Tommy gun, and he began to fire in all directions at every spider he saw. I'll teach you to make a fool out of me. God damn it, Hammerhead, watch where you're shooting. Shocker bellowed out, hiding behind a rock to avoid the hail of bullets. Seeing this, Jedi Peter narrowed his eyes and dove forward, landing in front of the villain, catching the man's attention. Finally, someone smart. Hammerhead sadistically said, turning his gun on the Force user. Without warning, Jedi Spider-Man used the Force to repel Hammerhead's bullets, spun around, sliced up the Tommy gun, and a moment later, cleaved off the man's right arm. There was a moment of frozen horror and shock for the villain, as he didn't know what just happened until seeing his dismembered arm fly through the air and land on the ground. Org! The villain yelled out in pure agony, holding his cauterized wound, making everyone turn to them and see what just happened. The villains went bug-eyed, not believing what they had just witnessed, yet the most vocal were the other spiders. Dude! Gwen couldn't help but scream out. Did you just cut his arm off? What the hell, kid? You're supposed to be a Spider-Man. Old Peter shouted. What? What's wrong? The Force user asked. You cut off a guy's arm. Miles exclaimed, materializing next to the Jedi. That's not what Spider-Man does. Yeah, I don't even know who he is, but he's right. Peony Parker argued. The Jedi merely gave them a raised brow look. Your definition of Spider-Man is different from mine. Guys, now is not the time for this. Avenger Spider-Man said, jumping down next to them. They all turned to him and they saw something surprising just past him. The rest of the Sinister Six having been taken down and strung up together. What the when did you do that? Miles asked in astonishment. When Jedi me cut Forrad's arm off. The Avenger explained. Guess they were all so freaked out by what happened, they left themselves wide open. Jesus, that's gonna give me nightmares. Old Peter said, clutching the computer tower tightly, the device having miraculously survived the battle. What is wrong with you? Gwen said, getting in the Jedi's face. Since when do you just slice people's arms off like that? The Force-using Spider-Man held up his hands in hopes of placating them. This isn't the first time I've had to do that. And I mean, yeah, know what, I'm just gonna not say anything else. There was a moment of silence that permeated between the spiders when the oldest of the group nervously squinted at the lightsaber-wielding teen. You haven't killed people, have you? The Jedi shifted about on the spot, looking away uncomfortably. Not like I ever revel or enjoyed it. It was war. These things just happened. He quietly muttered. Oh my God. The hobo-looking Peter threw an arm up, pacing about back and forth like a disappointed father. You should probably tone down on the maiming then. Avenger Spider-Man suggested. They ain't used to seeing this. Clearly. Jedi Peter mumbled. How are you not freaked out by that? Old Peter said, wildly gesturing to Hammerhead, who was on the floor, still moaning in pain and clutching the burnt stump that was his arm. I'm sadly desensitized to seeing this quite often. War and all that. Avenger Spider-Man glumly said. He's been in a galactic war for, how long was it again in your universe? 6 years. Yeah, 6 years, and I've been in one for over a year now. And how often do you see messed up crap? Gwen hesitantly asked. Very often. This is sadly nothing compared to some of the stuff I've seen Ultron do. It's twisted beyond imagination. Old Peter leaned over to Miles and whispered with object dread. For some reason, I fear seeing Wade interacting very well with him. Jedi and Avenger Spider-Man shared a look, then asked at the same time. Who? Someone I hope you'll never meet. The conversation was interrupted by more painful moans from Hammerhead, the 6 spiders turning in his direction and most of them wincing. Can we go now? Miles asked, squirming at the sight. Hobo Pete nodded. While these guys are out of commission, let's skedaddle on outta here and dash. Suddenly, all 6 spider people felt their senses flaring like crazy. If that wasn't enough, they began glitching. This time, far more erratically than any glitches they've previously experienced. They all collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Ow, Avenger Peter said, clutching his ringing head. Gee guys. Sound off, who's not dead? He got 5 pained grunts from the others. What in the force's will was that? That was way worse than anything we've experienced with these glitches. Just take a breather everyone. Old Peter instructed, shakily getting to his feet, checking over the computer tower in his hands and sighing in relief at seeing it being unaffected. Just when things seemingly settled down, activity in the forest came to a dead stop upon the explosion of energy that appeared in front of the spider gang. It was a large plume of particles that looked a bit familiar to the arachnid-themed superheroes. That looks like the same energy field from the collider. Morales instantly noted, feeling his already heightened senses grow even more as the particles began to coalesce into a proper shape. The energy swirled and danced into the formation of a body. From what the spider gang could note, this person was probably a silhouetted teenager. The size and stature gave out the physical age, but it was rather androgynous. Other features about them were rather obscure, given they were practically composed of this cosmic, collider energy that was glitching and fluctuating all over the place. Soon enough, however, there were some clear distinctions to be seen. 2 shaded parts of the head made it look like this being had eyes and proper, fluctuating hands were formed. The being in the center of the swirling mass of energy looked down at its hands, reaching up to touch its face. It jerked slightly from this sensation of touch, pulling its hands back before touching its face some more. It then paused, sensing people nearby, and turned its gaze to the spider gang who had been watching it with tense silence. Nobody said anything nor moved until the expression on the being appeared to change into that of recognition and relief, it seems. The being spoke, its voice a disembodied, hollow, vibrating male one. No sooner did he say that did the spider gang begin to violently glitch out, making the being recoil. Oh. He cried out. Oh. A moment later, the being stumbled back and in a flash of particles and energy, disappeared. This, in turn, freed the spiders from their glitching, who all collapsed, gasping in pain. What the hell was that? Avenger Peter managed out. No clue. Gwen rolled onto her back, clutching her sides. Who was that guy? He felt hurt. Noted the Jedi. Oh yeah? So did all of us. Old Peter snipped, coughing slightly. That was. Miles was holding both sides of his head, feeling lingering pain coursing through his body. Come on buddy, get up. Avenger Peter said, managing to get himself back up to his feet despite his wobbly legs. Now what? Peony asked, feeling utterly spent in her mech. We gotta leave. Now. Old Peter all but commanded now. The group web swung away, vacating the scene. Back at Alchemax, Wilson Fisk was fiddling around with a pen in his meaty hand. In and out, the mechanism had the ballpoint appear and disappear from the end. As he went on with this, he was breathing heavily. While he seemingly was focused on the autumn forest, his thoughts were elsewhere entirely. For years, family mattered a lot to him. He killed his abusive father in order to protect his mother. Years later into adulthood, he fell in love and got married as he was rising in power in New York's underworld. Before he realized it, he became a father. Blinks here and there, pleasant memories of his time being with Vanessa and Richard flashed before his eyes. Wilson honestly did his best to keep his personal life away from his business. Yet things could never be that easy. One day, Spider-Man got into his home to acquire information on a previous endeavor of his criminal enterprise. Fisk caught him in the act and they fought. At one point in their tussle, Wilson had him pinned down and was about to beat him into a pulp when he heard someone. Wilson. What are you doing? Turning, the Kingpin paled upon seeing his wife and son there. Vanessa. His beloved wife was quick to grab their son's hand. Richard, come on. Vanessa. Richard. No. His pleas fell on deaf ears as they rushed out of their home and to the car in the garage. He chased after them on foot, but it was too late as they took off. Don't look back, honey. It's okay. It's okay. This was what Wilson imagined Vanessa said to Richard in the car, all before that fatal accident with both vehicles and their occupants died in the resulting crash. Coming out of memory lane, Wilson broke his pen as he saw his people coming out from the forest below. Doc Ock returned with the Sinister Six to the cafeteria patio of Alchemax, seeing a very disgruntled Kingpin. What in the hell was that just now? He demanded, getting right in Octavia's face. Why did I see 3 Spider-Men out there? He then took notice of something else by a simple glance. And what in the blue fuck happened to Hammerhead's arm? There's 6, actually. The scientist revealed with an intrigued grin, nonplussed by the clear anger directed at her from the crime boss. I know, not what you wanted to hear, but these aren't spiders from our universe. They're from other realities. And that means my collider worked and can work again. But I was trying to tell you something before our unsolicited visitors decided to swing by. There was something else that came from the collider. And I saw it firsthand. Kingpin said nothing, but his facial expression conveyed the question, what would that be? We created a being from my collider. Doc Ock excitedly said. It's made from the energy that powered my machine. And what does that have to do with what I want? Kingpin asked in a low growl. Possibly everything. Ock was giddy now. This being, if it was made from my collider and that there are other spiders here, the being could be the key to helping us have easier access and control of the collider. To be able to get you your wife and son back. As many versions as you want. Kingpin was silent for a time, taking in Olivia's words until he exhaled through his nose. You have an extension. You got 2 days, that's what you're getting. He said with a dangerous tone. Find whatever you made from the collider and bring it back for me. I don't want any delays for my collider. He walked away, ignoring the drab Octavius uttered. The med scientist turned back in the direction of the forest, narrowing her eyes whilst gaining a manic smirk. Things just got far more interesting. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 102, To Be a Spider. What do you mean you can't find him? What I just said, Stark, I can't get a lock on him. Tony, Steve Rogers placed a hand on Iron Man's shoulder, pulling him back. Take a minute to relax. We're all worried about him. The billionaire Avenger rounded on Captain America with a dreaded face. You don't understand, Cap. His aunt has a killer palm strike that will numb my face for a year if she hears from me again that her nephew has gone missing again. Though he was using humor, it was obvious to the team to see how worried he was for the young teen, a sentiment shared by the rest of them. The 11 Avengers that had been with him the longest by this point held the most amount of concern. I can't believe this. Scott Lang muttered silently. Is he really gone? Not gone, just lost. Mordo elaborated with a frown. That's the same thing. Hope deadpanned. I know, apologies, we've just been having difficulties in trying to get a location on him. Carl said, rubbing his brow. Currently, the entire team of Avengers that had been in this galaxy had been assembled along with Tony, Clint, Strange, Mordo, Wong, Celeste, and Bucky. Of the Jedi were Anakin, Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, Barriss, Ayla, Luminara Saa and Grandmaster Yoda. Still finding difficulty to understand, I have. The short leader of the Jedi Order said with measured words. Of other universes, you speak of, yes. It is a broad concept to fully embrace, but essentially, we are one universe in an endless expanse of other realities and dimensions that overlay, stand next, run parallel, and any other means we can use to describe how the multiverse works. Wong explained, utilizing his magic to show golden lines that were a representation of the multiverse. Endless expanse and possibilities. Clearly. Obi-Wan said, stroking his beard. The other Peter, the one who we saw before, ours, force me, I can't believe I said that, he spoke of Siri Tachi. Someone he never met and I'm fairly certain none of us ever spoke of. Anakin Skywalker stated. And who is she? Steve asked. A Jedi who perished at the start of the war. Kenobi somberly revealed, frowning with his eyes gazing down. She was a Jedi whom I grew up with. You can say she was my best friend. When we met that other Peter, he said you married her in his reality. Anakin brought up. Yes, that is. I'm not sure I know how to process such a thing. His former Padawan held a neutral gaze, shifting over to give a look at Ahsoka, who looked positively miserable, despite her best efforts to try to remain positive. The one thing she knew, or at least believes to know, was that Peter was alive, and that's what mattered. Barriss looked no better, making Anakin's gaze linger on hers for a time as she discreetly reached out to take Tano's hand into her own, the pair squeezing each other for support. Least she still has her friend. Anakin mused internally. Doctor Strange. Matt had spoken up, holding his walking stick tightly. Mordo, Wong, Ms. Morn. I understand this may come across as a futile request, but is there possibly anything we can do to assist you? You can, actually. Celeste spoke up, making the Avengers look at her. How so? T'Challa asked, standing up straighter now. Well, for starters, I do believe you have the necessary technology here to monitor the energy that is lingering from our interdimensional visitor. Celeste pointed out, gesturing to several monitors within the Avengers HQ on Coruscant that their more scientific-oriented members had made over the course of their stay here. What happened was not a dimensional event to do with magic but science. When we conducted sweeps on this planet and back on Earth, we were able to identify the residual energy of this dimensional anomaly, and this was not one of sorcery. Mordo tacked on. Can't you guys just... Rhodey waved both arms in a circle and snapped his finger. Magic him back to us. If only it were so simple, Steven said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. This isn't something we're familiar with. This is multiverse crap outside our magic, like we just said. We're gonna need a more scientific approach here. If that will even work. Before they were able to discuss things any further, the radio comms of the Jedi all went off, being hailed by the clone captains and commanders. General Sakura, are you there? The Twi'lek frowned, hearing a sense of uncertainty in the voice of her commander. Bly. She spoke into the comms on her wrist. What's wrong? I can't really describe it, General. Bly responded with his voice conveying bewilderment. It's better you all come here and see for yourselves because, yeah, there's no proper way of describing it without sounding like we're on Spice. Was Captain Rex's add-on. Spice. Iron Man parroted, looking at the heroes most familiar to this galaxy. This place has Dune. The question went unanswered as the large group made their way over to the large hangar bay next to the Jedi Temple. There, they walked past many clones until they saw the collection of Rex, Cody, Bly, Kree, Wulfa, and Keeley, along with Plo Koon, Windu, and Kit Fisto. Oh boy, this should be good. Sam spoke up at the sight of them. If you're all here, it must be something big. Grand Master. Plo greeted, Kit and Mace bowing with the Keldor. Everyone, we're glad you came quickly. What's the damage, Plo? Natasha asked straight away, and Kit gestured to something behind the group. See for yourselves. He plainly said, him and the clones all stepping aside. To reveal what looked to be a gunship going through a seizure of how it was meant to look. What are we looking at? Pietro spoke up. I'd like to know that myself. Matt Riley said, tilting his head in the direction of the gunship. What is this, static? Or is it vibration? It's a serious problem, that's what. Mordo declared aloud. A residual after effect of Spider-Man's disappearance into the multiverse. Looks like it's glitching out of reality. And it's not the only one. Commander Cody spoke up. Looking at the distance, they saw one of the buildings had a mesh of several others sticking out of it haphazardly. It wouldn't be the only one when they get other reports of other structures around the planet being in a similar state. Great, our universe is now getting game glitches, lovely. Stark blandly said. What's all that other stuff on it? Wanda asked, pointing to the closest gunship to them and how the wings had changed to resemble something else entirely. Elements from other universes. Strange noted. Possible similarities that are colliding with each other. Wong added, giving the ship a once-over. Strange, Mordo, Celeste, I believe we can dispel this together. How? Morn asked. Follow our lead. Mordo instructed. The four sorcerers gathered around the gunship and once Wong and Mordo began the motions, Strange and Celeste followed suit. The Jedi observed all this in rapt silence, seeing the movement and conjuration of magic. It was a fascinating sight to behold, having never seen something quite like this. The Avengers that had been here for the longest time were as equally intrigued as these were powers they figured they would get used to in due time since these four sorcerers were their allies now. As they watched them work, one of the Avengers felt an odd sensation in watching this magical display. The Scarlet Witch sensed an odd pull and familiarity with what she was watching. Wanting to perhaps assist, Wanda reached out with her powers to make a connection. In the brief instance she did, she saw something but couldn't quite make it out. An endless expanse, filled with cosmic wonder with webs stretching out to eternity. There were even echoes she heard. One of which sounded like Mom and was oddly calling out to her. "Hang on a second, Ms. Maximoff." Mordo called out to her. "What?" She jerked slightly, the red energy she had around her dissipating. "You may have a grasp on your powers but this is something else entirely," Wong said. "It is best you withhold participation until you have a more proper understanding as to what this is." "The same goes for us," Celeste said, and together, the four sorcerers finished their spell and the odd glitches surrounding the gunship disappeared and the ship returned to normal. Wanda stepped back, nodding as she got the gist of it. For all her training with her powers, she had only gone with the tutelage of the ways of the Force. While she knew she had a means of tapping into the mystical side of her original understanding, Wanda had no lessons under her belt for such a field. "There we go," Strange said with a satisfied nod, figuratively dusting his hands off. "The rest should be relatively simple," Mordo said, eyeing all the other ships and areas that have these glitches. Yet as they were about to take care of the remaining anomalies, the comm channel of the Avengers went off with a familiar voice calling in. Guys? Where are you?" "Hector," Clint said in surprise, recognizing the voice. "What are ya doing here?" "He's not alone," Danny Rand chimed in. "We came here hoping one of you guys would be here." There was now a troubled feeling shared between the Avengers. "What's wrong?" Tony now spoke into the comms. "Something is happening back in New York. And it's not looking pretty," Hector answered. "There are a few spots around the city that looks all weird and glitchy. Like a bug in a video game." Danny further elaborated, making everyone share looks with each other. "Oh dear," Obi-Wan said. "It appears this isn't isolated anymore." Scene cut. On the Hudson Valley Explorer bus, in another universe, things were rather interesting. In the back, the 6 spider people were resting after what went on at Alchemax. It was an unusual air on the bus to say the least. Most of which was directed towards the 2 Spider-Men who come from universes where their playground was in space. For the Jedi, it was strange of taking a transport that wasn't using hover technology. For the young Avenger, aside from earlier that day, it's been a year since he took a bus. One may wonder where Peeny's mech partner SP//DR was at. If they looked outside and on the roof of the bus, they'd see it attached there and monitor the surroundings in case any of the villains were to come after them. Luckily for the group, they were the only ones on the bus on this trip. Mostly due to the time of day, not that the others were complaining. Jedi Peter coughed awkwardly into his hand, breaking the purveying silence in the bus as he turned over to the blonde in the group. "So, Gwen, we more or less talked about ourselves. What's your story?" She appeared hesitant to talk for a moment, but upon seeing the expectant looks from the other spiders, she caved slightly and began to talk. "As you guys know, I'm from another dimension." Suddenly a comic book was dropped on top of the others. This had the title of The Illustrious Spider-Gwen, with the young Spider-Woman leaping off of a water tower in a watercolor setting. "All right, people. Let's start at the beginning one last time." Gwen ran to the edge of a tall building and jumped from it with a graceful twirl. "My name is Gwen Stacy. I was bitten by a radioactive spider. And for the last 2 years, I've been the one and only Spider-Woman. You guys know the rest." At her school, Gwen was playing the drums with the rest of her friends practicing some songs. Getting ready for the Battle of the Bands with their group, the Mary Janes, working up a sweat. I joined a band. In an alleyway, a captain of the NYPD was about to be shot by a thug. Luckily for him, he was pulled away by Spider-Gwen. Saved my dad. At the school dance, set at the school's converted gym, Gwen was looking for someone. This someone was very special to her, her best friend in the whole world. Neither got dates for the event, so decided to go out together. Yet for her confusion, Gwen never found him. Suddenly the floor of the school gym burst open, revealing a rather large lizard creature. It caused a panic amongst everyone, having nearly everyone flee. One person was targeted by the lizard creature, the school bully. Before it got close, Spider-Woman came in and fired a web line at the beast and held it back. Soon enough, the two fought. Gwen didn't pull any punches and kicks, sending the lizard away into one of the support structures holding the space up. It was strong enough to have it get knocked loose. As the lizard charged forward to attack the web slinger once more, the support beam fell and crushed the mutated creature. As the dust was all around, Gwen expected the lizard to come out swinging once more. Much to her brief confusion, nothing happened. She expected to have won the day. Peter. Only to have lost it. I couldn't save my best friend, Peter Parker. Was her somber, slightly broken voice. Turned out, the lizard creature was Peter. She didn't exactly know him as she originally thought. She knew of him being bullied, and she stuck up for him time and time again. But Gwen never would have imagined things went this far on him lashing out, until it was too late. No. 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 What did you do? Spider-Woman desperately said, digging Peter out of the rubble. Her oldest friend coughed several times, blood coming out in the process. I just wanted to be special. Peter slowly raised his hand to the heroine's face. Like you. Gwen. He said, breathing out his final breaths before finally succumbing to death. Gwen widened her eyes considerably. Shock took hold of her, the realization of her Peter knowing her secret all along hitting her like a hard slap to the face. All she could do right then and there was hold Peter's body, crying and hoping she could wake up from the present nightmare. So now I save everyone else, while the police and media have it out for me. Posters and occasional billboards had the illustrious Spider-Woman's photo on them, warranting her arrest. Mayor J. Jonah Jameson supported Captain Stacy to take her down, labeling her as public enemy number 1. And I don't do friends anymore, just to avoid any distractions. She bitterly said. After what happened with her best friend, Gwen was slowly closing herself off from everyone around her. Venting her frustrations, either in the band or on the streets. One day when I was fighting one of my baddies, this weird thing happened. Upon landing on a warehouse wall, avoiding hits from her Doc Ock, a multicolored portal opened and swallowed her up. And I mean, like, really weird. Gwen found herself flailing all over the endless expanse of cosmic webs all over. Her glitching out in the process before being spat out of another portal. I was blown to last week. Literally. I landed in New York, but not my New York. Never knew why. We then see Gwen quickly adjusting herself in the present reality while doing her investigations. My spider sense told me to head to Vision's Academy. Her infiltrating the aforementioned school, doing some quick computer work to have her admitted there. Wasn't sure why, until I met you, Miles. The Spider-Woman began interacting with Miles on several occasions. Though in the hours prior to the death of this world's Peter Parker, she saw Miles acting rather differently than before. More so when he went through several embarrassing moments as he was starting to use his spider powers for the first time. One of which resulted in her new haircut. Another was him escaping from the school's head security guard, running on the outside wall, half naked with pigeons stuck to him. Came to Alchemax to find answers. And that's how I ran into you guys. So we're all more or less caught up with each other. The Avenger Spider-Man said, getting nods from everyone. Why were you guys up in Alchemax to begin with? Gwen asked with Miles pulling out a damaged USB drive. This was given to me by the Spider-Man in this universe before he died. Morales glumly said, holding it out for her to take. He told me that this was the only way to deactivate the collider Kingpin had made and destroy it. In her seat, Gwen was now looking over the goober in her hand. What happened to it? Miles fidgeted in his seat before leaning in conspiratorially, tilting his head in the direction of the older Spider-Man in the bus. Old Pete kinda fumbled it. He broke this? She asks, gesturing to the hobo Spidey variant. Yeah. He's actually really embarrassed about it. Miles whispered playfully. So just keep it between us, okay? Gwen chuckles in response. Some of the other spiders heard this, rolling their eyes in response but were as amused as the blonde was. I know where we can make a new one. And we won't let him break it this time. Miles gave some soft nods. His smile became neutral as he looked at Gwen. I'm sorry about your friend. I don't know how it must have felt. Thanks, Miles, Gwen said somberly. I know how hard this is. To have to figure this stuff out on your own. It's kinda nice not being the only spider person around. Yeah. Morales chuckles briefly. If you ever decide to do friends again, I could always open up a slot. Same here. Jedi Peter chimed in. Ditto. Peony happily said. One can never have enough friends. The Avenger stated. Stacy smiled softly when seeing some of the other spiders around her age give their offers. I'll keep you guys posted. Cool. Miles said, leaning back in his seat. From the 2 seats he occupied to rest, the older Peter heard all this and smiled at the interaction before closing his eyes. With his line of work, it was hard for him to have friends. More so who are other heroes. They were sadly limited in his universe, making things quite difficult to deal with on the daily. At the very least Gwen will have some friends, even if they'll be universes apart. It was at this point the symbiote wearer spoke up, a thought crossing his mind. Okay, small rewind, Gwen. You showed up in this universe last week. The blonde spider gave the one Parker variant a look. Yeah. But the collider went off a few days ago. He pointed out. How is that even possible? He brings up a good point. Peony piped in. Wouldn't you have shown up with the rest of us then? The Force works in mysterious ways. The Force user mused aloud. The young Avenger rolled his eyes at his Jedi counterpart. That doesn't qualify here, Pete. You may still use the Force here, but it's not like how it is back in your or my universe. Probably you showing up last week may have gone off with Alchemax testing their collider. All Gwen did in response at first was shrug her shoulders. Your guess is as good as mine. That probably solved one question, yet several remained. Curious, Morales focused on the 2 he wasn't familiar with all that well. And you too. You came all the way from Queens. Yup. Peony and the Jedi Parker said in turn. Aren't you too tired? I've got plenty of exercise, the Jedi variant said, thumbing to the mech warrior next to him. Peony merely rode her mech the way to Alchemax. Miles snorted before turning his seat to look towards the older Parker variant in the bus. Yeah, Pete. Why don't you get more exercise these days? Oh ha ha ha. The elder spider drably responded without sitting up. Since we're all over the place, what's this Force thing you keep mentioning? Gwen brought up. Is it like the Schwartz? Old Peter asked. The what? Both Peters familiar with Force asked. Something my Aunt May used to say, Jewish thing back home. The scruffy Spider-Man explained. That doesn't really explain a thing. The Avenger stated. Whatever, so what is this Force thingy? It's a long explanation. Both Jedi and Avenger Spider-Man said at the same time. We got time till we get to our destination. Miles said, getting comfortable in his seat. And while you're at it, you can tell us about that laser sword you got there. Gwen pointed at the lightsaber attached to the Jedi's hip. The Force wielder unclipped his weapon and was about to give an explanation when Peony snatched it from his hand. Real interesting. She said, inspecting it. Watch where you're pointing that. He chided, turning the part where the saber is meant to come out from away from her face. You don't want it to ignite and stab you right in your face or anywhere important. The young schoolgirl sheepishly laughed before resuming her inspection. This is amazingly crafted. Peony said with admiration, and while she continued looking over the lightsaber, Avenger Peter began explaining. Would like to see what's inside of it? You actually can take it apart. The Avenger noted. But it's easier with the Force. And how do you know that? Was Peony's inquisitive question. Plenty of experience back in my reality, remember, ours are similar to each other. The Queen's native said, gesturing to himself and his Coruscant variant. Even had to dismantle one myself without my friend's help, just to see how it's different from theirs. To his knowledge, Blackout's lightsaber was still at the Avengers' residence on Coruscant. He and the others wanted to see how it ticks and inspect how its kyber crystal was altered from the generic norm. Excuse me, hello, Gwen snapped her fingers in front of them. The Force. The Jedi nodded, using his powers to levitate his lightsaber and dismantle it, the pieces of the saber floating around a blue kyber crystal. Oh, telekinesis. That's one aspect of that power set. The Avenger stated. Both Spider-Men launched into a small explanation of the Force, the Jedi of the two being the most predominant educator of the group, covering the main basis of this energy field. How it surrounds all and binds life and death together, and how everyone and everything has it but only a select few are born with it. Some by genetics and lineage and others by pure happenstance. Gotta ask, but how many spider people are there? Miles abruptly asked, looking at the group. There's 6 of us here, so, yeah, I think there's gonna be more. Save it for Comic-Con. Hobo Peter said offhandedly. What's Comic-Con? Hearing this, the young Avenger and the pilot of SP//DR felt more metaphysical arrows pierce their chests. Org, Peter had a hand over his heart, his fingers curling up the fabric of his suit. My heart, I can't. How could you, Miles? Peony was on the brink of crying. Before he could even get a word in, the Avenger Spider-Man beat him to it. We don't hate you, Miles, don't worry, we don't. The Brooklyn teen's expression of what was missed by the mourning pair. We just, why doesn't your universe not have Comic-Con? It doesn't even have Batman comics. Hearing this from the Avenger variant, Peony let out a shocked gasp. A great cornerstone of comics, vacant. How tragic. He doesn't have it either. The Avenger dejectedly said, pointing at the oldest in the group. Peony released an anime wail, tears flowing out from her eyes like a fountain, throwing herself into a desperate hug with the only other spider that understood her pain. What sort of place is this? She bawled comically, with the other spiders save the one she was hugging looking at the anime girl in a peculiar fashion. I'm not the only one seeing dash. Yeah, that water defies the laws of physics. Miles finished for the Jedi, angling his head slightly to see if there was a trick to it. Eventually, the bus made it to its destination. The 6 spiders were standing in front of the home of this reality's May Parker, the oldest of their group, clearly not wanting to be here. The Parker residence was in the suburbs of Queens. Like what was done at Peter Parker's grave, there were many cards, balloons, candles, and other mentionables placed there as many wanted to pay their respects to the late hero. You know, I think we should probably go. He desperately said. But we've already been here. Jedi Peter stated, Peony nodding in agreement. Yeah, but it's late and I think we shouldn't bother her and, nope, bad idea, this is a bad idea. He quickly turned to walk away, but Gwen had snagged him with a web line and pulled him back. Rolling her eyes, Peony fired a web shot at the doorbell. Oh, this is not a good idea. The older Spider-Man complained, prompting the Avenger to pat his back in an effort to support the guy. The door opened and out came the elderly May Parker. She first laid eyes on the brunette in the group. There you are, Peony, where'd you and young Pete up and run off dash? May trailed off once her gaze landed on the older Peter, her eyes widening considerably, and the teacup saucer she had in her hand fell from her grasp. I'm not ready for this, was old Peter's teeth-clenched statement. May Parker walked forward, coming up close to the elder spider. There was a lot of pain in her eyes from what the others could tell. Peter. The heartbreak in her voice made the spiders feel their hearts clench up. Hey Aunt May. The elder spider said with a tired voice. As much as it brought her joy, seeing the face of her nephew brought her a measure of pain as well. because this was also a different man altogether. "You're not my Peter, are you?" she stated more than she asked. "What, was it the hair?" the elder Spider-Man joked with a strained chuckle. She released a pained chortle, walking right up to him, placing her hand on his cheek and looking into his eyes. "You look so tired, Pete," May softly said. "Older too." He only silently nodded. "You've really been through it, haven't you?" "I wanna say like you wouldn't believe," came the wry response. But then again, the statement went unfinished, yet the older Aunt May understood it all the same. "You seem thicker." "Interdimensional displacement," old Peter quickly said. "God. Are those sweatpants?" she said, taking note of the rest of his clothing. "My landing didn't do my suit any favors." May only gave him a small smile in response before facing the other spiders. Peter," she said to the anime girl and Jedi. "So this is why you two ran off?" "They needed help," the latter responded. May then turned to the young Avenger. "Oh, look at you, another copy of Sword Master here." "Hi May," the Queen's native said with a small hand wave. "Thanks for meeting us." "Think nothing of it." She then looked over at Gwen and Miles, giving the former a lingering gaze until the latter spoke up, making her turn to him. "I am so sorry," he quickly said. "And which dimension are you from?" May asked. "Here, from Brooklyn." Miles then looked down in guilt. "I was there when your nephew. He saved me before. He knew what he was doing," May said, though everyone could hear the pain in her voice. "Miss Parker," Gwen spoke up. "I know this is sudden and all, but did your Peter have a place where we could make another one of these?" She handed over the USB. May saw its ruined state but knew what it was. "A goober," she voiced, soon looking them in the eyes. "Follow me." Entering the Parker residence for a brief time, the group made their way to the backyard. "Was kicking out your back door necessary?" May didn't really give a response, only walking forward to the shed at the corner of the lot. "Oh, yeah, I got one of these, too," said the elder spider. "A little, old shed where I keep my spider gear." Pulling out a key, May inserted it into the shed's padlock. Instead of opening things normally, things were rather unusual. The padlock began to glow before an interesting spider symbol was highlighted on the door. Once lit up, the shed's entrance fully glowed to reveal an elevator. Turning back to the group, May smiled at them and gestured for them to follow. While the younger kids followed suit with gusto, the elder spider merely rolled his eyes. "I mean, this place is pretentious." The group's platform descended into darkness as the elevator doors closed. As the seconds passed on by, they saw lights flickering down below. "Holy crap! A spider cave!" Avenger Peter said aloud with excitement brimming from his voice once taking in the whole place. "Eat your heart out, Batman." There was a spider-themed motorcycle and a rover parked near each other. A platform showed all types of gym equipment. Another had a small lab to concoct all sorts of webbing and solutions. And there were so much more that it'll take a while to thoroughly inspect them all. "Dude, was yours anything like this?" Miles asked the eldest of the group in astonishment. "Mine was like this, but take away the Jeep, the plane. Imagine it way smaller. Imagine a futon. So, just a small apartment," Peony said, with the older Peter waving her off. "I feel sad for this guy. This guy would make Mr. Stark jealous," the Avenger said, standing with Miles and Peony as they all admired the lineup of suits this universe's Spider-Man had made. "Geez, talk about compensating," old Peter said, still looking at all the gizmos and gadgets his counterpart in this reality had made. "Gotta wonder how he was able to afford all of this." Coming across the desk, Peter B. Parker halted and looked towards a framed photo. He picked it up and stared at the image of Mary Jane. His gaze lingered on it for what felt like hours. Turning his gaze away from the displays of the various spider outfits, Miles turned back to see the older Peter focusing on the photo, spotting just who it was framed there. He could probably guess what was running through his head at this point in time. Looking back at the suits, Miles had a small smirk appear as he reached for one of the suits, pulling out a particular fabric. "Hey, Peter!" Morales whispered aloud, gaining the elder Peter's attention. When he looked back, he saw the spider trainee open up one of the costume cases to play around with a specific addition to that suit on display. "I think this is a cape." This got a chuckle out of the oldest variant of the group. Spider-Woman saw the interaction and found herself smirking at the pair until seeing Miles stop to stare at one suit in particular. The original, traditional suit of the Spider-Man in this reality. Shaking her head, Gwen focused on the task at hand. Once placing Dr. Octavius' computer tower on the table, she focused more on a hanging web decoration or something which had many photos strung up. The center of it all was Wilson Fisk, while others around him were many people working under him. Peter knew how dangerous the job was, said May Parker, gazing at the collage of villains, making the rest of the spiders turn to the setup. But he figured the only one who could stop this guy was Spider-Man. "Kingpin knows we're coming. He's gonna want the numbers advantage now more than ever, since his lackeys must have told him about us," Jedi Peter stated. "Don't be so sure," May said with a mischievous smirk. "What do you mean?" May glanced over to Peony and the Jedi with a small smile. "While you two ran off, this place got some more guests," she said before focusing on the ceiling. The others followed suit and saw a pair of individuals in the darkness. Wasn't long before some light revealed who they were. "Hey fellas," spoke the more human of the two. "Is he in black and white?" Miles noted in bewilderment. Indeed he was. It was as if he was in a black and white filter. Taking this detail away, the others saw he was in a large trench coat where the lenses he had on his mask looked closer to aviator goggles. On top of his head was a fedora hat, which he took off momentarily to greet the others. When he eventually made his landing, the others saw underneath his coat was an altered aviator's outfit. "Where is the wind coming from?" asks Hobo Peter. "We're in a basement." The black and white spider gave his response. "Wherever I go, the wind follows. And it smells like rain. And I thought the anime version of us was weird. Can't get any weirder, can it?" To answer such a question, what could only be described as a literal walking cartoon pig in a spider suit walked right up to them. "It can get weirder. Don't mind my hands, I just washed them is all." "Okay, this is a new level," Avenger Peter commented, staring at the pig. "Spider sense. Spider sense." The group felt their sixth senses tingle, an all too familiar sensation with them all by this point. "You're like us," the black-clad and pig Spider-Man said at the same time. "Yup, welcome to the club, guys," Avenger Peter remarked with a grin. "So you lot arrived here like the two of us," said the one variant the others were quick to dub Noir. "He fits the style and aesthetic of it all. With that weird light show, yeah," the black and white Spider-Man said. "And I take it you guys have your own stories," the Jedi in the group expectantly said. "Plenty." On the comic pile of the 5 spiders, 2 more comics were promptly thrown on top of them. One was labeled Spider-Man Noir and the other was Spider-Ham. "My name is Peter Parker. The name is Peter Porker. I was bitten by a mystical spider. I was bitten by a radioactive pig." Flashing to Noir's comic book, the panels were all in hyper-stylized black and white. "In my universe, it's 1933 and I'm a private eye." He was holding a woman protectively in his arms, firing a revolver at some goons before jumping away with the woman in 2. "I like to drink egg creams and beat up thugs and Nazis. A lot." On one side was him sitting at a bar drinking eggnog and the other was him violently beating the piss out of criminals. "Sometimes I like to light a match and let it burn to the end, just to feel something, anything." The match Noir held burned out before it could reach his gloves, making the man release a depressed ah. It then switched over to Porker. "I'm a photographer for the Daily Beagle. When I'm not pooching around, I'm working like a dog, trying to sniff out the latest story. I frolic and I dance. And I do this with my pants dash." "Okay, we get it," Hobo Peter interrupted Spider-Ham. "That was rather rude." Spider-Ham grumped out. "He's like that," Avenger Peter said, missing the deadpan old Peter sent his way. "What crawled up his butt and died?" "A lot," Apparently. Jedi Peter murmured. Figured. Said the anthropomorphic pig. But for now, we're trying to figure out our way to get back home. Only way back is through that collider gizmo. Said Noir. The only trouble is Dash. One of us has to stay behind and destroy it, I bet. Gwen surmised, seeing Noir nod at her. Figured. I'll do it. Chorused nearly every other spider person within the underground lair. No, no, no. You guys don't get it. Miles spoke up. Don't get what? Asked Gwen. And like that, a switch was flipped, having every spider person glitch uncontrollably. It lasted a few seconds, but it was agonizing for them all. Oh, that's not good. Spider-Ham breathed out. Morales panted out several breaths, clenching his teeth, and shook his head to try to dispel the pain. None of you can stay here. If you stay here, you'll die. I have to get you all home before I shut off the collider. You're in no better state yourself, Miles. The Avenger stated, clutching his side. You're also in the same boat as us. The Brooklyn native faltered slightly. Yeah, but Dash. I'm sorry, who are you again? Noir spoke up. This is Miles. Old Peter said. And he's gonna help us save the multiverse. Really? How so? Spider-Ham asked. Well, he's new to the gig. Old Peter felt lame in saying that. How long? Noir inquired. 2 days, Miles said with a shrug. Doesn't exactly matter if I'm fresh or old. I have a promise to keep. Yeah, show them what you could do, Miles. Do the zappy hand thing. Old Peter encouraged. Miles held up both his hands and let out a dramatic grunt. I can't do it on command. He can't do it on command. What about turning invisible? Spider-Man of the Avengers suggested. Oh yeah, almost forgot about that. Without being prompted to, Miles tried to become invisible, and yet. Are you trying to poop or have an aneurysm? Spider-Ham asked, making Jedi Peter give him a look. Can't do it on command either. Miles said with a sigh. He can't do that on command either. Old Spider-Man sounded like a showman now. But he does have potential. I did see it. Gwen said, backing up the claim. He can help us get home. Miles gave Gwen a thankful smile in turn. Yeah, he just needs some help is all. The Avenger said confidently. Once he gets some proper practice in, he'll be swinging like he's breathing. Miles found himself grinning at this, the symbiote host clapping his fellow teen on the shoulder. I'm liking this whole motivational vibe we have right now, but there's something else we've neglected to talk about. Gwen spoke up, making the team turn to her. What about what we saw in the forest outside of Alchemax? I know you two didn't see it, she gestured to Noir and Ham. But I know we all did. Hard not to. Old Parker remarked, rubbing his chest with a grimace. Sure as hell felt it, that's for sure. What even was that? Peony Parker asked, a conflicted look on her face. Your guess is as good as mine. Jedi Peter said. The Force was reacting intensely to it, I can tell ya that much. Actually, the Avenger Spider-Man raised his hand slightly. I've been reviewing the footage from my suit and I've been working on a theory. Footage? Miles was confused. From your suit? Oh yeah, I've been recording everything I've seen since coming here. He explained, holding up his mask and patting his spider emblem on his chest. Wait, what? Peony's eyes widened in awe. You can. Save the explanation for later. Stacy quickly butted in. What have ya got? Karen. Little help here. Peter asked, looking down at his suit. Coming right up. Came the synthetic female voice, surprising the spider gang. Who was that? Noir asked. Is there an invisible woman here? Spider-Ham said, looking around with his head snapping around in a cartoon fashion. Old Peter snorted. Nah. Susan ain't here. Who? Friend back home. You mean Susan R. Richards? Yeah, that's, wait, why do you say it like that? Old Pete said, looking at the Jedi. And how do you know her married name? Her and Reed are part of the Future Foundation where I'm from. Huh. Guys, we're getting off topic here. Peony said with her hands on her hips. Right, sorry, just, you know. Both Peters said, gesturing to each other. We can't help it. It really is hereditary, Miles noted. You're part of it now, kid. Noir pointed out. Anyways. The young Avenger went to the nearby desk and pulled out a small USB cord from his internal suit, plugging it into the computer. Soon after, the system quickly turned on with the various screens lighting up to show off a number of things. As he talked, he plugged Doc Ock's computer tower so Karen can get to work. To start with, I remember overhearing old me talking with Miles about having his molecules being not all that jazzed about being in another universe. The aforementioned pair said in unison. But then came a bit of a flaw in his explanation when Miles also glitched out. The symbiote host said, pointing at the Brooklyn native. There's also something else. I've also been glitching out before I came to this universe. And how I appeared in your reality before we both wound up here. The Jedi Spider-Man said, catching on to the paradox they're dealing with right now. So you made a pit stop in his reality first. Doesn't really explain a thing. Old Peter said with a shrug. Neither does Gwen appearing a week in advance. Miles stated. Ugh. The older Peter. Hey Filter. Noir perked up. How old are you? 34, why? Okay, I'm the oldest, and yet, you sound older than me. 1933, remember? Old-timey feel in our eyes. Gwen pointed out. I've seen and experienced a lot. What does this have to do with the thing in the forest? Miles said, refocusing the attention on the matter at hand. At the mention of this, the recorded footage of the glitchy anomaly popped up on the central screen, courtesy of Karen. Don't know if you really paid attention in Alchemax, the Avenger said to Miles and old Pete. But Doc Ock told Fisk there was something else happening with the collider a few nights ago. I think the person we saw is connected to it. And could possibly be connected to some of our initial displacements. Peony tacked on. And why Miles is also glitching out. Old Peter said, now catching on to what the symbiote spider host was alluding to. It's already complicated, but this just makes it even more so. Then what's our plan? Porker asked. I saw those other goons in the background of the footage. They might go after this entity as well. Noir said. If this Octavius is as mad as mine is. She is. The two Peter and Miles who encountered her first drably said. How so? Very handsy. Made me very uncomfortable. The eldest Spider-Man said with a grimace. How bad? Asks Peony. The Avenger leaned in and whispered in Peeny's ear. After several moments, the anime girl variant freaked out. Ew, what is wrong with her? Mad scientist, kiddo, standard stuff for Doc Ocks, it seems. Noir said. Old Peter shifted in his spot awkwardly. Yeah, let's go with that. Do I even wanna know dash? No. Getting the chorused answer from several spider variants, Noir let the matter drop. Scene cut. Time passed as the Spider Gang was doing a lot in preparation for what was to come. To begin with, making a new goober. With the help of Peony and Karen, they were able to design it, but haven't begun constructing it. Meanwhile, Miles had to undergo his training. Hence, he was presently going through the Spider Cave's obstacle course, and failing spectacularly. Come on Miles, you were doing it yesterday. Old Peter encouraged. Yeah, in a life-threatening situation. The Brooklyn teen crashed into a wall and comically slid down it, detaching himself, and falling onto his back. I got ya buddy. Avenger Peter said, already by his side and helping him sit up. Can't be holding his hand the whole time, yeah no. Said Noir. I know, but he needs some pointers at least. Old Peter argued. We all saw that he could do it, or he just gotta figure out how to bring it out. Noir was silent for a moment with the Spider-Man next to him snapping in his direction. No life-threatening practices here. You did say he was doing better when that's the scenario he was thrown in. Noir walked up to the young fledgling Spider-Man despite the other adults' attempts at stopping him. "All right, Miles," the black-clad Spider-Man said aloud, gaining his attention. "Let's try this again." "Ugh, this is worse than Jim." Noir was quick to pipe in. "Kingpin's gonna send a lot of mugs after ya. I'm talking hard boys, real biscuit boxers. Can you fight them all off at once? Does surviving my first encounter with them count? Surprise attack," Noir suddenly said, dropping into a sweeping leg kick that tripped up Miles and made him fall flat on his back. "Oi," Avenger Peter said. "He needs to expect the unexpected. Do you know how to rewire a mainframe and consider being shot at?" Peony suddenly came in. "Have I what?" "Peony," the symbiote Spider-Man grumped. "Surprise attack," Noir said again, this time bonking Morales on the nose, making him fall to the ground. "Guys, for Thor's sake. We need to help him learn how to flip through the air and have the grace of a trained acrobat without breaking a sweat," stated Gwen. "One thing at a time please," came Miles' plea. "We should do a proper training regime." "Which we sadly don't have time for," countered Hobo Peter. "Can you close off your feelings so you don't get crippled by the moral ambiguity of your violent actions? Dude." Okay, everyone stop right now." The oldest Spider-Man stepped in between them all. "Let's not do this, okay? Not right now. Miles is still new to this and us throwing this all at him won't help. That's what everything else is for. Real big motivator there, Pete." Miles deadpanned. "Yeah. He clearly ain't good with pressure," said Gwen. "That's not any better." "He is," Avenger Peter insisted. "You all saw it, he just needs the right push." "And what would that be?" Jedi Spider-Man asked. There was a beat of silence when Avenger Spider-Man snapped his fingers. "I'm gonna regret suggesting this, but let's try to find that energy being and have Miles with us. This is a safe environment for him dash. And he needs to be put on the spot." Older Peter acknowledged. "What?" Miles gaped. "But I thought that dash." "Look, Miles, not for nothing but this is the best way," the elder Spidey interjected. "It's honestly how all of us did it. Save for you, Space Samurai." Jedi Peter shrugged, knowing that was relatively true. "Us telling you how to do things is one matter, but we all figured out how we do it on our own. This can be useful to ya, help forge your own style." "I'm not liking this." "Neither are we, buddy," old Peter admitted, clapping Miles' shoulder. "But this can get ya more proper experience." Morales was conflicted about all this until he recalled the comic book in his world that recounted the events of this universe, Peter Parker becoming Spider-Man. How he learned the hard way, like jumping off of a building and swinging face first into a billboard. And as nervous and opposed to this as he was, there was a part of him that believed that maybe this was what he needed. "Okay, fine," Miles said with a sigh. "Don't worry man, we've got your back," Avenger Peter assured with a thumbs up. Miles gave him an appreciative smile before looking at the others. "All right, if we're really doing this, what would we even be doing?" "That's an easy one," Jedi Peter spoke up. "Let's start by trying to track down that being we saw in the forest." "Is that even a good idea?" Gwen winced. "I mean, what if we all start glitching out the moment we get close to it?" "Think it's better we find him before Kingpin and the rest of his super cronies do," Avenger Peter pointed out. "Besides, you saw what he said in the recording and how reacted to us. He yelled out that he didn't want to hurt us but help us. So he's on our side." Noir hummed with a satisfied nod. "Least we have one thing going our way. Where can we even track this anomaly thingy in the first place?" asked Spider-Ham. "I have an idea." Peony spoke up, jumping on the spot with her hand raised. "Karen and I have been working on it after we finished the goober." The young girl pulled out a new device that was a remote with a screen on it and 3 antennae on top. "What's this little gizmo?" Avenger Peter asked, having the remote handed to him. "A possible wayfinder to our new friend." Peony excitedly said. During my analysis of the energy and footage of the being, I took several matters into account. Karen spoke up, a spider emblem being displayed on one of the computers that flickered in different light patterns to indicate her speaking. For starters, I noted Miles stating that the being reminded him of the same particles he saw when the collider went off. The AI played Morales saying this, all of this being seen from Avenger Spider-Man's point of view. So Peony and I have been analyzing the residual energy still permeating the air in the city as well as the deteriorating factor you are all experiencing. Let me guess, there's a connection. Old Peter said. There is, Mr. Parker. Why am I Mr. Parker? You're the oldest one here. Walked right into that one. Temporal anomalies are considered rare, but can be traced once knowing the right frequencies. Said Peony. It also helped when we were going through Doc Ock's research on the collider and used its data as a base. The co-pilot of SP//DR smiled. Karen has been helpful, opening my eyes to a lot of possibilities. Okay, so we got a goober to make and a dude to find. The Avenger of the group listed out. I figure the goober shouldn't take all that long, yeah. There were nods from the team. So let's find our new wayward friend. Old Peter declared. Miles, suit up, time for some real practice. After an hour of preparation, the Spider Gang was on patrol above the streets of New York, going from Manhattan to Queens to Brooklyn, utilizing the new remote gizmo Peony and Karen made. The device was tossed around between 7 of the 8 Spider people, each one making scans of their areas before moving on to the next one. Queens had been routed quickly with Manhattan being likely the longest borough to investigate. Of the group, one landed atop the Chrysler building top and he squirmed. This time, Miles was in the traditional Spider-Man outfit yet he felt extremely uncomfortable in wearing it. Especially since this time, he wore a costume that was 2 sizes too big. Him getting his own proper outfit would take a while to make, even with Karen's assistance. But for now, he had to make do with the oversized suit, mostly being held back by his shoes, shorts, hoodie, and jacket. What's up, Miles? Asked the oldest Peter, he and Gwen having joined him on this building. Are you guys sure about this? The Spider trainee asked, looking down at himself with clear uncertainty in his voice. Depending on what you choose to wear, best get used to that. Peter B. Parker said, limbering up as they prepared to web swing. Had to do a makeshift outfit when I first started out. Said the Avenger, jumping up and over them and free-falling to the buildings below. Figure everyone in our line of work does so. Can't be picky with what resources you have. Gwen pointed out, jumping from the building with Miles sagging his shoulders. I just feel a little dirty wearing this, you know. Peter B. slid down to the teen, patting his back. No worries. This is your practice suit, remember? You'll make your own. You don't think I should stick with this one? The older Spider-Man shook his head. I know you wouldn't want to wear it anyway. Nah, you gotta make your own. We all have our own styles. Save for ham sandwich. Just a literal pig version of my suit. Miles snorted, making himself laugh even more as he sounded like a pig just now. Peter B. laughed as well, grabbing the Brooklyn native's shoulder, and shaking it as the two found themselves dissolving into a fit of laughter. While the pair had their moment up on the Chrysler building, the rest of the Spiders were in a more philosophical conversation. I mean, I understand that you guys don't kill and honestly, that's something I admire a lot. Jedi Spider-Man said, flipping gracefully in the air before firing another web line to swing. A Jedi is meant to defend life, only taking it as a last result or, well, when you're in the heat of battle. I just don't have that luxury that you guys have had. I know the feeling. Said Noir, reaching into his coat and pulled out a revolver. You use guns? Gwen said in startlement. Yes I do. The detective said with a gruff tone. New York in my time ain't exactly the friendliest nor safest place to be. One of the major gangster lands in America. And getting close to the Second World War. Second what? Avenger Spider-Man seized up, realizing what he may have just revealed. Oh Christ, you're telling me another one is on the way? Noir grimaced, shoving his hands into his pockets. Shit, looks like General Rogers was right about the tensions in Europe. Fantastic. Sorry. The Queensborn Spider-Man said, feeling guilt well up in him. That just slipped out. No, it's fine. The trench coat spider waved off, a more determined gaze forming beneath his mask. Just got something to prepare for now. Maybe even prevent. More power to ya. A war, huh? Stacy murmured. I can't even imagine dealing with something like that. We all have that same thought until it happens. The Jedi stoically said. What about you, Peter? Peony asked, looking at the Avenger. You said you're in the middle of a war yourself. Oh yeah, it's horrible. Just horrible right now. He freely admitted. Ever since Ultron entered the war, things just took a downturn for the worst. The casualties have only escalated. Don't know how long yours will last. Mine barely ended after 6 years. Said Parker. 6 years, Parker muttered, exhaling heavily. We're only in year 2, halfway done with it, and it could last even longer if Ultron still sticks around. Or worse, after we take him out, the Seppies and Republic resume their war with each other. You sure about that? Asked Porker. There's always grievances. Things'll be at a knife's edge if someone wants to keep the war going. My credits are on the war profiteers. Jedi Spider-Man said, eyes narrowing. Smug, arrogant mud scuffers. Darth Malice kept those bastards funding the war effort the whole time. You boys have it rough, don't ya? Noir quietly said. You have no idea. Said Parker and the Avenger until the latter realized something about the former. Darth Malice? Who's that? The head honcho Sith Lord where you're from. Yeah, pretty much. The Jedi said, the 6 of them landing on a rooftop, taking a moment for Peony to use the controller to scan the area. And you? Count Dooku. Obi-Wan told me he was once a Jedi who's now one of the Sith Lords. Uncle Dooku. Jedi Peter actually removed his mask to convey his shock. He's the Sith Lord. Well, he's the face of the whole thing for now. But he's apparently the Sith apprentice. There's someone behind the scenes, his master, who goes by the name Darth Sidious. The Avenger then realized what he just heard. Wait, Uncle Dooku. Well, yeah, he was like an uncle to me. He was one of my earliest masters before I became Obi-Wan's Padawan. God, the multiverse really is crazy. Said the Queensborn Spider-Man, rubbing the top of his head. I'm already lost without all of the context. Said Spider-Ham. You and me both. Gwen muttered, still trying to make sense that these 2 teen Peters come from respective universes where their heroism spans the stars, not just New York. It low-key made her feel a bit inadequate. They've saved literal planets. Hell, after hearing about these Avengers, Gwen wants to know if she could contact any of them back in her reality once this whole mess is over, if they even exist. She recognizes some of the names that were mentioned. Any luck so far with the tracker? I think. Peony squinted her eyes at the gizmo. Yeah. It keeps jumping all over the place. The mech builder stated. But I think I got a lock on the prime area where we could find him. Lead the way, kiddo. Noir said, the youngest of their group nodding and jumping into the air with the rest following suit. Pete, Miles, we got a lock on a potential lead. Avenger Peter said through the comms they had set up between each other. The elder Parker was about to respond when he noticed the Brooklyn teen lagging back. Yeah. We'll catch up. He called out before focusing on Morales. The teen had taken off his mask, looking at the cityscape of Manhattan, his gaze directed in the direction of Brooklyn. He looked down at the mask of Spider-Man and had a sad, guilty frown marrying his expression. With a sigh, he found himself sitting on the edge of the roof they now occupied, propping his knees up and resting his arms on them. Peter saw this, a look of concern coming over him. He had noticed that Miles became relatively silent when he put on this universe's original suit and hadn't said as much during their patrol. In that time, he noticed that the kid was improving with his web swinging, having better movements and timing. Looks like live fire practice really was the best way for any spider to learn the ropes. Figuratively and literally. It was only his other abilities that were still lagging, but the rest could only do so much considering they didn't have powers like that. Only the Jedi variant could come close, only offering pointers at best, with the Avenger version having some advice as well. "You okay, bud?" asked Hobo Peter, moving to sit down next to him. "You're awfully quiet." Miles said nothing at first, making a mumbling sound, burying his head in his arms. "Just a lot on my mind," he muffled out. Peter B. Parker looked down, directing his gaze back at the teen. "Care to share?" There was a moment of prolonged silence until an answer came. "I'm not like you guys." "You mean the space monk, the robot, or the pig?" Miles brushed him away with a small, amused scoff. "Hey, this is all new to me, Miles. I don't know what I'm doing," the old Peter admits. "Congrats. You revealed me." "I'm supposed to save the world, Peter," the trainee stated. "But after Alchemax and now really wearing this suit for the first time." The sentence went unfinished, but Parker saw how the teen's fists clenched up tightly. "Am I really made for this?" Peter B. Parker had a flash of realization in his eyes, now understanding the pressure that Morales was beginning to feel. "Well, there's your problem there." This got a curious look from Miles. "You're overthinking it. You can't think about saving the whole world. You need to save one person. But the other Peters already have saved the world." "Multiple," Miles rebuked. "They're a different story," old Peter countered. "They're part of a team or order that's all about saving people across planets. They're not alone in doing it. But they have done it," Miles said, pointing at him. "Yeah, but not right away," said the veteran. "Start out small, not big. Save one. Just one person. And the rest comes naturally. When you're having trouble, what you do is just need to think of someone you love and care for. It's not just random people you're fighting for, it's them as well. That makes all the difference." Miles was quiet. He thought about it, voicing who came to mind. "My mom, and my uncle and my dad. In that order." Peter smiled slyly. "Wanna talk about that?" This got Miles to smile in turn. "No." Peter turned away as the kid from Brooklyn continued. "Is there a Mary Jane or someone else important you come from, right? She's your one." Peter looked away, focusing away. "She was. I mean, she's still there, but, you know. You wanna talk about that?" the teen innocently asked. The elder Spider-Man shorted at Morales' cheeky remark. "Look, Miles, this hero thing, it gets really, really complicated. You lose things." Peter breathed out. "Hey, look. Maybe if I can get back home, if I can get another chance, maybe I can do things I couldn't do, okay?" He hung his head. "But there are things you can't go back on, that you can't do over. That's something that even we can't prepare you for." The teen could see all sorts of emotions surfacing in Peter. How much he experienced for over 22 years as Spider-Man. "You wanna talk about that?" Miles asked, more seriously this time. Peter chuckled slightly and shook his head. "Honestly, Miles, don't do it like I did or the others. You gotta do it like you do. Just take a look at all of us. Even with the support system the other two Peters have, they still had to figure things out for themselves. Being Spider-Man isn't a playbook but something that can only be defined by said spider, yeah, get me?" Absorbing everything Peter had told him, Miles looked at him with an uncertain face. "When do I know when I'm Spider-Man?" The old Peter said nothing at first, shaking his head after a second. "You won't. It's a leap of faith. In the end, that's all that is, Miles, a leap of faith." Spider-Man stood up, stretched his back and released a proud whoop, bewildering Miles. "Oh yeah." He pointed at him, jumping off the building and swinging away. "That was emotional." Morales shook his head, chuckling from the pep talk. About to continue swinging, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He groaned a little, knowing what it was. He'd been getting them for hours but never responded back to them. Pulling out his phone, he saw that it was his dad and the teen winced. This was the third time today he got a call from his dad, getting 4 from his mom. Miles hesitated, finger hovering over the green button when his comms went off. "We got a lock on him." Jedi Peter chimed in, startling Morales slightly. "And he's not alone," Peony said. "The Sinister Six are here. They're trying to capture him. They work fast," remarked Spider-Ham. "Wonder if they can actually live up to it like my favorite restaurants." "Oh shoot." Miles slapped the side of his head, quickly slipping on his mask before jumping, firing a webline swinging with a greater degree of speed and purpose. He was still having some amount of difficulty swinging, but he felt himself getting more naturally attuned to the constant speed, velocity, and pressure of moving about so rapidly. For a moment, he felt a bit lost, having stayed behind until he heard crashes, screams, and an intense battle going on. Psyching himself up by breathing rapidly, Miles shook his head before adjusting his path and went in the direction of the sounds of a fight. Swinging around a building, Morales was met with Gwen crashing right into him, the two plummeting to the ground until Noir swooped in to prevent the pair from eating pavement. "Nice of you to join, kiddo. I hope you're ready for this dance." Miles looked up, seeing the other 5 spiders fighting the Sinister Six along with Tombstone and the addition of the Vulture and, shockingly, the Green Goblin. Looks like Osborn survived the Collider explosion, though not without any souvenirs. The dark green skin of the hulking goblin had multiple scabs and burn marks littering his body, and despite his injuries, it actually made him look far more intimidating than he already was. "Oh great, the gang's all here and then some," Miles groaned out. Off to the side, Morales spotted the Prowler was combating against the Clintar-wearing Parker. While the leading Kingpin enforcer lacked strength, he made up with speed and gear. But the symbiote-wearing Spider-Man proved to be quite capable, blocking and matching anything sent his way. When your trainers consist of Captain America and Obi-Wan Kenobi, you learn to develop quite a strong defensive fighting style. "Focus up, Miles." Gwen's voice broke him out of his thoughts. "Keep to the sidelines and pick your moments to help. Don't rush right in unless you need to. Don't have to tell me twice," Miles said, and the pair separated, jumping and swinging around the area. Much as he intended on keeping his distance, it seemed that luck wasn't on Miles' side. He felt his new sense go off and he turned in time to be tackled by Adrian Toomes. "Ow!" Miles exclaimed, missing the raised brow from the bird-themed villain. "Do you always greet everyone like that? What would your mother say?" Toomes snorted. "You sound young. And you sound crusty." Vulture snarled. "No less annoying than all these other insects." Hearing this made Morales pause in his struggle. "Wait, insects? You do know that spiders are classified in the arachnid family of the animal grah. Vulture interrupted him, shoving the spider trainee away, rearing one of his razor-sharp wings back. "I have heard this stupidity before." "Wah!" Miles yelped, angling his body as best as he could to avoid getting shredded. While this comical encounter was going on, elsewhere. "Get away from me, you hentai ishi!" Peony Parker cried out, flailing her mech arms at the tentacles of Doc Ock that actually retracted upon hearing this. "I am not a pervert," Octavius indignantly said. "You are very handsy," said Electro. "Shut up, Max. You are not helping." "Oh. Would you look at that? She's not exactly denying it. Should we inform the courts and file restraining orders?" voiced Spider-Ham. "So she is a perv." Avenger Spider-Man came in, having briefly knocked Prowler away. He quickly fired several webs at the additional arms, having them latch onto Electro's chest. The man inadvertently sent an electric jolt to try to free himself, but unfortunately shocked Doc Ock in the process. "Crap!" Electro shouted, realizing what he just did when a mechanical fist decked him in the jaw. On the ground, Noir was dealing with both Tombstone and Hammerhead. The latter had a new cybernetic arm, replacing the one the Jedi arachnid severed. The variant from the 1930s was unloading several bullets on the two villains while mixing it up with his organic web shots. "You seem like our type of guy, Fedora." Tombstone couldn't help but comment, considering the fact that he never would have imagined a Spider-Man with a gun. "You cement mixers aren't my first biscuit boxers I've had to deal with." Noir retorted, spinning his revolver in an angle that the cylinder popped out, the empty shells falling out as the private eye slotted in new bullets. You think you can take me? Come on and have a go if you are hard enough. I'll show you mooks a ring-a-ding time. The large, four-headed, gangster-inspired villain then stepped forward, holding 2 Tommy guns in each hand. All right then, Spider, care for a few rounds. Trust me. It'll only take one. Noir quietly said. Hammerhead's response was unloading his machine guns at Noir. Joining him, Tombstone fired off the pistols that he pulled from his suit. Noir jumped up high and fired a web to the floor, yanking himself to land behind a dumpster as the trail of bullets followed. They peppered the metal box, the PI wincing at the sound before kicking the dumpster at the pair. Hammerhead stopped firing and reared his head back just as the dumpster came in close. He bashed his powerful head against the dumpster, sending it flying back. Noir was already running at them when Hammerhead did this, smoothly sliding beneath the dumpster as it sailed over him and popped up to land a devastating uppercut to the Tommy gun-wielding supervillain. He came back down with a hammer fist on the head of Hammerhead, grabbing the man's oversized noggin and spinning him about, throwing him into Tombstone a second later. Gwen was jumping, swinging, and flipping around constantly as the Shocker was firing off shockwave beams non-stop. You can't run forever, Spitfire. Shocker said in his southern twang. I mean, I can really. She plainly said. You're a guy in an oven mitt suit and I have the powers of a spider. All that somewhat mattered to her was having enough web cartridges left on her or energy to outlast Shocker, and the others. Then again, she had a Shocker of her own back in her universe, so this wasn't her first tango with this villain. With an elegant twirl, weaving in between 2 shockwaves being sent at her. In mid-spin, she fired 2 web lines, ensnaring a pothole and a piece of rubble. Once finishing her spin, she landed and used the momentum of her movement to fling both objects at Shocker. The patchwork villain fired off both gauntlets at the objects and there came some unforeseen after effects. Hitting the pothole sent an odd reverberation in the air due to the shockwaves bouncing off it, ratting Shocker's line of sight briefly. To add to that, once destroying the piece of rubble, there was a small plume of dust that Gwen used as cover, jumping through it to plant her foot on his chest, slamming him to the ground. She heard the ground slightly shaking and she glanced up to see Rhino making a beeline for the space samurai monk of their gang. Rhino. Love the new horn. I got a guy similar to ya back home called Reeks. Chimed Parkar. And like him, the horn is what compensates for what you're lacking. Hold still, bug. The Russian Rhino roared with rage in his eyes. This Soviet shall crush your heart. Force me, you seem upset. Have I upset you somehow? What could have possibly done to upset you? Rhino could only bellow out, charging, swinging, and frothing out the mouth in an attempt to get the lightsaber-wielding Spider-Man. Look, Rhino, I know you may not understand these terms here, but anger is a byproduct of fear. He said, taking on a more zen-like tone. Fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, and hate leads to war. Parkar hastily avoided getting crushed by Rhino's 2 hands that smashed down onto the concrete, creating a crater. Gonna kill you. There, Jedi Spider-Man pointed, wagging his finger emphatically. That right there is your problem. You've already fallen to the dark side and you don't even know it. Rhino, it's never too late. It is too late, Rhino snarled, literal puffs of smoke coming from his nose. Too late for you to think you're getting out of here alive. Jedi Spider-Man paused for a moment and then his arms dropped to his sides and sighed. Is this about your horn? Come on dude, I said your new one looks nice. Grey-ah. Rhino's yell was a mixture of a whine and a bellow as he bulldozed forward. Come on, it's not like I maimed you like Hammerhead. That I can understand. Though he was still in the midst of fighting Noir, the gangster-like villain stopped and shuddered violently with a phantom pain in the stump of his arm, leaving him wide open for a haymaker from the black-clad detective. Jedi Spider-Man jumped over the charging Rhino and threw his hand out, webs coming out from his fingertips this time. The 5 lines wrapped themselves around Rhino's head and face, making the man reach for his head to try and rip them off. Using his webbing, super strength, and webbing, he pulled Rhino with all his might and jumped into a spinning heel kick right to the forehead of the animal-themed supervillain. There was a sickening crack heard and Rhino was smashed into the ground, the gravel cracking beneath him whilst the Jedi began hopping on one leg. Holy criff! He was massaging the back of his foot. Pudu, Rhino, are you really that dense in the head? A shadow crossed him overhead, having him glance to see the spider trainee faring up against the vulture. He would have helped him out if it wasn't for the Green Goblin tackling him away. Trade out one large fella for another. I'm game. Parkar ignited his lightsaber. Though let's clip those wings of yours. The monstrous Norman Osborn roared, charging at the Jedi, who leaped at him for a coming clash. Heads up. Upon landing on the vulture, Miles grasped onto Adrian's flight suit and tried to beat it up. After several moments, he tried ripping it off, but to no avail. All he could do, however, was hang on as the avian-themed villain was flying and twirling all over. Can you please stop spinning, Beaky? I haven't even gotten used to web swinging yet. Miles cried out, hanging on with one arm. Then get off me, whelp. Would if I could, but I don't wanna eat pavement. Suddenly, Miles saw sparks coming from his hands, making him blast part of the vulture's suit rather suddenly. Oh, now it works. Morales said with a roll of his eyes, watching the electricity around his hands disperse. What in blue blazes did you do? Vulture cried out, now jerking about in the air. Something I'm still working on, don't judge me. Miles was flicking his hand around, hoping his power would start back up again. I've only done this like 2 times, I think. The sparks came back, making the Spider-Man in training grin beneath his mask. Make that 3. Miles jammed his fingers into a small opening in Adrian's suit. Sparks shot onward, causing Adrian to convulse involuntarily as the flight suit chatters with electricity. Goody. Got fried chicken on the menu. Miles then steered the descending vulture to one of the enemies. Order up. Electro turned in time to get smashed into by his fellow Sinister Six member, the two collapsing into a heap. Morales' dismount left something to be desired as he stumbled, falling down on his face, but he was immediately hoisted up to his feet. Kid. The elder Peter said, patting him down. You all right? I'm okay. The Brooklyn teen groaned out. I'm probably gonna be staying away from airlines for a while. You're starting to sound like a true Spider-Man now. Despite himself, Miles grinned, holding up his hands. Yeah, check this out. He grunted out, some sparks popping off from his fingertips, yet they flickered out a second later. Ah, come on. He then felt a pat on his back, turning to see it was Avenger Spider-Man. Don't worry, bud, you're getting there. One step at a time. The symbiote-clad Spidey encouraged. Miles felt a swell in his chest upon hearing this when the situation changed, all 8 spiders feeling their spider senses going off all at once. A split moment later, they all began glitching. This was quickly noticed by all of the villains. Some used this opportunity to quickly overwhelm their respective spiders. By the time the glitching ceased, an entity made its appearance. There he is. Doc Ock shouted, immediately pointing to the being that formed not far from the contingent of villains and spider heroes. He looked dazed and confused, taking in the sight before them. The being was looking around, trying to make sense of where he was. His eyes then landed on the spiders and his expression changed into one of remorseful determination. N. _ E. E. D. _ T. O. _ H. E. L. P. Dot. ___. The others looked on as it reached out to them. T. Dot. Get him. Doc Ock ordered the villains and they all rushed at him. O. Particles gathered around his hands, and he shoved them forward. A wave of glitching atoms shot out from his palms, impacting the villains, and they all stumbled back, briefly glitching as well, but they returned to normal. The wave also washed over the spiders and their glitching stopped. Ow, Porker moaned, his spirit escaping from his body only for the said body to grab it and pull it back in. Gee guys. Gwen managed out, despite her pain. We have to help him. They're going after him. How can we without glitching? Avenger Peter asked, feeling Simbi shifting around, the Clintar not enjoying the sensation he and his host experienced. We do what we do best, We improvise," old Peter said with a roll of his shoulders before running forward with the rest joining after him. They all attacked in tandem, the sinister 6, 10 really, all turning their attention back on the web heads. "No. Keep them back," Doc Ock commanded, her forearms pulling out 4 rods that extended into staffs, linking up to create a magnetized energy containment field. She needed to finish the capturing unit with this anomaly here finally present. The battle going on was fierce, the spiders fighting through immense pain as the last glitch took a lot out of them. "What are you supposed to be? A cartoon pig?" spoke Scorpion, trying to pierce Porker with his tail and swiping with his claws. "Whatcha calling a cartoon?" the ham shouted indignantly, pulling out a literal anvil and throwing it in Scorpion's face. As it fell off, the cybernetic villain spat out a tooth while a few stars whirled around his head rather briefly. Before he could recompose himself, his head was struck by a wooden mallet of all things. Again and again it went before Scorpion fell down. "How's that for a ga?" Spider-Ham glitched, allowing Scorpion to retaliate with a spinning tail strike. "Maldito cerdo. Damn swine. That's not a nice thing to say." Avenger Peter abruptly came in with a spinning kick to the face of the similarly themed villain, Simbi lashing out with several tendrils to ensnare the Scorpion. He got flipped around and was promptly smashed into the ground on his head. Scorpion slumped down, unconscious, but before he could gloat, Peter began to glitch again. "This is becoming too much to handle," the Avenger grunted out, massaging his chest. "It ain't over yet, kid," Noir said, moving to help Porker and Parker up. "Show some moxie, boys, fight's only getting started." Amongst the chaos, Miles ran forward and evaded much of the conflict, only to get slammed down by Goblin. "Where do you think you're going, little bug?" the oversized Osborn said, keeping the teen pinned beneath one of his muscular arms. "Let me go at yedsj." Miles glitched about, struggling beneath the Goblin, who chuckled darkly. "A new spider," Norman leered, eyes narrowing. "Squashed before his grah." The Goblin lurched forward, a burning sensation running down his back, the villain snapping his head around to see Jedi Spider-Man twirling his saber in one hand and firing a web line in the other. "We aren't finished with our chat, Gobby." Fueled by boiling rage, Green Goblin surprised the spider with a burst of speed, grabbing him in midair. The force and jolt of the action, unfortunately, caused Parker to lose his grip on his lightsaber, the blade falling to the ground and deactivating. "Peter!" Miles yelled out. "Ah, another Peter Parker!" Goblin snarled. "Just another Spider-Man to die." From the ground, Morales saw Jedi Peter get his chest pierced by one of Goblin's claws, and he felt his entire world freeze up. From his perspective, his eyes flashed back to the day the collider exploded. The day his life changed forever. The day this universe's Spider-Man died. "No!" he yelled out in sheer panic, his electric shock powers manifesting wildly, this time coursing from his hands all the way up to his shoulders. The expulsion of energy shot up to Goblin and, unfortunately, the Spider-Man in his hands. In a state of fear, Miles stopped and could only watch in horror as the Jedi fell from Goblin's grasp, landing hard on the floor. "Peter!" Miles said, beyond worried, rolling the Jedi on his back. To his relief, he heard Parker release a groan of agony, grasping his mask to try and remove it. Miles helped with it, seeing the battered face of the Jedi, some blood trickling from his mouth. "Oh crap!" The other, similarly aged Spider-Man landed next to them with Gwen joining them. "Is he okay?" "That looks pretty bad," Gwen worriedly said. "I've had worse," the Force user mumbled out blearily. "You'll probably get worse," the Queensborn Spider-Man said with a haggard laugh, knowing this to be true. "How aren't you bleeding out?" Gwen asked, unsure if she should be putting her hand over the wound on his chest or not. "Using the Force to keep me stabilized," Parker grunted out. "But can't do it all that well on a battlefield." "Maybe. Might have to cauterize the wound." "With what?" Miles managed out. They saw him reach out with his hand, the sound of metal skirting over concrete before a silver cylinder was in his hand. "My lightsaber." The Jedi managed out, his voice low and barely audible, holding it up for one of them to take. Damn, that is hardcore. Noir chimed in. The Avenger kneeled down, pulling out a particular cartridge from his belt. I'd rather not see that right now. He slapped the cartridge over the chest of the injured Jedi, and a moment later, blue, glowing webbing burst around his injury. At first, Parker let out a gasp of pain before it subsided into a relieved sigh. What kinda webbing is that? Asks Gwen in wonder. I got some Bacta webbing. Helps with wounds. Hobo Spidey gives the Avenger a bland look. Once again, your universe is rather unfair. Once again, universe in the middle of war. The younger Spider-Man fired back. Need every advantage we can get. We gotta get him out of here. Noir said, stepping between them and taking the injured Jedi in his arms. But what about Dash? It's too late. Peony Parker said with sorrow. Everyone turned to see the injured villain standing tall with Doc Ock's arms holding up her containment field with the energy being trapped inside. It banged against the field, seeking to escape, but to no avail. As much as we would love to finish you all off, we have work to do. Olivia said with a triumphant sneer. Much as she put on a tough front, she knew her team was exhausted. Hammerhead's new arm was cut off, burn marks suggesting it to be the work of Parker again. Prowler, Vulture, and Shocker had lost their equipment. Tombstone was heavily beat up and Scorpion was knocked out. Only her, Goblin, Rhino and Electro remained standing to some degree, and even they were nursing injuries. At that moment, armored vehicles roared in, swirling in front of the villains as armed men hopped out and began firing at the heroes. Tactical retreat. The eldest Spider-Man ordered, and the Spider Gang was quick to flee the scene. The being in the containment field could only look on with somber guilt, knowing that the injury the Jedi Spider-Man sustained was due to him being here. The being whispered to himself as he was carried off by Doc Ock. Back at the Spider Cave underneath May Parker's home, the wounded Jedi was resting at a medical station. How is he? Old Peter asked, looking down on the Force user who was sleeping at this time whilst a fresh batch of Bacta webbing was applied. He'll be in relatively good shape in the morning. Would heal faster if we had a Bacta tank, but the webs will have to make do. Thankfully, it looks like he's got a healing factor like most of us, so that should help speed up the process. He should be in fighting shape tomorrow. Gwen looked on, arms crossed. Her hugging herself, trying to find some sense of comfort. Least he's alive. The young woman said, a far-off look as she gazed at the battered and injured Peter variant. He's got that spider moxie in him. Noir assured. We're scrappy to the end. He'll be up in no time. Avenger Peter nodded, looking over to the other spiders. Peony was hard at work making a new goober whilst Spider-Ham was floating through the air, taking in the scent of some pie this Earth's May had made for them. His eyes then landed on Miles, who had taken a separate seat away from the group, knees on his elbows and head ducked down. One of his legs was rapidly shaking and he closed his eyes as several images flashed in his mind. It overwhelmed him rather quickly and he let out a small gasp, shaking his head. Miles. He heard Gwen's voice but ignored it. Without looking, Miles stood up and walked away, hearing the others calling out to him. Where is he going? Peony worriedly asked. Seeing his face, the old Peter figured what might be going through the teen's mind and waved off the others. Just leave him be for a moment. He told them. He needs some time to think. But what if he runs into someone? Noir pointed out. Don't think he'll be encountering any of Kingpin's goons. Avenger Spider-Man assured. We may have lost that fight, but they were in no better shape than we were. I still don't like the idea of him being alone. The anime-esque Spider-Girl said, Noir placing a hand on top of her head to assuage her concerns. Me neither. Porker added in. Seeing Miles being lifted up by the platform, the Avenger Peter frowned, agreeing with Peony's words. He wished to keep an eye on him, or at least console him. Unfortunately, the Parker variant didn't know what to properly say to him. So for now, it'd be better if he at least had some company on him. Hey, Simbi. Mind doing me a favor? Detaching from his host, Simbi quickly made its way to Miles. The Clintar snagged the Brooklyn teen's shoe just as the platform went high to eventually connect to the shed entrance. Scene cut. Miles took a long walk back to Brooklyn. There was a lot on his mind and it was hard for him to digest. He almost saw another Peter die today. He can still see it in his head. Glancing on his phone, he saw there were several more voicemails and texts from his parents. Them basically wanting to know where he is and what's going on. He read and listened to them all as he kept on walking. Each placed more and more guilt and problems on his shoulders. The worry he was getting from his parents. How could he tell them? He couldn't muster up the courage to simply reveal everything. There was just so much riding on his shoulders. The burdens he's now begun to carry. It's not as easy as one thinks with something this big. Thoughts whirled in his mind with the eulogies at his Spider-Man's funeral. The many talks he was given by the others. While they were all good, it was drowning him. All he desired now was a place to sort this all out. Or at the very least, someone who he can talk to that he was comfortable with. Might take up the idea of finding a gargoyle therapist. Thought Miles with a small, bitter chuckle. Will be a while to find a good one. Until then, he thought of the next best thing, his uncle. Looking back at his phone, he pulled up his Uncle Aaron's number and was about to call him when he merely pocketed his device. Talking about it over the phone was one thing, but in person was another. He heard his parents talk one day that he had a soft spot for Uncle Aaron. And they were right. Miles trusted him more than them, in a sad way. Aaron was more accepting of his hobbies. His taste of art and music. He was supportive to his ideas and Miles was able to talk more freely as a result. It was actually through Uncle Aaron that he got bitten by that spider in the first place after making that art piece in the secluded part of the subway near Fisk Tower. Eventually, he got to his uncle's apartment building and went up the fire escape to reach his uncle's apartment. Only a soft, indigo light was on, illuminating the darkness slightly, coming from the light fixture behind the one potted plant at the apartment's corner. He peered in and saw no one was inside. He hasn't been here since interrogating the older Parker in here and having to clean up the place before he and the others went to the one diner yesterday. Miles wondered when Uncle Aaron would get back from work. He said he would be gone for a few days. Not knowing when he'll return, or even answer his phone, Miles went to the one drawer near the couch and pulled out a notepad and pen. Sitting down, he wrote. Dear Uncle Aaron. I gotta do something, and I don't know if I can do it. I'm scared, man. I'm just tired of letting everybody down. You're the only one I can talk to. I just wish you were here. Miles would have written more, but he heard the fire escape clanking from outside. Looking at the window, he saw a dark figure coming across it. A feeling of dread soon rose up from him as his spider sense flared slightly. It was more so confirmed when the soft indigo light reflected off of the damaged metal claws of the prowler as they went to open up the window to the fire escape. Immediately, Miles dived behind the TV set, which was the only thing good enough to hide him for the moment. He did his best to control his breathing, not wanting to reveal himself to the Kingpin's enforcer. Did he track me here? Thought Morales. What am I gonna do? I gotta get out of here. The Prowler's shadow loomed over him as his heart rate practically skyrocketed. An instant later, the masked villain whirled around the TV set and peered at him. Yet the enforcer didn't react accordingly. It was at this moment Miles realized he subconsciously turned himself invisible. He thanked his lucky stars for that, 'cause he would be dead meat if the Prowler snagged him right here and there. He wasn't out of the woods yet. The Prowler still moved. Stalking silently in a crouched position. This had the Brooklyn teen crawl backward, not having him make any physical contact with Kingpin's enforcer. Suddenly the soft sound of a phone vibrated. Miles widened his eyes, believing it was coming from his phone. He froze stiff as a result. Luckily for him, it was coming from the Prowler, indicating he was receiving a call. Pressing a finger to his clothed ear, the enforcer activated his Bluetooth earpiece to answer the call. Hello. The Prowler said with a voice scrambler. What is it, Mr. Fisk? I've got the security tapes from the tunnel right here. The Prowler rose from his spot. If the kid's out there, I'll find him. I just gotta get myself patched and my equipment replaced. The invisible Morales was backing away more, almost making contact with the one wall when he froze once more. It was more out of shock and disbelief, due to what he saw before him. For the prowler pulled off his clothed mask to reveal his uncle Aaron. "You know me, sir. I don't ever quit," his relative said in a deadly serious tone. As his uncle walked away to the kitchen counter, taking off his damaged gloves and pulling out 2 new ones. Miles made his move and climbed out of the apartment window. His departure didn't go unnoticed as he knocked some leaves from the nearby potted plant. The revealed prowler heard the leaves ruffling and saw the movement. Glancing back, Aaron narrowed his eyes and saw a slight shimmer coming from outside. Grabbing his mask, he rushed out and slipped it back on. He activated his mask's visual filters to reveal someone was rushing down the fire escape. He realized it was one of the Spider-Men from earlier and cursed beneath his breath. One of the damn bastards must have followed him back to his home. The prowler was in instant pursuit, seeing the Spider-Man's reaction as he made a mad dash to escape him. Instantly, Aaron recognized this particular Spider-Man. It must have been that same one that he ran after before, after the death of the original Spider-Man. Had to be. All the others would have charged right after him. Outside of his home, he looked down to see the heat signature of the one Spider-Man running down the various flights of stairs of the fire escape. He was in hot pursuit, leaping down each level to reach him. The one Spider-Man took notice of him, leaping off one of the levels, crashing to the wall and landing on the large pile of trash bags in the alley below, softening the crash. Once the prowler landed on the dumpster, he saw the fleeing spider make it to the alley's end. The enforcer was in hot pursuit now, using his gear to speed him along to catch up with the spider. Hopping and leaping against each side of the alley, the prowler was getting closer and closer to his prey. Unfortunately for him, the spider fired a web line onward, yanking himself to quickly speed him out of the vicinity. Out of the alley, Miles crashed into a taxi before quickly recovering to run for his life. Seconds passed on by as he ran through the sidewalk when he heard engines loudly flaring in the air. He didn't turn to see the bright light growing brighter at the side of his face. Instinctively he flipped into the air to avoid the motorcycle the prowler presently rode, hoping to run him down. Upon landing, the spider trainee kept on running. Miles was starting to panic, his sixth sense screaming as his uncle was drawing closer. He could literally feel the claws reaching out for the back of his neck when he felt another sensation wash over him. It came in the form of a blackened substance that surfaced and surrounded his body as an outfit began forming. He felt goosebumps forming as he watched the last of the blackened goo form at the edge of his fingertips. "Wait, what the Simbi?" Miles thought aloud. "When did you dash?" His body instinctively lurched forward as the prowler nearly clawed out his back. He can ask questions later. Now he needed to survive. "Think you can help me out, Simbi?" Though he didn't get a verbal response, there was a warbling in his mind from the symbiote that was akin to an of course answer. He felt the symbiote begin to influence his actions, specifically guide it where Miles leapt into the air, beginning to web swing and this time with a greater degree of speed. "Whoa!" Miles exclaimed, now finding himself high in the air, the prowler's head snapping up at him. Narrowing his eyes, he twisted the handle on his motorcycle and the wheels gained a purple hue. Diverting from the road, Prowler popped a wheelie with his front wheel hitting a building wall and his motorcycle began riding on it. "His bike can do that," Miles exclaimed after seeing him pull it off. "That is so cool, if it wasn't coming after me." Simbi began upping the ante of control, making Miles begin to swing faster and faster, yet the teen's uncle remained hot on his tail. Riding from the top of a building, Prowler tried swiping at the Spider-Man trainee when Simbi extended several limbs that shoved him away. The pursuer remained unperturbed, falling after the new Spider-Man. Latching onto a light pole, Miles whirled away, getting some distance when Prowler initiated a boost on his motorcycle that had him closing the distance. Landing on a taxi, he rode it for a moment before he began hopscotching to each and every other vehicle on the street. The Prowler was getting closer with his bike, with him speeding up more and more to get in close. Once Miles landed on a service truck, the enforcer whipped out his claws and carved them into the truck's side. Riding alongside it now with the spider not moving away quickly enough, Aaron unlatched from the truck before cutting the nearby tire, causing things to go out of control. The truck skidded and ran through a red light. It soon crashed into several other cars on the intersection. Looking on, the Prowler saw the spider leaping through the narrowing gap of the vehicles were making all before his motorcycle crashed into the wreck. Making it back onto his feet, he saw the one spider swinging away from the scene. Despite him momentarily down for the count, Aaron was not giving up the chase and continued right after the spying spider at a reasonable distance. Scene cut. Totem, huh? That's what he called you? Yeah. Avenger Spider-Man said, looking at Noir with intrigue. Why? Do you know what it means? Some would. The private eye placed down the Rubik's Cube before removing the glove on his right hand and held it up for the others to see 2 marks on it. Wait, Jedi Peter squinted. Is that your spider bite? The 1930s detective nodded. You still have it? Peter B. muttered. How? All ours disappeared like 2 or 3 days after getting bit. Mine's different apparently. Got the scar to prove it. Noir remarked, sliding his glove back on. See, I got my powers in an incident involving Osborn's goons. Hundreds of spiders came out of this statue some of Goblin's men were smuggling, and broke during our scuffle. They all died from the bites while I survived. After I got bitten, I blacked out and had a very unusual dream. I was face to face with a gigantic spider, stating it was some sort of deity. Never really paid much mind on it for a long time, despite the whole thing seared into my head. But hearing you say you're a totem, well, made me think otherwise now. Wow. Avenger Peter murmured. What do you think it means? Haven't a clue, really. Noir admitted with a shrug. With my hectic lifestyle, I never really had the time to research or look into it. But when I get back, I definitely want to check it out. So all this time, you never bothered to look up what that statue was from? Who this spider deity was? What a totem is? No. No. And no. But I'm regretting it now, given the circumstances. Gonna rectify that. Noir's head tilted in thought. There is one other thing I do remember when I saw that spider. It referred to me as its champion and totem in my dream. Like with you and that dad guy. Father. Avenger Spider-Man corrected without thinking. A celestial named Father. Sounds trippy. Gwen remarked. It really was. Said Noir, picking up the Rubik's Cube and fiddling around with it. Thought I had too much cream soda that night. Porker snorted. Really? Cream soda. I have very sensitive digestion issues, thank you very much. Or had, really. Hey, backing track a little. Peter B. spoke up, spinning his hands around each other. When you took off your glove, I noticed you don't have a web shooter. Noir tilted his head. A web shooter? Yeah, wait, you don't have M? Gwen asked. No. Noir shook his head, rolling his sleeves down to reveal bare wrists. Then how dash? Thwip. They looked over, seeing a web shot coming out of Noir's very own wrist and impacting the ceiling. Wait, that came out of you? Jedi Peter said in astonishment. How on earth does that even happen? Peony whispered in awe. A hidden smirk formed underneath Noir's mask. Yeah. You can't do that, huh? I can. Said Porker, drawing focus towards him. I mean I was originally a spider becoming the handsome fellow you all see here. On the couch inside May Parker's home, Parker chuckled as he was drinking tea. His wounds were healing nicely. Rather sore, but it was getting there. Time had passed since he woke up in the medical area in the spider cave. He would have stayed longer there, but he wanted some fresh air, so to speak. Apparently, while he recovered, Miles went off. He would have asked more about it but figured he had to return home. After all, this was his home universe and not misplaced like his fellow spider people. Not only that, but several things went on during his slumbers up till now. Peony and Karen finalizing the goober for the collider. Said goober presently hung around Peter B's neck on a metal string. Everyone else talking about various topics about, well, anything important. He released a sigh, placing a hand over his eyes, and leaning back on the couch he occupied. The Jedi heard a soft clink on the table and he peeked his eyes out to see May had placed a hot cup of tea in front of him. The Force user gave her a grateful smile, one she returned, patting the young man's shoulder. "Got a cup to spare?" asked Porker. "Got plenty of them," said May. "Anything you prefer?" "Don't have a preference. My Aunt May got me hooked on quite a lot." She nodded, going right back to the kitchen to brew up another pot of tea. The Jedi watched all this in silence, turning his gaze to the other spiders, landing on the oldest of the group looking at the photos framed on the walls. Primarily those with this Earth's Peter and his wife. For all this time being here, neither he nor his other counterparts have interacted with this reality's Mary Jane. He had asked May where she's been, only getting the response she's been at her apartment all this time. Before long, the Force user voiced a passing thought. "Have you got someone?" Parker inadvertently blurted out, making everyone look at him. The oldest Peter saw that the Jedi was looking directly at him. "What?" "Back home," he clarified. "You know," the Jedi bobbed his head from side to side. "Someone special?" "Oh, well, after a few relationships, some good, some bad, I got married," answered Peter B. Parker, his shoulders sagging a moment later. "Then I got divorced." There was a brief pause from the gang until Avenger Peter asked for the group. "From who?" "Mary Jane Watson." He saw everyone's reaction, turning to the picture of MJ and this universe's Peter framed on one of the walls in the house. Older Peter sighed tiredly. "Look, it's complicated. Mostly that she wanted kids and I've been self-conscious and things snowballed from there." Avenger Peter placed a hand on his older counterpart. "That's rough, buddy." "Yeah, thanks Zuko." This made Peter's expression brighten up. "Oh cool, you have Avatar too." "Course we have Avatar." Older Peter said with a grin. "What's Avatar?" voiced the Noir variant. The Jedi and Pig variants nodded in agreement. "You can say it's this series of stories and shows." Peony tried to simplify to the ones who don't know. Luckily for her, they accepted it. "I ain't seeing anyone," said Gwen, somewhat going back to the previous topic. "Same here," Peony added in. "I'm currently seeing Mary Jane Water Buffalo." This got several looks from the human variants originating from Earth, knowing what particular animal Spider-Ham was implying. Peter Porker merely shrugged. "I like large women. We ain't judging," Peter B. said with a chuckle. Jedi Peter leaned over to the other teen Peter and whispered, "What's a water buffalo?" Later. He waved off. "What about you, Detective Conan?" "I've been in an on and off relationship with Felicia Hardy," Peter Noir simply said. This got a curious look from Gwen while Peter B. Parker voiced a verbal response. "The cat burglar." "Cat burglar, eh?" She'd get a kick out of that. Always had a thing for cats. On my Earth, she mostly runs a successful nightclub and is my underworld informant. The black, white, and gray variant turned to the symbiote wearer. "And you?" He appeared hesitant at first, rubbing the back of his neck, clearly unsure if he should even answer. Eventually, he did. "I'm dating Ahsoka Tano. And Barrisafi. At the same time, and they're dating each other as it's a poly-type thing, we're all seeing one another." This got some curious looks from the others. "Yeah, it still surprises me as well." "Poly what?" asked Noir. "Right. I'm in a polyamorous relationship." The young Avenger somewhat didn't know if that really satisfied Noir's inquiry. "All three of us are dating each other. No cheating at all or some complicated love-shape situation. We're really trying to make it work." Noir hummed at that, nodding his head. "Got it. That's weird," Peter B. commented. "How do you think I feel?" the younger spider jokingly asked. "It wasn't even my idea, the two basically forced it on me." "And yet, you didn't deny either," Gwen coyly pointed out. "I mean, I was severely tempted to, but my inner Star Trek fan won out and..." He was now more bashful as he said the next statement. I really do love them. Both of them. They've really changed my life." "You're hitched bad, kid," Noir said with a gruff chuckle, patting him on the shoulder. The teen could only smile shyly up at him. "What do they look like?" Stacy asked. "Kinda curious to see if they're space ladies." Without missing a beat, the Avenger pulled out a photo from his belt and held it out for Gwen to see. She took it out of his hands to get a better look at them. It was the three of them, with Ahsoka behind Peter on her knees, arms draped around his shoulders with a beaming smile directed at the camera. Peter was sitting cross-legged with the same bashful smile they saw a moment ago, and in his lap was Barrisafi, who comfortably rested there whilst smiling softly at the camera. "Wow," Gwen remarked, passing the photo around. "They're beautiful." "They are," said Parker, now holding the photo, eyes becoming glazed at the sight of both of them. "And who did you hook up with?" the symbiote-wearing Space Avenger asked. "Hook up? Get with?" Parker clarified. "Anyone I would know?" "Been meaning to ask." There was a moment of hesitation from the Force user, trailing his fingertips over the Miri Allen before holding it out for his fellow teen counterpart to take back. "You pretty much know Barris was my first love," said Jedi Peter, a moment of strain in his voice. "Well, after her passing I explored a bit in order to recover." "Explored?" Peter B. parroted. "I." The Force wielder breathed out with some hesitation. "Barris, my Barris, would have wanted me to move on. Took me a while to realize that. Yeah, it wouldn't be healthy to wallow and brood. Argumentatively speaking." The old Peter quickly said, almost sounding defensive. "Was that a jab at me?" asked Spider-Man Noir. "Wasn't his intention," said Spider-Ham. "Hopefully." Porker merely got a look from Noir in response. After going through some moments was Parker's awkward, almost embarrassed cough into his hand. "More like flings," Gwen interruptedly added in with a smirk, Jedi Peter giving her a shrug that silently said, "Yeah, pretty much. I eventually settled with Ahsoka," he said with a content grin. The symbiote wearer smiled. "She's a real spitfire, ain't she?" The Jedi gave a nod with a soft smile. Peter B. Parker was quick to note a particular detail. "Wait, who did you have flings with?" "There were 3 others," began the Jedi. "A mercenary going by the moniker Silver Sable, a Mandalorian named Bo-Katan Kryze " "Wait, what?" The Spider-Man who knew that name went bug-eyed slightly. "Her. Bo-Katan Kryze." "Yeah, Jedi Peter shifted on the couch. She was really intense about our relationship. And those who don't know this Peony drawled out. Bo-Katan is the sister of the Duchess of Mandalore and leader of a sect of Mandalorian fighters, basically space dudes who live by a warrior's code," came the Avengers' response. "Said Duchess oversees hundreds of neutral systems in the galaxy where he originates, and I spent a year in." He then turned to his Jedi counterpart. "Ain't she like a few decades older than you?" "How old is she in yours?" was the counter question. "Like early 30s, I think. Maybe younger or older, haven't asked." "She should be around Maddie's age. In my universe, she's a few years older than me." "Huh, weird," muttered the Avenger. "And who's Silver Sable?" "Real name's Sylvija Sablinova," said the Jedi. "I don't know how she is in your guys' respective universes, if she even exists, but in mine, she's an exiled noble from the planet Simcaria. She is doing mercenary work to help acquire funds to eventually liberate her people. Actually, I have her in my universe. Same moniker as well," said Gwen. "Ditto," said the older Peter. "But instead of a planet, Simcaria is a small Eastern European country that has had several civil unrests." "Same here," Noir said in agreement. "Presently, it's dealing with a number of Soviet issues as one of the border countries as a satellite state. In mine, that country got absorbed by another." Peony added in. "Don't know if Simcaria is Sokovia back home, given how similar they sound," said the Avenger. "We'll need to check it out." He then looked back at the Jedi. "And the last? Usage Ventress." The young Avenger widened his eyes dramatically. "Wait, what?" His voice rattled the walls, making the entire Spider Gang jolt at the volume. "You hooked up with her? Goddamn, kid, where'd ya get lungs like that?" Noir asked, rubbing his ear beneath his mask. "Must be a hell of a woman if that's your reaction." Stacy noted. The Jedi variant gave the Avenger a queer look. What's wrong with her? Dude, she's a Sith acolyte. The Avenger stressed out, making his Jedi variant balk in disbelief. She is. Yeah, in my universe. She's been trying to kill Obi-Wan and Anakin for years now. Oh, well. The Jedi appeared slightly sheepish yet unrepentant at the same time. Between you and me, boy, she is a freak in the sheets. The Avenger immediately plugged his ears, shaking his head rapidly. Nana nana nana, I'm not listening. How do you think I feel? You're the one dating my dead girl. Oh, force me, I can't believe my mind just went there. That sounds horrible to say or even think about. I am so sorry. Parker said, looking really displeased with his choice of words. I'm not into necrophilia. I know, dude, just, you know what I meant. Still gross. Shut up. Okay, I gotta ask, Noir interrupted, holding up a Rubik's Cube that he had been playing with this entire time and pointing to some of the colors. Is this purple? No. Spider-Ham answered. Blue. That's green, Gwen stated. Man, you must be colorblind or your reality really is black and white, said Spider-Ham. Wait, how can he if he's asking for the colors? Avenger Peter asked. Sounds like a paradox, Peony commented. Has anyone heard from Miles? Gwen asked out suddenly. He hasn't returned yet. The oldest Spider-Man waved off her concerns. Look, he's just clearing his head. I know the kid. He's got what it takes. While the majority gave Peter quizzical looks, the Avenger gave him an understanding nod. Porker and Parker were more focused on their tea. I bet you he's gonna come back through that door, recharged, and ready to fight. The elder Spider declared with complete confidence. At that very moment, a black-suited Spider-Man swiftly opened and closed the front door. He appeared to be a panting mess. Another one. Peony muttered in surprise. Suddenly, the suit liquefied and moved off of the person to reveal Miles Morales, the symbiote moving to go back to its original host. Kid. Peter said in bewilderment. The others turned to the Avenger, just as the Clintar seeped back into him. Lend him Simbi, without him knowing. He admitted sheepishly. Just wanted to make sure he wasn't alone. Though he was still uncomfortable with the symbiote and especially it being with Miles for a time, Peter Parker accepted the answer, turning back to the manic-talking Brooklyn native who looked like he was about to have a panic attack. My uncle. Morales stammered out, barely able to breathe properly. Hey, where have you been? Old Peter asked calmly. Miles ignored him, resuming his frantic speech. My Uncle Aaron, he's the Prowler. He's Dash. Whoa. Slow down, Miles. Peter said, gesturing his hands in a downward manner. He works for Kingpin. He tried to kill me. The teen sounded heartbroken. This is a hardcore origin story. The 1930s detective casually said. Peony smacked Noir across the arm for that comment. It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna figure it out. Peter said, trying to calm the teen down. Were you followed? Gwen asked a moment later. Miles was clearly unsure. No, I don't. I don't think so. Suddenly every spider person's senses flared right as they soon heard the doorknob to the front door rattle. Immediately, everyone got up and ready for the showdown at the Parker residence. Ding dong. Bam. The front door flew across the living room. Parker's lightsaber flared to life, swiftly cutting it to pieces in the process. In came Doc Ock, still battered but standing strong as she entered the Parker residence. Cute place. Real homey. She commented, still bandaged up. Oh, great. It's Liv. May Parker dryly said. Liv. The Avenger recalled a small detail back at the Alchemax facility, turning to May. You're friends with her? We're friends. Can you take a guess why we're not anymore? I guess. I was followed. Miles muttered under his breath. Oh, no. Get out of here, kid. Peter said, waving at him to do so. Miles turned and went to the kitchen, but was stopped by Tombstone and Hammerhead walking in from the back. "You messed up big time, kid," said Fisk's bodyguard. Hammerhead shorted out a laugh. "Very sloppy." Right behind them was the Scorpion and Shocker, with the latter leering at all the heroes. Well, it's a roundup we got here, boys. Look at these little spiders. Would you mind taking this outside?" Aunt May tiredly said. "I just cleaned here. We don't pick the ballroom, we just dance." Noir plainly said. "You're looking well." Avenger Peter couldn't help but say, seeing the villains still wearing their wounds from last night's scuffle. Simbi formed his black suit around him, the white lenses narrowing at them all. "No better than all of you." Octavius shot back. "But Fisk and I understand, so long as you arachnids are running around, you'll be causing more harm than good. Besides, you still have something we need." As she said this, her eyes landed on the USB around Peter B's neck. "Oh. I'll be taking that." Doc Ock launched one of her tentacles, the older Peter swatting them aside only for another to slam him into the wall. With that opening skirmish, the rest of the Spider Gang charged in, engaging the villains, and the house soon began to get trashed on all ends. Noir and Spider-Ham tackled Tombstone whilst Gwen prevented Shocker from firing off his new gauntlets. Peter B along with the Avenger Spider-Man engaged Doc Ock, and Jedi Peter went for Hammerhead. That left Scorpion to deal with the newest Spider-Man, the tailed arachnid-themed villain, tauntingly encouraging the teen in Spanish. "Stand, Ninato, Dale. Preparate a mortar," said Miles, trying to sound intimidating. All this got was Scorpion laughing at him, especially with a pair of couch cushions stuck to his hands. "Man, stupid pillows," Miles bemoaned, shaking his hands in an attempt to get the cushions off his hands. Scorpion was still laughing when he abruptly launched his tail forward, with Miles throwing his hands up defensively, the end of the villain's tail being an inch away from his face. Okay, the "stupid pillows" saved him from being skewered. In the back, Peony jumped up on the back of the couch with a gleam in her eyes as he mech perked up. She then proceeds to do some unnecessary/necessary anime-esque type moves, all before diving into SP//DR. Once getting into the mech, she had her systems target Scorpion, the villain taking note of her as SP//DR rose to its full height, its hood displaying a digital smile that morphed into a menacing stare, the mech spinning about with one of its hands becoming a buzzsaw. Tossing Miles away, the cybernetic villain took the challenge and clashed with SP//DR. Tumbling across the floor, the Brooklyn teen saw Peter B smacked into the ceiling by Ock's fluid-like arm. Glancing over, he witnessed Noir knocked into a bookshelf before using it as a weapon right at Tombstone. A cabinet was wrecked in the scuffle with Parker and Hammerhead. And Porker broke a plate against his head, using the biggest shard as a shiv as he was stabbing at the crevice of Hammerhead's metallic arm. All this and more occurred while May Parker saw it all, her anger rising with each passing moment. It reached a boiling point before grabbing a metal baseball bat. "I said, take it outside." May emphatically said this, surprising Tombstone by smacking her baseball bat into his gut and up into his jaw, sending him flying out the house. As this happened, Jedi Spider-Man jumped away from Hammerhead, throwing his hand out and pulling the criminal in with the force and cutting off his mechanical arm. "God fucking damn it!" Hammerhead bellowed out. "That's 3 fucking times now. Wanna make it even 4 with your other arm?" Jedi Peter menacingly said, lenses narrowing to add to the threatening sight. Hammerhead actually conveyed fear, falling and stumbling back only for the Jedi to unleash a powerful force push, sending the gangster careening out of the house. Wasn't long before Parker began cleaning house and taking out the mess with the others. While this occurred, the goober was being tossed around the living room, everyone trying to make a grab for it. "I got it," Miles said, making a reach for it only for one of Doc Ock's tentacles to snag it. The Avenger had his symbiote create a sharp tendril that stabbed through the tentacle that had the USB. Gwen swooped in to snatch it only for Shocker to fire his shockwaves at her, smashing her through the wall and outside the house. The goober flew through the air, landing in front of Miles, who picked it up just as his spider sense flared up. He felt a chill run down his spine as he glanced at the nearby window, seeing a dark figure rush past it. He subconsciously went invisible, yet his form was fluctuating. In an instant, the Prowler his uncle burst through another window in order to swipe at him with his claws. Miles rolled out of the way, having the enforcer land near the fireplace and glare right at him. Backing away, the spider trainee didn't know what to do as his attention was greatly focused on his uncle. Luckily for him, the little stare-off was broken when the goober was yoinked out of his hand, courtesy of Peter B using a webline to have it brought into his grasp. "I got this, buddy." Peter B then glared at the Prowler. "Leave the kid alone." The hobo spider tackled the enforcer, having them land near the flight of stairs as they began punching each other. In the scuffle, the goober was let loose, flew and landed right in front of Miles' feet. Just as he picked it up, the teen practically felt his uncle's glare right at him. Before he could do anything, Miles saw Peter B launch a powerful kick at Prowler, sending him flying across the living room and outside of the home. "You gotta go, man," Old Spider-Man said, getting slammed by one of Doc Ock's tentacles, and the fight soon spilled outside. SP//DR engaged with Scorpion whilst Gwen snagged Shocker's arms, spun him around and flung him away. Miles was more or less alone inside the wrecked Parker residence. All of the action was outside now. Looking into his hand, the goober was still intact, despite how much it was tossed and dropped recently. Goes to show how well Peony crafted the device. His senses flared soon after, having Miles turn to see his uncle walk in from the front entrance. Next thing he knew, Miles fell to the ground, avoiding the airborne tackle Prowler attempted to make. Landing in the kitchen, the enforcer rushed out and delivered a powered stomp to the spider trainee, who rolled away from the impact. The masked teen then fired a webline, pulling himself away from an incoming strike before making a few other evasive maneuvers. "Give me that thing!" Aaron barked out, slamming his fist into the wall Miles had backed up into. The teen barely dodged the attack, running into the kitchen. "Don't be stupid, kid. Hand it over, now." Prowler growled out, shoving and slamming the kitchen table to pin Miles. The USB slid down the table's surface, but the teen was quick to grab it, kicking the table into his uncle. He scrambled to run away, going up the stairs, but Prowler was right on his heels, grabbing his ankle and dragging him down the steps. Miles desperately turned to kick at his uncle, freeing himself with Aaron clutching his wrist, feeling a sting of pain. The Brooklyn native made it to the roof only for Prowler to explode out of a new hole, grabbing Miles by the neck, dragging him across the roof's surface until reaching the edge, holding the teen over it. "Nowhere left to run," Prowler menacingly said, flexing one of his clawed hands, the gauntlet whirring with power. In a desperate attempt to end this, the spider trainee did the only thing that came to mind to stop the Prowler. Having one hand letting go of the clawed gauntlets, the teen pulled up his mask to reveal himself. At that moment, everything practically came to an abrupt stop for the enforcer. "Miles," Aaron whispered in shock and disbelief. "Uncle Aaron." Morales managed out through his choked breath. The villain removed his mask to reveal the panicked state he now held as reality began to set in. Who he was pursuing. Who the Kingpin had charged in killing. Oh, no, 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 no. He couldn't be his nephew. He just can't be. Unfortunately for him, he was. What the hell was he doing? He was harming Miles. His family. "Please, Uncle Aaron." Miles whispered desperately, only twisting the metaphorical knife in his heart right now. "Prowler," Aaron heard Kingpin say over his Bluetooth earpiece. "What are you waiting for? Finish it." The enforcer felt trapped, looking back at the car where the crime boss sat before turning back to his nephew. Raising back his hand, the Prowler did the only thing he could do. When seeing this, Miles flinched, closed his eyes and looked away as he expected pain. Yet it never came at all. All he felt was the mask covering his face back up. Opening his eyes, he saw Uncle Aaron slowly letting him go and backing away. He opened his lips and mouthed, "I'm sorry when." "Blam." His uncle violently jolted and fell back, Miles instinctively reaching out to grab him yet couldn't make it in time. Aaron tumbled and skidded onto the tiled rooftop, coming to a stop near the edge. Miles fell to his knees beside him, feeling himself begin to hyperventilate when he heard a click from below. He glanced over, seeing Kingpin pointing his gun at him when Jedi Spider-Man cleaved the gun in two and the Avenger slammed his feet into Fisk's face. "Get out of here, the Queen's teen shouted, just as Kingpin recovered and bashed his fists into the Avenger. He did as commanded, but not before slugging his injured uncle over his shoulder and began web-swinging away. Fleeing from the Parker residence, Miles momentarily tumbled himself and Uncle Aaron into a police car. He didn't pay further attention to it as he kept on swinging. After a minute, Miles swung into an alleyway, soon laying his uncle on the ground. Pulling his hand back, he saw how red his hand was. How drenched in blood it was, given where it was previously placed. It was bad. It was really, really bad. Miles Morales covered his hands over his mouth, rapidly breathing in the process. Uncle Aaron, he said in Duris. This is my fault. The metallic gauntlet for his right hand reconfigured slightly, letting Aaron free his real hand. He brought it up, grasping his nephew's own. No, Miles. Aaron breathed out. I'm sorry. Tears streamed down both their faces. I wanted you to look up to me. The uncle said in a heartbroken, self-loathing tone. I let you down, man. I let you down. Feeling his breath growing short, Aaron clenched his nephew's hand tighter to get him to look him in the eye. You're the best of all of us, Miles. You're on your way. Just keep going. Aaron rasped out. Just keep going. Miles began to cry, seeing his uncle hardly breathing at all before the light left his eyes. He was so focused on his grief, he didn't notice anyone come into the alleyway until hearing the wire gate rattling. Hands up. Someone recognizable yelled out. Put your arms up. Now. Miles widened his eyes, hearing that it was his father who came here. Slowly, the Brooklyn teen complied with the one demand. Turn around. That one, however, he wouldn't comply with. A quick moment later, Miles swiftly went invisible. When his father was frantically looking where he disappeared to, he leaped into the air, landed on the high part of the alley wall and climbed towards the top. Looking back down, he saw his father finally taking notice of Uncle Aaron. He can only imagine the state of utter shock and disbelief he was feeling. The sadness and many other emotions welling up from inside upon seeing his brother's dead body lying on the ground, wearing the Prowler getup. After several moments, Miles saw his father reach to the radio by his shoulder and spoke to it. This is Officer Davis. All units. I want an APB on a new Spider-Man. Not wanting to see any more of this, he fled the scene. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 103, It's a Leap of Faith. The scene was that of a cosmic expanse with nodes and lines all connecting together to form an endless cosmos of webbing. On it were small images capturing brief instances of individuals in or with spider-themed powers saving lives, fighting bad guys, losing love, finding love, and so on and so forth. Abruptly, the scene turned into comic panels that were slammed shut, and on the comic cover was the title, Alpha, The Origin. Particles from the collider built by the Doc Ock of Earth 1610 fluctuated and came together to form a humanoid being with a male voice. My name is Alpha, or rather that was my designation, courtesy of this Dr. Olivia Octavius and her team. At least I have a name now, as I didn't really know how to refer to myself as. The comic opened again and it started at the first page with the collider's activation. I was born when the collider was first activated, and how I came to be is an unusual process. The former Spider-Man of Earth 1610 was fighting the Green Goblin when he was grabbed by the villain and shoved into the colliding energy beams of the machine. I don't fully understand as to how, but I came to exist somehow, and the first thing I remember was this great web, a web of destiny in life. And I saw these people, beings, individuals, you name it, and they were all part of this web. All of them, heroes. Some were less than ideal, but they were minuscule compared to how many were good. Spider-Man. Spider-Women. Spider-Animals, entities, objects, the whole list of them. And they had a unifying creed. With great power comes great responsibility. The page flipped over as the words seemingly served as a light for the newly created being, looking as though he was being basked in the mantra. And as soon as I saw that, did I see the one in the collider needing my help, and I failed him, and the weight of an entire world was thrown upon a new Spider-Man. More pages flipped around to show the cracks in reality that were the multiverse, the shards of glass having the reflections of 8 Spider-Men and women on them. It didn't take long for other spiders to make their way over here thanks to the collider. Panels showed the being encountering 6 of the 8 spiders before meeting them all properly, only to be captured by Doc Ock and the Sinister Six. Leading to now. Alpha was in a containment field being observed by Olivia Octavius and another man in spectacles. "This is all so fascinating," he said with open awe. "A being made from the collider." "I know it is, Jonathan." Liv's excitement was palpable. "A possible key to the multiverse within our grasp. Are you sure Alpha will properly fulfill the objective in locating Fisk's family?" Jonathan inquired, looking over his clipboard of notes they had gathered since capturing Alpha. "It'll make our job easier in finding suitable matches before we just pull random pairs from anywhere," Doc Ock remarked, her extra arms elevating her up to put in some possible sequences for the collider. "What if it won't comply?" Owen inquired, gazing intently at the being of collider energy. "It appears sentient." "It is sentient. And if it chooses to resist, we'll make it comply, whether it likes it or not," said Doc Ock. "We are on the cusp of a scientific breakthrough. I want to see where this will all lead to." Dr. Jonathan Owen said nothing else, only acquiescing, and went to monitor the system. By this point, the pair heard some deep steps coming from nearby. A resounding sign their boss was coming their way. "Octavius!" Kingpin gruffly announced himself, entering the lab. "Mr. Fisk," said Olivia. "The repairs on the collider are nearly complete. And we will be able to have better accuracy with the project now we have Alpha confined." Wilson eyed the entrapped entity, feeling its gaze upon him. He didn't really pay much mind to it soon after. "How much longer till we run the collider?" "Few hours, possibly," said Jonathan. "Perhaps around the time of the gala event you're hosting starts." A nod was received from the Kingpin before walking up to Alpha. "And this, being, Alpha?" Dr. Owen clarified. "Yeah, whatever, you're telling me this here's the key to get what I want." "More than that." Olivia's grin was manic. "He is that and so much more. A possible key to the multiverse. To endless possibilities and dash. Can it get me my family?" Kingpin interrupted in a low voice with Ock being unperturbed by his callous attitude. "Most definitely." "Good," was all Fisk said before turning to leave. Octavius and Owen resumed their work, busy with preparations. Unbeknownst to the pair, Alpha had been listening to everything they had said and felt a serious case of dread coming over him. He had no idea what may come if he were to be used again. Against his better judgment, Alpha felt sympathy for the crime boss, creating the collider in the hopes of finding an alternative version of his family. But he also knew that if he were to activate the machine again and tear a hole or multiple holes in the multiverse, the consequences would be dire. He needed to be stopped. And he couldn't do it from here. But Alpha was stuck. This containment field prevented him from escaping its confines and it nullified the use of his powers, whatever they may be. He still didn't have a full grasp of them since he was only a few days old and just coming into his own as an individual. Right now, he needs help. Help to help him fix what has happened. How he was to get help remained the question. He couldn't escape, so there that option went. There he hovered within the containment field when a thought crossed his mind. The Spider-Men and women. They could come to help him. This was just as much their fight as it was his. But how can he reach out to them? Maybe. This could be a theory, but that web of life, it connects to all spiders across the multiverse. He could feel it when he was first born. Maybe, just maybe, if he just concentrates on the strands that connect them all. Scene cut. Over in Brooklyn, New York, there is a prestigious private school. Most people label it as an elitist facility, focusing on the education of a number of upper-class or privileged individuals. Isn't really like that at all, in a fashion. Yes, it's hard to get in from a public standpoint. Rightfully so, given that if one excels here they are sure to obtain a scholarship to possibly any university of their choosing, in some capacity. How one is administered to Vision's Academy is generally through grants, sponsorship, or connections. In the case of Miles Morales, he got in through a lottery. The spider trainee has been here for roughly a week now and he has been having a number of issues before being bitten by the spider in the subway. He hasn't even had enough time to even get to know his roommate, outside of his name being Gank Lee. There have been expectations from his teachers, but not from his fellow classmates given their focus on their own work. The bar was raised quite high and for a while, Miles has been attempting to leave so he can go back to his previous school. After all, he was more comfortable there than here. Yet the expectations are still there. The ones lingering on him originate from his parents. The ones who want what's best out of him. Them who want a better life out of him than they had when growing up. Unfortunately, Miles was more focused on himself and was ignoring such wishes. And right now, the spider trainee was focused on what happened not so long ago. Presently, his dorm room was a complete disaster. Books and comics were sprawled about. Stuff on the one desk was thrown all over the room. Items were tossed aside left and right. And in the middle of it all was Miles, who was panting up a storm. He made quite a mess, but Miles didn't care right now. He needed to vent and this was the only sensible thing he could do in thrashing his dorm room. Looking at his one sketchbook, Miles saw the illustration he made of expectations. A reminder of not just what he's dealing with in school, but with him being a future Spider-Man. Right now, he has drastically failed at it in not saving his Uncle Aaron. Frustrated, he closed the sketchbook and threw it out of the window. Walking towards the dorm room door, Miles heard a sound in the distance. An odd whooshing sound that grew louder and was coming towards him. His spider sense didn't flare, but he turned to see what was coming at him. At that moment, his sketchbook was thrown right back at him, which he caught. Crawling in from his opened window was the spider people from alternate universes. Right now, it was really cramped in the dorm room with 8 people. Would be worse if the SP//DR mech was able to get in here. He avoided eye contact with them. He turned away and whipped away the few tears on his face. "Hey, bud," said Peter B. "You okay?" Miles exhales a breath, not responding. Clearly, the answer was noticeable with how it all is right now. Before the teen could make any kind of retort, the elder spider of the group placed a hand on his shoulder, giving Miles a sympathetic look. "We've all been there. Trust me, Miles, if anyone knows what you're feeling, it's us." He wanted to shout. To scream. To cry. To anything to deny such a statement. But Miles still had the wherewithal to know that what Peter B. Parker said was the truth. "You probably already know this, but for me, it was my Uncle Ben." Miles felt a hand on his other shoulder. He looked over and saw it originated from Noir. "For me, it was my Uncle Benjamin." Peony spoke up next. "For me, it was my father." Parker let out a choked breath, eyes becoming glossy. "I lost Barris in my own arms. Like all of us." Stacy murmured quietly, placing an understanding hand on the Jedi's shoulder, the Force user nodding silently at her. The group heard some sniffling. Looking over, they saw Spider-Ham sitting on the rolling chair and was rather downcast. "Miles, the hardest thing about this job is, you can't always save everybody." Even after hearing this, the Brooklyn native's emotions overrode his rational mind. "Look, it was my fault. You wouldn't understand. Miles, out of everyone on this earth, we all do. We've all been there. Every last one of us in here." Avenger Peter stated. The discussion was about to continue when they all heard the door handle to the dorm room jiggle. Immediately all 8 of them leaped to the ceiling and crawled to the corner. Soon after, the door opened up and they soon saw Miles' roommate Gank Lee walk in, listening to some music on his headphones. Gank was more focused on his playlist. Did he not notice the messy state the room was in? Taking his seat in the rolling chair, Gank picked up a random comic from the desk and began reading and twirling about. Not focusing on anything other than his mild sense of enjoyment. However, when he did one of his chair twirls, his eye caught onto something at the edge of his peripheral vision. Pulling his comic down, he looked towards the ceiling and saw his roommate Miles and 7 other people hanging there and bundled together. "Hey there," Miles said awkwardly. "Do animals talk in this dimension? 'Cause I don't wanna freak him out," spoke the one who looked like a cartoon pig version of Spider-Man. Gank indeed freaked out. Not audible, mind you. All he did was being shocked to the point of him fainting in his chair and toppling over it. The fall caused the headphones to come off, flaring the loud music into the dorm room. Getting back down, Miles got his roommate into bed and tucked him in while the others exited through the open window. Looking back, he saw that old Peter with the two teen Peters and Gwen were still in his room. "What's going on?" "We're in the middle of a disagreement," Avenger Peter said. This got a curious response out of Miles. "What? What kind of disagreement?" "I want you to stay behind," Peter B. Parker freely admitted. "We know you need to come with us," Jedi Peter declared, gesturing to himself and Avenger Spider-Man. "Well, alright then, let's get going," Miles declared, only for the Force user to put his hand on his shoulder. "But only if you're ready," Parker firmly said. "Huh? What do you mean?" Miles now sounds affronted. "Of course I'm ready. I am ready." "Not with that attitude," Gwen said in a low voice. "What is this? Am I going or not?" Morales argued aggressively. "It's rather complicated. I gotta make Kingpin pay," the Brooklyn teen said, getting more frustrated, tears peeking out of the corners of his eyes. "You have to let me make him pay." "Miles, you're gonna get yourself killed." "But I'm ready. I promise." "Miles," Jedi Peter interrupted. "You can't." He closed his eyes, a painful memory flashing through his mind. "You can't think like that. Never like that. You'll lose yourself if you do," Avenger Peter solemnly said. "How can you say that?" "What, you've never That's exactly why I'm saying this." Jedi Peter was now more firm, placing his hands on Miles' shoulders to get him to look him in the eye. "Miles, that place, that pit of revenge, that want to get back at the people that wronged you. I can tell you now, if you go down that crate hole, it's almost impossible to escape." "Not, it's not," Miles argued. "It's one guy, just one . "But does it stop at one?" Avenger Peter said. "Will it?" Morales was feeling cornered, erratically looking at the four of them before landing on the oldest of the group. "You told me to focus on saving one person," Miles held up a finger to emphasize this. "To do so because of my loved ones." "Well, guess what happened, Pete, I lost one of them." The teen stuttered and broke down into tears again. Peter B's forlorn expression grew, placing his hands on the kid's shoulders only for Miles to hug the adult with him reciprocating the gesture. "It's not fair," Miles whispered out. "It's just not fair." He felt a tender hand on his back, craning his eyes open to see Gwen's empathetic face with her rubbing his back gently. "We know, Miles," she quietly said. "It never is fair. What happened to your uncle is a tragedy," began the elder spider of the group. "How Fisk took a big part of your life and snuffed it out. He pretty much flipped your world upside down. And all you have now is this pain and anguish you want to vent out. And how it all happens, one way or another, is fighting. You might feel good in beating up the bad guys. Misplaced aggression and all that. But you might cross that line and take a life by accident. Could be Fisk for all we know if that were to happen. If not, you'd try to move on, but you'll see the same man in place of every crook and villain from then on. The cycle repeats again and again until one terrible morning you realize that revenge has become your whole life and you'll have a hard time climbing out of it. How do you know that? 'Cause it's how I felt after losing my Uncle Ben. Seeing the same person who I didn't stop who killed my uncle in turn, even days after I got him," said Peter B. "Took me a while for me to realize that. Needed to clean myself up as a result back then. Got that reminder after my Aunt May died." It was a bitter pill for Miles to swallow after hearing this. "Miles, look at me," the Jedi said, making the teen turn to him. "We get it, really we do. And let me tell ya, losing the one you love most in your arms is a pain I wouldn't wish upon anyone. But you need to stop and think about this. It's not about who you're fighting to avenge. It's about who you're fighting to protect." Miles was silent as Parker went on. "I know you may not fully get this, but just level with me here," the Jedi patiently said. "In my universe, during the war, one of the lessons imparted to me by my masters was the difference between Jedi and Sith, and primarily, it was how we treated attachments. Morales was confused but said nothing as Peter Parker went on. For the Sith, attachments came in two varieties. Ones where they severed the bonds they shared themselves to grow stronger as they saw fit, or the bonds where someone they loved died, having them fall further into rage, sorrow, and devastation, with a lot of that type of reaction in particular. But the Jedi were taught to cherish attachments, as attachments are a reflection of the Force. The connections that bind all life together, that give us the purpose to fight. And for those we lost, to remember what we had to make sure we don't become what we dread most. The Brooklyn native was silent, absorbing the words. Do you really think your uncle would want you to go on a revenge quest that could get you killed? The Avenger Spider-Man quietly asked. One that would devastate your mom and dad. That was a sharp, metaphorical slap to the face of Miles as he felt whatever rush of rage and anguish whittle down. It was there, God knows it was, but now it was far more subdued. I can't sit this one out, guys, I can't. I need to do this. Can you? Miles gave old Peter a look. At least we can say goodbye at the collider. Miles. Old Peter's shoulders sagged. I need to be there. So you can all go home. They are going home, Miles. I'm the only one staying. Miles whirled to the older spider. You're taking my place? If you stay here, you'll die. I'm doing what needs to be done. What about MJ? Don't you love her? Doesn't she still matter to you? The two teen Peters and Gwen all glanced at the elder spider, who released a defeated sigh. Not everything works out, kid. Miles saw the older Spider-Man prepare to leave when he spoke up. Don't you need the goober? Peter B didn't even look back at him. What was the first lesson I told you? Miles looked down at his hand and saw the goober was missing. Looking over, he saw it was now in Peter B's. He fired a web shot at it, quickly connecting and yanking it back into his grasp. Peter B gave Miles a bland look. The elder Spider-Man held out his hand toward Miles. I need the goober. The Brooklyn teen kept the goober away from the older spider. That's not fair. He said aloud. You gotta tell them I can do this. It wasn't their decision. Miles looked at him, shaking his head soon after. Right then and there, Miles was off of his feet, courtesy of the older Peter doing a sweep kick. As he fell, he was kept in the air when the older Parker grasped the front of his costume and kept him there. Then shock me right here and now to let you go. Or turn invisible on command so you can get past me. Hearing this, Miles looked to the three teen spiders in the room, seeing they weren't stepping in. The kid from Brooklyn began struggling. Him trying to do what was necessary to prove he was ready. Unfortunately, for the coming moments, nothing was mustered up at all. From outside, Spider-Ham, Noir and Peony shared sympathetic looks, knowing things aren't going in Miles' favor. Look, I know how much you want this, kid. Old Peter gently brought Miles back down before flipping to land behind him. I'm sorry, but you don't have it yet. How will I know when I'm ready? Remember what I told you. It's a leap of faith. Peter B then proceeded to web Miles to the chair, securing him tightly. Hey, is that really necessary? Avenger Peter argued. He's not ready for this. Were any of us? The Queen's Spider-Man rebuked. But this is a different scenario. Gwen muttered. He can do this. Avenger Peter emphasized, getting a nod from Jedi Peter and a look of appreciation from Miles. And how long will that take? Peter B asked. Yet before anyone was able to answer, there was rapping at the dorm room door. Silence greatly took hold in the dorm room, the five of them all looking at each other in confusion. Who was that supposed to be? Miles, The others looked over at the teen in the chair and then back at the door, hearing someone from the other side speaking. Miles, it's your dad, said Officer Jefferson Davis. Please open the door. There was another beat of silence. Miles, I can see your shadow moving around. The one spider closest to the door moved back in response. Yeah, okay, I get it. I get it. You're still ignoring me. Look, can we talk for a minute? Miles and the others in the room could hear the hurt emanating from the man's voice. Something happened to Dash. It was faint, but they can hear the choked sob on the other side. It was controlled, with Miles' father trying to fight it back, but it was leaking. No doubt he was still affected by the loss of his brother, Miles' uncle. Look, sometimes people drift apart, Miles. And I don't want that to happen to us, okay? I know I don't always do what you need me to do or say what you need to say. Miles slowly rolled over to the door, gently placing his head to the surface. I see this spark in you and it's amazing. It's why I push you but it's yours. Whatever you choose to do with it, you'll be great. The son of the officer felt his heart race at hearing this, never hearing his father sound so vulnerable. Look, call me when you can. Okay? I love you. You don't have to say it back, though. Officer Davis knocked on the door slightly before walking away. The dorm room was relatively quiet again. Attention was slowly drawn to the confined spider trainee. The others knew there was a lot going through his head right now, processing what his father just said. He slowly whirled back around, seeing the three Peters and Gwen gazing silently at him. Miles lingered on the two spiders that were opposed to him coming along and the two teen Peters that believed he should. His mind thought back to the many conversations he's had in these short days and focused on what Peter B. and Jedi Peter told him. That he's not just fighting to save New York, but to protect those he loved. That's why he needed to be Spider-Man. And to do that, he first needed to have faith in himself. Closing his eyes, Miles concentrated. Let all the enhanced senses wash over him until he began to feel it. Peter B. sighed, turning around and made his way to the window in order to swing over to Fisk Tower with the others. Before he could make it outside. Blam! The chair exploded. The backrest smacked Peter B. across the head in the process. I deserved that. He blandly said, not even looking back to know what happened. Yes. Yes, you did. Gwen snarky said. Looking back now, the elder spider saw the dorm room was covered in webs now, originating from where the one rolling chair came from, but Miles was nowhere in sight. Actually, he was still here with a slight shimmer. This got Peter B. to smile a little. Miles looked at his hands, crackling with bioelectricity. He was panting heavily, looking up at the others with the two teen Peters grinning widely whilst Gwen held a softer smile. It was at this moment did he realize he was actually invisible, but the electrical arcs still danced across his arms for a moment or two longer before fading away. Morales found himself laughing in disbelief, phasing in and out of visibility whilst freely calling upon the electricity to course all over his hands. The two teen Peters let out cheers, throwing their arms around his shoulders, Miles laughing with them. Gwen hung back, her smile widening at the interaction when Spider sense. Miles felt it in his head. And he wasn't the only one as the others were experiencing the same sensation. There was no imminent danger coming their way, but something was up. You all felt that, right? Spider-Man Noir abruptly peeked his head in through the window, slightly startling Miles. What the have you guys all been there the whole time? Well, why would we just up and leave without the whole team? Spider-Ham cheekily asked. Miles. Peony jumped through the window and hugged him with her entire body, clinging onto him as she cried in her usual, comical, reality-defying manner. You're ready now. Peony. Miles chuckled at her gesture, hugging her back. All right, Pen, let's not hug his lights out before he even has a chance to help. Gwen remarked in amusement, managing to pry the young girl off. Spider sense. The Spider gang all grunted, massaging their heads. Okay, that's gonna be annoying. Avenger Peter grumbled. Where's it coming from? Spider-Ham asked, looking out the window of the dorm. No clue. Old Peter said. Not gonna sit here and twiddle our thumbs in waiting. Said Noir. Better go out and find the source before getting to the collider. The others inside the dorm room crawled out of the window before readying themselves to swing away. Where to now? Asked the Avenger. Now? I need to make a pit stop first. The others looked at the Brooklyn teen with various degrees of curiosity. Where? Gwen said. Miles gave the older Peter a small smirk. Gotta do Spider-Man my own way, right? He was confused for a moment before a look of understanding came across his face. Right. We'll go on ahead. You catch up when you're ready. Avenger Peter said. Don't take too long. Gwen pointedly said. Miles only grinned at that as he and the gang separated. As the teen from Brooklyn swung away from Vision's academy, Gank woke up in the dorm room. He glanced around, seeing the mess the space was. Rolling his eyes, he let loose a yawn and went back to sleep. He'll deal with the cleanup in the morning. With Miles, it didn't take long for him to reach a particular Queens suburb and land in front of the Parker residence. He saw the mess of the fight from earlier was cleaned up, but the damage was still there on the walls and rooftop. Each were covered up by tarp as repairs would go underway in the foreseeable future. Coming to the backyard, he saw one particular person sitting in a rocking chair near the shed. It appears he was expected. Took you long enough. May Parker said, sipping a cup of tea with a small smirk directed at the teen. Back in the spider cave, Miles faced the glass boxes with all of the spider suits his predecessor wore and had out on display. I know, May, said Miles, still facing the one center to them all. Just needed to come over to get something that'll fit me. With your present getup, you clearly needed something more suited for you. I know. As my mom says about my family, we don't run away from things, we face them head on. Looking over, he saw May Parker at the computer console. Karen's done with your outfit. But stated there's something she wants you to do before it's finished. Being what? It's look. It's look. Miles repeated, looking at the screens that displayed the blank canvas that was to be his suit. Taking a moment to look at all the other spider suits on display, his mind focused back to the black attire of the Avenger Spider-Man and when he had Symbion for that brief instance. Like a light bulb going off in his head, Morales got to work. While Miles didn't have spray paint on him, with the programming here he did the next best thing. His new costume was primarily black, but there were only a few red areas to it on the shoulders, hands, feet, and the area around the white lenses. Around the lenses was some blue lining. And the emblem on both the front and back was designed to resemble a spray-painted logo. Lookin' good, May said with approval. Spider-Man. Hearing this made Miles' heart swell, though his expression changed to one of curiosity as May presented him with a small case. The last touch, she said, opening it up to reveal two rectangular devices that had roughly scribbled words that said "slap on." Realizing what they were, Miles picked them up and did as the writing instructed. In an instant, new web shooters formed, these more distinctly different than his previous borrowed ones, these being more his. Average Peter figured, having a proper set of your own that you can fiddle around with. Avenger. Morales subconsciously corrected, giving them one flick and webbing one of the many devices in the cave to his hand with ease. Fits like a glove. Once wearing his new outfit, there was something else he needed to do before reuniting with the others. Swinging around as the sun barely set from the horizon, Miles made it to the tallest building he could find. He found himself sitting on the side of the building, the glass window catching his reflection as he gazed down at the city below him. His city. Brooklyn. New York. All of it. His to protect. His responsibility. Slipping his mask on, Miles closed his eyes, allowing the memories of the last 3 days to whiz over his mind. He'd be lying if he wasn't nervous. But this was perhaps his final test to be sure he was ready. It's not just one person. It's your loved ones. There's this spark in you, it's amazing. Whatever you choose to do, you'll do great. Your bonds. The connections that bind all life together, that give us the purpose to fight. And for those we lost, to remember what we had to make sure we don't become what we dread most. Our family doesn't run away from things. You're the best of all of us, Miles. You are on your way. When do I know I'm Spider-Man? You won't. That's all that is, Miles. It's a leap of faith. Opening his eyes, Miles propelled himself off the glass, shattering it from the force of his jump and dove headfirst into the city below. Everything slowed from his perspective as he drew in closer and closer to the streets below. Thwip. Before turning and firing his new web shooters, Snagging onto the top of the building, he jumped from and swung at full speed and velocity, the wind buffeting his clothing. Tightening his grip, Miles tugged hard on the line and was pulled upwards. Swinging near the street below, his feet barely touched the pavement, running to keep on the momentum as he was still connected to the web line from high above. In an instant, he disconnected, flipped and leapt off of several vehicles. Even then, he still kept on running. Taking a mighty leap, he launched himself to a flagpole up above and swung around it a few times before essentially flying into the air. Whoa! Miles couldn't help but bellow this out into the night sky as he swung high into the air. He could feel them. All of them. The people of New York turning their eyes onto him. What they were gonna expect out of him. The standard he had to live up to. And to surpass. With one final tug, Miles flew so high, he sailed and flipped over the top of a building. Making a descent once more, he angled himself to land near a glass wall of a corporate building. He ran along its length and reached the end before flipping away. Landing on a residential building, he ran across the rooftop before leaping onto another and another, all before coming across the truss bank some distance away. His momentum kept him going, he didn't want to stop. Before he knew it, Miles took a massive leap and soared across the mighty gap. Once reaching the other side, he performed a recovery roll. Even then, he didn't stop. Eventually he did when landing at a certain high rise. The adrenaline finally coming to an end as he needed to catch his breath. Pulling back his mask, he panted. Taking a good intake of air to help steady his rapidly beating heart. Looking onward, Miles saw the Fisk Tower across the river in the distance. Just as he pulled down his mask and going to head over there. Clap, clap, clap. He blinked when he heard clapping and found someone roughly grabbing his shoulders but in a friendly manner. Miles. He turned to see the Spider Gang all behind him, nothing but a sense of belonging, pride, and approval. His eyes drifted over to Avenger Peter, who had his mask up, grinning widely at him. "Have you guys all been following me?" the Brooklyn teen asked. "Hard not to follow you when seeing that showboat debut," Noir remarked in amusement. 10 out of 10, Miles. Spider-Ham happily said, jumping up, holding 4 posters in both hands and feet with large XS on all of them. "Think you're ready now?" he rhetorically asked, and Morales found himself smirking confidently. Only one way to find out. Well then, Peter B walked past him, clapping his shoulder. "Try to keep up, Spider-Man." Miles now had a wide grin, feeling Avenger Pete bump his shoulder against his, Gwen passing by him with a smirk directed at the newly minted Spider-Man. The Spider Gang all jumped off, swinging to Fisk Tower, with Miles being the last one to chase after them. During their swing toward Fisk Tower. "Did you find out what was causing that thing earlier?" Miles asked the group. "More or less," Jedi Peter answered. "It's originating from Fisk Tower." "Go figure, huh?" Gwen said, pointing ahead to their intended destination. "We were going to go over there immediately," Noir said, only for Peony to happily interrupt him. "But then we saw your essential debut. And we decided to watch," said Spider-Ham, seemingly having a bag of popcorn in hand and munching on it. "Good show, by the way." Miles laughed, shaking his head at their interaction before the 8 spiders arrived at the building, landing atop a construction crane that overlooked it. "So, what are we looking at?" Jedi Peter asked, with Peony taking the lead, her mech making a scan of Fisk Tower. "There's a private elevator from Fisk's penthouse to the collider below. Only available entrance is there." Noir soon noticed some traffic down below. Didn't count on having an audience. Everyone looked down at the streets to see hundreds of people entering the building. "Is there a reason for this?" Miles asked, thrown by all this. "Wilson Fisk is hosting a memorial event for the late Peter Parker," Karen said from the Avengers suit. The newest Spider-Man felt a pit form in his stomach. "You can't be serious." "I know." Peter B deadpanned. "It's as disgusting as it sounds." "Come on," Avenger Peter said with a sigh. "Might as well face the music." The Spider Gang swung over to the glass ceiling atop the building, and as soon as they landed on it, they saw something that made their jaws drop. "You gotta be kidding me," they all collectively said. Looking from the window ceiling, They all saw the apparent theme. Hanged cloths and banners with the Spider-Man logo and mask on display. Through the nearby window opening, they could hear Wilson Fisk's speech from the podium on the far end. "Thank you, it's nice to be with you this evening to celebrate Spider-Man. He and I were very close. He was always a favorite of my son. Kids love Spider-Man, right? Still do. Kingpin is really hamming it up. What a pig. Ahem." Everyone turned to see the unamused look from Spider-Ham. "I'm right here." Porker greatly stressed out. "Hold on." Noir abruptly spoke up. "Get a load of how the waiters are dressed." The others looked towards where Noir was focusing towards. The employees were essentially wearing a number of Spider-Man get-ups. Mostly the mask, but some were sprucing up all the attires of the waiters. "It's in poor taste, but it can't be that easy, right?" 6 of the spiders were now walking through the gala with bodies on their suits, walking through the gala with few even giving them a glance. "It's that easy," the Private Eye Spider-Man said in calm disbelief. Peter B., Gwen, and Noir were side by side, moving a dinner cart across the event hall. Spider-Ham and Peony were hiding in a particular fashion. The cartoon pig was inside of the covered silver platter. SP//DR was covered by the dinner cloth while repositioning itself underneath the cart to move about. In front were Jedi, Avenger, and new Spider-Man, all carrying trays of their own, looking around the gala. "I can't believe we just said custom cosplay and that's it," the Avenger commented. Parker luck strikes again. "What's cosplay?" Noir, Parker, and Morales asked at the same time, and Avenger Peter jolted and the cart the others were pushing jerked violently. "Must, resist, urge, to smack you both," Peter said through gritted teeth. "Both, not 3. You don't count, Noir." The detective merely shrugged his shoulders in response. "Just try not to draw attention to ourselves," Gwen whispered aloud. Just as she said this, "I just want to thank Mary Jane Parker for being here this evening," said Fisk from the podium. This quickly drew the attention of Peter B. Parker as he looked over and was frozen stiff. There she was, his wife, well, ex-wife, from another dimension. She was as beautiful as he remembers. Practically gorgeous, wearing a red and black dress. He felt trapped in a box full of emotions right now. "MJ." His view was suddenly blocked by Gwen appearing in front of him. "Pay attention. It's not your MJ, Peter, okay?" she said, pushing the older Parker variant along. Peter B. leaned back before walking away from the group. "I'm sorry, I'll be right back." "Peter," Gwen hissed in a whisper, blocking his path. "Follow the plan." "But I've been there." "You gotta move on, buddy." With how things happened in coming into this reality, Gwen was in Peter B.'s shoes the other day. When she saw the 2 teen Peters underneath their masks, her heart skipped several beats. Despite the hair coloring, the 2 bore the same face and voices as her best friend. It was honestly like seeing a ghost. At the time, Gwen greatly fought the urge to cry, telling him she's sorry on what happened back then at the dance. Wanting to be a better friend to him for not paying better attention. The experienced spider wasn't exactly hearing it as he was able to maneuver away from her. "It will take 1 second," he said to her. "Let me just go." When he turned around, he was nearly face to face with Mary Jane. "Hello." "Oh, wow." MJ merely looked at the costumed waiter. With the years of knowing her Peter, she could pick up on body language instead of facial cues. She could tell he was practically awkward right now, being here in several ways. I just wondered if we could have some more bread at table 12. Yeah." The visible spiders from nearby saw this and had their own reactions. Noir didn't really seem bothered. Slightly impatient in a way as he wanted things rolling. Gwen face-palmed and wanted to strangle Peter B. Miles felt sympathetic, to a degree. Knowing the older Parker had a lot of unresolved issues with his ex-wife. The 2 teen Peters were watching and wanted to see how this would play out. I'm really sorry." "Oh. Don't be sorry. It's just bread. I wasn't really there for you when you needed me." I didn't even try." That's fine. You know, I should really get going. I know I could do better if I just had another chance to give you, the bread that you deserve. The widow of Peter Parker of this universe gave the waiter a look. Are you okay? At this point Gwen came up to her coworker and addressed MJ. Don't worry, ma'am. We'll take care of that bread right now. The redhead nodded. Well, it's been nice talking to you. As she walked away, Peter B. began mumbling all sorts of things that were hard to discern. You all right there, man? Asks Gwen. Oh, yeah. Totally. He said, resuming the plan to get to the penthouse. Good. 'Cause we are not getting any bread. Nearby, the Jedi and Avenger commented about what they witnessed. Force that was extremely awkward to watch. Tell me about it. Not known to either of them, MJ looked back, seeing the one waiter walk away, well more like dragged away by his coworkers. Something about him felt familiar to her. Shaking her head, she went back to her table to resume her meal before going home. Her time being at this event was perhaps reaching the appropriate point for her leave without seeming rude to the host. Upon sitting down, she felt a small tremor going on. The dishes and dinnerware was shaking alongside the tables. Before long, it all stopped. Down below, Kingpin had made his way to the underground base where the collider had been waiting for his activation. For now, it was merely being primed. Within the confines of the observation station, Fisk's eyes landed on the being dubbed Alpha situated in the center of the collider, the being looking up at him with a pleading look despite his hard-to-discern face. Fisk held no such sympathy, focused only on the matter at hand. What do I need to do? He asked Octavius, who was waiting for him by his side. Just a drop of blood is all you need, she said, holding her hand out to a console where a small needle was set up within a glass case. It'll correlate with the samples we have of your wife and son. Wordlessly, Kingpin went up to the console and pricked his finger on the needle without even flinching. The blood oozed out from his fingertip and was sucked into the needle. DNA strand acquired, said a synthetic female voice. On a screen attached to the ceiling, the image of Wilson Fisk appeared in a moment later, his wife and son. Within the collider room, Alpha sensed what was about to happen, hearing the sound of the machine all around him, signaling its activation. Beginning skin of dimensional matches, said Octavius' assistant, Jonathan Owen. Back in the control room, after making a few adjustments, Olivia Octavius sent the blood sample of Kingpin, his late wife and son directly into the containment field of Alpha. In an instant, Alpha gasped, feeling the foreign substance entering his body and was about to reject it when the collider went off. At the same time, the Spider Gang made their way to the penthouse area and were quick to take out the guards. Noir had a man in a sleeper hold, putting enough pressure on the man to knock him out. Sleep, he said in a chilling whisper. All right, Sam Fisher, enough. I think he's already out, said the Avenger. Once inside of the penthouse, they were able to find the hidden elevator through a false wall. Once prying and busting it open, the group descended the elevator shaft in their own particular ways while each were momentarily glitching. Upon making it to the appropriate level, the 8 spiders heard the ignition sequence going on. Each ran and swung about, reaching the initial collider end as the automated voice stated the countdown reaching 0. The beams produced by the collider began to violently act out, sending out arcs of swirling energy. And with that, the quakes occurred. Outside of Fisk Tower, a great number of things began to go on the fritz. Many structures began fluctuating in colors and shapes. And it began spreading out. Not just New York of this universe, but beyond. Over in the home universe of the Avenger, Spider-Man, Coruscant, and New York were respectively experiencing a violent glitch storm with dozens of locations glitching out and becoming small intersections where multiple realities met. And they weren't the only places, but these two were the ones being the most directly affected. What in the Force is happening right now? Anakin asked, feeling fluctuations in the Force he had never felt before. Something is happening within the multiverse, Mordo said, a large contingent of Jedi and Avengers all standing at the front of the Jedi Temple. Likely the same phenomena that took Spider-Man away. What is all this? Obi-Wan murmured, mind unable to properly process what was happening to Coruscant. What can we do? Ayla asked the sorcerers with Doctor Strange shaking his head. Nothing. Steven said. This is beyond your understanding. We can't just stand around and do nothing. Ahsoka implored desperately, her mind going haywire as she, like all the Jedi, was experiencing a sensation in the Force that eclipsed the shockwaves of the Avengers' arrivals. We will. Captain America abruptly spoke up. Doctor Strange, Mordo, this is your field of expertise. Is there a way you can stem the damage or lessen what is happening? We can only do so much, Captain. Mordo respectfully said. Then do what you can. Steve ordered. Our job is simple. Keep the people safe. Sam finished for him, already sensing what he wanted to do. You guys use your magic jazz hands to try to keep all this bullshittery at bay while all of us focus on saving and keeping people out of harm's way. Celeste, Iron Man now spoke up, turning to her. Get back home and see the damage. If Danny and Hector's visit from last time is anything to go off of it's likely happening there as well. Morn stated, already conjuring a portal to the Infinity Gate in the Avengers HQ on Coruscant. Relay the same message to the rest of the team home. Steve tacked on with Celeste nodding. Bucky gave Steve a look, one which his old friend understood, and the Winter Soldier followed after his girlfriend whilst the sorcerers that remained prepared their spells. We have our jobs, people. Captain America declared. Let's get to it. Back on Earth 1610, the Collider was in full effect, the Spider Gang watching on in disbelief. We're too late. Gwen whispered, and despite the noise going on, her statement was heard by all. In the middle of it all, their ears perked up, and a moment later, their spider senses were screaming. What the Jedi? Peter groaned out, clutching the side of his head. There. Peony said from her mech, SP//DR, pointing at the center of the colliding beams. Even though the collider was active and the beams were in full force, somehow, they were able to discern a figure in the middle of it all. The figure they had already seen several times before, the one who caused violent glitching whenever he was within their proximity. Their spider senses went off once more, only this time, it came with a message. One they all heard in their minds somehow. Help me. All their eyes widened upon hearing this. We need to get to him. Avenger Peter said. Agreed. Peter B said. So, new plan. Split up. 4 for the goober, 4 for that, being guy, whatever he is. He needs our help and have a hunch he can help us in return. Roger that. Avenger Peter said, jumping to save Alpha, being accompanied by Jedi Peter, Noir, and Peony. Old Peter with Gwen, Miles, and Porker attached themselves to the ceiling, crawling along it to get to the hidden control panel. We need to get the goober in and take over the beam. Peter B stated. What about that guy? What do you think he even does? Miles asked aloud. I don't know, and if we free him, we'll find out. Just as the elder Peter found the control panel in the ceiling of the collider, his, and the rest of the gang's spider sense went off. Down below, the group trying to reach Alpha froze, all coming to the same conclusion. They know we're here. Gwen whispered in alarm. Come on. Avenger Peter said, getting ready to jump for Alpha when Noir held him back. Hold on, cowboy, the detective said, pulling him away from the beams. What do you think will happen if ya just jump headfirst into that light show? The Queen's teen was jittery. We gotta do some dash. They all paused, the sensation of their spider senses all going off at the same time. A moment later, Jedi Spider-Man barely had a moment to pull out his lightsaber when the form of Hammerhead came in and tackled him. It's payback time, you snot-nosed rotten punk. The gangster-like villain exclaimed, using his newest arm to grab the Force user by the neck. What, got tired of having both arms already? Parkar managed out despite being choked. Hammerhead seethed, rearing his other arm back, and in an instant, the Jedi turned his lightsaber on and cut off the arm holding him. Org. Hammerhead howled out, unable to process what he just went through again, because the Avenger Spider-Man swung in to deliver a spinning kick to the man's face, knocking him out clean. Is it wrong that you cutting his arm off for the 4th time is now really funny? He asked his Jedi counterpart, who gave him an iffy hand motion. Only if you wanna see it happen again. They didn't have time to dwell on this as they were met with gunfire from Fisk's men. And they weren't alone. The rest of the rogues gallery of the former Spider-Man descended upon the Spider Gang. Avenger Spider-Man found himself getting attacked by Electro whilst Jedi Spider-Man fought off Vulture. Noir tangoed with Tombstone and Peony engaged Scorpion. Up above, Peter B was dealing with Doc Ock and Gwen was fighting off Shocker. This left Miles and Spider-Ham to deal with Green Goblin who towered over the pair. Miles gulped slightly yet Porker was unperturbed. The Toon Pig pulled out his mallet, spinning it about in dramatic fashion before posing with it. "Let's dance, Gremlin." Spider-Ham goaded. "Goblin!" Osborn roared, lunging at the pair. Miles dropped from the ceiling and Spider-Ham jumped back before leaping forward, striking Goblin right between the eyes. There was a visible whack seen from this impact and the villain felt it, growling angrily and grabbing Spider-Ham out of the air. No. Miles didn't even hesitate in launching himself right at Green Goblin, the sole of his foot crashing into the jaw of the supervillain. "Attaboy, Miles!" Spider-Ham praised, landing on Morales' shoulder to use as a jumping pad, getting some good air before bringing down his hammer with all his might on top of Osborn's head. It was quite a comical sight in seeing Goblin's razor-sharp teeth devolve into cartoonish buck-tooth ones that jutted out of his mouth as his face folded in like an accordion. Miles' lenses were a bit bug-eyed at the sight. "I can't believe that's the weirdest thing I've seen since becoming Spider-Man." "Well, yeah, better get used to it, bucko, it's only the start," Spider-Ham cheerfully said, and despite himself, Miles couldn't help but laugh. All the while, Peter B. Parker was fending off 4 rubbery mechanical arms at the same time. "Nice to see you again, Peter," said Olivia, soon eyeing the goober in his hand. "And so good of you to bring that to me. You know, I think you and I got off on the wrong foot," Peter B. conversationally said, ducking, dodging, and weaving around the additional arms that tried skewering him. "You knew me, I didn't know you, but I know we got a connection. Outside villainy and heroism, I know you have something special within you live. Aren't you a charmer?" Octavius snidely said, turning one of her tentacles into a buzzsaw that tried sawing Parker's head off. "It's one of my many positive woe." Doc Ock managed to snag his ankle and threw him down towards the collider when Avenger Peter swooped him to make sure he didn't fall into one of the beams. "I got ya." "Yeah, but who has her?" Old Peter casually said over the younger Peter's shoulder, pointing at the supervillain pursuing them. That's when Jedi Peter came in with the assist, using Vulture as his means of getting right up to Doc Ock. He kicked Toombs in the head, making the winged villain careen off to the side, crashing into a wall and sliding down it rather comically. Jedi Peter sailed right at Ock and with a flurry of spins from his lightsaber, cut down all her arms, much to her shock. Or that's what it seemed at first. It only took a few seconds for new tentacles to pop out, surprising the 3 Peters dealing with her. "Come now, you think I wouldn't have accounted for something like that?" Octavius haughtily said. "The Spider-Man I fought did this to me on numerous occasions. It's why changes had to be made. That would be so cool if you weren't so intent on killing us." Avenger Peter couldn't help but comment. Inside the control center, Jonathan Owen was getting readouts on his monitor. Despite the ongoing battle inside the collider itself, the data was still streaming in undisturbed. The man soon received a notification, 2 faces popping up on his screen. "I've got genetic matches," he said, typing away on his keyboard. "We have, no. Wait. Hold on. Something's wrong." Several screens became erratic and it started spreading quickly to other screens and consoles. The energy readings were now spiking, the video feed of Alpha in the center of it all displaying him writhing in pain, having gained a red hue of collider particles that appeared to be getting rejected by the being despite their insistence on attaching themselves to him. "It's getting too risky," Owen said. "Alpha cannot sustain your DNA along with your wife and sons, sir, he's rejecting them." "Shut up and turn it up," Kingpin ordered, staring intently at the center of the collider, his vision zeroing in on it, completely ignoring the Spider Gang and the villains under his employ. Jonathan wanted to object to this, but the towering frame of the criminal boss of New York coupled with his own morbid curiosity got the better of his rational side. Placing his hand over the control dial to the machine, he turned it in the direction that amplified the energy output of the collider. The collider began sputtering out more energy and particles, leading to some unintended and drastic consequences. Electro, who had been fighting Jedi Spider-Man now, stopped in his attack when he looked at his hands, which seemed to be bending and arching in odd directions. What the hetzzzz? Electro began spasming, his powers arching out from his body erratically. Whoa! Parker exclaimed, either dodging the bolts of electricity or using both the force and his lightsaber to deflect it. Org! Electro cried, his entire body now pulsing with out-of-control electricity, the collider particles weaving in and out of him. I gotta get out of here! Max Dillon exclaimed, sounding like a static TV broadcast. He shot at the closest form of an outlet and quickly entered into it, escaping the collider room and leaving a momentarily befuddled, glitching Jedi. Huh. I guess that takes care of him. Parker muttered, shrugging at this small little moment of luck. He heard the sound of an explosion, turning to see Gwen dealing with Shocker and surprisingly some bold goons of Kingpin willing to put themselves in danger in the collider room. Look, Schultz, I gotta ask, why a costume that's an oven mitt? Stacy said, webbing two guys and yanking them to bash their heads into each other before jumping over another shockwave blast. Is it 'cause you had no other material? Or were you just uncreative on designs? It reminds me of home when my ma used to bake. Shocker freely admitted, making Gwen pause. That is rather wholesome. Thanks. Shocker then fired his beams again, only for Jedi Peter to come in, using the force to expunge the attack, yet it had some unintended consequences of rattling his arms and giving him a ringing sound. Oh, shouldn't have done that, Parker said, hands over his ears and crouching as his body recovered. The arrival of the Jedi served as the opening Gwen needed, jumping over the Force user at Shocker, who appeared at the ready only for Spider-Woman to latch onto his wrist with a web line. With a quick yank to the side, Shocker stumbled around as he fired a shockwave that inadvertently took out more of Fisk's goons that were in the room. Before he could retaliate, Gwen was already upon him, kicking the villain right in the chin with enough force to knock him out. Up above, Peter B was still grappling against Doc Ock. Him doing his best to insert the goober into the security measure, but was unsuccessful on every attempt once remotely close. Presently, his neck was being strangled by one of Olivia's rubbery arms. His right arm trying to get close to the panel, but kept being dragged away. Why is this always difficult? He grunted out loud. Throughout the 20-plus years of being Spider-Man, this particular situation more or less happens all the same. It's utterly ridiculous. Going somewhere, Peter? Octavius tauntingly asked, pulling the hero in close as he struggled to free himself from her grasp. Yeah, just trying to catch a better angle for the collider, maybe get a picture for the bugle back home. Peter grunted out, Olivia's expression won into sinister satisfaction as one of her arms produced a blade. Any last words? She rhetorically asked. Can I get a minute to think about it? You have a pen that I can use. Octavius chuckled, holding the blade up to his face, hovering the tip over his eye. Goodbye, Peter Parker. Doc Ock darkly said when an unseen force slapped the back of her head and undid her hair. Hey! She indignantly yelled out, having one of her arms pull her hair back to where it was. One of her other arms were then grabbed and used to punch her in the face. Who did that? Octavius demanded. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. A voice taunted from all over. Underneath his mask, Peter B was smiling. Him envisioning the invisible Miles beating the crap out of Doc Ock with her own tentacles, much to her utter confusion. Where are you? Liv now shouted, getting further angered by this unseen attacker from her eyes. I'm right here. Miles quipped to her left. No. I'm over here. Then to her right. She then felt two lines attach themselves to her shoulder and she was pulled in just as Miles became visible and punched her right across the face, sending her flying back. Old Peter was freed and he kicked her further back as he and Miles attached themselves to the ceiling. Attaboy, Miles, attaboy. He praised, grabbing the back of the teen's neck and nudging him affectionately. I love you, man. I'm so proud. Never had any doubts. Peter B laughs as he looked away slightly. Do I want kids? Before they could say or do anything else, there were more flashes of lights, pulsing out from the energy of the collider, and they heard a pained yell with their spider senses all going off again. The fighting in the room paused as all eyes were on the collider, with the beams becoming more wavy and chaotic, and at its center, Alpha was being pushed to his very brink. "Well, that doesn't look promising," Peter B. murmured. "No. It doesn't," Miles said, looking down at where Alpha was being held. The quakes were growing in magnitude. Up above in Fisk Tower, the attendees to Fisk's event were now vacating the building. Everyone fled with fright. Across the city, things were beginning to get worse. And it wasn't just in this universe. The glitch storm was increasing and becoming more erratic back in the reality of the Avenger Spider-Man. In the air, above Coruscant, Mordo, and Doctor Strange were casting spells in all directions, the runic enchantments acting as a way of stitching up or cancelling out the glitches in the fabric of reality. The same was happening in New York, Celeste along with Wong and several dozen other sorcerers casting spells to cancel out or contain the multiversal anomalies. On both planets, the Avengers were operating in full force with their Jedi and clone friends and allies on Coruscant, helping keep people safe from any anomalies that would endanger their lives. While helping a couple out of a transport that was still glitching out, Obi-Wan Kenobi paused in his tracks as there was a presence in the Force, chaotic as it may be, that he had sensed. This presence. It was one he had not sensed in a long time. "Obi-Wan," spoke a female voice that Kenobi recognized immediately, despite not hearing since the start of the Clone War. Turning slowly, even with the glitch storm now operating in full force, Obi-Wan saw her. The blonde hair and blue eyes he had grown up seeing in the Jedi Temple during his days as a youngling all the way up to Master. "Siri," he whispered in disbelief. There was this circular window surrounded by swirling particles that were beginning to appear all over New York and Coruscant despite the best efforts of the sorcerers. "Obi-Wan, is that you?" Siri called out to him, and the Jedi Master found his throat drying up. Before he could respond, Commander Cody rushed in. "General, we're having issues back here, the glitches are preventing us from reaching civilians." His second-in-command broke him out from his stupor, slowly turning to Cody. Kenobi's eyes glanced over to the still confused Siri, who looked like she was about to reach out to him. Steeling himself, Obi-Wan faced Cody and nodded. "Lead the way, Commander." With a heavy heart, Obi-Wan ran off with his clone commander, leaving a thoroughly bewildered Siri Tachi in another reality. Back in the One Universe in the Collider Chamber, buildings and structures of all kinds began sprouting out from the Collider's center. From the cartoonish, to the modern, futuristic, tech and all, they were now fluctuating all over the place, leaving to what could only be described as a kaleidoscope of universes meshing and mixing together. "Guys, are you seeing this?" Peter B. asked. "Looks like our dimensions are coming to us," Miles said. "Does look cool though, right? Would appreciate it more if it wasn't life-threatening." Once more, the spiders all grunted, their spider senses going haywire. They heard the erratic cries of Alpha getting worse. "We gotta get that guy out of there," Jedi Peter said aloud. "How?" "If we get too close, we could get sucked into that swirling mess or worse," Gwen pointed out. "We can't just leave him there. Our spider senses are still on the fritz," Avenger Spider-Man stated. Miles narrowed his eyes, looking at the center, and then trailed down, seeing the pole that was used to hold up the containment field holding the being. "I got it," Morales said, pointing down at the base of the pole. "I can use my electricity and channel it up to where that guy is being held. Maybe override it." "Will it work?" Spider-Ham asked. "There's a lot of craziness in the way," Noir pointed out. "Better now than never," Gwen added in. "Nothing Spider-Man hasn't handled before," Miles said, with Peter B. chuckling at that comment. "See? He's learning already," he said, clapping the Brooklyn teen on the back. "Let's get to it, folks, double time." Ah! Their heads all snapped in the direction of the cry for help, it coming from Peony Parker, who was still fighting Scorpion and had been joined by the Green Goblin, the villains savagely attacking her. "Peony!" The Avenger and Jedi Spider-Men yelled out at the same time, immediately going to her aid, Noir chasing after before looking back at the others. Get to it, gang, we'll join you in a tick. The private eye called back to them. Knowing they didn't have time to discuss this, the others got to work. Gwen, Miles, and Porker went down whilst Peter B. Parker headed back for the control panel, swinging through all the multiversal editions floating around in the Collider room now. All the while, P. Parker was trying to fight off the dual attack of Goblin and Scorpion, yet it was proving to be a losing endeavor as the two villains overwhelmed her. Scorpion was repeatedly punching and stabbing at the glass dome of her mech, whilst Goblin grabbed both arms and ripped them out. P. was beginning to stress out more and more. Her being overwhelmed by these two larger foes ganging up at her at once. Rather different from what she's used to back in her home reality. Typically she's up against a singular foe. If her mech was damaged during the fight, P. would get backup parts delivered post-haste on the battlefield through the group she works for while planning her next course of action. Unfortunately for her, the Spider-Girl didn't have such privilege. Just as the Scorpion was about to break through the glass and impale the girl, a robed blur zipped by and sliced the tail off. "What the dash? That's no way to treat a lady," said an older, angry voice. Scorpion turned to see a black-gloved fist meeting his face, followed by a car being smashed over him that Spider-Man Noir snagged from the air to bash into the supervillain. Green Goblin was tackled by symbiote Spider-Man, the young teen using a greater degree of power in this punch that sounded like it shattered Goblin's jaw. It would seem to have done so, the villain clutching his mouth, eyes wide in pain, yet Peter didn't relent. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, all that symbiote-enhanced, with the symbiote joining in by whipping out tendrils that morphed into weapons that further beat down Osborn. In a last-ditch effort, Goblin lunged at the Avenger only for him to sidestep, the supervillain meeting one of the robotic arms of SP//DR straight to the head, courtesy of P. swinging the severed metallic limb. Goblin fell to the ground, groaning in pain, only for Noir Spider-Man to jab the deformed beast in the head for one final knockout punch. "And stay down, ya damned carny mook." The detective joined his counterpart Peters, the three of them standing beside the distraught P., who just now dropped the metallic limb, seeing her SP//DR mech now in shambles. In her hand was her spider partner, which soon crawled up her arm and stayed on her shoulder. "You okay?" the detective asks her. He didn't get a reply, knowing she really wasn't. "Come on. We gotta go." With great reluctance, P. left her mech behind and followed after Noir, Parker, and the Avenger. In the midst of all this, Miles, Spider-Ham, and Gwen were at the base of the pole where Alpha was being held, and they saw the being was in dire straits. He looked, or rather was, literally being torn apart by the collider, particles being ripped away from his body. "How do we get him out of there?" Gwen asked, feeling her spider sense still ringing in her head. "If Peter can plug the goober in and get control at the same time, the two of us can override what's holding him there," Miles stated. "And what makes you think I'll allow that?" The three looked up to see an utterly beaten, frazzled but still standing Doc Ock, glaring down at the spiders. "Oh, come on," Stacy bemoaned aloud. "Are you that desperate to get your butt kicked again? You stand in the way of science, in my greatest triumph." Octavius snarled, now becoming more erratic. "I have dealt with Spider-Man for nearly 11 years, and I am not keen on dealing with any more of you arachnids." Spider-Ham pulled his mallet out with a twirl, getting into a crouching position. "Buckle up, guys. This is gonna take a while." Doc Ock practically charged right at them, using her tentacles to push and pull herself closer to the spider trio's position. Murder practically seen from behind her goggles. Just as she was about to strike them once she was clear of any debris. Why! She was then promptly smacked away by a ship of some kind and vanished into the pulsating energy of the collider. Reactions varied between them. Porker held a hand in front of his mouth. Miles' lenses were wider than usual. Gwen was utterly confused. "All right. Never mind. Was that a spaceship?" Gwen asked. "It was." They turned to see Avenger Spider-Man coming down to them. "Lucky I saw that arc wing. Man, she was getting annoying." Miles chuckled before looking at the pole and channeling his bioelectricity. He released a breath, bracing himself for whatever may happen, and slammed his hands on the pole, the electricity shooting up the metal and reaching the containment field of Alpha. Surprisingly, rather than interfere with the electricity, the energy of the collider appeared to enhance it. Alert! System compromised. Rang out the automated voice. Is that supposed to be happening? Peter nervously asked. If you made this worse, I'm blaming you. Gwen casually said. Ringing endorsement guys, Miles strained out. Really dash. ZZZZSHVVVV. Activity all but froze in the collider, all eyes being focused on the center. There was a beat of silence when Peter B. Parker yelled at the top of his lungs. Find cover. Instinctively, Simbi expanded out, snagging Gwen, Miles and Porker and turning into a black dome whilst Noir, Peter B., Peony, and Parker used the metal support beams for cover as a ringing sound was heard. A moment later, the collider beams erupted with such force and magnitude, multiple panels fell away from the walls and ceilings, circuitry came out everywhere and from the control room, many scientists all flew back, along with Kingpin from the shockwave. All but one who was consumed by the particles of the collider. The 8 spiders miraculously survived, but upon seeing what had come after the explosion made them all freeze. The collider was now warping reality in multiple other dimensions at the same time. In fact, it was becoming worse. And the being they tried to free was nowhere to be seen. Now what? Parker worriedly asked. I don't know. The oldest Spider-Man freely admitted in a slight panic. This isn't exactly in our wheelhouse. Then how do we fix this? Gwen asked, feeling their options limited to none. Maybe we pull out the power sources. The Avenger quickly suggested. This thing's got to have something powering. Whoa. Everyone found themselves floating up, either from a ship, car, structure from another reality or any sort of debris that was making everything more floaty in the room, more than it already was. And in the middle of it all, despite the spider sense going off, Kingpin came rushing in, grabbing Miles by the neck and bashing away Spider-Ham, Gwen and Peter B. You damned insects! He roared in a blind fury. You've ruined everything. He threw Miles into the Jedi who caught him whilst Kingpin rampaged after the Avenger. Everything I've built, all I've had, it was for my family. Fisk bellowed, managing to land a punch on the symbiote Spider-Man who flew back into a Y-wing that had managed to appear in the room. I just wanted my family back. That's all I wanted. At the expense of every other family in New York. Peter B. shouted back, slingshotting himself at the crime boss. And even if you did succeed, you'd only chase them away again. Like you do in every reality. Gwen shouted, retaliating with a spin kick to the face. All you Fisks are alike. Noir chimed in, coming in with a haymaker along with Peony on his back, smacking Wilson Fisk over the head with the mech arm she held onto. Despite all the damage, Kingpin released a bestial roar, slamming his fists into the ground. Due to the instability of the room, the force of his slam caused a ripple that sent the spiders flying back and glitching out in pain. Kingpin grabbed Spider-Ham by the ankle, throwing him into Parker before jumping over to Gwen and bashing her in the chest. You think you guys scare me? Kingpin viciously snarled. I already killed one Spider-Man, you think a few more is gonna bother me at all? Do you? He saw the newest Spider-Man with the Avenger, glitching out, rushing over to grab the 2 teens by the neck. Damned runts, damn all of you. Kingpin was so visibly angry that veins were seen on his forehead and neck. First I'll snap your necks, then I'll crush the rest of your vermin friends and dash. The crime boss was cut off by a mallet to the head that made him stumble, only for him to snap around and lunge at Spider-Ham, who deftly avoided those meaty arms. In the middle of all this, Peter B. Parker reached the top of the collider to the control panel that was meant to be their way to override and gain control of the machine. But when he put the USB in, the old Spider-Man squinted, pulling out the goober to look at it before inserting it back into the port when realization soon struck him. Oh no! He whispered. Peter. He turned to see Jedi Spider-Man having joined him. What's wrong? Is the goober not working? No, none of it is. Peter B. revealed in worry. The collider's too unstable, I can't get control over it. What? I tried the whole unplug and plug back in trick and it didn't work. Oh, fan-fantastic. Jedi Peter looked down, seeing the collider beams pulsate more. What happened next made the pair on the ceiling and the 6 spiders below actually freeze up as translucent images began to appear. Images of other realities. Other Spider-Men. One was fighting a male version of Doc Ock on a pier in front of a contraption of some kind with the sun in the center of it. Another was that of Spider-Man combating Electro in some kind of power grid. A third looked like he was in London, diving into a tornado above the Tower Bridge. Yet instead of dealing with torrents of wind, it was an illusion with an army's worth of drones behind the facade. There appeared to be another Spider-Man, yet it was hulkish in appearance. The outfit was organic and monstrous in appearance. This person was fighting another just like him at a launch site for some rocket. Is that other versions of us? Jedi Peter asked, yet he already knew the answer. Who could all be coming here? Peter B. murmured, turning his attention back to the panel and rapidly typing in random controls. Come on, yeah, damn goober gizmo, work. Down below, Wilson Fisk was fighting like a man possessed, having sustained severe injuries, yet his adrenaline and rage at having his plans foiled overrode any semblance of awareness for such damage to the body. Kingpin. Fisk glared, growling upon seeing the new Spider-Man essentially challenging him. Miles charged forward, soon performing a backflip as Fisk slammed his fists and shattered nearly every window of the floating building. His strike sent a big wave, intending to harm the young Spider-Man. Seeing it didn't work, the Kingpin pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger several times. The Brooklyn teen was quick to evade the shots before firing a webline to the weapon. Nope, he said, yanking and throwing the gun away. Sorry. That's cheating. A train came whirling around in the air. Raising his hand, Miles fired a webline to it, and moments later he was yanked off his feet. Adios. Kingpin glared at the black-clad spider, seeing him fly away from him. A moment later, he gave chase. Who knew such a big guy like him can be quick? Reaching the end of the webline, Miles clung onto the speeding, whirling train. He looked back and saw the rest of the spider gang trying to get to him, but the interference from the collider was keeping them at bay. What's taking them so long? He thought aloud, seeing Peter B. and Jedi Parker at the control panel. It should be finished. Miles then let out a pained grunt, glitching out violently before it disappeared, yet the damage was enough to cause him to fall to his knees. It's getting worse, he murmured. His eyes peeked over yonder again, seeing the gang having their own glitches. The teen's attention was then gained by something breaking through one of the train windows and yanking him inside. He soon realized it was Kingpin, who soon thrusted him to a car wall before slamming him to some seats. Miles swiftly moved out of the way, momentarily turning invisible to avoid several blows. Yet as he came in to strike at his uncle's killer, the new Spider-Man was struck hard and fell some distance away. Momentarily getting back up, Miles focused, trying his best to muster his bioelectric powers. Unfortunately, it was barely appearing. Oh, no. This bit of self-focusing cost him. The crime boss hand grasped him once more, whirling him around and smacking him all over the train car. Think you can just run from me like that? Kingpin demanded, stomping up to the teen who held up his hands, trying to call upon his bioelectricity, only managing to produce sparks. Oh, come on, really? Miles panickingly said. Not so easy doing it on your own, is it? Fisk taunted, eyes spelling bloody murder. You were there, weren't you? That runt that ran when I killed Spider-Man. What a hero you're turning out to be, huh? If the pair were more attentive, they would have seen the train go into the collider beams. Upon looking from inside of the rampaging mode of transportation, they'd see an endless expanse of cosmic wonder. I can't wait to kill one more Spider-Man. Miles struggled to free himself as he heard Kingpin's threat. Him hoping for anything to move Fisk's attention away from him. Either backup or himself getting his bioelectric powers to properly come out. Suddenly the train car was filled with staticky voices and noises. Figures began flashing in and out of existence. And one of them spoke. Where am I? What? Fisk said in bewilderment, loosening his hold on Miles. A moment later, though the outline was blurry and staticky, to Wilson Fisk, the image was clear. Wilson. Vanessa. Kingpin muttered in disbelief, seeing that she wasn't alone. Richard. It was then that multiple images of his wife and son appeared, overwhelming Fisk. "What's happening?" he demanded. "This is what you want, right?" Miles strained out in Kingpin's grip. One of the images became stable enough for Fisk to see his wife and child more clearly, and he heard their voices without any static background. "What are we doing here?" asked the son of Fisk in a different universe. "I don't know, Richard," Vanessa said, pulling her son in close. "Vanessa? It's me," Kingpin blurted out, sounding desperate. "You know me. We're leaving now," he heard his wife say. Within the train car, Wilson could hear their voices. A whole litany of them. Not wanting to lose them, the Kingpin let go of Miles and rushed forward. As this happened, Miles slumped slightly in order to get his second breath. "Don't go," he called out to them desperately. "Stay with me. Please. Stay away from me. Don't touch me. You're a monster. How could you do this to our son? Mom's gone because of you." All the voices of his wife and son from multiple realities assaulted Kingpin, who could only look on despondently as they all vanished. The train shot out of the collider beam, riding over its edge now before drifting away. Escaping from the train car, Miles looked around for the others, with Avenger, Gwen, Porker, Noir, and Peony joining him. "Where's Old Pete and Space Samurai?" Miles asked. "They're still trying to rig the control panel," Peony informed. "We found a kill switch." Gwen shook her head. "It was totaled." Miles felt a sinking feeling of dread setting in, looking around at the madness the collider was causing. "So, is there really no way to shut this off?" Before a response could be given, they heard a massive, metallic crunch from nearby. They whirled around to see an absolutely furious Fisk. "You're not stopping this. Not today. You're really keen on unscrewing your brain, Kingpin," Noir taunted. "All of New York is gonna be destroyed cause of you." "I don't care." The 6 spiders jumped at the crime boss and began striking at him, yet he took them all, swinging about wildly, managing to swat a few of them away. "You damned spiders. You took my family. You took my life. You took everything." Kingpin was looking far more primal now. "I'm going to kill all of you. I'll be sure you'll never see anything ever again." Symbiote Spider-Man fired 2 web lines at the man's shoulder and pulled himself right up to his face, planting both his feet on Fisk's chest. "Take your shot," the Avenger goaded, pushing back against the man with all his might. He sent Kingpin flying, with Gwen jumping to grab him, swinging him over her and slamming the villain into a version of the Brooklyn Bridge appearing from the cosmic mass around them. Spider-Ham followed that up by bashing his hammer down, and then Kingpin was pulled up by Noir to get another punch to the jaw, with Peony using her mech arm she still carried, using it for the last time as it shattered against him. It was then that Jedi Spider-Man dropped down from below, slashing at Kingpin's back with his lightsaber. "Figured we should help out." Peter B's voice came from on high. The veteran Spider-Man came with a swing-by punch that sent Kingpin stumbling, yet he remained standing, seething with rage. "How much abuse can he take? He's a tanky brute, ain't he?" said Noir. Despite this, Kingpin was wobbling as he defiantly tried to put his fists up. "You'll have to cut my head off if you want to stop me." Gwen and Ham gave Jedi Spider-Man a look upon noticing the way he leaned forward upon hearing that, only to snap back. "What?" Parker said with a slight whine. "I was joking, come on guys, seriously." Kingpin took a step forward, about to rear his fist back when he heard someone clear his throat behind him. Groggily turning back, he saw the new red and black suited Spider-Man standing there with a rather cocksure posture. "You managed to take out the last Spider-Man cause you got lucky and he was alone." Miles held his arms out, gesturing to the others. "This time, Spider-Man isn't alone." Kingpin snarled defiantly, wildly swinging his fists about, Morales being able to effortlessly dodge all the attacks until he stopped Fisk with one gesture. "Hey Kingpin," Miles ducked under a horizontal swipe of Wilson's arm. "You ever hear of the shoulder touch?" "What?" Reaching out, Miles focused and placed his hand on Fisk as soon as he saw his opening. "Hey." An instant later, electric currents went through his arm and out of his palm. It rapidly spread all over Fisk, electrocuting and shooting him back several feet away. Avenger and Jedi along with Gwen tag-teamed the flying crime boss, the two Peters grabbing Kingpin as he was careening in the air, holding him up for Gwen to come down for an emphatic double stomp to the ground that knocked him out for good this time. "We did it," Peony whispered in awe. "Did we?" Peter B said with a grim tone, looking around at the ever-growing chaos of the Collider's energy. "We still don't know how to stop any of this. I believe I can assist you now." The Spider Gang spun about at the sound of the disembodied voice, and above them formed a being. The being that was being held in the containment field minutes ago now floating above them. "You," Gwen murmured. What, are you?" "I shall answer your questions," the being said respectfully. "But first." The being held up both hands and his face morphed into one of concentration. To the astonishment of the Spider Gang, the unstable insanity of the Collider abruptly began to mitigate and soon became a stable, steady stream of energy that created a black, swirling mass of particles at the center. Most were stunned silent until Avenger Spider-Man was the first to find his voice. "How is this even possible?" he asked on behalf of the team. Lowering his hands once his work was done, the being came over to the symbiote-clad Spider-Man and placed a hand on his shoulder. The Queen's teen had a glitch, but it was one that went from head to toe, ending with particles dispersing from his body. "What the dash?" the Avenger patted himself down. "What did you do?" "Stabilized your unstable molecules, Spider-Man," the being revealed. "I believe glitches in other realities will no longer bother you." The teen's jaw dropped, as did the others upon hearing this. The being of energy turned to the others with a smile for them to see. "You may call me Alpha." The being finally introduced himself. "I know there are many questions you all possess, but just know this. I was made when the Collider was first activated, and from what I have been able to gather, I come from a combination of the Collider's energy as well as a unique signature that came from the prior Spider-Man of this world. And now dash." Alpha went over to Miles and, like with the Avenger, placed a hand on the teen's shoulder, cleansing him of his disability. "I am connected to all spiders like yourselves in the great web of life. I don't think we have enough time to ask all the questions we need." Gwen couldn't help but say, with Alpha smiling kindly at her. "You would be right," he said. "I wish to learn from all of you as much as you wish to learn from me. But I have only just begun to understand my existence. I can only tell you so much. I just want to know one thing," the older Spider-Man spoke up. "Can we get home now?" Alpha nodded. "Yes." "All right then," Peter B turned to the others. "It's time, fellas." Getting back to the control panel, old Spider-Man inserted the goober back into its slot once more. After some moments, a holographic display appeared. "All right. It's working." Alpha reached forward and placed his finger in the center of the holographic display. "There," he said. "Now you should all be able to traverse home with ease. No interference possible." "Wow, thanks," Peony said in astonishment. Alpha simply bowed his head before tilting it to the side. "Alpha," Jedi Peter said, noticing his expression. "Fascinating," the being of energy muttered, looking at the Spider Gang. "It appears I am being called upon." "Called upon?" the Avenger parroted. "By who?" "I am not sure. But it is a woman in a chair with a blindfold, surrounded by webs. She is reaching out to me." "Go to her," Peter B spoke up. "She'll know what to do." Alpha blinked upon hearing this, but nodded all the same. He gave each spider a look before floating away. "I shall endeavor to meet you all again," the being said before particles swirled around him and he vanished. There was a beat of silence until Stacy broke it. "Did we just release a multiversal entity into the multiverse?" "I think so," Peony murmured. "And that lady in the chair, what was that all about?" the blonde went on. "Did you know who Alpha was talking about?" Jedi Peter spoke up, glancing at the old Peter. "Yeah." He gave a small smirk. "He's in good hands." "If you say so," said Porker. "If not, then we're blaming you." Everyone then turned to the Collider, seeing the steady stream of energy that was their gateway to their home dimensions. They had all pulled their masks off save for Noir, Ham, and Peony, for obvious reasons, all gazing at one another as they prepared for their goodbye. "Guess this is it," Noir muttered. "Well, nice to know we're not alone." "Right. Yeah. You first, Peony," Peter B said. The young spider girl nodded before focusing on the two Peters and Miles. "Thanks, you guys." She jumped from Noir to each of them, giving them a hug that they returned. "Don't forget to educate yourself about our culture." That stern order was given to Miles, who chuckled and nodded. "That goes for all of you," she comically said, pointing at everyone. "Not you, Peter." "Naturally," the Avenger said. With a salute, Peony let go of Miles and plummeted to the collider beam below. A moment later, the colors shifted into an odd anime-esque style, signaling her departure from this universe and returning to her own. Looking away from the collider, Noir spoke up. "I love you all," he said, gaining their attention. The detective then pulled out the Rubik's Cube from his coat pocket to show it to the others. "I'm taking this cube thing with me. I know it's an odd risk, but it interests me. I don't know how it works, but I will unlock its secrets." With a tip of his hat, Noir plummeted to the collider below. Like Peony before, the colors shifted. It fitted more to the detective's theme, given it was all in a black, gray, and white aesthetic. Porker pulled out several mallets, handing it off to all of them. "Here, I want you guys to have these." "Geez, Porker, how much hammer space do you have in those pockets?" Peter B jokingly asked. "Hey, what about the others?" Jedi Peter said, referring to the two spiders who had just left. "I already had that handled," Spider Ham assured. "Be sure to think of your old chum when you use them to hit things." With a salute of his own, Peter Porker let the collider take him home with one final comment. "That's all, folks." His entry into the collider had the area briefly becoming cartoonish and Looney Tunish before it dissipated. "Why did he say that?" "What do you mean?" The Force wielder looked towards the collider before focusing back on the others. "It may not exist here, but may the Force be with you, everyone," said Parker. "I hope you do well with these new chapters in your lives." "Right back at ya, Pete," the Avenger said, clapping Parker on the shoulder. The Force user gave the rest a smile before letting go. Plummeting to the collider below, the Jedi caused a dimensional event to shift into an array of colors. It was predominantly blue. "Do I get to like the hairdo now?" Miles abruptly asked the white and black themed Spider-Woman. She chuckles, giving Miles a smile. "You know I'm older than you. 15 months, but it's pretty significant if you ask me. So is my girlfriend Barris," the young Avenger said off to the side. "She doesn't really care about that." Miles snorted when hearing this before focusing his attention more on the Spider-Woman. "Well, Einstein said time was relative, right?" Gwen snorts a little, turning to properly face the collider down below. "Nice." She looked over, facing Miles one last time. Said teen held out his hand to her. "Friends." She grasped his hand with hers. "Friends. Cool. See you around, Spider-Man. You too, Spider-Woman. Don't forget about me and the others," said the Avenger with Peter B nodding in turn. "Will be really hard to forget you guys," Gwen retorted with a mischievous smile. Pushing herself away, she flipped and dived to the collider. Once making contact, a beautiful aesthetic of watercoloring went all over before returning to normal. The Avenger smiles and playfully punches Miles' arm. "Good luck, Spider-Man. Hopefully, your life doesn't get hectic as mine. I doubt I'll be taking part in a war anytime soon. Don't tempt fate like that," he warned, serious and joking. Before he was about to go, Miles stopped him. Do you think we'll ever see each other again?" The young Avenger blinked upon hearing this and hummed. "Well, despite how insane and crazy this was, with everything that's happening back home, I feel like this was a nice reprieve, crazy as it was," he remarked. "And besides, of course, there's a chance. There's always a chance. Anything is possible in a multiverse." Feeling whatever reservations he had being assuaged, Miles offered his fist to his fellow teen, the pair sharing a fist bump goodbye. "Remember what I told you?" Peter B. Parker abruptly spoke up. Yeah, don't worry, Way of the Spider, I got it." Leaping away from the two remaining spiders, the young Parker plummeted down below. An array of colors flashed all around before dying down. Seeing as old Pete was the last one here, Miles saw the reservation he held and figured out what was holding him back. "Hey," Peter looked at him, the new superhero giving him a reassuring look. "It's okay." The experienced Spider-Man had a more solemn look. "Yeah, it is okay. You gotta go home, man. She's waiting for you back home." The veteran gave the newbie an unsure look. "How do I know I'm not gonna mess it up again?" "You won't." A smile soon graced Peter B's face. "Right. It's a leap of faith." He placed his hand on Miles' shoulder and gave him a proud smile. "Not bad, kid, no, Spider-Man. See ya, Spider-Man," Morales said in return. With a final smile, Peter B. Parker let go and fell to the collider. With a bright flash, the older Spider-Man has left the one universe and returned to his own. With there no one else to wait for, Miles pressed the green button on the control panel. With the goober completing its task, the machine began to reseed everything it spat out, swallowing all of the cosmic energy back into itself. From outside of Fisk Tower, from all of New York, all of the dimensional warpings were being pulled away as everything was returning to normal. As everything began to recede, Miles clung to the ceiling in surprise. He didn't expect the force of everything being sucked back into the collider to be frighteningly strong. His head was pulled back slightly, allowing him to see more than he could ever bargain for. For a good number of years, Miles Morales had an artistic hobby, doing a lot of scribbles and sketches to create random pieces of art, some of which he places all over Brooklyn. His father ends up finding them and sometimes takes them down or makes Miles do it instead as a bit of punishment. When it comes to spray art, Miles does it at remote places, like in the subway where he did his collab piece with his Uncle Aaron, where he got bitten by that spider that changed his life. People say artists get inspired by anything in their life. Their surroundings, their experiences, something they've witnessed or read. For what Miles was witnessing here and now, it would fuel much of his art for years to come. From the collider's center, he saw something marvelous. The endless wonder of lights and webs reaching to eternity. Miles broke out of his concentration when the force of the collider was accelerating. Panels around him were being yanked out of their placement and sucked into the collider ports. Momentarily airborne, the new spider fired some web lines to the inner machinery to keep him away from being sucked in. All that was at the time were various debris from the other universes which began clogging up the collider ports, one of which was a cartoonish anvil. The moment the suction ended, the collider exploded, destroying not just the facility but Fisk Tower. As the dust settled, Miles was shivering while hanging onto the web line. Holy crap! He looked around. How the hell did I survive all that? This would be a question that'll never be answered. All the new Spider-Man could do was thank his lucky stars for this miracle. He took a moment to take stock of his situation. Looking around, he spotted all the forms of the villains that he and his friends had taken out, all having miraculously survived the collider's madness. Only Electro and Doc Ock were missing, but everyone else was out like a light. Moving quickly, Miles began rounding them up, making sure to tie each villain with enough web that would snap a metal beam with its tightness. Once they were properly secured, the wall crawler prepared to depart from this room when he heard a voice. One that he never would have thought to have heard here. Miles. The newly minted Spider-Man froze up, unable to believe what he just heard. On top of that, he just realized he didn't have his mask on, having briefly forgotten it in his cleanup of the area. He moved to cover his face up only for the person who said his name to cut him off. "I know it's you under there." The Brooklyn teen was going through a whirlwind of emotions and thoughts until the situation set in and he had no choice but to accept it. With resignation, Miles reached for his mask and pulled it off, revealing his cringing face to his father, the cop looking at his son in conflicted disbelief. "Hey, Dad." The teen managed out, not believing the luck he was experiencing right now. Of all people to find out now of all times. Was this that Parker luck the other Peters talked about so much? Did he inherit it from his predecessor? If so, it was already in full effect. You. Jefferson Davis was at a loss for words. Your dash. What gave me away? He asked nervously. I saw you. His father bluntly admitted. From up there. Miles saw where his dad was pointing, and it was the control room of the collider. Dad, you came down here? Miles exclaimed, actually startling the cop. Don't you know how dangerous it was? The father's expression morphed into a disbelieving scoff. Excuse me? Should that be something that I should be saying to you? Dad, but, Miles floundered through his words a bit, holding up his mask. Come on. I had to be here. Oh really? Jefferson Davis said in a challenging voice. And what made you think you had to be the one to do this insanity? I was here, Dad, Miles stressed out. I was here when Spider-Man died. He was gonna help me, but before he could, I couldn't help him. I watched him get killed by Kingpin. That was not the answer his dad was expecting, making him look at his son with sympathy. You. He recalled the night that the news came in of Peter Parker's death. Was that why dash? Yeah. Miles murmured. Davis had a moment of hesitation before speaking in a low voice. And Aaron. That was my fault. His son admitted, with the teen closing his eyes tightly at the memory. He was killed cause of me. Kingpin shot him in the back end. Jefferson's son didn't need to finish the statement to get the message across. The cop was at a loss as to what to do. This was just beyond anything he would have expected to find when coming here. Miles, his son, his only child, was Spider-Man. And right now, he needed his father. Wordlessly, the cop pulled his son in for an embrace that surprised Miles for a moment. I don't know how to process all this, Miles. The father admitted with a strained voice. This is just almost too much to understand. The young Spider-Man said nothing at first until he heard his dad speak again. But what I do know is, I saw that spark in you. Jefferson felt his son freeze up. And I saw you fighting to save the city with all your might. And as much as I want to yell, shout, scream, do anything, all I can do is tell my son how proud I am of him right now. Miles couldn't believe what he was hearing right now, pulling away from his father briefly to look him in the eyes, trying to find any form of falsehood to find none. Without another word, Miles went back into the hug, holding his dad tightly, shuddering slightly as a tear streamed down his cheek. I love you, Dad. Jeff let out a strained chuckle, returning the hug, tussling his son's hair. I love you too, Miles. Scene cut. Okay, let's do this one last time, yeah? For real this time. This is it. A comic book suddenly appeared and fell on top of the other ones depicting the summarized lives of the other Spider people. This one showed a black and red themed hero with his attire mostly covered up by a red hoodie, jacket, basketball shorts, and shoes. It was labeled, Spider-Man, Miles Morales. My name is Miles Morales. I was bitten by a radioactive spider. And for like 3 days, I've been the one and only Spider-Man. I think you know the rest. We see Miles in class, excelling in his studies now that he's more dedicated to attending Vision's Academy. I finished my essay. His teacher handed him back his one essay in order to get back the credit he lost from purposefully flunking his recent test. It was centered on the theme of expectations. Saved a bunch of people. Miles swung around, showing off a little as he was helping a handful of people throughout Brooklyn. Got hit by a drone. A student's drone smacked him while web swinging. It wasn't great on how that went. I did this with my dad. Miles and his dad made a mural for his Uncle Aaron. It wouldn't be the only one painted. And this. The two were outside of a bank, at the end of a bank robbery. Gonna be a while to get used to the new means of our family dynamic. There was an awkward tension in the air with Officer Davis knowing his son was Spider-Man. Met my roommate. Finally. In their shared dorm room, Miles hung upside down before properly greeting Gank. He was clearly surprised but was quick to come out of his shock as opposed to previously. Slapped a sticker where my dad's never gonna find it. Miles slapped a "My name is" sticker with some artwork done on a building rather high. Found a therapist. His name's Charlie. On the same building, Miles began conversing with a stone gargoyle that wouldn't respond back to him. And when I feel alone, like no one understands what I'm going through, I remember my friends who get it. In the respective universes of the other spider people, they were getting back to their own lives. Peony was taking a break while making a new SP//DR mech. She was presently checking out a team of extraordinary people located on the other side of the country on the west coast. Once she finishes constructing SP//DR, she'll head over there to perhaps form a team. In a world of black and white, presently set in the 1930s, Noir was fiddling around with the Rubik's Cube he kept from Miles' universe. All the while looking over various mythology books, centralizing on spiders. In the cartoonish world of anthropomorphic animals, Spider-Ham was eating a hot dog while swinging about. In a watercolor-esque world, Gwen was sitting on a rooftop. Her phone was out and scrolling through the many photos she took in the other world. Her time with the gang and the friends she made as a result. In an alternate New York, the older Spider-Man stood in front of a townhouse, all cleaned up and wearing a nice suit. In his one hand was a bouquet of flowers while the other fired off a web shot to the doorbell. It soon opened up to reveal Mary Jane, who smiled soon after upon seeing her ex-husband. "Wanna try again?" "I would love to." On Coruscant, Parkar was with his Ahsoka, regaling her of the adventure he was just in while in the Room of 1,000 Fountains. On a different Coruscant, the young Avenger was in front of a hollow table with various others standing around as they were planning their next course of action against Ultron. "I never thought I'd be able to do any of this stuff. But I can." The new Spider-Man of his universe swung around New York, doing many flips and twirls as he was saving the day, no matter how big or small of a crime there was. Anyone can wear the mask. You can wear the mask. If you didn't know that before, I hope you do now. 'Cause I'm Spider-Man. And I'm not the only one. Not by a long shot. Miles was coming out of his dad's car, given he rode with him back home. It was the weekend now and the Brooklyn teen didn't have to go stay at Vision's Academy until going back on Monday. "I hope your mom got dinner ready, 'cause I'm starving." "Me too, Dad. After what happened with stopping those crooks earlier, I imagine," his father said with a disbelieving shake of the head. "God, this is still a lot to take in, Miles." "I know, Dad," Miles sympathetically said, bumping his shoulder against his. "How do you think I feel? It literally dropped on me when I started my new school. Just don't know how your mother will react to this when we tell her." Miles opened and closed his mouth a few times before laughing in defeat. "She'd probably kill us. With her medical expertise, there's a lot she could do," Jefferson said with a shudder. "I don't even know if we should, honestly." The father and son shared a laugh as they opened the door to their home. "Rio, we're home," the police lieutenant announced. "Hey Ma," Miles happily said, taking a whiff in the air. "Oh, is that the pasta with the habanero sauce?" The young, newly christened Spider-Man trailed off as he and his father had their eyes land on a middle-aged man sitting at their dining room table. He was a bald African-American with a trimmed beard. He wore dark clothes and had a nasty scar over his left eye, which was covered by an eye patch. The man held a presence that commanded discipline and respect. "I didn't expect company," said Jefferson slowly. "Is he from the hospital?" "He's not," Rio Morales said, walking in with a platter of her pasta. "He said he's from Miles' school." "He is," both father and son said at the same time. "I've never seen him before," the son said with a growing sense of suspicion. "You can say I'm a director of the school board. Wanted to stop by to discuss a matter with him," the stranger idly said in a conversational manner. "On the weekend?" asked the cop father. "Your son is an unusual case." The eye patch-wearing man turned to direct his single eye in the direction of the teen, giving the boy a piercing gaze. "Okay." Jefferson felt a bit tense now, him looking at his wife who only shrugged, seemingly nonplussed by the tension. The uncertainty of the response made things feel quite unusual on the matter at hand. If what this man is who he says he is, the Brooklyn teen wanted to make a decent impression. There was a familiarity to him that he just couldn't put his finger on it, but he knew that it was the eye patch. Who did he know of had an eye patch? While he was thinking this over, he walked forward and held out his hand for the man to shake. Miles Morales, he politely said. That seemed to get some measure of approval from the man as he grasped his hand. I'm Nick Fury Nick Fury. Miles interrupted the man, gaping openly, now recognizing him. The Nick Fury? From S.H.I.E.L.D.? Are you its director? That clearly got a surprised look from the three adults. How do you know that? Nick Fury asks suddenly, his mood drastically changing into an accusatory and suspicious one. Miles found himself recoiling at the look Fury just gave him, giving a wincing expression. A friend. Morales weakly said. Okay. With that response, the man was clearly not on the school board. The lone eye narrowed in response to this. Some friend you got there. Not exactly a well-known secret that some kid from Brooklyn knows my name and occupation. Wait, you're not with the school board? Rio said in surprise. He's not, Mom. Miles said with a more stoic expression now. Who are you? Jefferson said with a stern tone. Who are you really? The father of the family was planning his little route to get the gun he had kept hidden here in case of anything. A precaution to protect his wife and son. Nick Fury gave the man a look and proceeds to casually stroll around the living room, stopping at one of the windows of the apartment, gazing out at the streets below. The name is real, the occupation on the other hand. See, I'm a man whose job is to keep himself and the organization he works for informed of the many unusual things that happen in the world. Peter Parker, the original Spider-Man, was someone whom I had a working relationship with. He was essentially the premier superhero of this world. And then he died. Miles wilted slightly at hearing this, shoulders sagging. But no sooner did New York's hero perish did I come to find out that there were 8 spider people swinging around the place like nothing had happened. Several times, in fact. I find myself curious about that. Miles. What is he talking about? Asks Rio worriedly now, picking up on the mood shared between the men. Your son became a big part of the universe. You just don't know it yet. I probably do, given what I went through. Was Miles' response. Fury let out a small hum. Touché. But that's why I'm here. For your first outing, gotta say, it's quite impressive. Miles couldn't help but grin at the compliment. Really? You're still standing, aren't you? Nick humphed at the kid's exuberance, now turning to face him completely. Because you have questions that I have answers for. You are quite correct. Fury strolled around the couch, going right up to the teen. Before all that, I would like to talk to you about an opportunity. Fury stood in front of Miles now, ignoring his parents and zeroing in on the teen. I'd like to talk to you about the Avengers initiative, Spider-Man. There was a moment of silence until Miles turned to his mother and pulled up his shirt to reveal part of his black and red spider suit worn underneath. This caused Rio to drop her platter of pasta out of utter shock. Miles and Jefferson realized what was about to happen and tackled Nick to the ground. From the outskirts of Brooklyn, a sudden sound emanated from all over, nearly deafening what was delivered. Way-ay-ay-ay-ay-ay. Across the Spider-Verse, the 7 spiders Miles had befriended felt pangs of sympathy wash over them, all directed to the newest spider. Meanwhile, in another universe. On the lava world of Mustafar, several Sith were heading to a particular location. They all felt a disturbance in the Force, rather abruptly. Came out of nowhere not long ago and went to investigate. The disturbance came as a result of these unusual phenomena occurring on the planet, these strange, erratic patterns that several locations and objects were going through. Brief as it may be, it left quite a mark on the Force, the Sith all feeling its effects as there was a buzzing hum if they could describe it, permeating the air. What was that? The Night Sister called Gethzarian inquired. The Force, it's practically vibrating. Yet another bizarre event. Barrelover pointed out. It seems this is becoming more commonplace now. He let out a disgruntled grimace. I don't know if I greatly dread or anticipate what's to come. Perhaps it is something that can be exploited to our benefit. Darth Momin remarked as the trio walked over a hill and stopped in their tracks as they saw something truly strange at the bottom of the slope. They found the source of this unusual disturbance. It was a woman wearing a green bodysuit with 4 long appendages coming out of her back. They seemed rubbery in appearance or some other smooth substance. But there were several openings in them which showed some metallic contraptions were in their respective inner cores. Suddenly, the 3 saw her fluctuating, glitching rather erratically, which she began screaming and groaning in response. While Beryl reared back in genuine shock and worry, Momin leaned forward with clear curiosity alongside Gethzarian. When she soon settled down, the woman soon took notice of them. Who are you? People whose territory you're trespassing in. And who are you? The response soon came from a new arrival. Someone not from this universe. The group looked over, seeing the sun appearing rather suddenly a few feet away. I'm sorry, what? The tentacled woman began glitching once more, nearly collapsing to the rocky earth. At that moment, the sun raised his arm and a cosmic substance seeped out of him. It flew towards her, making contact with her. Right then, the glitching soon ceased as she somewhat returned to normal. What did you do? Tethering you to the universe, through me. I mean so you won't cease to exist, courtesy of your displacement. This got a number of reactions out of the others. Fascinating. Darth Momin rubbed his masked chin, red eyes gleaming at this discovery. A being from another universe. In my research, I had only heard theories of such a possibility. Another universe? Over parroted in bewilderment. What do you mean? Gethzarian was silent, not knowing what words to speak of due to utter bafflement. Another universe? Momin reiterated as if it was the answer itself. Alternate dimensions, realities, all part of the endless, expansive, and vast multiverse. Tell us. What caused you to show up here, far away from home? The woman narrowed her eyes behind her goggles. First off, answer my inquiry first. Does this universe have a Spider-Man? Spider-Man. Beryl and the sun spoke up at the same time. This was quite the unusual question to respond to. So it does, doesn't it? We do. What does he have to do with your current displacement? Asks Beryl. The woman glared heatedly, nothing but pure rage and fury on her face, with her additional limbs all jolting and jerking about as a reflection of the anger she possessed. Everything. Dr. Olivia Octavius venomously said. Elsewhere, in the same universe. On the planet of Nar Shaddaa. The crime-ridden planet had gone through quite a lot over the years since it was under the thumb of the Hutts. Many crime groups have come and gone here, but the Hutts predominantly remained. Alongside the infamous cartel were a vast number of mercenary groups. Big or small, strong or weak, there was always such a presence on the planet. Recently, there has been a big change. The mercenaries are being requested at an all-time high. More business is conducted on Nar Shaddaa. More traffic in and out. Most of all, more death. The Zabrak was crawling away, a trail of blood in his wake, a look of pure terror on his face as he tried to get away from the individual that put him in this state. Kriff, the Zabrak managed out, blood dripping from his mouth. Fucking Kriff. What kind of psycho uses slug throwers? The male Zabrak heard heavy footsteps and before he was able to react was violently kicked in the same place he had been shot. He screeched out in pain as he tumbled onto his back, getting the wind knocked out of him a moment later. The Zabrak could only moan in pain until he heard a click and felt something hovering in front of his face. Cautiously opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a barrel of a gun being pointed right at him and the human who held it. See, being a criminal, one gets exposed to a lot of sights that would make most weaker men and women squirm. Crazy, insane, and scary shit where one must learn to steel themselves, turn a blind eye or not even bat one as sometimes, you yourself would be conducting some less than savory actions that most morally upstanding people would find reprehensible. So the fear and utter terror the Zabrak held right now as he looked up at the human drenched in the blood of many other species was something he would never forget if he was even gonna live past this point. What was the most pronounced feature this man held was the black clothing contrasted by the stained white skull spray painted on his chest, which was presently stained in multicolored blood. You've got one chance to answer, the man spoke in a low, gruff, and deadly tone. Where the hell am I? The Zabrak was hyperventilating, trying to fight through the pain and his growing delirium. Nnarsh Shada. Right. Thanks. Bang. The Zabrak's head bounced against the ground, smoke emanating from the hole it now had. And that was my last clip. Mutters Frank Castle, reaching down to inspect the body. Pulling out a blaster pistol, the former Marine examined the weapon on all sides, holding it up to look through its sights and grunted to himself. Now he was gonna need to use the local armament. It was a complete and utter surprise for him to suddenly wind up somewhere in goddamn space. While a little sense of his old boyhood dreams came true, it was quickly drowned out by intense worry and confusion. All he remembered before blacking out was New York going through this odd fever dream. Frank thought he was doused with something from a group he previously took out, but everyone else was seeing it alongside him. Everything was warping and glitching like crazy. Before he knew it, he woke up on an alien world God knows where in the universe. Talk about a shock to the system. He thought it was still part of a dream, but after being violently shoved by some big alien bastard that mean-mugged him, Frank Castle realized this wasn't a dream. Once back on his own 2 feet, not walking several feet away from an alleyway, he came across the type of scum he was all too familiar with when they jumped him for his wallet, or rather credits, which he quickly learned was the local currency. He took quite the exception to their attempts. And though he was in unfamiliar territory, he was in the presence of familiar scumbag behavior. Like many in the world, 2012 was an eye-opening event for the planet Earth to all but have it shoved in their faces that aliens were real. They were, in fact, not alone. But Frank Castle never bothered with that, as he felt it would never affect or reach him in any way. So the irony in this situation was not lost on him. The emotional and knee-jerk reaction part of him wanted to find a way back home to Earth. There was a lot of unfinished business he had back home, and he wasn't really in the mood to be dealing with extraterrestrial bullshit. But all he needed was to take one look, one feel of this Narshada place to perfectly grasp what kind of place this was. The criminal element, the scumbags he would find on Earth, run rampant here. It was almost disgusting how much crime and corruption Frank could smell here. Damn near clogged his nose when he took one whiff of the place. There was this strange tilt in his vision as the situation began to set in for the ex-Marine. Here he was on an alien world with no earthly idea of how to get home. He didn't know how he got there other than that weird static experience that must have played a role in him getting here, and he was fairly certain that it was unlikely for him to get home also very soon. Castle took one last look at the Zabrak he just killed, taking a glance back in the alleyway of the half-dozen aliens and a single human he shot up with little effort. It was clear which side won out. Mostly due to him getting the idea there was more scum at this Narshada. And he could find a means to get home in the process. 2 birds, 1 stone. Once pilfering the last of the guns, gear, and credits from the dead men, Frank took a walk while planning out his next course of action. Meanwhile, in another universe. You're a bit late. We can't all be everywhere at once. Little text might have been nice. Eyes rolled behind a mask. I was gone for less than 2 hours. What happened? Okay. 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 The woman's voice was pleading now. I know what it looks like. But here's the good news. Oh, here we go. Suddenly a digital woman appeared. She wore heart-shaped sunglasses in a yellow outfit. She was all sassy and snarky looking. This was Lila, the trusty AI companion of this universe's one and only Spider-Man. And surrounding her was a litany of footage of things destabilizing and refocusing around the planet Earth. The multiverse didn't collapse. Oh, cool. Little touch and go. But it worked out. A sigh emanated from the one-wall crawler. He wore a metallic suit primarily blue in color with various red decals on the chest's emblem, shoulders, mask, and spiked vambraces. Aw, come on, Lila, I thought you'd be able to keep an eye on things. Now you're telling me things have been shucked again. Not necessarily, said an aged, feminine voice. The blue and red Spider-Man turned, seeing an elderly woman in a chair with a red suit, a red sash over her eyes and an aura that emanated around her that shaped itself into a web. Madam Webb. The Spider-Man of the 22nd century said in clear surprise. It hasn't been that long, has it? So it would seem, Miguel O'Hara. Webb said with a small nod. But I am glad to see you are in good health. Miguel puffed his chest out at that. So, what is it this time? Another multiversal threat? Some bad messing with a cosmic stone or rock they shouldn't have touched? Another time displacement issue? We gonna get the others from last time. The multiversal threat had recently passed. Oh. Miguel placed his hands on his hips. Well, that's good then. Is this a social visit? Not exactly. From behind her opened two portals and out came two Spider-Men. Talk about a shock to the system, Miguel said. Peter and... Peter, right. Yeah. Hey Miguel. The Spider-Man on the right said, walking up to the hero, the pair clapping hands. You're looking well. You to Pete. You and MJ all right. Better than ever. He said, turning to the other Spider-Man. This here is me from Universe 92131. He's been traveling around with Madam Web for a while now. Not my first multi-Spider-Man rodeo. But never met a future version of me. The 92131 Spider-Man said, an odd graininess surrounding the spider, like something out of an old cartoon or film. There's always a first for everything. The Spider-Man of the future looked towards Webb. There a reason why you brought them here was for, what exactly? An opportunity for something greater. Right. Before that, I need to introduce you all to another individual. I believe that's my cue. The others present heard a voice within the space. The source soon appeared where a glitchy warping revealed an androgynous-looking individual composed of cosmic, collider energy. Everyone, I would like for you to meet Alpha. The being of pure energy formed, giving the three Spider-Men a small salute. Hello there. He pleasantly greeted. Hey. Peter 616 said in return. Is he a new friend of yours, M-Dub? Quite. Webb moved her chair to hover beside him. I do believe an explanation is in order, but first, just allow your spider senses to do the work for you. The three spiders were confused until their sixth senses all went off, but there was something off about it. You, who are you? Spider-Man 92131. I've never felt my spider sense go off like that. I'm complicated. He was a being made from another reality where a Spider-Man served as the unforeseen basis for his creation. Webb explained. He is a being connected to the great web of life and connects to all Spider-Men across the multiverse. Talk about a shock. Miguel remarked. There has been extensive damage done in the wake of my creation. Alpha said. Madam Web came to me and offered assistance in helping repair the damage done. Peter from Earth 92131 was the first to accept him. Then welcome aboard. The multiversal entity smiled appreciatively at the gesture. Good to be welcomed. Got an idea on how we can get this idea of yours rolling, MW? Said Peter of 616. Madam Web pulled out a USB from her chair and handed it over to O'Hara. This has schematics to make things easier for the upcoming issues at hand. With the current technology Miguel had on hand, he was able to work alongside the two other Peters and Lila to make the prototypes for this spider society Madam Web had in mind. Said individual left in her usual fashion, wanting to keep watch of the many issues throughout the multiverse. As for Alpha, he already began his task in mending their present issue. Is the goober done yet? Asked Miguel. It's not a goober. It's a gizmo. Lila petulantly said. Do you always have to call me out? Miguel said with a faux dramatic sigh. It's just really frustrating and bums me out. Don't get excited, Miguel. It's just a prototype. Not excited. The Spider-Man from the 22nd century mutters out. But you three could be the first people to make an autonomous multiverse jump, or the last, without Madam Web's assistance. That we know of. Miguel countered, wagging his finger at her. You know the multiverse, Lila, anything and everything is likely and probably already happening. He soon fiddled around with the goober now being attached to his wrist through one of the machines Lila was operating. So we're just gonna roll the dice on this. Just saying, pal. With your luck. Don't finish that. O'Hara said. You know you're just doing that to tempt fate, Lila, and I will not have it, no thank you. And that bipolar luck of yours derives from me. Said 616 off from the sidelines, now attaching his goober device onto his wrist. Or did you forget that after you were spliced by my DNA? I don't really acknowledge it. This is gonna be crazy on what's gonna happen. Mutters Peter from Earth 92131, looking at his goober watch as began activating. Really nervous about all this. How so? I don't exactly have a fondness for portals. You and many others, Gerald. Oh, you know Andrei Sapkowski's books. Peter of Earth 92131 smiled under his mask, getting the reference. I have all of them. They're great. So is the show and video games. Peter 616 happily said. There's what? Oh, you're gonna be waiting quite a while for those. You'll be rather shocked when seeing them. Miguel remarked. Does he have a verbal tic or quirk, saying something akin to shock in every other sentence? 92131 Spider-Man asked the Peter most familiar with this Spider-Man. As long as I've known him, yes. I think it's a verbal slang that's popular in his time period. Weird. I know, right? How is slang in my time weird? 2099 defensively asked. It just is. I'm from the early 21st century. You're from the 22 ND. And the new millennium is right around the corner on my Earth, so technically also 21st century. That would really explain the Witcher confusion. Why's that? You're gonna be getting 2 more books in like 12 or so years, the games will be amazing and the show will come out, 2 decades from now in your Earth. Really? Yeah. Will you two focus? Sorry. Chorused the 2 Peters. Any idea where to go first, Miguel? Peter 616 asked, getting back to the matter at hand. From the beginning, Earth 67. The predominantly blue-themed spider declared. I have no idea why that universe seemed important. Prime Spider-Man remarked. I don't know why either. Said the 90s grainy Spider-Man. Just roll with it. Miguel waved off. And do you want us to go with you or should we go out and do our own recruitment? Rather do it together for now. Get a feel of it, you know. If you say so. Miguel opened up a portal with his goober watch, which was a hexagonal design with a neon orange tone that repeated on for apparently eternity. Have fun you 3. Spoke Miguel's AI friend. Wish us luck. The trio soon stepped in and were whisked away to Earth 67 before the portal closed back up. Time passed with Lila monitoring the 3 spiders through the multiversal devices. At that time, Alpha and Madam Web made their return and awaited for the spiders to make their own. Before long, the hexagonal portal appeared with the Spider-Men coming out of it. How did your first world trip go, boys? Way less exciting than our rock scavenger hunt from last time. 616 said with a shrug. We just pointed at each other for half an hour with our counterpart before we webbed Jonah up to keep him from talking anymore. Then we went to get coffee. Going there was a horrible idea. It was so damn confusing on so many levels. 92131 Spider-Man bemoaned. I was so damn stiff and slow. I didn't know if I was gonna breathe properly. It was your idea, Miguel. Yeah, clearly one of my worst ones. O'Hara freely admitted. What happened? Alpha asked. Madam Web released an amused sigh. Dear, misunderstandings just follow you wherever you go. No kidding. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm gonna go find the spiders I'm more familiar with. Spoke Peter of Earth 92131. Hey, MW, do you have coordinates where they're at? Lila already has them on file. Miguel said, giving an emphatic point at his AI. And uploading them into your watch. Thanks. The grainy spider opened up a portal and went right in before it closed up. You do that. Miguel said, turning to Prime Peter. Let's see if we can locate the other two spiders who helped us with the Tablet of Order and Chaos. I shall assist you in that regard, Madam Webb said with an inclination of her head. All right, let's get it right this time, Peter 616 declared before all the participants went off to their respective chosen universes. And what should I do? Asked Alpha. Should I recruit the ones I know of now? Madam Webb merely gave him a smile. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 104, Ultron Imperative. You sure everything's alright on your end, brothers? I've heard from General Shakti that some truly maddening events happened on Coruscant. Something about the whole planet, what was the word they were using, glitching. Yeah, it was a nightmare on the eyes. Clone Medic Kix responded. Honestly, most of us are just glad to be alive and well, 99. Jesse stated. These sorts of things are out of our jurisdictions, Captain Rex said with his arms crossed. The Avengers and Jedi handle that sort of insanity. Not like you don't get involved, sir. Hard Case pointed out. You and Cody are always right there next to them. The captain gave the clone a dry look whilst Commander Cody, who stood next to him, sent the other clones a look meant to silence them. It didn't work. There's a lot that needs to be done to unsettle him. Most of it he was able to numb himself to a degree. Yet there are few who were able to slip past his built-up barrier. In recent times, the atrocity of Ultron's actions toward his brothers and other people across the galaxy. Above that, seeing the celestial Judge Arishem. And tied up there was seeing the planet-wide disruption that occurred recently. He tried to maintain his usually professional and unbreakable demeanor, but Cody has been finding that to be a difficult task. Especially with the newest addition of Delia's presence, the Zeltron quickly being able to break through the commander's tough exterior. And it had nothing to do with what she did to him but everything to do with her open affection and a rather obvious infatuation with his close clone brother Rex. Never in his short life would Cody ever imagine seeing Rex in such a flustered and genuinely shy state as Delia Blue's public displays of affection constantly threw the clone off. At first, when he heard about the 501st brotherly vow that they would let Blue act in this rather unprofessional manner towards their captain, Cody had half a mind to step in and give them PT for a month. That idea was shot down the second he saw Blue for the first time jump onto Rex, letting her, assets press against his arm and she placed her head on his shoulder, asking if they could take a walk together. It was quite an astonishing sight, and when seeing Rex's flustered and failed face of resistance, Cody was quick to agree with such a notion. But how are you boys holding up? 99 asked, breaking Cody out of his thoughts. I've been hearing things have been getting uglier out there. It clearly has. Not great, but manageable, Rex admitted. Hearing this made 99's shoulders sag slightly. Just try to keep each other safe, brothers. I know it's asking much but dash. We know, 99, Waxer spoke up with a reassuring smile. We'll try our damnedest. 99 smiled at them all before taking a look at the assembled clones. Say, been meaning to ask, but where's Domino Squad? I heard they were reassigned? Moved? Recruited? Rex clarified. Or they're undergoing a trial run in the Jedi Temple. The Jedi Temple? 99 parroted. Are they being trained in the ways of the Jedi? Not really. Cody had a difficult to discern frown on his face. I can't act like I know what it is, but from what the Avengers told me, they're being tested to see if they can perform magic. 99 almost couldn't believe what he just heard. Magic. Magic, sorcery, Jedi Force things, the arcane, mystical mumbo-jumbo. Jesse listed off. The whole lot of it. Hard to wrap my head around it. Hard Case muttered, rubbing his shaved head. Strange days are upon us, Rex said, snorting a moment later at the comment. Well, stranger. The defective clone simply nodded, rubbing his chin in thought. I also heard some rumors, 99 said in a low voice. About the things Ultron has been doing to people in the galaxy. To the Jedi. To our brothers. There was a tense silence that befell the group until Boyle spoke up. It's true, the ARC trooper of the 212th said in a quiet, dark tone. All of it. What Ultron's doing, changing us into his slaves. I see. 99 muttered in dread. He's gonna be taken down soon enough. Rex declared resolutely. Recently, we made contact with the Avengers' home planet of Earth. The entire team has been reunited, and once they've come up with how that will bring Ultron down, we'll be bringing the fight to that bastard. There was a swell of confidence and determination from the assembled clones of the 501st and 212th at Captain Rex's declaration, getting a look of relief and belief out of their brother on Kamino. Before he was able to speak any further, in came an interruption 99 never would have suspected. "All right boys, checked over the ATTES," announced a female voice. "They are spick and span, ready to blow a hole in anything you point their cannons at." The deformed clone blinked upon hearing this unfamiliar voice, spotting a female Zeltron with vibrant blue hair and pink skin walk into the area. She wore a green, skin-tight crop top with matching green pants and was covered in black, grease splotches, wiping her dirty hands with a towel. I looked over the schematics for the gunships and they should be working at full function with no more glitches or whatever. Hopefully longer this time. There were murmurs of approval from the clones, and just as Rex was about to praise her, threw her arms around him, much to his embarrassment and the rest of the clones' amusement. 99 observed all this, with a small smile appearing after witnessing this gesture. He had never seen such a reaction from Rex. "Hello there," he said politely, gaining her attention. "And who might you be, ma'am? Haven't seen you before." Delia Blue, recruit to the 501st, soon to be their chief engineer. The clone on Kamino gave her a kind smile in greeting. "Oh, I've been hearing rumors about a fiery lady joining the boys in blue. Nice to meet you. I'm 99. So you're 99? Delia asked with clear interest. "I've heard a lot about you from your brothers. They say you're half the reason all of them managed to become full-fledged troopers." "That is mighty kind of you to say," the deformed clone bashfully said. "I don't really do much. They're embellishing. Even if it's the truth." Hard Case said with a wide grin, looking at Delia. "This guy is too modest for his own good. Can't take a compliment without shooting 10 back in return. Aw, come on boy, not in front of Ms. Blue." 99 hovered one of his hands over his face, trying to hide his blushing smile. Delia found herself smiling, wishing the clone was here in person rather than holo transmission. "You really love your brothers, don't you?" the Zeltron said in a sweet voice, making the area quiet down. "You're looking out for your little brothers, hoping they'd reach the expectations you wish they could have. You encourage them when they least expect it and they're thankful for it." 99 was surprised to hear this from the woman but had a teary-eyed smile, nodding in response. "Yeah, seeing them succeed and come back is all that matters to me." "Well, even if you think you did a small amount in making the boys who they are today, you're mistaken," Delia said. "You've helped make these the best soldiers in galactic history." The clones all had either cocky, touched, or bashful faces. "Though I am partial to this one here being my favorite," Delia said, sidling up to Rex, much to his chagrin. The other clones began chuckling openly, completely unfazed by the glare Rex shot in their direction. "Well, I leave Rex in your hands," 99 said with a sly smile. "Criff knows the old dog needs a way to loosen up." "I can think of a few ways," Delia mischievously said, causing the clone captain to blush up a storm, sputtering out any form of rebuttal. "Delia," Rex said, both flustered and annoyed. "Show some professionalism. You want to be a part of the 501st, so dash." The clone captain was silenced when the Zeltron placed a chaste kiss on his cheek, eliciting quite the response from the other clones. Most of the 501st released oaths with a few hollers and wolf whistles, something most of the 212th did. The normally stoic Commander Cody found his exterior breaking, a wry grin appearing as they watched Rex try to pull away from Delia to no avail. Not like it seemed he put much effort into it. Such a strange but amusing development. Delia had only joined recently, yet already most of the 501st were accepting her, likely just to enjoy watching the Zeltron put their captain into such a flustered state. "Well, I'll leave you to it, brothers," 99 spoke up. "Try not to have too much fun, Captain Rex." The look he got from said captain got the defective clone to burst out laughing as he logged off. On his end, 99 held a content and happy smile, glad to know that despite everything that was happening in the galaxy, his brothers were holding strong and more united than ever. And that Delia lady was a spitfire that was drop-dead gorgeous. Rex was a lucky brother, and maybe that can lead to something outside the army. That'd be nice. Scene cut. I gotta tell ya, it was a real eye-opener being over yonder. What was it like? Surreal, let me tell ya. And it was only spider-men, women, animals? Just spider people. Tony, really? What? You can't tell me this isn't disappointing, Steve. Tony Stark childishly said, gesturing to Peter Parker, who sat in the middle of the couch of the Avengers HQ on Coruscant. Kid goes to a different universe and all he runs into are different versions of himself. You do know that still sounds wickedly cool, right? Scott rhetorically asked. God forbid we have Stark meeting another Stark. Hope Van Dyne dryly said, eliciting chuckles and snorts from all in attendance. The entire team had gathered, either in person or via holo transmission, now that they had been able to establish the connection between here and Earth. Now that the Infinity Gate was essentially operating at all times, it became surprisingly easier to study by those who had been for so long, and with the addition of other intelligent minds like Scott, Hopes and Peter, they were able to create a transmission between galaxies by replicating the energy the Infinity Gate gave off. Anakin had also contributed, finding a challenge he had never experienced in combining his technical prowess and his natural connection with the Force that helped in creating these devices that they could now communicate through. It'll take a while to recreate another Infinity Gate, but they weren't in any rush. Though they'll no doubt need to find any possible dormant ones out in the galaxy to make things easier. On top of that, Tony, Shuri, Hank and the geniuses of the Avengers and their allies were already thinking of prototype communicators that don't require the energy of the Infinity Gate that connects the two galaxies. In the center of their large conversation, a projection was seen from the holotable. Footage and images Karen pulled up to show to the others both on Coruscant and on Earth. It was quite the sight for all in attendance to witness, seeing the Spider-Man they knew in another universe, fighting alongside 7 other spider people. And those present weren't just composed exclusively of the Avengers. A few of their closest friends, and secret lovers, were here as well, along with several Jedi Council members. Why were they here? Well, Peter figured that as much as his adventure in another universe was a tale that his fellow Avengers should know, a few Jedi should be told of it. Particularly those like Anakin, his 2 girlfriends, Ayla, Luminara, Plo Koon, Obi-Wan, and even Grandmaster Yoda. Given the severity of the issue at hand, especially the topics of the Force with what Peter had to say, the leader of the Jedi Order needed to be present most of all. And the Jedi all had interesting reactions to the multiversal adventure. Specifically that of his alternate Jedi version, which comes from an entirely different Jedi Order. One where things such as love and attachment were not only commonplace but encouraged. Hearing an alternate Jedi speak of the importance of connections and attachments was an equivocal, proverbial slap in the face to everything they had been taught about their own order. There were still some detracting comments and uncertainties, but when Peter Parker spoke of how, like the Jedi are meant to understand the connection between everything to the Force, connections with others empower them. The real hammer was the distinction that was meant to further separate them from their age-old enemies of the Sith. The Sith believed to truly envelope oneself in the dark side to their full potential, one must gain someone close to them before severing their ties in the most heinous way possible. To kill the ones closest to them, the ones they loved. Peter Parker's Jedi Order was taught the opposite. That the ties that bind you give you a greater strength and, more importantly, a purpose. A Jedi had a natural duty and responsibility, both to the Force and the galaxy. But with an attachment, with love, true love, and not obsession, they are meant to keep you on the path of light, of just and good, as they are meant to push each other forward, striving to become the absolute best versions of themselves. For the Jedi in this universe, this was a certainly difficult idea to grapple with. Some more than others. Anakin held a sense of vindication, yet it was tempered upon hearing the Jedi Spider-Man's story of tragedy, losing his first love, his universe's Barrisafi. After everything he had recently undergone on Tython, seeing that darker version of himself, the Jedi Knight swore on his heart and soul and on his mother's grave that he wouldn't go down that path. Not just for his own sake but for the sake of his dear Padawan, his brother Obi-Wan, his clone legion, the Order, the Avengers, and above all else, on the memory of his mother and the love of his life, Padme. But when hearing about how Parkar was with Barriss followed by Ahsoka in his universe, it made him wonder about the three that he knew, and he had been observing them for a while now. The three of them had barely left each other's side since Peter had returned, and they couldn't be, could they? As these thoughts were on Skywalker's mind, Ayla had her own thoughts on everything she had learned, and frankly, it was oddly alleviating for her. Her relationship with Steve was still relatively fresh, but that was in the intimate sense. They had known each other for well over a year now and had been getting closer in that duration until they had, at last, admitted their love for each other. And now, hearing about how attachments are something to be cherished and encouraged made her wonder just how far this new chapter in her life would go with Steve. In the midst of this long story, Parker had regaled them all. Upon hearing the tales of the Jedi Order from Jedi Spider-Man, Sakura had discreetly begun to hold Steve's hand in all this, the crowded room serving as a good cover for the pair. Obi-Wan felt a great deal of conflict in all this, especially when learning of another version of himself that existed and was married. And it wasn't just to anyone but Siri Tachi. A Jedi he had grown up with, held a special place in his heart for and mourned her death on the onset of the war. But to know that in a literal other life, the two were not only married but were still Jedi faithfully serving the Order. It was a bit too much for the Jedi Master. He really needed proper time to process all this. The other Jedi in attendance had mixed reactions to all this. Yoda held a more contemplative frown, deep in his thoughts as he absorbed everything that Peter Parker heard from Peter Parker about the alternate Jedi Order. Plo-kun seemed thoughtful on this, but even he held some reservations. Luminara was silent as she always was, but her eyes conveyed a story of intense thought, flickering over to her Padawan every now and then, the gaze becoming far softer at every glance. And Barriss wasn't the only one she had eyed. Ahsoka was one as well, followed by Anakin and Obi-Wan, as if she was observing their reactions until they settled on Rhodey. The Colonel didn't seem to notice her gaze, but Tony did. Stark's eyes shifted between the pair, a mischievous smile appearing in the middle of it all, his mind whirling with possibilities. Though he hid his smile with his hand, a means of appearing he was pondering many things at once like he usually did. But those would have to wait, as Peter had just concluded his extensive journey. That's the gist of it. As shortened as it could be, kinda. Not really, said Matt Murdock. You said Fisk was the one who caused this mess, right? Oh yeah. His super collider really made a mess of things. Made everything glitchy looking as realities were starting to bleed into others. Peter said, the holo table shifting to show the glitches that had occurred across multiple realities. How exactly? Asked Scott. The particle accelerator was designed to bridge the gap between dimensions, with the ulterior goal of pulling other people or objects from a different dimension into their own. Voiced the Stark AI, Karen, as she pulled up a diagram of the Alchemax machine. But why? Widow asked, holding a napping Mara in her arms. Fisk wanted his family back. Peter answered, the holo table now displaying images of the Fisk family of Miles' universe. Would dim any other reality to their destruction in the process to restore what he lost. A dangerous gamble, that is. Grand Master Yoda commented. Yeah, it was. But it wouldn't really work out in the end. Peter said with a shake of his head. How come? Asks Plo-kun. I remember hearing echoes of his wife and son when the others and I fought him. Them hating Fisk for his actions, no matter the reality. That's stretching things. Sam remarked. There's bound to be the possibility of a small margin of universes where they don't hate Wilson Fisk. Commented Vision. Yeah. We'd be having to scour the multiverse with a fine-tooth comb and magnifying glass to see which ones. Celeste said with a shake of her head. And I'd rather not go through such another mess again. Mordo dryly said with half-lidded eyes. Having the multiple universes converge onto each other was wrecking so much. Wong adds in. Both Coruscant and Earth were witnessing it firsthand. Would be impossible to scalpel and restore it all if it went too far. Stephen Strange comments. So, Tony had clapped Peter on the shoulder, giving him an approving shake. Good job on saving the multiverse, kid. The young hero turned away with a bashful look, rubbing his neck. Don't let it inflate your head, Peter. Ahsoka says wryly. Hate to see all that ego ruin ya. I mean, is that such a bad thing? Clint rhetorically asked. He saved the multiverse. That's got to land a few brownie points, right? Rather not him be like those retired athletes who keep basking in the glory days, and that one game being their big accomplishment. Jennifer Walters comments. Rather unattractive, if you ask me. Like you're one to talk, Miss Beach Flex. You having that Graham says otherwise, show off. Jessica Jones deadpanned at the Jade Amazon who huffed, looking away from the detective. He's in his glory days. Wilson commented, jabbing a thumb to the arachnid hero. For like, the next 7 decades. Maybe more with his powers. He shifted his hand to point to Steve. Same with you with your enhancements. And we're not. Luke Cage sarcastically asked from his end on Earth. We have a few years head start. Rhodey stated. And then there's Thor. Yes, my glory days have been going on for quite a while. The God of Thunder smugly said, chest puffed out. People, Wanda dryly said. Can we, focus on what we're talking about here? What's there left to talk about? Pietro questioned his sister. We all saw the whole thing. There is still much to discuss, Pietro. T'Challa stated. The ramifications of everything we have learned is not to be discarded. In the middle of this conversation, Anakin, who had been deep in his thoughts, had a stray idea wafted into his mind. One that, had he not learned of the concept of multiple realities, would never have considered this specific idea, one that deals with an intensely personal demon of his. Do you guys think, maybe? Anakin spoke up with a degree of uncertainty but pressed on all the same. This would perhaps explain and clarify why that other version of me is here. That Darth Vader is here. Eyes shifted over to Skywalker's direction as this was said. What you on about, Anakin? Wilson asked on behalf of the group. Darth Vader. The Chosen One emphasized. What if he's not just being my dark reflection? Him being a trial and a manifestation, courtesy of the sun back at Mortis. What if he is literally another me from a different universe? A variant of me becoming a Sith. That made many in the room pause, specifically those familiar with everything surrounding that matter. Obi-Wan was stroking his beard, mulling over the possibilities, especially after learning of the multiverse. So the sun pulled him from his own reality and shoved him here. Anakin simplified. But why wasn't he all glitchy? Asks Ahsoka. Wasn't everyone like that when being in a different universe other than their own? Since the sun brought him here, Vader was tethered to the dark celestial. A means of keeping him grounded. You think that's possible? A celestial is a powerful entity. States Thor. They could do perhaps a lot beyond our comprehension. Or maybe he isn't affected like that. Doctor Strange chimed in. This is the multiverse we're talking about, anything and everything is possible here. When dealing with something as unknown and as unpredictable as the multiverse, we must never discount anything. Mordo stated sagely. There's a lot to account for. Some facts conflict with others. Celeste pointed out. We can't ever be too certain about this type of topic. Agree. Said Yoda, tapping his cane. Much pondering, will be, for what we've learned and seen this day. Can't argue with that. Shuri stated with a shrug. The data Karen brought from across the other universe will take a while to compare and work with among other factors. Hopefully you won't be up all night in the process. T'Challa says off to the side. Would hate to see you fall asleep on your workstation again. His sister scrunched her face up in annoyance. That was only 4 No, 5 times. Hector Ayala corrected Barton, who nodded at the number. Steve smirked at all this, turning back to the wall crawler to address him. Anything else you wanna share from your time abroad, Pete? The super soldier inquired. That I haven't already. Peter rhetorically asked. Save that for another time. Clint quickly spoke up before anyone else could. 'Cause let's not forget what you told the old, depressed, midlife crisis version of you. On cue, Karen played the recording of the conversation their Peter had with Peter B. Parker. Galactic. War. Genocidal. AI. There was a beat of awkward silence that took on a slightly grim countenance as everyone collectively nodded in agreement, dispersing to go about their duties and work as they had been preparing for prior to the whole multiversal event. Bringing the war to Ultron. Several hours later. Standing over a balcony of one of the many training fields of the clone army, Tony stroked his beard. The Iron Man pondered on many things when looking at them all alongside several of his fellow Avengers. He along with Steve, Sam, Natasha, and Rhodey had been silently observing the clones of the 501st and 212th conduct a new training course in regards to dealing with Ultron drones. Since the attack on Coruscant, the training of the GAR has become far more regimented whilst also in a state of constant flux. The flux was that of the new methods and strategies that were constantly being brought in from so many sources. The Avengers had provided a litany of tactics and strategies for the clone army, and Commander Gree from the 41st Legion had suggested looking across the galaxy for inspiration. Thus came many knights of clone commanders and captains studying the thousands of different species of the galaxy, learning of their history, their warrior ways specifically for obvious reasons. On the ground, in space, in any environment, it didn't matter. And they were no longer training alone. Since Cham Syndola had suggested the defensive conscript/volunteer bill, new recruits into the GAR began popping up into the ranks of the clone troopers. Most weren't overly happy or excited about working with soldiers that weren't clones, but they were disciplined and frankly knew they shouldn't complain. Ultron's threat was so serious that the army needed this influx of volunteers and conscripts if they could even stand to have a chance on numbers alone. The biggest number of volunteers, be it a surprise or not, came from that of the Twi'leks. Since the siege and liberation of Relith, many Twi'leks, both on and off their home world, regarded the clones with deep-seated respect. All had heard of the 71st Legion and their now fallen Jedi General, along with the fastest Avenger that bunkered down with them during the occupation of Relith by the Separatists, and saw how much the clones were willing to sacrifice for the sake of others. A groundswell of Twi'lek volunteers were among the first to come in once the bill had been ratified after the latest ceasefire conference, and many were now seen among them, especially with those such as the 501st, 212th, 104th, 317th, and naturally, the 71st. The noticeable trend was that these were all the legions, corps, and battalions that all played a role in the liberation of Relith. And they were present, learning from the clones who showed them the basics to standard clone tactics, to weaponry, equipment maintenance, communications, all of it. And they all have it. Tony murmured. All of them. Natasha grimly said, holding up the datapad for Tony to look at, showing the MRI scans of a standard clone, the head being highlighted with a specific region being enhanced to display what could only be described as an artificial tumor. We've been studying them for some time now after the Battle of Kamino. Sam stated. We haven't made any progress in getting them out of the active soldiers. Nat said with a sigh. But at the very least, with Tap and Karen, there hasn't been any new clone that has gotten these chips implanted in their heads. They've been creating algorithms that keep the Kaminoans unaware of this. It's still an uphill battle though, given the amount there is. And as much as we'd want to take care of the issue at the source, we can't due to a number of reasons. But we figured now with Doctor Strange here, getting them out is more likely now. Rhodey said with a hint of comfort, knowing that the possibility of removing these control chips from the heads of the clones is now more likely than not. He's already shown us several ideas in mind to get to all these chips simultaneously, Steve added on. Specific brain waves, may be utilized from specially made helmets that deactivate the chips, or a proper surgical procedure that can remove the chip in an instant. Very theoretical. Need to be sure the simulations work, or else we'd get a mass hemorrhage attack for the clones nearly simultaneously. Natasha said. Shuri and Hank Pym are trying to figure out what they can do as well. Hank's study of brain waves with how he controls his ants believes that they can provide a sort of answer to it all. That's one serious problem. Tony remarked with a tired sigh, holding up his armored arm where a hollow screen appeared. And that's already on top of what we already have. On the screen was a blue sphere of some kind with multiple lines and threads that pulsed with light and function. To the other Avengers, there was something strangely familiar about this image. "What's that supposed to be?" Steve asked. "I feel like I've seen that before." "You have," Tony responded. "This is Ultron's matrix, the core of who he was when Bruce and I first made him. Trying to find a weakness," Sam surmised with Stark nodding. "The last time we got Ultron, Vision trapped him from jumping out of all his bodies so that when we took him out, we thought he was done for. Obviously he changed, so we have to do guesswork on what his matrix is now," Nat stated. "Not from what I'm seeing," Tony said. "Ultron upgraded, yeah, but the basis of how he was made still remains. Jarvis, me, Bruce, the Mind Stone, it's all there. He didn't change." Rhodey frowned in confusion. "Wait, then how was he reactivated?" There was a beat of silence until Tony eyed Steve specifically. "When you guys up and vanished from Earth, where exactly did it happen?" Steve was thrown off slightly by the question but answered it all the same. "It was at that Hydra base in Europe. And when you guys got there, you all know what you fought, right?" It was a few seconds of trying to recollect this event when Black Widow beat everyone to the punch. "Hydra booted him back up from his remains, didn't they?" "Inadvertently is my guess," Tony remedied. "They may be a bunch of world-domineering douchebags, but what's the point of ruling the world if it's blown to kingdom come? No, those idiots salvaged what they could and didn't realize they revived my greatest mistake." Cap had a sympathetic look on his face, placing a reassuring hand on Stark's shoulder, a slight shake to try to dispel the man's self-loathing thoughts. "The blame is on all of us. You're not the one who made him, Steve." Stark's tone was low. "But we all failed in realizing he was still alive." Rogers refuted. "Tony, we can't let the past weigh down what we're doing now, much as it can do that." The armored Avenger gave the super soldier a peculiar look, glancing over at the others while pointing to Cap. "I'm not the only one who heard that, right?" he jokingly asked. "Am I becoming the old-timer now, or is my hearing off 'cause I think I just heard the Star-Spangled Man from World War II say something about the past that doesn't equate to, back in my day. Man has to modernize eventually," Sam plainly said, smirking slightly at the look he got from Steve. Nat then steered the conversation back to the matter of Ultron. "So what have you gotten so far?" "I've been working on multiple possibilities in trying to end Ultron for good. But there's always an if, but and however," Rhodey knowingly said. "However, we don't know if it'll effectively work when we hit him with it." Tony then explained to them. "We've been bouncing ideas and possibilities back and forth on contingencies Ultron may have on our attempt. It's not been easy, but it's like playing fourth-dimensional chess with multiple types of pieces and rules. Sounds frustrating. Given who we're facing, we have to think several steps ahead. Just so long as we rip his coding, bit by bit, then that's all that matters. Scotty and Pete have actually already shown me a few ideas," Tony revealed. "They believe a target on his coding is the key to taking him down. It's a matter of being able to take it apart before it can be pieced back together." The other four Avengers thought about that and do recall the pair bringing up the notion of using a kind of hack or program that could rip apart Ultron from the inside rather than relying on physically fighting him head-on. It's quite the gamble, but what other choice do they have given Ultron's capabilities? All the while, haven't been on an alien world in years. Ah yes. You've been oddly starved since the convergence. Can you blame her? Hush now, Darcy. Don't ruin the moment." The woman placed a finger over her former intern's lips, taking in a deep breath, basking in the environment the trio stood in. A moment savored. She heard her old mentor let out a soft chuckle, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Come now, Jane. It's not gonna be ruined all that easily," said Eric with a smile. "We're on another planet in another galaxy. Such a great opportunity for us here and now, despite present knowledge of recent conflicts. I've dreamed of such things when I was just a boy. They're all coming true now, Doc," Darcy Lewis good-naturedly said. Though the intern, or former rather now that she's gotten her PhD, was far more easygoing in appearance compared to her mentors. Even she couldn't hide the steadily growing giddiness she had in being on Coruscant. When Thor had brought them through the Infinity Gate into the HQ the Avengers have on the city planet, seeing the planet itself just outside one of the HQ's balconies was near enough to make Selvig faint. Darcy couldn't even speak for a good few minutes, jaw dropped and eyes wide as the city before her overwhelmed her senses. After calming down, Darcy was rather quick to figure out the layout and structure of the city, having a good gander as to where they should go and explore first. One could say it's because of her playing the occasional video games in futuristic settings to prepare her for what may happen later in her life. As for Jane, the last world she was on was Asgard and it was futuristic, despite its rural aesthetic. To be on a planet that was pure science fiction come to life without a hint of magic was a fever dream she hoped she wouldn't wake up from. "I'm glad you are all enjoying this so much." Jane had a wide grin, looking up at her boyfriend Thor who was giving her a loving smile in return. "You really know how to knock a science girl right out of her socks, big guy," she mischievously said, bumping her shoulder against his muscular arm. Thor only chortled, throwing an arm around Jane to pull her in close, pressing his lips against her forehead. "This is only Coruscant. There are many other worlds to explore in this galaxy once everything is settled down." "Thor, please," Selvig said, a joking look of pain, hand over his heart. "Don't overexcite this old man." The Thunder God only laughed, Darcy and Jane joining in as they were now headed towards a dome-shaped building. "And this is the Senate Hall where all the politicians of this galaxy gather to discuss matters on a greater galactic scale," Thor said with Lewis scrunching up her face. "The entire galaxy?" she asked for confirmation. "How do they even get anything done?" "They don't," Thor plainly answered. "Ah, so even in another galaxy, politicians are still the same, huh?" Darcy drably said, shaking her head at this. They kept up their observations when not far down the hall they were walking in, the former intern to Jane Foster stopped in her tracks upon spotting two individuals that caught her undivided attention. One was a smoking hot guy with brown hair, brown and black robes and a scar over his right eye. But while the eye candy was one thing, the woman standing next to her was what really made Darcy Lewis freeze up. She rubbed her eyes a few times, squinting for good measure, and even walked away from her group. They saw this and were about to call out to her when they saw what caught her attention up ahead. Jane and Selvig's expressions were of stunned disbelief, more so on the former. Thor noticed this as well and a look of realization came over him, his face conveying, was bound to happen sooner or later. As Jane got closer to the pair, both appeared to notice her, giving her a strange look. The one with the scar on his eye gave her a once-over when out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the familiar large frame of Thor. And the woman next to him caused him to pause in shock. Moments later, the woman that he was standing with didn't get a chance to say or respond to anything that was happening because right now, she was staring at a replica of herself wearing clothing she never would have considered in her life. "Jane, look, it's a prettier version of you," Darcy said in astonishment, pointing at the equally astonished and shocked Padme Amidala. "Why yeah, wait, what?" Jane smacked her former intern on the arm. "What's that supposed to mean? We look the same." "Yes," Padme Amidala whispered. "We truly do." The scientist from Earth threw her hand out a bit awkwardly. Jane Foster," she muttered. "Senator Padme Amidala," said the Nabooian politician, daintily shaking Foster's hand. "It's like looking into a mirror." "Freaky," commented Darcy. "Almost like an echo right here." "Don't be rude." Jane quickly shushed. Her secret husband was equally as shocked and he was already forewarned about all this when he first had that comedic confrontation with Thor meeting Padme the first time. And it appeared, they weren't the only ones to have noticed this. Within the hall they stood in, many other senators had actually stopped their conversations, having spotted the two lookalikes and were now talking amongst themselves as to what was going on. Thinking quickly, he pulled the two copies into a nearby room that was thankfully empty. He clearly did not want more attention drawn to them than needed. So many questions would arise as a result and they would clearly be problematic as a result. Despite the quick change of location, the two lookalikes kept conversing with one another. The others practically gave them space as the pair were more enamored with each other, given how quickly they got along. My word, the universe truly is a bizarre place. Thor remarked, he and Anakin standing side by side, watching their women interact with each other. Yeah. Skywalker murmured, still trying to wrap his mind around that a clone version of his wife that wasn't from Kamino existed in another galaxy. And now that said clone, well doppelganger, was talking with his wife. He then felt a light slap on his back and looked over at Thor, who was giving him a silent look of, yeah, you and me, peas in a pod. At first, Anakin was confused by the look when Thor nudged his head in their respective lovers' direction, another nod of you know. The Jedi soon caught on and snorted, elbowing the Thunder God's arm with a silent response of, yeah, I know. Don't know if the universe will implode right now with them interacting. Eric said jokingly. Darcy let out a snort. Nah, that would be with Fury meeting this Mace guy. Anakin shudders. I'm honestly dreading to be there when it happens. 1 is bad enough, but 2. At the Jedi Temple, Mace Windu came out of his meditation and frowned. Why do I feel as if Skywalker was insulting me, again behind my back? On Earth, over at one of the S.H.I.E.L.D. facilities, Nick Fury paused in his work and glanced over at Maria Hill, who was with him. Maria? I'm not that bad, am I? Hill stopped working, looking up from it to give her superior a bizarre look. What now? The former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't respond for a few seconds until he looked up at the skies above. Nothing. Nothing at all. Elsewhere on Coruscant, a trio of lovers were enjoying their time together. Them having missed each other after what happened with the multiversal threat, Peter was dragged into rather abruptly. Shortly after his return, when in a private space, Peter smothered his 2 girlfriends with kisses to show how much he missed them. They graciously enjoyed it and reciprocated the act. Currently, after a long time out on Coruscant, having gotten dinner, visited a few sites and an assortment of small activities together, the trio were in Peter's room at the Avengers HQ. All 3 were in bed, Ahsoka and Barriss on either side of their boyfriend cuddled up to him, and he had his arms around them, holding them close. Barriss hummed aloud, resting her head over where Peter's heart was and quickly pecking Ahsoka's forehead. Today was wonderful. It clearly was. Ahsoka happily said, rubbing Uffy's arm while also tilting her head up to catch Peter's eye. You know, you didn't have to go and do all that for us. After that insanity I went through, I needed to. Peter said with a shake of his head. Man, I'm glad I have you both. His 2 girlfriends smiled at that, placing chaste kisses on his cheeks before settling back down to lock eyes with each, a shared expression of worry coming over them. When Peter returned, other than clearly edited parts alluding to his relationship with them both, they saw everything like everyone else. And like everyone else, they heard Peter Parker's story of his universe, and above all else, the tragedy of how he was in love with Barriss and that his universe's version of her perished in his arms. Parker found love with his dimension's Ahsoka, but the matter of Barriss dying had been dwelling in the minds of them all. And it was clearly affecting their boyfriend, though in a more subtle manner. He was affectionate, doting and all on the both of them the entire day, taking them to all their favorite places to spend time together outside the temple, and he made sure everything was paid and accommodated for. They weren't complaining, but they couldn't deny a degree of concern that they now had. So Ahsoka decided to take matters into her own hands on a bit of a gamble. So, judging from what we've seen, the Togruta spoke up, beginning to trace circles on Peter's chest. In almost any universe, you're an apparent ladies' man, Peter. It was amusing to see their lover become a bit flustered, shifting about beneath them. I wouldn't say that. Barriss caught on, lifting her head up to give Peter a mischievous smile. We appreciate your modest humbleness, love, but the details are there. You got us too. I think it's more you two wouldn't accept it any other way. Parker Riley said. And you're complaining. Only when we may or may not have to explain this to everyone. I think dealing with your aunt was the worst of it. Ahsoka confidently said. Don't jinx it, Sokka, Peter half-jokingly pleaded. You do know that with your whole Force thing and the universe having its own messed up sense of humor, it will answer that temptation. Oh, like what? Other women suddenly throw themselves at you. The Togruta teased. They'll be met by us. Barris actually nibbled on his chin. "You're ours," she purred out. Peter shook his head, looking away from them. "It's not about that." Both were silent for a few moments until Ahsoka reached up to tilt his head to face her, giving him an understanding look. "Peter," she softly said. "You know you shouldn't dwell on such a topic. It happened in a completely different universe. Am I that easy to read? Only to those who love you," Barris said, shifting up to lay her head right next to his. "I'm right here, Peter. We both are." He didn't respond for a few seconds, releasing a sigh before pulling Barris in for a deep, loving kiss. Pulling away, he did the same for Ahsoka and then pulled them in to lean his forehead against theirs. "I know you both are, but can you blame me for still being worried? Scared even? That's what we're here for," the Miri Allen quietly said. "We'll always lean on each other and bring each other home no matter what. So don't get all moody on us, Petey." Ahsoka muttered. "We know what we got into when we started this." The Queen's native released a sigh, smiling at them both a second later. "I love you both so much." "We love you too, Tiger." The room entered into a peaceful silence as the trio lay in bed for a bit longer, each falling into a calm air that seemed to feed off the other, making them all decompress further. For Peter, while his mind was assuaged for the time being, it was still on the other spider people he met, specifically his Jedi variant. When the other individuals whom Parkar dated randomly came to mind, he shuddered to think about them. Not about the one bounty hunter known as Silver Sable, but the Mandalorian and Dark Jedi specifically. He admits Bo-Katan was quite the looker. There was no denying that. But he has very mixed feelings about her. Yes, she's no longer an enemy but an ally now. Yet he honestly doesn't know how such a relationship could work between himself and the older Mandalorian. Just the mere idea flies over his head on the possibilities. Yeah, Parkar told him that his version was around their age, but still. However, the very notion of Peter hooking up with Ventress of all people, he's gonna have nightmares about that now. He can already imagine it. Odd lover tendencies she expresses. Her dominating him. And it did not help at all when Parkar described Ventress being wild in the sheets. And that she was into some kinky shit. Peter seriously needed his mind cleansed of such a notion. He needed his two girlfriends' help in doing so. He'd rather have them dominating him and vice versa, and... "Oh God, the images won't leave my head," he internally yelled. "And they're hot." "Something wrong, love?" "Nothing," he blurts out, covering his lower region rather suddenly. While Barris didn't notice it, Ahsoka did and bore a small teasing smile, though she felt her face heating up. "Oh, is someone exit dash?" Without missing, Peter somehow jumped out from the bed with such speed that both girls plopped down on the bed and he sped to the window, jumping out at full speed head first and swinging away as fast as he could. "What in the Force was that about?" Barris asked in bewilderment. Ahsoka held a small blush, shaking her head and patting her girlfriend's cheek. "Something we'll surely use on our next time together." "I don't understand." "Oh. I'll tell you later, once I get help from Natasha. She promised to give me advice. Still a novice myself after all." All the while, near the hangar bay of the Jedi Temple for the Clone Legions, the 501st were in the middle of a standard maintenance check of equipment, weaponry, ships, etc. There were also clones showing around new, non-clone recruits, giving them the overall tour of the land and the ships they will be on now that they are joining the war. In a small corner, 3 ARC troopers were doing some general upkeep on their armor. Now to those of the 501st, seeing 3 ARC troopers among their ranks was a rare sight. Why, one may ask. Because officially, there are 4 ARCs assigned to their legion. But one was now missing. And for the most unlikeliest and rather shocking of reasons. "I miss Echo," one of the ARCs said despondently, leaning his arms against the crate he was using as a makeshift table, head hung low. "We all do, Heavy," said his brother with the spray painting of their commander's facial markings. Beside them with his own crate table, the clone with the tattoo of 5 on his forehead gave the pair a deadpan expression. "You guys do know it's been a literal day, right?" Fives pointed out. "He's only left to get some introductory training, he'll be back in 3 days. 3 days too long." Cut Up said with a clear sign of misery. Fives rolled his eyes. Stop complaining. With our line of work, these 3 days will go by quickly. Will they though? For Criff's sake, stop being jealous that Echo can use magic. It's not fair. Heavy whined, grabbing his rotator gun. Can you imagine how many drones I can scrap if I use that magic those sorcerers have? Why does Echo have to be so lucky? At least he's not also having a unique set of armor. Don't joke about that. It might happen. Cut Up said conspiratorially. You're saying that, due to you wanting your own war machine armor. Fives accused. Oh, and you don't want one? Heavy challenged. Come on Fives, don't kid yourself. The entire GAR would give up an arm to just fly in Colonel Rhodes' armor just once. Or get Lieutenant Wilson's wings. Cut Up stated. You could try and make your own. And would they be successful? Besides, we're good at the basics, we're not like General Skywalker. Heavy reminded. Or the Avengers. But we can be just as effective. Fives said. Echo is proof of that. Echo got lucky. Hey boys. Domino Squad turned to see their general with Commander Ahsoka, Captain Rex, Captain Rogers, and Colonel Rhodes approaching them. General. Commander. Captain. Fives snapped to a salute, listing off their ranks with Heavy and Cut Up following suit. Something you need, sirs? Just checking up on you boys. Anakin waved off their posture, a gesture of at ease. I know that Echo leaving is a bit of a weird experience for you all. It isn't the same without him. Heavy admitted. Imagine having to lose another batchmate. I'd rather not. Easy boys. Steve spoke up. Echo will be back, he's not gonna be gone for long. Those wizards promised 3 days. Rhodey reminded them, Fives giving Cut Up and Heavy a pointed look. They know that they can't exactly get students and all with how things are right now. Heavy flatly said. Fives rolled his eyes at the heavy weapons expert of his brothers. Cheer up, Heavy. Ahsoka cheerfully said. Who knows, maybe Echo can show you a few tricks. If he can learn it, so can you. I'd rather he doesn't. Rex deadpanned, Anakin chortling next to him. Oh, what's wrong? You don't want him to embarrass you or something? What? No. Rex plainly said. The last thing the 501st needs are troopers like Heavy and Hard Case becoming wizards or whatever. That is a good point. Fives mused aloud. And what's wrong with Hard Case becoming a sorcerer? Steve asked in bewilderment. Many reasons. Rex, Cut Up, Fives, and even Anakin said at the same time. Back on Kamino, his pod had a leak that the Kaminoans missed and many chalk that up to why he has a few screws loose in the head. Cut Up further elaborated, tapping the side of his head. You sure it's just not his unique personality? Ahsoka inquired. It is. Fives pulled out a datapad and actually had the file on display. Echo and Kix checked up on it. Ahsoka took it out of the ARC trooper's hands with a look of surprised uncertainty. How about that? We'll see you later, General, Capta, all of you being higher ranks than us. Fives said with amused exasperation. You know sirs is enough. Cut Up reminded, Fives waving off the obvious statement. We've got PT with the boys. Heavy quickly said, the others nodding. Don't let us keep you. Steve said, watching Domino Squad walk away. Before they were able to discuss or converse on any other topic, they heard someone clearing their throat aloud and all turned to a rather surprising sight. Gentlemen. Mithra Nuruado greeted them all with an air of militant and cordial professionalism. He was garbed in what could be considered military gear meant for the new conscripts, but the official first phase of new armor was still in development. So he settled for black cargo pants, a black skin-tight shirt with some chest armor, shoulder pauldrons, greaves, and vambraces. The Chiss turned to the Togruta in the group and gave her a slight tilt of the head. Ahsoka Tano. Thrawn. The Padawan greeted. So, you really did mean it when you said you'd join up, didn't you? I am a man of my word, Padawan Tano. Thrawn said with complete respect. I had stated that I would volunteer myself for this war effort and I shall. And you opted to join the 501st. Anakin pointed out. I was given many options and from word of mouth, the 501st is known to be an exciting division of the Army. The Chiss remarked. One of the top 5 that regularly receives deployment and undertakes some of the most harrowing missions. So we're really known for being batshit crazy, huh? Rex drably said, shaking his head. It's become an insult and a compliment. Their words, not mine. Thrawn said evenly. No, we don't deny it by this point. Anakin plainly said. Delia had the same rumors and really, none of us do this Legion any favors. Yes, Delia Blue, quite the engineer and mechanic. Gave some good conversations with artillery and engines to make them more efficient. You already met. Ahsoka said in surprise. She was the one Lieutenant Jesse sent my way due to her also being a relative novice in the Army. She had just finished giving me a tour of this hangar before going back to her work. She's quite fixated on her calibrations. Criff, already? That didn't take long. Rex said with a shake of his head. Pardon. She says calibration a bit too often. Rex clarified. Something to keep her mind off of troubles. She apparently considers it a vacation on most days. Quite unusual. Most people often don't consider such a mindset. That's Delia for ya. Still though, Anakin walked forward and held out his hand. I know that we've only just met not too long ago, but if you are willing to join us in this war to take down Ultron, that's a friend in my book. Welcome to the 501st. Glad to be here. The Chiss said evenly, shaking Skywalker's hand. Even when I've been given a recommendation to easily join the Army, I refuse to be given any special privileges. Special privileges? Steve spoke up. A vice admiral by the name of Palion had met with me and pulled me aside for some personal tests he wished to conduct with me. Said Thrawn. A means of figuring out my placement in the Army and working from there. Really? Rhodey was now curious. So how'd you do? Thrawn was silent for a few moments, ruminating on answering before speaking again. Met his expectations and exceeded them. Though I don't know of how high the bar he placed, I believe that's what the phrase goes. Depends on what bar you're talking about. Rogers said. There's Anakin and his brand of high bar madness, and then there's Obi-Wan, much as he would like to deny it. Plo-kun isn't any better. Rhodey said with a laugh. Hey, Ahsoka puffed her cheeks out. Don't say that about Master Plo. Oh so, he gets defended and I don't. Steve rolled his eyes at their banter, focusing more on the Chiss. But you still opted to reject these direct promotions. Thrawn nodded. Why? Captain Rogers, I believe as a man of military yourself, it is easy to conclude that soldiers, especially those who are on the front lines, while following orders from superiors, operate on a far better function when they are being instructed by someone who has earned their trust and loyalty by displaying a willingness to fight in the same manner as their men do. Never order your men to do something you yourself are not willing to do. War Machine found himself subconsciously blurting out. Thrawn eyed the colonel and there was an intensity in the man's red eyes, one of approval and even a slight tinge of awe if one were to look closely. That is a powerful phrase. Thrawn stated. Where did you hear such a saying? It comes from Earth. Steve answered, gesturing to himself and Rhodey. Our home planet. Interesting. Yes, I do believe that is a phrase any and all superior officers should abide by. I have also noticed that there are a lot of topics and such that are migrating from your home world, from what the other troopers have recently told me. That they have been making quakes. Waves. Said Rogers. Yes, waves, that's the one. Thrawn said evenly. I had thought of quakes being more impactful in this particular case. Shaking up many norms with what you've brought onto the table. Right, Rhodey Riley said. Don't think too much of it. They're just quotes. Still, are you sure you want to do this the hard way? Rex spoke up, giving the Chiss a hard look. A vice admiral noticed you and I've heard of Palion. He had experience in leading judiciary forces prior to the start of the war. If you're really gonna be rejecting him, just know you're in for a hard time right now. The boys aren't holding anything back in regards to training the new recruits. Anakin added on, crossing his arms with a serious stare. If these new soldiers are gonna be fighting alongside seasoned veterans against Ultron and quite possibly the Separatists if peace doesn't come after taking care of that crazy AI, they need to be trained to at the bare minimum, keep up with the standard clone trooper. Hearing this, Thrawn actually straightened out, more so than he already was, raising his head and crossing his arms behind his back. General Skywalker, Commander Tenno, and Captain Rex. I, Mithra Nuruado, hereby promise that I shall abide by the regulations and above all else, work to achieve and exceed the standards the clone army of the Republic has set and shall execute any and all orders given to me to the best of my abilities and knowledge. This I pledge to you. All right, all right. Rhodey waved down, slightly amused. No need to go that hard on us. We get it. You're in it for real. Welcome aboard. Ahsoka pleasantly said with a slight smile, one that Thrawn responded by giving her a respectful nod. I hope to deliver on all your expectations. Well, you already had a good audition when you met my Padawan. Anakin said. You helping them all survive that Trandoshan hellhole was quite the introduction. You already have a good word in with the boys for that alone, helping our commander. Rex said with a neutral but also complimentary tone, placing a hand on said commander's shoulder. I shall endeavor to make sure that good faith isn't misplaced. So we're done here? Rhodey said in humor. Did we get all the promises and compliments out of the way? Just wanna make sure we didn't miss anything. Thrawn pondered slightly before voicing something from his mind. Actually dash. Oh boy, I was kidding. The Colonel Avenger said with slight exasperation. Nothing complimentary, I assure you. More of the curious variety. Thrawn explained. I couldn't help but hear the rumors circulating around of what occurred not long ago. Pertaining to what? Anakin asked. The glitch anomaly. Said the Chiss. It was an experience to witness. The Chiss watched the two Jedi, two Avengers, and Clone Captain all shift from that statement, sharing glances with each other. That's one way of putting it. Ahsoka muttered. It clearly was. What were these rumors you were hearing? Anakin carefully asked. There are many that some would call outlandish, but by this point, all would be plausibly possibilities. The newest 501st member proceeded to list off what he had heard. Some believed it was an action caused by Ultron. But it didn't fit with his past exploits and motivations. Would be highly irregular to suddenly change his operating pattern at such an unusually frightening scale unless it was strategic in his given nature. Ultron would have made some announcement, taking the credit if he did it. Steve pointed out. Given what reports I've read, I'd imagine so. Luckily he didn't. Would have been far more problematic if it were true. Thrawn remarked. Plus, this was one of pure, unpredictable chaos, not the focused madness Ultron intentionally conducted when he first revealed himself. You've done your homework. Steve noted, his eyes having been observant on the Chiss. Knowledge is a luxury that can become a great tool for many things. Thrawn plainly said. From what I witnessed, this event caused quite the scare across Coruscant, and in the middle of it all, I caught sight of a peculiar set of individuals several times. It took me some time to place the name, but I believe I saw an associate of yours, one Peter Parker, multiple times in the middle of this anomaly. Steve narrowed his eyes a bit, though not in a manner that would be perceived to be negative. Anakin and Ahsoka shared a look before the latter turned to Thrawn. That is a bit complicated, but if ya get to know him, Peter isn't one to shy away from a good story. Thrawn wanted to inquire further, but a whirring sound that came from all save for the Chiss made the conversation halt. Rex was the first to see just what was happening, and he pulled out his portable transmitter to see that a notification of great importance had arrived. Sirs, the Separatists are here for the next ceasefire meeting. Rex announced to the group. Here we go. Rhodey murmured aloud. More useless political bullshit. Best not keep them waiting. Anakin said with a sigh. Thrawn. General. They parted ways from the Chiss, the lone man turning to walk towards a cluster of clones undergoing training at this time. Scene cut. Evolution, What a funny concept. Within an undisclosed base of his, the genocidal AI known as Ultron sat on a throne made of metal. In the AI's hand was a blue kyber crystal with multiple metallic veins surrounding it. The crystal pulsed with energy, a humming crackling sound emanating from the ingot. The latest in his long line of experiments, it was time to see if it worked. Ensnared by metallic tendrils, Ultron slowly rose from the seat he had made, the throne in which he used to plan for the next phase of his plan. In his digital mind, a map of the galaxy was on display for him, multiple locations being highlighted, some marked as red, others yellow, and the rest in assortment of different colors to designate their importance in his purpose. He kneeled in his digital mind to concentrate on one section in particular, a manic grin slowly making its way onto his face. With a digital command, he deployed his forces. Time to begin the next stage. Back in the outside, Ultron held a large, sinister grin as the sound of machinery began to stir with dozens that turned into thousands followed by millions of drones and converted beings across the galaxy beginning to rise and take flight. He saw them all through his connection to them. The thousands of ships that composed his fleet were soon entering hyperspace and they had their targets set in mind. It was time to bring this war to an end. And the first step was now in effect. Scene cut. The meeting was crowded as usual, only this time, it was supposedly going to be even bigger than last time. Most of the attendees from before were present with some additional numbers. Of the Avengers, the 5 founding members would be in attendance as well as Sam, Rhodey, Matt, T'Challa, Vision, Jennifer, Bucky, Celeste, Mordo and Strange. Some of the new Avengers would be getting their first taste of galactic politics with this upcoming ceasefire meeting. Did the Ancient One ever prepare you guys for this type of crap? Strange asked his 2 fellow sorcerers, both of whom shook their heads. We were trained to protect our world from mystical threats, not be paid to sell our souls. Mordo dismissively said. Don't have a high opinion on politicians, huh? Bucky said with an amused smirk. They're not known to be the kindest nor most accommodating of individuals. Celeste Riley said. It is a tragedy how that's the main consistency even after 4,000 years. Tony ignored all this, turning to Vision who stood slightly ahead of the group. So who exactly are these guardians that are coming to this meeting? The billionaire asked. What are they, some kind of Space Avengers or something with that name? Aren't we Space Avengers by this point? Falcon rhetorically/seriously asked with Rhodey shrugging next to him. I do believe that as an Asgardian who has traversed the cosmos for over 1,500 years, I hereby dub us all Space Avengers. Thor said in faux drama. There ya have it. Clint remarked. So Viz, what are these Guardians like? Jennifer Walters inquired, curious to know more about these individuals that Vision had traveled with. Frankly, she knew that there was a lot she wanted to learn about now that she was actually here in another galaxy far away from home, but one step at a time was needed. They are an eclectic group as some of us know. Vision idly said. Hope, Peter, Matt, T'Challa and Sam met several of their members on Mandalore and Peter, Scott, and Hope met more on Onderon including their leader. They are quite a large team and they are leading a new band of mercenaries called the Ravagers who have struck up an alliance with the Mandalorians. For those who haven't met them, what should we expect? Pondering for a few moments, Vision responded. Their penchant for music exceeds your own, Mr. Stark. The billionaire balked at that revelation and the other Avengers all snorted or snickered at his reaction. Excuse me. Tony's voice was a high-pitched, joking screech. I demand you to rescind such a dubious claim. No, Mr. Stark, I don't believe I will. Viz airily remarked with a coy expression. Just before they were able to ask or make any further queries, they heard ships descending from on high. The team all looked up to see several Com-RK-class shuttles flying down to where they stood along with one ship that stuck out like a sore thumb in that mix. If the Avengers could describe it, the best they could use for identification was the shape of the ship, which would be close to something of a curvy M. The multitude of ships all began landing on platforms, the walkways all opening out for the occupants of the ships to come out. A majority were men and women from many species decked out in the standard Mandalorian, though that was a given since their ships made up most of the newly arrived participants in this ceasefire meeting. But the ones that stuck out were easy to spot given how they were dressed uniquely from their Mandalorian compatriots. It was a fairly sizable group consisting of 11 individuals. 2 human males, though one had some sort of mohawk headpiece on, a green-skinned woman, a red and gray-skinned man, a walking tree, an anthropomorphic raccoon, a woman with large eyes and 2 antennae, a silver-armored Mandalorian, a female Zabrak, a droid, and a human female carrying a black and orange helmet. If one strained their ears closely, there was the faint sound of music being played in the background of the ship where this eclectic group walked out of. Some of the Avengers, Tony, were able to identify it. Rainbow. Stark murmured with a nod of approval. Guess they really do know their shit. It only took the newly arrived team of heroes to spot the other team of heroes on the platform, recognizing several among their ranks. The regular-looking man in the group walked forward with a wide grin in place. Viz, good seeing you again. Likewise, Quill. Vision pleasantly said. So these are them, huh? The talking raccoon said aloud with an unimpressed look. These are the Avengers. And you're a Build-A-Bear? Tony shot back. A talking rabbit. Thor said aloud in wonder. Rabbit. The Earth animal parroted in confusion. This is weird. Rhodey said, blandly looking at the striped-tailed guardian. And we've seen some shit. Haven't we all? Spoke the mohawk-wearing human with an unusually, is it a southern accent? Introductions were soon made between the two teams, names being exchanged and all before the leader of the Guardians had his eyes land on Steve Rogers. For a moment, Peter had a glint in his eyes of recognition before it faded away with a shake of his head. Peter Quill, Star-Lord. Steve Rogers. The New Yorker pleasantly said, shaking the man's hand. Huh, I think I've heard that name before. The Guardian remarked. We've been hearing his name and the rest of his team on the HoloNet all the time now, Peter. Gamera softly pointed out. Quill however had a look of doubt as he shook his head. No, it's not that. Peter appeared to be straining his mind as he got a more proper look at Steve. I think it's your face. And especially your get-up. It's weird that you're all stars and stripes like Captain America or some dash. Quill halted his talking and turned his head quizzically. The Guardians stared at their leader weirdly for him abruptly freezing up. Steve's seen that look of slow recognition enough times to know what to expect. Wait. No. For real. Quill mutters in disbelief. You can't, are you? You're Captain Steve Rogers? Captain fucking America. Steve sagged his shoulders slightly, releasing a small sigh. Yes. At that instant, Star-Lord begins pumping his fist into the air. The Guardians, Avengers, and Mandalorians all looked at the man in complete bewilderment as the look on his face bordered on explosive joy. I knew it. I knew it. Quill exclaimed, jumping into his most emphatic fist pump. Ha! Take that, Ms. Grisby, I told you my report was real. It always was. What? Came the confused response from several in attendance. I did my US report on you when I was a kid, Star-Lord revealed, much to the Avengers' surprised amusement. After that epic raid at the Hydra base in Switzerland, you got taken into space. Coincidentally right before the Roswell incident. The Avengers all had a collective head tilt at what they just heard. What? So that means that you were abducted by aliens like I thought you were. The leader of the Guardians exclaimed, pointing his finger at Captain America. And here you are. C minus my ass, you old prune. He grumbled slightly before yelling once more. I was right all along. The other Avengers didn't know what to make of all this. Save for those who were now openly laughing. Star-Lord didn't care at all as he had the largest look of triumph he's ever had. Boy, this makes me feel much better about not finishing 6th grade. He proudly declared. And like that, many opinions about the man from the Earther's point of view plummeted in a number of ways. Weren't you abducted as a kid? The talking raccoon dryly pointed out. Yeah. Hence I couldn't finish school. Quill said without missing a beat. Felt bad about it back then, but now I feel much better. The Avengers felt a modicum of respect slightly come back mixed with sympathy. Tony couldn't help but guffaw at the man. So, you're from Earth, eh? Rhodey asked. Yeah, Missouri, Star-Lord revealed. And you're all from Earth too. Guilty. Natasha said. Wow. Peter Quill had the largest smile on his face, placing his hands on his hips as he soaked in the presence of Earth's first Avenger. Man oh man, you were all the rage when I was still on Earth. Still is, actually. Sam quietly murmured with a slight smirk. The Missouri-born space traveler then placed his hands on Steve's shoulders and the super soldier felt a serious case of déjà vu right about now. And on his end, Scott Lang felt a strange feeling of copyright infringement mixed with vindication. Jesus! Peter whispered in astonishment. You're way bigger in person. Is he really that special? Mantis asked curiously, peeking over her brother's shoulder. Oh yeah, Mant, like you wouldn't believe. Quill emphasized, shooting his sister a wide grin. I had a whole bunch of Captain America stuff. Plates, shirts, action figures. Even a number of collectible cards. Actually, I still have the deck on the ship. Steve, Nat, Thor, Clint, and Thor all seized up for the briefest of moments, memories of a fallen hero from their first year as a team drifting into their minds. Thankfully, this went unnoticed by the others as the leader of the self-proclaimed bunch of assholes prattled on. Yeah, there were even these walkie-talkies that my grandpa got and I used to use them all the time with my mom, even when she was in the hospital. Quill's mood took a sudden downturn, startling those in attendance, especially his friends. Peter. Gamera and Mantis softly said at the same time. You all right? Rocket found himself asking. No, it's a... Quill coughed into his hand. It's fine. He looked up at Steve with a melancholy smile, his eyes were now glossy. You know, my mom thought the world of you. He said with a slight croak. And my grandpa, man, he never stopped talking about fighting alongside the greatest hero in history. It was then, inexplicably, a memory came to Steve, one during the war in the campaign against rooting Hydra. He was there for a few missions but all the same, he was there. And that familiarity Steve felt from Peter before came rushing back as a slightly familiar face and name popped into his head. Hang on. Steve gave Star-Lord a peculiar look. You said your name was Peter Quill, right? Star-Lord blinked at this, looking at his teammates before back at Cap and nodded. Yeah, that's me. After a few moments of trying to make out the memory, it became clearer after a few seconds. Your grandfather wouldn't happen to be Jason Quill, right? Star-Lord froze up, unsure of if he heard that correctly or not. How do you know that? Sergeant Jason Quill. Steve now had a wide grin of his own. I'll be damned. I knew there was something familiar about your face. Your grandfather was in the Howling Commandos with me for a time before he was reassigned to the 101st just before our final mission against Hydra. Star-Lord's jaw dropped, eyes wide with 1,000 questions running through his head. Wait, so his stories were true? All of them? Like, really? Depends on what he was exaggerating on. Tony commented. Peter only laughed giddily. Who cares? It was all true. I can't believe it. Can I be your grandson? Or son? How about brother? Amusing as this was, Cap figured he needed to pull the wool off Quill's eyes, needing to clear up the truth on a particular misconception. For the record, I've only been here in this galaxy for over a year and some change. Peter paused in his chatter. Huh. Truth is, I've actually been frozen in the Arctic for about 70 years after the raid at the Switzerland Hydra base. Then how dash? Hydra base, portal shenanigans with the rest of my team here. Steve gestured to the others. Really? But hey, Cap still wound up in space. Sam quickly chimed in. So? B+. Quill perked up at that and gave him a satisfied nod. I'll take it. Gamera then cleared her throat, making everyone turn to her. So what exactly is this all about? The Green Warrior inquired on behalf of the Guardians and the Mandalorians. Something about a ceasefire. Fennec Shen spoke up. Seems like something that's not in our wheelhouse. Westjern said aloud, speaking for the first time since introductions were made. Satin seemed adamant that we go. Fen brought up. But seriously, what is this ceasefire? I heard it's between the Republic and the Separatists. It is. Widow answered. So why involve us? Mantis inquired. Because it has to do with Ultron. Tony Stark revealed, and the Guardians and Mandalorians all shifted in their demeanors. Guess that was missed in the memo for you to be here. Strange wryly observed. That's a rather large oversight. Matt commented. We were in the middle of a job, guys. Tabidala airily reminded the others. What were ya doing? Rhodey asked. Smuggling runs, mostly. Protection detail on some occasions. Managing our ever-growing organization. Taking out some up-and-coming criminal groups threatening our work along the way. Star-Lord revealed with a small shrug. Sounds exhausting. Tony noted. It sorta is now, but we gotta do it. Fen admitted. The Republic and Seps have their own thing in their sectors, and we handle the rest with the Ravagers and Guardians. The large group intermingled and began walking toward the Senate building where the conglomerate of people and factions would be meeting. There were others coming in, like Satin, who was conversing with Padme and Obi-Wan, and Dooku, along with several members of the Separatist Parliament. Yet before any meeting was able to properly begin, for any of these groups to even converge. What the hell is that? An alarm. No sooner was this said did everyone's comms explode with chatter, making everyone collectively wince or jolt. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sam exclaimed. Where is it all coming from? It didn't take long for a voice to pierce through the commotion, one of alarm, alert and terror. It's Ultron. He's attacking. Where? Everywhere. That guy's exaggerating, right? Scene cut. The deployment was rushed, haphazard at best is what was described, with everyone sent out at a moment's notice. The army was spread thin while a small contingent stayed on Coruscant in case of anything. It took a few moments for them to try to figure out just where it was that Ultron was attacking everywhere, but that was quite literally the case. Almost every known sector was experiencing some kind of an attack, assault, skirmish, you name it. Be it one ship or half a dozen, Ultron had unleashed his forces en masse. It was almost too much to keep track of. But after some rushed information gathering, many all picked up on several key areas where a large bulk of Ultron seemed to be attacking. With assistance from Tap, Karen, and now Friday, they were able to coordinate where Ultron had staged the largest assault. The first was the planet of Naboo, something that caused quite the amount of additional worry for Senator Padme, the woman practically turning white when she heard this. Chancellor Palpatine was concerned for his home planet, but was more annoyed with the present situation of another Ultron attack. Next was Mandalore, one that enraged the Mandalorians, and they, along with the Guardians of the Galaxy, all but rushed off as soon as they heard their home world was being attacked again. Satin was distressed, wanting to head back to her home planet, but Mandalore Spar and Bo-Katan told her that she needed to stay. Even Obi-Wan wanted this, but the Duchess was stubborn and outright refused to abandon her people. And finally, Raxus Secundus, and there was a mixed reaction. The Separatist senators were irate and frightened upon hearing their capital was under attack, none more so, it seemed, than Mina Bonteri. She let out a small scream of horror and immeasurable concern as her son was there. Regardless of sentiments and feelings towards the Separatists, the Avengers came in and told them they needed to help them as well. Soon, all 29 of their members were called upon, and they had all assembled on Coruscant before being divided up into 3 groups and deployed to each major location Ultron was targeting. Once all of them were here, each group was given a sorcerer, 2 in the case of the group being sent for Naboo. The plan was clear. Get to the planets as quickly as possible, and first and foremost, protect the people and fight back against Ultron. They had wanted to make portals from here to Coruscant, but that would also leave the place open for Ultron drones to come through and possibly wreak havoc here. They didn't know if Coruscant would be attacked, but having an avenue for them to do so was not something they could risk. What they could do is find who they can and portal them to safety in one of the refuge areas of Coruscant. Otherwise, the Avengers are going to have to deal with the agonizing, anxious weight of making their arrival via Star Destroyers. Their Jedi allies and friends were quick to state that they would be joining them, but Masters Plo and Yoda shot down that notion. The Avengers would serve as the immediate counterattack to these 3 planets, the rest of the Jedi still needed to be leading their troops, so they would have to wait to get there. This tore at the Jedi, especially those closest to them, but they knew they were right. Thus, the Avengers formed around the sorcerers as they concentrated on each planet, having been shown their capitals and portals were formed. For Naboo, the team was Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Falcon, Ant-Man, Wasp, Winter Soldier, Celeste Morn, Black Panther, Shuri, and Wong. They would later be backed by the 501st and 327th from Anakin and Ayla. Mandalore would have the deployment of Spider-Man, Daredevil, War Machine, She-Hulk, Mordo, Shang-Chi, Katie Chen, who was terrified, and Ghost Rider. Obi-Wan, Plo Koon, and Luminara's armies would be coming to their aid. And lastly, for Raxus Secundus, Iron Man would be leading Doctor Strange, Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch, Vision, Thor, Luke Cage, Iron Fist, Jessica Jones and White Tiger. Windu, Mundi, and Kit Fisto will be coming with their armies. We all have our objectives. Were Cap's words to Earth's mightiest heroes. We've fought him many times before and we're gonna beat him back. Watch each other's success, hold strong until backup arrives, and remember, protect the people. They've already suffered enough. God, he really is that amazing. Danny Rand couldn't help but say with an awestruck expression. All right, Danny, autographs later. Stark commented before the three groups stood in front of the portals swirling before them. Everyone exchanged glances with one another, giving looks of assurance and confidence as they mentally prepped themselves for battle. At the last second, Peter, Pietro, and Steve caught sight of their lovers for a brief moment before they all charged in. Naboo. Cap's group ran into what was the center of the capital city of the Don Naboo. And it was pandemonium. Scott didn't even hesitate in turning big, smashing apart dozens upon dozens of Ultron drones in his growth. Giant Man started swinging, metal bodies being destroyed with scraps raining from on high. Wasp had taken to the skies, flying around the giant body of her boyfriend, firing off her enhanced stingers that shattered drones with every blast. The Panther siblings worked off each other, swinging and flipping to cleave and bash the enemies left and right. Their suits had the buildup of kinetic energy that they released when they clapped their hands together, unleashing a powerful shockwave that shattered many Ultron drones surrounding them. Well done, Shuri. T'Challa proudly said, his sister beaming at the praise beneath her helmet. Bucky was firing his weapons while covering Celeste's blind spots. From the air, Falcon was mowing down the drones with a hail of blaster fire with the occasional rockets and using his wings to cleave apart any that came near. After being quickly portaled up to the rooftops, Clint was running and firing off arrows before having to club and swat the drones coming his way. Down on the street, Black Widow and Cap double-teamed clusters of drones before razor-sharp winds from the Wand of Watum, courtesy of Wong, shredded apart a huge group of drones that were about to attack them at the same time. Steve gave the sorcerer an appreciative smirk, with Wong simply nodding at the captain before they resumed their battle. Cap. Hawkeye chimed in. Got civilians all over the place and they're just gonna get in the way. Didn't you say you came here before? Black Widow asked, jumping up to use the armor on her knees as a solid surface to bash an Ultron drone's head apart. That was a long time ago by now. Falcon said in the air, releasing a small grunt as he kicked a drone off Scott that was crawling up his back. We may be all over the HoloNet but doubt anyone we know would be here. It was at that moment that they heard blaster fire close by, followed by the sound of voices that were identical in every way. Turning to where they were coming from, Captain America spotted a large contingent of clone troopers along with Naboo guards fighting ferociously against the invading enemy. Rushing in, the super soldier helped clear a way to the troopers with several others following right behind. Sergeant Grit. Steve said, making the clone trooper turn, and for a moment, it was clear the trooper didn't even believe who he was seeing. See Captain Rogers. The clone sergeant was stunned at who he was looking at. Captain Rogers. Spoke another clone, and Steve found himself grinning. Buck, good to see you too. How did you dash? Not important. Steve interrupted, turning around at full force to swing his shield, smashing apart a drone that flew at them. The team is here to help and hold down things until the Republic comes in with their fleets. Naboo is one of the main 3 planets under attack by Ultron right now. The rest of the galaxy is either getting small help or may have to fend for themselves until help could arrive. Black Widow appeared, having changed into using her electrified tonfas and electrifying several drones on the way. We can fight back against these tin cans, but we gotta focus on keeping the people safe. An older, more grizzled native of Naboo gave a look of relief and gratitude. Any and all help is appreciated in order to stay alive against these clankers, the man stated. It took Steve a moment, but he recognized the man. The eye patch he possessed was a dead giveaway, and he had seen him with Padme several times. Captain Typho, yes. The man was clearly surprised at hearing his name. You remember me? You have something distinct, Steve remarked, thumbing his eye briefly before holding up his shield to block the incoming blaster fire from some passing drones. It's been a while since we were last here, Captain. We're gonna need your help with the layout of the city. Where do you need help? Pulling out a small holotransmitter, a hologram projection of the appeared and a dozen red dots quickly appeared. Aside from everywhere, there are sectors. Once given instructions, the Avengers were spread out into groups to help the people of Eden getting them to safety. Wong, Hawkeye, Black Panther, and Shuri were assisting the other clones in protecting the civilians and getting them to the bunkers. Shuri stayed behind for the most part, having switched to her Panther gauntlets and firing off shockwaves of built-up kinetic energy. Above her was where Hawkeye perched himself, firing off arrow after arrow at drones from afar or any that slipped past their defenses. Ahead of the pair were Panther and Wong. The former was utilizing a brand new weapon, a glowing purple, dual-sided scythe made of pure energy of vibranium, courtesy of the prince's genius sister. Wong was using his own weapon, the Wand of Watuman, near constant rotation with his magic, bolstering his spells to either rip apart drones with razor-sharp winds or small domes of gust that kept the drones back as more civilians were being funneled into the bunker they were guarding. These four served as a powerful moral boost for the clone troopers stationed on the planet as well as the Naboo and Gungan soldiers native to this world. How much longer before reinforcements arrive? Clint asked. I wish I could tell you. Could be hours, T'Challa admitted, spinning about his vibranium energy scythe on all sides to give him some space from the drones dogpiling him. They better show up sooner than later, Shuri muttered. Until then, we must hold, Black Panther firmly said. Over with the others, Cap was with Widow, Bucky, and Celeste, assisting Grit and Typho in leading the citizens of the to bunkers that had been built beneath the capital, with Ant-Man, Wasp, and Falcon doing the same. They knew that it wasn't just Theed being attacked but the entire planet, yet for now, all they could do was fight in the capital, as that was where the most civilians were and where the core of the attack was based. The Republic fleet stationed here would have to fight on until reinforcements arrived. Mandalore. Swinging around many of the buildings within the domed city, Spider-Man was bashing the enemy army with his many kicks and punches. The drones caved in rather quickly. Others were cleaved and destroyed in other ways, courtesy of Peter using Simbi to form sharp weapons and tendrils. This city was tailor-made for Peter's type of fighting style, allowing for multiple angles and avenues of attack while also helping the people of Mandalore. It helped that the entire planet had an on-hand army, as Mandalorians along with Ravagers were flying about, combating the invading force. War Machine was among the flyers, his suit having gone through a litany of upgrades courtesy of Tony and Shuri, and he was using them to their full capacity. His shoulder-mounted gun now had several modes, being the usual machine gun, blaster fire, grenade, concentrated beams, or straight-up lasers that could slice through anything. Down below, streaks of flames with shattered or even melted metal were being made. Riding on a commandeered and transformed speeder bike that looked like a hellish ride, Robbie Reyes aka Ghost Rider was flying about at full speed, laughing maniacally at the metal massacre he was inflicting. The flames scorched many Ultron cannon fodder while they were airborne, whilst he shot out pillars of flames, orbs, spears, the whole shebang, and with his chain that had his axe attached at the end of it, he wreaked even more havoc on Ultron's forces. On the ground, Daredevil and Mordo found a rather easy rhythm to fall into, the pair utilizing baton or staff-based combat, constantly shifting their weapons to suit their attack or situation, working like a well-oiled machine. Matt launched his staff, one end wrapping around several drones that were held long enough for Mordo to whip the staff of the living tribunal around, cleaving them all into pieces. Mordo! A boisterous voice shouted, the sorcerer turning to see She-Hulk running towards him. "I need a fastball special," she called out to him, and Mordo actually grinned. "Yes ma'am," he enthusiastically said, instantly forming a portal just as she reached him. She jumped through, and a moment later, Mordo clapped his hands together and threw them both out. A second later, dozens of portals appeared all around them, using them to help sever some passing drones while letting She-Hulk leap in to quickly smash the enemies before going into another before she simply opted to dive, becoming a green blur that kept going from one portal to the other, smashing into drones at such force, they almost turned to dust at the power behind each dive bomb. It ended when She-Hulk landed on her knee, the impact causing a crater to form and some debris to kick up. "Yo-hoo!" Spider-Man exclaimed, swinging by to land on the wall of a nearby building. "That was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. You Avengers really are something special," Dax Ordo exclaimed, uproariously laughing at what he just witnessed, many other Mandalorians being shell-shocked by what they had just watched. "Hey, it's my debut in this galaxy," She-Hulk confidently said, flicking her hair back. "I gotta make it memorable." "I'm fairly certain you accomplished that, Jen," Matt good-naturedly said. Amongst the chaos, other Guardians of the Galaxy and their Mandalorian friends had returned. They were certainly surprised to see the Avengers already there, but Earth's mightiest heroes in turn asked just how they got back so fast from Coruscant. The only answer they received was something Rocket did, mentioning something about tampering with the hyperdrive and making it jump faster, whatever that meant. Regardless, they quickly joined the battle, flying about and shooting down the drones with the assistance of some occasional Avenger passing by. Shang-Chi whirled about, destroying the Ultron forces with his 10 rings. Nearby was his old friend who was giving him some cover fire. "Stay close, Katie. Like I'm going anywhere away from you, Sean," said his friend, firing several shots in the process. Some Mandalorian fighters swooped in and covered the pair before they were forced to move from their previous placement. "We'll handle this section," Axwove said to the two Avengers. "We could use help getting our people to safety in the southern sector." "You got it, sir," said Katie. Sean said nothing, flipping off the rooftop and landing to the ground below. From her spot, Katie gave a bland look. "Show off. Need help?" Koska Reeves offered, the archer nodding. "Yes, please." Raxus Secundus. Speeding through the city, Pietro was bashing and shoving the drones before doubling back to get many civilians to safety. Flying around the city at breakneck speeds, Iron Man was shredding apart drones, using the entire arsenal of his suit or simply being a battering ram at times, swooping in on occasion to help some civilians before rocketing off at full speed. Doctor Strange had teamed up with Wanda, the pair unleashing all their magical prowess, destroying any and all opposition within their sight whilst also rescuing the people of the city, taking or teleporting them away. Luke, Jessica, and Danny formed their own team, sometimes flying and throwing Luke and Danny around for maximum damage to the drones. "Was this ever in the brochure?" Iron Fist asked, both his fists glowing with chi, each punch turning the drones to dust. "What brochure?" Jessica asked, using a rock pillar as a weapon to swat drones away. "The Avengers won," Rand said in a duh fashion. "Pretty sure it was at the back," Luke Cage commented, grunting at the energy bolts that struck his body, destroying the drone that landed that hit on him in retaliation. "We were gonna be in space sooner or later once we joined the team. It's just we're in the worst time of the season. Let's come back later when it's better." "As if it will," Jones drably said, casually flicking a drone's head off. White Tiger fought alongside Vision, the pair unleashing their long-range attacks on the army of Ultrons, the wrestler conjuring jade, translucent tigers that ran about, tearing drones apart, and the synthetic Avenger utilizing his beam to decimate the army of his creator. At a square of Raxus capital, Lux Bonteri was assisting the local military in fending against Ultron's forces. And he wasn't alone. Fighting with him was Stila and Saw Gerrera along with a dozen other Onderonians that he had become close friends with after their time on Onderon. Once the battle for the planet had ended, Lux stayed there for a time until he was called back by his angry mother, but he didn't come alone. He wished to bring his new friends to his home for a time to relax after such a hard-fought battle. They never would have thought they'd be caught up in another one. "Is this your idea of a date?" Stila asked, firing her blaster rifle beside him. Lux paused for a moment to shoot her an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Stila. I was hoping to take you on this lovely hill that overlooks the city. Oi, you two. Saw called out to them, using his rifle to bash in the head of a drone. Focus on survival. Flirt later. Before either could respond to the more abrasive Gerrera sibling, there was a hum in the air that made everyone freeze for a moment. Lux, Stila, Saw and many others heard the crackling of thunder in the air, having them momentarily look up to see one of the most stunning sights they had ever laid eyes on. In the skies above, a swirling dark cloud had formed, thunder and lightning crackling and arching around the swirling mass, and at the center of it all was one man. Not just any man. A god of thunder. Thor held Mjolnir aloft, thunder exploding out from it, going into the clouds before the god swung down his hammer with all his might. A rain of thunder and lightning came down upon the city. The arcs of electricity struck hundreds, if not thousands of drones, thanks to the electricity arching out to any nearby that had been struck by Thor's attack. By the Force. Lux muttered in utter disbelief. He has been witness to some of the Avengers' astonishing powers and abilities, fought alongside 3 of them, and in their efforts, helped liberate Onderon. But this was something else. I have no words. Saw murmured, equally as shocked as Bontari was, his sister sharing a similar reaction. Neba. The battle raged on in the once pristine and lush world, the Avengers, stationed Republic fleet and Nebu army fighting with all their might to repel the army of drones. After what felt like forever, reinforcements arrived. The Jedi and additional clone troopers came flying in on their transports and were quickly deposited onto the planet's surface. Anakin was pretty much the first to touch its soil, as he was quick in commanding other members of the 501st into action. Ahsoka went on ahead with a few other clones when heading towards the nearest bunkers to check on the civilians. The present members of Domino Squad began mowing down the drones as they were assisting the evacuees. When the last one got into the one bunker, they went all out. Aayla Secura and the 327th landed moments later. Aayla immediately assigned her 3 ARC troopers their own battalions, assigning Lucky to focus on getting civilians to safety, Cameron to safeguard bunkers and other safe points, and for Flash to stay with her and Bly to be a mobile force, assisting everywhere they can. Rex had assigned Jesse, Hard Case, and Kix along with their unit to help Cameron in tending some of the wounded. Lucky was working through his namesakes and getting out of some tough predicaments. Anakin, Ahsoka, and Captain Rex fought viciously, the 501st living up to the reputation they had garnered during the war as one of, if not, the greatest clone trooper legion of the Gar. Sky Guy. From above, Falcon flew by, landing into a run next to the 2 Jedi and clone captain. Weren't you just in the sky, Birdman? Anakin rhetorically asked, throwing out his hand to unleash a force push on some drones. Oh haha. What's the situation, Sam? Rex asked, firing his DC-17 blaster pistols at any Ultron drone that was within his sights. We're holding things down, but they just keep on coming. Sam answered, extending his wings to jump and slice several drones in half that flew by from above. Honestly, we believe we've gotten a good chunk of the civilians to safety, but this attack isn't limited to Theed. We got reports the Gungan capital is under attack and the rest of the planet. Aayla and I have deployed reinforcements across Neba. Anakin revealed. We're countering on all fronts, but yeah, there's a lot of these bastards. We're spread thin as it is. Would take hours to clear them out. Ahsoka mentioned. Will take a miracle to have it done sooner. Elsewhere in Theed, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Wong, Shuri, Black Panther, Bucky, Celeste, Ant-Man and Wasp were a united front, pushing back the near-endless wave of Ultron drones. By this point, they had managed to secure half the city with clones and Neba guards fortifying the bunkers and safe points where the civilians they had saved were, while the rest of the Avengers went on the offensive. They had instructed the garrisons to stay back and keep the people of the capital safe, only bordering the areas deemed the safest to get more civilians who get to them to safety. Now that the 501st and 327th had arrived, ground troops on top of more air support came in with multiple Arc-wings, V-19s, Y-wings, V-wings and Z-starfighters flying about, unleashing hell on the drones and the starfighters from multiple factions that Ultron had taken into his own navy. Steve had thrown his shield, the vibranium disc bouncing around, tearing apart any drone in its path before it ended up in the hands of Clint, who proceeded to throw it a moment later, continuing its path of destruction. It soon arrived where T'Challa was fighting, the prince jumping into a corkscrew to grab the shield out of the air and redirect it into the next line of unfortunate Ultron drones. It continued when Shuri appeared, caught Roger's shield and threw it, though it was a bit crooked in her execution. "Don't judge me," she shouted, seeing her throw. "We didn't say anything." Clint shot back. Wong was up next, using several portals to build up momentum for the shield, flinging it back for more drones to be taken down in the process. After taking out dozens of drones, Bucky was now up to bat, catching the shield with his metal arm, using it to shatter several more clankers before throwing it to where his lover was fighting. She threw her hand out, firing a sigil from her left hand whilst her right held her lightsaber. The sigil landed on the center of the shield, glowing as the spell took effect. The shield began flying around the Jedi sorceress like a whirlwind, cutting apart drones that were close to her vicinity until the sigil wore off, launching the shield away. It was then seemingly struck by an unseen force, its angle shifting, and then again, the shrunken pair of Ant-Man and Wasp using the shield like a tennis ball, constantly moving to keep up with it before Black Widow appeared, grabbing the shield out of the air. She held it up in front of her, smashing into several drones, using the last one to perform a flip to bash the shield into another Ultron's chest, pulling it off and throwing it to bounce off the ground, and it returned to the hand of Steve Rogers, who used it again to cut through another drone. "Save some for us, Captain!" yelled a clone from behind. The Avengers turned to see the combined forces of Ayla, Anakin, and Ahsoka with men from the 501st and 327th rushing to their aid. With them was Falcon, back in the air, being joined by several clone starfighters. "Well, it's about time," Natasha called out to them. "Hey, not all of us are lucky to portal our way around the galaxy," Anakin argued. "Echo will soon be able to," Ahsoka idly mentioned. "Lucky bastard." Fives, Cut Up, and Heavy all grumbled. Ayla had rushed in with a spinning slice of her lightsabers, landing right next to Steve, the two lovers locking eyes. "I'm sorry I took so long," she softly said, Rogers only smiling at her in response. "You're here and that's all that matters to me. Force me, I love you." "I love you too." "Alright you two, save it for later," Sam said, zipping by them to ram his wings into more enemies. Despite the battle, Ayla found herself flustered at being caught in such a small display of affection, whilst Steve felt a bit sheepish and embarrassed. Regardless, they shook off the feeling and focused more on saving the lives of this planet. Mandalore. From the docks, Obi-Wan saw the chaos unfolding upon the capital of the domed city of Mandalore. Beside him were Luminara and Barriss, the former being the first to spot Rhodey flying in. "Glad you guys finally showed," War Machine says, hovering above the two Jedi Masters and Padawan. "You were missing out on the fun. We can see there's plenty more to go around," Kenobi Riley said, seeing he battle raging on with Ravagers, Mandalorians, and Guardians flying about. "How bad is it?" asks Barriss. "Like how it went on the talks here a while ago," Rhodey responds with. "Except it's worse." "Lovely," Obi-Wan muttered gravely. "Let's not waste any more time," said Luminara. "Master Kun already went on ahead with the others." "Agreed." Barriss. Unduli turned to her Padawan with a serious gaze. "Work on getting civilians to safety. I do believe you've mentioned how Peter is quite adamant about the protection of the innocent." "He is, Master," Barriss said, her heart swelling at being able to fight alongside her lover. She only wished Ahsoka was here as well. "Then the two of you can work on getting more people to safety," Obi-Wan said, turning back to the commander of the 212th standing behind them with Commander Gree. "Cody, divide up the men in two groups, offense and defense." "Do the same, Gree," Luminara tacked on. "Yes sir." Both commanders responded in turn. A moment later, multiple LAAT gunships being escorted by Mandalorian and Ravager starfighters arrived, with the grey markings of the 104th being easily identified by the Jedi and clones. "Obi-Wan." "Luminara." Both Jedi Masters turned to see Daredevil arrive in a swing from his billy stick that served as his means of getting up to their elevated level, landing in a roll. "Matt," Kenobi greeted. "What's the situation?" Daredevil tilted his head for a moment, wincing as he focused on tuning out the chaos of the battle around him. "The Mandalorians are holding strong, but Ultron's forces keep swarming in. We've gotten most of the civilian population to safety, but there are still many out there that need help. Has there been any means of locating Ultron himself in all this?" Unduli asked. "This is quite the attack, is it not? Don't forget, Luminara, Ultron doesn't need to be present for these battles," Murdoch pointed out, ducking his head down in time just as an Ultron drone attempted to tackle him from behind. Obi-Wan instantly whipped out his lightsaber and sliced it in two. "Quite rude. Interrupting a conversation, such as this. Jap the human Jedi. Is it possible Ultron is present here at all?" the Mirialan Master inquired. "Likely and unlikely. Don't forget, he's everywhere. If anything, he'd do something similar as before and steal Beskar among any other resources." "I was wondering about that as well," Kenobi grimly said. "Have the Mandalorians made the needed measures to keep their armor safe?" "They more than likely have, but it won't matter if they can't keep Ultron back. We'll just have to find out once this is over." Boom! The three of them all turned to see the top of a building erupt into a small explosion. "Gentlemen, I do believe we've spent enough time here," Luminara calmly said, igniting her lightsaber. "Agreed." Further into the city, Barriss had linked up with Sinker and Boost as they got separated from a number of their comrades. In the distance, they could see Plo-Koon working with Wulfa and Comet, being joined by Fennec Shand, Shuji, Gamera and Tab Idala. In the general sense, they were still trying to locate any and all civilians as their top priority. Her purple lightsaber was cleaving through several drones when a blast sent her away from the clones beside her. As Padawanafi plummeted to some levels below, she was quickly caught by the symbiote wearing Wallcrawler as he swung about. "Hey, Barriss," Peter said cheekily. "You fall around here often." "Only for you, love," says the Mirialan Padawan, pecking his cheek. Back at the one platform, Sinker and Boost saw Spider-Man saving Barriss, relieving them of some worry before they focused back on the matter at hand. On one of the lower levels of the city, one archer was running as fast as her legs could carry her. In her arms, a little girl with an injured leg that made it difficult for her to walk. Katie's expression was one of fear, yet her eyes were resolute in getting this child to safety. For her, as the battle wore on, the new Avenger felt her senses start to overload. "Just save one person at a time," she mutters to herself. "One is all that matters." That was one of the first lessons Clint imparted to her once she officially joined Earth's mightiest heroes. Since joining, and even at this very moment, Katie had questioned her placement amongst the team, finding it frankly bizarre and feeling that she was unworthy of such an honor. These people have been saving the planet and now a literal galaxy from evil. What was a valet driver from San Fran supposed to contribute to these amazing people? Her best friend was a secret martial arts master who was the heir to one of the oldest criminal organizations in the world. And now he had those crazy 10 rings on top of his already amazing skill. Compared to her, who was, what? What was so special about her? Clint had noticed her demeanor and pulled her aside to give her some much-needed advice. "You're going about this the wrong way, Katie." She could hear his words echoing in her mind. "You need to remember just who the Avengers are and where we all come from. Spies, super soldiers, lost billionaires to simple kids on the street just wanting to do the right thing. It all starts with one. One what? One person. You start by saving one person. Things don't immediately fall into place, but just having that first step, saving that first person, is the start to it." Katie was doing her hardest to make that happen. But it was so damn difficult with Ultron's forces causing all sorts of debris trying to crush her and the little girl. She found her crawling out of a wrecked center of some kind, and without even realizing it, her body had moved to scoop the child up and was now on the run. She soon spotted a contingent of Mandalorians protecting and guiding civilians and made herself speed up. "Hey!" she called out to them, getting the attention of a few of them. The Mandos that saw her instantly broke off to get to her, but Ultron drones came in, killing several. Wah! Katie screeched to a halt, spinning around and getting into a crouch, using her own body to protect the young girl in her arms. Yet no Ultron drone reached her as a combined attack from two chained, glowing weapons swatted them all away. Katie peeked one eye open, looking around for a moment, lifting her head up and letting out a relieved sigh. Sean and Mordo had arrived to even the odds, now devastating the drones. Katie. Her best friend came up to her. "Hey Sean." She weakly greeted, briefly looking at the young girl in her arms. "You okay?" The girl quietly nodded, clinging onto Chen with all her might. Now that she got a proper look at the girl's face, Katie noticed 3 striped markings on both of the girl's cheeks. She didn't look any older than 9. "Cintas!" cried out a woman's voice. Both Katie and Sean turned to see an older Kiffer woman rushing to them, decked in Mandalorian armor minus the helmet. "Mommy!" the now identified girl exclaimed, and without missing a beat, Katie handed the girl over to her mother, the pair hugging each other, both nearly crying tears of joy in their reunion. Katie stared at the scene and felt a swell in her chest that she couldn't quite describe, but it felt good. Really damn good. Shang abruptly bumped her shoulder with his, and the proud smile she saw on him made one of her own appear, blushing as she realized what she had just done. "Thank you," said the mother, actually making Katie jolt a bit. "I don't know how I can repay you." "Thank us by getting to safety," Shang-Chi said in his friend's stead. The Mandalorian mother nodded, using her jetpack soon after with her daughter in her arms to fly off to safety. The San Fran pair saw that Mordo was using a portal to shepherd more civilians to safety all while the battle raged on. They heard more movement from above and many heads turned to see another swarm of Ultron drones coming down upon them. "God damn it, they just don't stop," Shang-Chi growled out, getting into a fighting stance with his 10 rings emanating their orange hue. Yet before anyone, Avenger or Mandalorian, were able to counterattack the oncoming wave, something truly shocking came from one of the Mandalorian foundries that happened to be close by. Several dozen mechanized mounts with blaster barrels for faces came charging out, all being ridden by Mandalorians with Fen Shisa and Spar leading the charge. They began to mow down the Ultron drones, one way or another, be it by blaster fire or simply charging through them. It was a spectacular sight for the 2 San Fran residents. "What in the hell are those things?" Shang-Chi asked in awe. "Basilisk war droids," Spar proudly proclaimed, patting his own that he rode. "We had been working on them for a long time, but at long last, we have managed to build them back up with more on the way." "Those look awesome," squealed Katie. "Can I have one?" "Katie." "What? You got to ride the Guardian Dragon of Talo. Why can't I ride one of those?" "Because you're you and I've seen how you drive." "Oh police Sean, my driving skills are exactly what we need right now." Elsewhere, Rhodey was blasting down wave after wave of Ultron's army from the sky. He had seen a line of fire going off in the distance, the sound of hellish, fiery laughter following after it, and the colonel couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for all the drones that were being eradicated at this very moment by the spirit of vengeance. In his periphery, Rhodey spotted Star-Lord flying about with that murder-happy droid that kept on whining about how these drones just weren't meat bags and it just wasn't the same. Then that talking raccoon promised to get a job that would satiate that droid's bloodlust. Jesus, these Guardians of the Galaxy were an interesting lot to be sure. It was then that he saw something, or rather, someone make an appearance that made War Machine freeze up. His arrival was a violent one, appearing suddenly and quickly, swatting away the 3 Guardians in rapid succession before the sadistic eyes beneath the helmet he wore locked onto the Avenger. "Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Hello there, meat." Without even thinking, War Machine rocketed forward, colliding in midair with his old adversary Dirge, the pair immediately devolving into a vicious brawl. "Why are you here?" Rhodes demanded with rage coursing through him as he ripped off one of Dirge's arms only for it to quickly reattach itself. "A contract. And a promise." It didn't take long for Rhodey to assume the worst. "From Ultron. He's paid a mighty sum, in more ways than you can imagine. After all he needed to tell me was he was going to attack Mandalore. And now, you and all these Mandalorians are here for me to kill." "Yeah, we'll see about that, you fuck. War Machine bellowed in the face of his old adversary. Before long, they crashed into a building where several explosions went off not long after. Raxus Secundus. Count Dooku oversaw the deployment of his acolytes as they went to take care of Ultron's forces on the capital of Separatist space. It was surreal for him to see them fight alongside the Avengers and a number of Jedi and clones, who had arrived not too long ago now. With their presence here, he had to strictly order them to not fight their temporary allies. Some complied easily, others grudgingly had to. They knew that both Dooku and his master basically ordered them to work with the Order and enemies they had been fighting against for so long. Such grievances were not so easily stemmed. In that instance, Dooku was rather glad that Grievous was no longer among the ranks of the Separatists. He wouldn't have complied with such an order no matter how hard the Count pressed it on him. His hatred ran too deep. Still, just thinking about the droid general, or former droid general by now, made Dooku question just where he disappeared to. But those thoughts would have to be dwelled upon at a later date and time. Right now, Dooku had to do his duty as the head of the Separatist Parliament and fight off the invasion of Ultron. Overhead, he heard the crack of thunder, and once more, Dooku found himself marveling in awe and fear at the power he was witnessing from one of the most powerful beings he had ever laid eyes on. Thor was a sight to behold, decimating thousands upon thousands of the seemingly endless swarms of drones that kept coming down from on high. His feats make his insidious usage of Sith lightning pale in comparison. And that was just Thor. Rather than just from a recording or from afar, Dooku bore witness to the Avengers' powers on full display. And to think that there were only 9 on Raxus at this time. And the 9 that were here were truly something special. Iron Man was flying all over the city, saving people whilst taking out literal battalions of Ultron drones in rapid succession. The Maximoff twins were decimating the drones like they were nothing, and at the same time, also made sure to save people. Then there was that sorcerer, Doctor Strange. The man's magical prowess blew any type of Sith sorcery out of the water or cosmos perhaps. Even the ones that at first seemed unimpressive were fighting on a level that most Sith masters would envy. The man called Luke Cage was walking through blaster fire, his skin practically impervious to them, and he had the super strength to back it all up. His companion and friend, Iron Fist, utilized glowing fists that turned each drone it struck into scrapped metal. Jessica Jones, a woman as crass and as rude as they come, was proving to be just as effective a fighter as the rest of her teammates, having super strength matched with her ability to fly. This was shown at one point when she leapt and flew through the air to take down a few airborne fighters. And lastly there was White Tiger, who kept summoning literal jade tigers that served as his small army while still proving to be just as effective a fighter in hand-to-hand as the rest of his team. Clone troopers assist the local authorities in keeping the civilians protected. Amongst them were several Jedi he hadn't seen since his departure from the Order. As he cleaved and stabbed through several Ultron adversaries, his red lightsaber suddenly clashed with a purple one before backing away. The former Jedi turned to see someone he honestly would never have thought to ever fight by his side ever again. Dooku. Windu. The 2 former colleagues stared at each other as their lightsabers were ignited. A tense atmosphere around them was ever heightened with what was presently occurring. Strange feeling of us fighting side by side again. The Jedi Master admitted, holding his violet saber up. Like times of old. Before either knew it, they worked together to fend off the synthetic enemy plaguing the galaxy. From Naboo to Mandalore to Raxus, the Avengers, the Guardians of the Galaxy, the Mandalorians, the Sith Acolytes and their master, the Jedi, the clones and the people of the Republic and Separatists fought tooth and nail against Ultron's army. On Naboo, they were finally beginning to rout the remainder of Ultron's forces from Theed and were beginning to get to the rest of the planet that was still under siege. They didn't get off without some injuries, Shuri having been caught in an explosion that sent her flying and getting a concussion, and Bucky had been knocked out, taking a blow that was aimed for Celeste. Yet they fought on. On Mandalore, She-Hulk had linked up with the 212th, having been joined by Ghost Rider, Gamora, Mantis, Groot, Fen, Dax, and Boba in pushing the drones out of the southern section of the city. Spider-Man was covering Barris as she was attempting to heal some civilians. He was struggling and was losing ground, grunting along the way. His frustrations grew ever more as it became rather noticeable as he suddenly acted more angry and rageful, courtesy of Simbi. The symbiote didn't want to utilize its more aggressive tendencies, but it saw that those less than savory parts of him were needed to help his host and one of his mates. He wasn't about to let either of them die. War Machine was fighting with a savageness he didn't know he had against Dirge, the Jedi being dead set on killing the Avenger. But the hero wasn't alone, as Drax of all people stumbled into their fight and quickly moved to join the Avenger against Dirge. Daredevil, Shang-Chi, Katie, Mordo, PLO, Obi-Wan, Luminara, and the Clone Army along with Star-Lord, Shuji, Rocket, Spar, Koska, Bo-Katan and many other Mandalorians were doing their best to keep everyone else alive. The fights were an ever-present stalemate. None losing or gaining ground. Hard to truly tell, given Ultron's numbers. Back on Raxus Secundus, the Iron Avenger finished blowing up some Ultron war machine attempting to bulldoze the Parliament building. Thoughts crossed his mind as he surveyed the vicinity soon after. Something feels wrong about all this. Iron Man abruptly said, flying next to Vision and Thor. What? The latter said. This, all of this. Tony gestured to the mayhem that was still ongoing. What the hell is this supposed to be? Ultron already did this, right? Cap and the others told us how he had his opening party similar to something like this. Several times over, in fact. Vision contemplated on this, his mind whirring with activity. The battle, the planets, how spread out it all was despite appearing to be concentrated. Thinking it over some more, Vision remembered the latest innovation Ultron had achieved. His horrifying method of converting living organisms into his twisted vision of evolution. He hadn't seen any of that on display here. Either he missed it in all this madness or Ultron wasn't utilizing it. Regardless, the answer became clear not long after. This is all a distraction. Vision said aloud, making Iron Man grimace beneath his helmet and Thor momentarily halting in his attack. If so, what is Ultron distracting us from? It appeared the universe itself was listening in on their conversation as a new distress call was delivered. One that was sent to every single available comm, given the nature of its emergency. One that caused every single clone to stop their fighting, hearing a message that caused the troopers of the Grand Army of the Republic and every Jedi and Avenger. This is Shakti of the Jedi Order, Ultron is attacking Kamino. I repeat, Ultron is attacking Kamino. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 105, The Fall of Kamino. Don't worry brothers, you'll get it next time. That's what Ya said before, 99. And I'll say it again and again cause I know you guys will pass. The hunchback clone gave the batch of 5 clones a look of encouragement, moving to pat the clone that was in charge of it. Just adjust, re-evaluate, and start over. You'll get it Mover. Mover shifted about where he stood but gave 99 an appreciative look all the same. He and his batch turned to leave whilst the deformed clone went about cleaning up the locker room he was in, putting equipment in lockers and placing weapons into a cart that he would use to wheel to the barracks. Once that was all said and done, 99 went about conducting his other tasks and chores in the Kaminoan capital city of Tipica. This was not only the capital of the planet but also served as the main production base of the clone army of the Republic. The other cities of Kamino also served as cloning facilities, but it was Tipica that produced the most. Millions of clones were grown and trained here, millions more in tanks with them well into their growth. At this time, there were upwards of 1.7 billion clones on deployment with millions more on the way. Last 99 checked, there were around 500 to 700 million clones on Kamino at this time, with 100 million set to be deployed in the coming weeks. Who knew which amongst them would be combat ready? That's for the drill instructors and Jedi Master Shakti to decide. And desperation. A lot of desperation as of late. The escalation of the war made it so. There will be bound to be errors of who will be sent out for deployment at this stage of the game. But 99 had faith in them. He knew his brothers would do their duty to the Republic, the galaxy, and to each other. Besides, these new training regimes and fighting styles that they had received, generously donated to them by the Avengers, were whipping clones new and old into greater shape than they ever were. The hybrid style in combining the many combat styles from the home world of these heroes with the many techniques of this galaxy was creating some unique units and fighters in the GAR. It was very fascinating for the disabled clone. Something he viewed often when he got the chance. 99. The elderly-looking clone released a small oof that turned into a chuckle, already recognizing both the tackling hug and voice of the one who ran up to him. "What's got you all excited, Omega?" "My lessons are done," the young girl happily said. "Tonwi told me I have the day to myself, so I went to find my favorite brother." It warmed 99's heart to hear that, patting her head and gesturing her to follow. "Well, come on then," he said. "Have a lot to do, but my stops include General Shakti and the batch. They'll be happy to see you." Giving an enthusiastic nod, she walked beside her brother as they went on with his errands for the day. In the typical list of duties 99 was tasked to do, in order to keep himself busy, was quite a lot for the disabled clone. But he was able to manage it all, even without assistance on most days. However, this time, he had Omega with him. Supply runs were rather common. He going to various stations to deliver various equipment to the Kaminoan staff or other trainers. Along the way, he squeezes in to chat with a number of clones to see how their day was, let alone week if given the chance. It helps brighten their day, in a manner, of having someone to talk to with someone with a great amount of experience, despite not going through the training. 99 was their longest surviving and eldest clone brother. He looks out for them. They appreciated it, even if it takes a while for them to realize this. Eventually, the pair reached the quarters of the Bad Batch and 99 couldn't help but chuckle at the spray-painted door of the specialized clone unit. They never did things in half measures when sticking out from the rest of the boys. Omega didn't wait for him, already running to the door, knocking at it rapidly, and not a moment too soon, the largest clone in the GAR stepped out with a large grin. "Wrecker," Omega happily said, jumping up to hug him with the altered clone laughing as he hugged her back. "Omega," he cheerfully said. "What are you doing here?" "She's been helping me," 99 said aloud, walking over to them. "Hey Wrecker." The large clone wasted no time in grabbing the shorted 99 into a bear hug, not that he complained before they all walked into the Bad Batch's room. 99. Hunter, the leader of the group, greeted straight away with a fond smile. "Good day, I hope." "The usual," 99 said with a pleasant smile, looking around the room, looking for the other. The leader of the squad nods as he glances over to Wrecker happily conversing with Omega. The heavy hitter of the team recounts their recent mission in vivid, yet exaggerated detail. Omega was completely enraptured, already holding the plush Tuca doll Lula the pair shared. "Where's Crosshair and Tech?" asked 99 once, noticing their vacant spots in their quarters. "Requisitions office." Crosshairs needed some new equipment after one of the Ultron drones destroyed his favorite rifle. Hunter said the name of the AI with a tinge of anger. "Tech tagged along to help with some insight before they work on the gear back here." 99 was silent for a few seconds, feeling a bit uncomfortable as to what he was about to ask. "I heard some rumors going around." The hunchback clone spoke softly. "About what Ultron has been doing to our brothers. What you all saw at that Citadel place." Hunter shifted his eyes over to Omega, seeing and Wrecker eating their favorite snack that the big clone always manages to procure after every mission. "They're true. They are gruesome as you've heard." Hunter mutters low enough to not disturb the others. "Don't know how Crosshair and Tech fare, though they did look rattled." Wrecker, however, took it the worst from what I've seen since. "And our brothers?" 99 quietly said. "I wish we killed them all rather than leaving them like that." Hunter darkly said. "What Ultron put them through. I wouldn't even wish it on the Seppies." "Criff me," the deformed clone murmured, running a hand over his bald head. "I can't even imagine it." The leader of the Bad Batch released a haggard sigh, leaning back in the chair he occupied, and closing his eyes. "I'm not gonna get that place out of my mind no matter how hard I try," the face-painted clone muttered. He opened one eye when he felt a hand on his shoulder and saw 99 giving him a sympathetic look. "If you ever need anything dash. Don't worry about it, brother." Hunter interrupted. "You do more than you realize. Sometimes I don't know if it's enough," the wrinkled clone said in a downtrodden tone. "Sometimes you forget you've done more than enough and then some in spades." 99 lets out a chuckle. "Hopefully this ceasefire will have the war finally end." Maybe no more of us will perish against the separatists. Quite the dream to have. After they and Ultron are taken care of, maybe no more brothers need to die. It's something to at least look forward to in these dark times. Couldn't agree with you more. Eventually, 99 and Omega left the Bad Batch quarters to resume their runs for the day. They helped in escorting cadets around while stocking up in several barracks for equipment and weapons until they reached the personal room of Jedi Master Shaak-Ti. In the hand of 99 was a cup of freshly made, steaming hot cup of Alderaan tea. Opening the door, they saw the Togruta Master seated behind a desk. "Master Ti," Omega said, running around the desk to give the Jedi a surprise hug, one that the older woman returned. "If it isn't my favorite pair on Kamino," the Jedi Council member kindly said. "What can I do for you today?" "Just the usual, General," 99 pleasantly said, placing the cup of tea on her desk. "Here you go." 99, how many times must I tell you that this is unnecessary?" the Togruta Jedi kindly said, gesturing to the cup. "You know you don't have to do this. Consider it my small way of alleviating your workload, General." The Togruta smiled at this. "Thank you, 99. Presently, the Jedi Council member was going through a number of data cards. Most were of present reports of the facilities. Others were copies of the recently discovered treasure troves of knowledge acquired not so long ago. She considered the latter bunch a vacation to her assigned task here at the cloning facilities. Even then, such readings were quite straining on the mind. It made things a bit more difficult for her to work on top of her training her new Padawan. And speaking of which, the doors behind 99 opened and in walked a young Zabrak girl, no older than 15 or 16. In her hand was a day-top hat. "Commander Brood. The hunchback clone regards." "Oh, hey 99. The Zabrak Padawan said briefly with a small smile before turning back to her mentor. "I got what you asked for, Master." "Thank you, Maris," Shaak-Ti said with a pleased expression. "Hey Maris," Omega said aloud. "Where'd ya come from? Would you like to be more specific? I could give you many responses to that. I could have come from my home world. I could have come from Coruscant. I could have just walked from Dash." Omega puffed her cheeks out. "I happen to know every place here on Tipica. And I know Master Ti wouldn't let you leave Kamino without her." Maris looked at her master, who gave her a brief nod. "A place many of us took a leave of absence to attend," said Padawan Brood. "Was quite spectacular on the experience." The younger girl only flicked her tongue at the Zabrak Jedi with Maris returning the favor until Shaak-Ti spoke up. "Maris," she gave her student a pointed look. "That's unbecoming of a Jedi to rub in their experiences to one such as Omega." Her Padawan adopted a more sheepish look, bowing slightly at her master. "Apologies, Master," Brood earnestly said. "Omega just makes it easy." "What?" Omega squeaked out. "I do not." "You kinda do," 99 said with a small chuckle. Omega sent him a look of betrayal, scrunching her face up into a huff, turning away from them all. Shaak-Ti smiled at the interaction when she saw 99 turning to her. "What can I do for ya, General?" the clone asked. "Everything I needed to do today has been completed, so I'm just making the rounds here, seeing where I'm needed." "You've done enough for today, 99. You may do whatever you see fit for your duties." "Come on, Master Ti," Maris said with a knowing look. "You know 99 won't leave you alone until otherwise." The Togruta Jedi was silent for a few moments, looking at the clone and then at her day-top hat. She released a small hum before speaking up again. "Very well, 99. If you would, could you check on communications with the other cities of Kamino? I believe several other cities have yet to bring in their reports apart from those my Padawan had already brought with me." 99 perked up, smiling at the Jedi Master before bidding her goodbye temporarily, Omega rushing to join his side as the pair departed from the room. "That'll take him most of the day, Master," said Maris, her eyes focused on their absence. "And not one that is too difficult," Shaak-Ti remarked. "I'd rather he not push himself more so than he already does." But won't he just find a way to do something regardless? The Jedi Master had a fond smile on her face, thinking about all 99 does for her and the other clones. Unfortunately. Scene cut. Why do this? Why now? This is quite troubling. You said it, Tech. I got a bad feeling about this. Boys. The Bad Batch turned to see 99 and Omega walking toward them. Is everything alright? The young girl asked, seeing the looks on the faces of the squad. They appeared hesitant to answer until Crosshairs crossed his arms with his eyes narrowing as if angered and regretful of what he was about to say. Ultron is attacking. The marksman revealed. Again. Omega nervously said, subconsciously stepping closer to 99. Any mention as to where? Asks 99, a troubled expression for all to see. Many systems simultaneously. It is a cross-galaxy assault, but the major planets being attacked are Raxus Secundus, Mandalore, and Naboo. Tech stated. Each one can be considered great significance. Raxus Secundus is the capital of the Separatist Alliance. Mandalore holds value in being the capital of the Mandalorian people as well as a stronghold in the Outer Rim, and Naboo is the home world of Chancellor Palpatine and Senator Amidala. These are no random targets. That is worrisome. Muttered the deformed clone. Have you been assigned yet to go to either of them? Asks a nervous Omega. Unfortunately, no. We're on standby in case worse comes to shove. Hunter answered. Almost the entire city is on lockdown. Until then, we're just sitting on our caisters. Grumbled Wrecker. 99 felt a gut feeling that was leaving him troubled. He didn't know why, but he shook his head and looked up to address the Bad Batch. This wasn't the time for second-guessing himself. Boys, think you have time to help me out with something? They all looked at each other before turning back to the clone whom they named themselves after. What do you need, 99? Hunter asked. It's important. 99 vaguely said. Follow me. The Bad Batch wordlessly went after the hunchback clone, rounding a corner to a control panel that 99 began to utilize. He typed in several commands before speaking into a comm on the side. Fall back Alpha. He said, and there was a beep of recognition followed by a whirring sound being heard around them. What was that just now? Tech asked in intrigued confusion. What even is all this supposed to be, 99? Hunter finally asked. Contingencies. The hunched clone revealed. Contingencies for what? Wrecker inquired in a puzzled manner. A long list of plans. 99 answered. Something that the Kaminoans began implementing and upgrading after the Separatists first attacked here, but thanks to the Avengers, we have way more tricks up our sleeves. The Avengers? Hunter curiously said. What do they have to do with this? They've been working on this on the side, or rather, Tap and Karen have. 99 elaborated, patting the walls of the corridor they stood in. Turns out, the cities of Kamino can actually detach parts of themselves and go underwater and act as ships in case they ever needed to evacuate the planet. I never knew the cities could do that. Tech said aloud, rubbing his chin in thought and interest, now looking all around the hallway they stood in. It's something they've only recently been doing. 99 said. These cities were built for multiple purposes, be they for aquatic travel or interstellar. How do you know all this, 99? Hunter asked in slight bemusement at the knowledge their brother possesses. Well, I have to keep myself occupied here whenever I can't help out our brothers. The hunchback casually said. I've been helping too. Omega chipped in, making 99 laugh and pat her hair. That you have, sister. He affectionately said before turning back to the Bad Batch. So right now, we need to head to several locations in Tipica, input the command codes so that every contingency is in place. Right then. Hunter declared. Care to show us where? Are we really doing this? Grumbles Crosshair. What would you rather be doing? Wrecker asked. Getting our equipment ready. We could be getting deployed at any moment. When 99 asks for a favor, I'd rather see it through. Tech remarked. Crosshairs didn't really have it in him to rebuke such a statement. As aloof and introverted as he is, even he can't deny that idea. 99 was just someone who understood him better than most. The deformed clone quickly gave the squad the location of a dozen or so control panels scattered across Tipica, giving them the command sequences for each terminal and any additional instructions depending on where they were. Who knows how long this present task will take? Scene cut. At the command center, Shaakti was overlooking more progress reports. The tedious task of hers would perhaps last all day at this rate. Thankfully, she wasn't alone in this matter. And speaking of the help, Master, spoke up the slightly confused voice of her Padawan. Yes, Maris. Shaakti absent-mindedly said, not looking up from her work. One of the other cities of Kamino, Timra, they're not responding to any comm chatter. Shaakti frowned at hearing this, turning to her student. Have you tried hailing them? Maris nodded, typing in a few commands to the terminal she sat at. Yes, I sent frequent hails but no one is responding. I've even sent out a message to other cities if they've gotten. Brood froze, making her master narrow her eyes. Maris. The Zabrak Padawan's expression morphed into a more tense and nervous one. It's Direm. The younger Jedi said. They're not responding either now. This became rather troubling as this kept piling on. On top of all that, Shaakti began to feel a reverberation in the Force. She was informed about the ongoing battle right now in other systems across the galaxy, Ultron having launched yet another attack. The entire planet has been placed on standby and was awaiting more news of the situation, but all they've gotten were scant reports. Fleets were mobilized, yes, but that was what they had heard last. And it's been an hour already. Regardless, the seasoned Jedi Council member knew that getting worried and having erratic thoughts would be a danger in this situation. Right now, they needed to be ready for any. In an instant, the entire command center went into a panic. Many clones and the Kaminoans were present, all standing from where they were in the command center. Alarms began blaring across all of Tipica City, alerting everyone here, with clones all beginning to rush to their battle stations. General! A clone lieutenant shouted, running right to where she sat. We're under attack. What? Shaakti sharply said. By dash. The Togruta didn't finish that sentence as her eyes widened and realization began to set in. She was well aware of the ongoing battle between the allied forces of the Republic, Separatists, Mandalorians, and Avengers taking on Ultron. It was a gargantuan assault on 3 major systems for political, moral, and a litany of other reasons. But now, she began to understand what was happening. It's Ultron, isn't it? She said more than asked, with the clone LT grimly nodding. Karabast. Such a statement momentarily stunned the LT, having never heard Shaakti speak like this, but shook it off as he watched her stand to take command. All troopers, battle stations. She shouted, moving to stand at the front of the room, overlooking a hollow projection of the city of Tipica and in turn, the rest of the planet. She was met with a sight that would have terrified most. There was a fleet of hundreds upon hundreds of ships from all corners of the galaxy, all having been dulled gray in appearance to signify their allegiance to one being. Have we sent out our distress beacons? Shaakti said straight away. We can't, there's no communication. What? Brood said in alarm. Our comms are being jammed. Find a way to unjam them immediately. We need to recall as much of our forces as possible. Within one of the many halls of Tipica City, 99, Omega and the Bad Batch stood still as the call was sent out to the city. Ultron was here attacking the entire planet. Every clone on hand was preparing for battle and the city already began to shake, explosions being heard outside. Ultron's attacking here? Omega nervously asked, holding 99 tightly in fright. That criffing bastard. Wrecker snarled, feeling a boiling rage well up within him at the mere thought of the AI. What do we do? Panicked the female clone. We do what we've been trained to do. Hunter declared. But first, we need our gear. We have a problem. Tech spoke up, making the group halt in their tracks before they could even get going. What is it? Hunter asked. The gadget and gizmo-talented clone held up his personal datapad, expression rather dire for his normally stoic self. Our communication to the rest of the galaxy is being jammed. Tech stated grimly. Distress calls that are being sent out are being completely blocked. Ultron has created a barricade around the planet. How is that possible? Hunter had a deep frown on his face. A city is one thing, but dash. This is Ultron we're talking about. Tech interrupted his leader. The Avengers have made it clear that he is not a droid and not an ordinary artificial being in general. His limits hold no bounds where technology is concerned. If we don't get help, we're sitting bantha fodder for this bastard. Crosshairs darkly said. 99 was silent in all this, mind-whirring in thought when they all jolted about. Another explosion rocks the city. Come on boys. Hunter all but shouted. The Bad Batch turned to run, leaving 99 with Omega, the pair silently holding each other as the sound of battle was heard in the distance. What do we do, 99? Omega asked, clearly frightened by what was happening. 99 put on a brave face, looking down at his sister to give her assurance. We do what we need to do is to get help. He promised. Now let's go. I know there has to be a contingency the Avengers left behind. Back with Shakti, she and her student along with thousands of clones were rushing to multiple locations to engage with Ultron. All around them, Ultron drones flew about, firing without mercy at everything and everyone. But that wasn't the worst of it. Shakti felt something deeply disturbing in the Force now, and it didn't take long to pinpoint just where it was coming from. Among the drones were uniquely designed individuals. Individuals that stood apart from the typical drone because they had flesh and on top of that, a kyber crystal infused into their chests for all to see. The sight disturbed her greatly. The cyborg monstrosities of Ultron, using live and dead subjects as extensions of his will. And that wasn't the worst of it. She and Maris were fighting with all their might against the seemingly endless onslaught of Ultron drones and sentries when they bore witness to the true horror of these special beings. They watched as several had managed to grab clones, and rather than kill them, they held their faces, arms, chests, wherever and. Master. Maris weakly said, her already pale skin becoming ghostly white upon seeing what the transformed Ultron drones were doing. Metallic veins seemingly entered the clones that were caught, and ear-piercing screams came from them as they began to forcibly transform into Ultron drones. By the Force. Shakti whispered in horror. Master, her Padawan stammered out again, throwing her hands up to her head, her Tonfa sabers deactivating and falling to the ground. The Zabrak began to openly cry as the Jedi felt as though Force was convulsing from what was happening. I. Maris lurched forward, puking up bile as the sensation became too much for her to bear. Even Shakti couldn't fight back the horrific wave in the Force. The reaction it gave off to what Ultron was doing was. How could anyone? This was. Shakti was failing to properly process this vile reverberation in the Force. The Jedi Council member has seen many atrocities and evils committed in the galaxy, more so when the war started. But even this was too much for her, feeling life being twisted and corrupted to such a degree, making the Togruta begin to sweat and her deep red skin turn a tint lighter. How? Shakti couldn't find the words to describe what was happening right now. She had to stop this. She needed to. The Force practically screamed at her to do so. Keep your distance, men. Shakti shouted at the clones, regaining a bit of her stupor. Maris, compose yourself. Her Padawan shakily recovered her lightsabers, but her expression was still distraught. Square formations. The Togruta shouted at all the clones engaged in battle. Cover your blind spots, keep yourselves centered. Do not engage in close quarters with those that possess kyber crystals on their bodies. The clones did as they were told, forming squares with the outer layer having clones on their knees with the ones behind them remaining standing. This was a new type of formation that was recently taught to the GAR, something that Captain America, Falcon, and War Machine personally bestowed upon them to learn. This specialized formation came from Earth, utilized across many wars and battles, the most recent being a set called the Napoleonic Wars. The three Avengers knew their military history and have been bestowing knowledge and tactics to the clone army since their arrival here, with the hollow square being their latest contribution. Whilst some would assume this to be a solid defensive formation, some would have criticized the way the clones plonked themselves down and left themselves open for attack. That's where the phalanx formation comes into play. This formation was three-layered, two being for attack and one for defense, with the inner square coming out to create a shield around and above the square, the clones still being able to phase their rifles through the ray shields and still fire upon their enemies. It proved instrumental at this moment in repelling the Ultron drones that kept on harrying the clones. They were still getting pushed back, but thanks to the new, innovative tactics that they have been learning from the military members of the Avengers, they were holding out. But that wouldn't matter if they didn't get help. Shakti figured the fleet above must still be holding out given the starfighters flying about in the air, but they must have been caught completely off guard. She still doesn't know the scope of the attack, yet there was a horrible gut feeling that it was worse than she might anticipate. The other cities on Kamino were not responding to their hails. Force knows what the other cities are going through right now. She had been so consumed in her thoughts and the battle, she failed to realize a clone in black, gray, and red armor. General Shakti. The clone said over the commotion, and the Togruta turned to see it was none other than Tech in 99. Tech, 99. She said to them both. What's wrong? We got some good news for you, General. 99 said with Tech holding up his personal data pad. We broke through Ultron's jamming, said the technical expert of the Bad Batch. Shakti blinked, actually not believing what she just heard. We can send a distress call. This left Shakti momentarily flabbergasted. How did you dash? You can thank 99 for that. Tech said, the deformed clone next to him giving her a nod of encouragement. The Force is with you, 99. Shakti stated, taking the data pad from Tech. Now that they had a chance, the Jedi Master barked out an emergency to all channels of the Republic. This is Shakti of the Jedi Order. Ultron is attacking Kamino. I repeat, Ultron is attacking Kamino. Scene cut. On the planets of Naboo, Mandalore, and Raxus, the reactions were all the same. Horror, shock, anger, terror, and all the other negative ways you can describe the situation. Having had the message broadcasted across almost the entire galaxy, with the help of Tap and Karen boosting their comm power, all three planets had their communications connected for the Avengers and Jedi to converse with each other. God damn it! Falcon snarled out, viciously smashing his right wing into a drone, shattering it upon impact. Son of a bitch! This was his plan all along. We need to get over there, now. Anakin said, a flurry of blue as he tore Ultron's forces apart. Over on Raxus, Iron Man was in a state of turmoil, blasting away at everything that was made of metal. He should have seen this coming. Bastard distracted him the first time back on Sokovia, only this time, he's perfected his craft. We have to get over there right now. That's the clone's home world, right? Doctor Strange asked, flying right next to the armored Avenger. We need to help them now. Quicksilver said through the comms, demolishing a whole swath of drones. If he's been there already he could be converting the clones, or he may already be doing so. Vision said in a grave tone. Wait, what about here? On the planet of Mandalore, that was the question asked by Peter Parker, who was web swinging around, Barris holding onto his back. Mandalore and the other two planets are still under attack. More just came in. Hope grimly added, the three planets being assaulted with a fresh crop of ships coming in out of hyperspace over the three planets under assault. We're gonna need to split up our forces. T'Challa declared on Naboo, roundhouse kicking a drone. Who do we send? Scott asked, jumping and punting off mechanical heads left and right. We still gotta deal with these bastards here. And more just keep coming. Obi-Wan remarked, deflecting energy bolts from all sides, expression stoic and firm. Don't care who. We just need to send people there now. Skywalker declared, force pushing a number of sentries that attempted to dogpile Rex. Divide up our forces. Ayla ordered, quickly sending out further instructions to her corps, Anakin doing the same, followed by every Jedi on the three planets under attack. We must reinforce Kamino long enough for more aid to come. Will that even be possible? Daredevil asked, swinging his Nunchaku around him. Mandalore, Naboo, and Raxus are still under siege. If Ultron gets control of Kamino, the Republic will be permanently crippled. Plo Koon said. Soon enough, Hastily chosen teams were made along with a dozen clone garrisons from each legion, corps, and battalion on the 3 planets to follow the Avengers and Jedi heading to Kamino. "It'll take too long to get over there with a fleet," Steve stated, standing with Natasha, Barton, Anakin, Ayla, Rex, Celeste, and Bucky, the selected group to go reinforce Kamino from Naboo. "What do you suggest?" Clint said. "Portal our way there," Rogers said, turning to the Jedi sorceress. "We'll need a visual of what Kamino looks like, a place at least to get us directly there," Celeste quickly said. Similar conversations took place on the other worlds with the other teams of the Avengers, Jedi, and clones. Using their sling rings, Strange opened a portal to Kamino from Raxus Secundus. On Mandalore, Mordo opened the way. From Naboo, it was Celeste who sent the others. The Mandalore contingent was composed of She-Hulk, Mordo, Shang-Chi, Katie, Obi-Wan, Plo Koon, Cody, and Wulfa. From Raxus were Iron Man, Thor, Vision, Quicksilver, Windu, and Pons. The ones appearing from Naboo were Anakin, Ayla, Cap, Widow, Hawkeye, Celeste, Bucky, Rex, and Bly. There was some concern for Bucky given that he had been knocked out earlier, but the Winter Soldier aptly responded with this: "I got knocked down, not knocked out." Much as Steve wanted to dispute his old friend, he didn't have the heart in him to do so. After all, he would have done and said the exact same thing. As soon as the portals were open, the 3 separate contingents of teams ran in and were immediately met with a chaotic battle in a burning Tipica city. "Out of the frying pan, into the fire," Hawkeye commented, whipping up his arm to shoot an arrow into the head of a drone. "Move!" Cap shouted and everyone dispersed, engaging in fierce combat against the army of Ultron. The clones that came with them began firing everything they had at the drones and converted clones. The Avengers and Jedi didn't need to see the faces of the troopers to know the rage and ferocity the clones currently possessed. Their actions were more than enough proof. Rex was leading the charge of his brothers, diving headfirst into battle, actually tackling a being with one of the Kyber crystals. It tried reaching for the captain's neck only for Rex to swat the arm away, pointing both his pistols at the face of the converted and rapidly shooting the face. "You know, if Delia saw that, she'd be very upset." Fives couldn't help but joke next to Rex, yet the man didn't respond, simply moving on to his next target in cold, concentrated fury. Immediately taking to the skies, Thor shot out a lightning bolt from Mjolnir. Connecting with the natural storms of this world, the Asgardian god of thunder began shooting down many Ultron crafts invading the city. "Foul machine!" Thor's voice thundered across the skies, lightning cracking in the air to add to his intimidating aura. "You shall feel the full wrath of the son of Odin." Thor unleashed a lightning storm that barraged the Ultron fleet, starfighters popping out of the skies whilst the fleets above were bombarded. With many of the airborne threats being taken care of at this time, the others took more focus on the city. However, Tony had to quickly fly about and destroy a number of Ultron sentries at the support structures. Him doing a sweep over to be sure no more were coming their way. All the while, Obi-Wan contacted his fellow Jedi Council member on the planet. "Sha'ak-ti, Sha'ak-ti," he said over the commotion, blocking multiple energy bolts and blasts sent his way. "This is Obi-Wan Kenobi with Plo and Windu. We came here with some of our armies and the Avengers to reinforce you." Over on her end, Sha'ak-ti had discarded her robes, fighting with everything she had. Maris was right by her side along with the Bad Batch leading the charge of the clones. They had been holding out as long as they could given the circumstances. Despite being caught off guard, due to the many new training methods the Avengers have integrated into the GAR, the clones of Tipica City are holding strong despite losing a third of their forces. The Togruta Jedi Force pushed a dozen drones away when she received the call from Kenobi, answering it immediately. "Master Obi-Wan," Ti spoke through the comms, relief flooding her being. "You are here. Have you come with reinforcements?" As soon as she asked, there was a loud crack of thunder, making many heads turn to the skies. Up above, all bore witness to Thor Odinson commanding the storms of the water world, lightning crackling all around him. The god of thunder unleashed another full blast of his power above, making sure his lightning transcended the atmosphere of the planet and struck a dozen of the ships Ultron had attacking the planet. There was a roar of renewed vigor from all the clones upon seeing such an awe-inspiring display, Wrecker actively weeping tears of joy at the sight before they all resumed their defensive assault on the enemy forces. "Does that answer your question?" Obi-Wan Riley asked, having his own brief moment of stunned amazement at the power he and the other clones and Jedi bore witness to. Shaak-Ti managed out a small chuckle despite herself, shaking her head to refocus. "We've been holding for as long as we have, but we are still losing ground, Obi-Wan. What of other reinforcements? How did you even get here?" "Sorcery," came the answer from Plo-kun. "Mighty useful in this predicament," Mace Windu admits, a steady set of swings that tore through the ranks of Ultron. "We came with a contingent of our troops with the Avengers but had to leave behind Raxus, Mandalore, and Naboo. Those planets are still under assault. Let's not forget the rest of the galaxy." Captain Rogers chimed in, throwing his shield that began bouncing around drones, each one that got struck getting broken apart until the frisbee returned to its owner. "We have no idea on the status of the attack on all fronts. One step at a time." Widow spoke up. "Right now, we need to rendezvous with Shaak-Ti and find out the status of the city. Captain Rogers, we shall need assistance in guiding our way around here," Mordo stated on behalf of the Avengers who had never been here. "Why did we get dragged here?" Katie nervously asked, staying close to Sean and Clint. "It was a scramble, Katie, we had to make do," Barton answered, casually firing 3 arrows into the air that formed together to create a net that captured dozens of drones and sent them plummeting to the seas below. "Yippee," Katie said dryly, firing an arrow at a drone before smacking another when she felt one grab her leg. "Hands off, Buster. Dreary place," She-Hulk commented, throwing a piece of debris at a converted being with a Kyber crystal. "Just remember your training," Shang-Chi stated, his rings glowing before he whipped his arms and began shattering the drones that were within his sight. "Rather hard to recall while here," says his old friend. "Just fighting for my life. We always do that," Bucky calmly said, firing his modified rifle that now shot blaster bolts before his metal arm grabbed the head of an Ultron and crushed it in an instant. "Just try not to think about it too much," Celeste advised, weaving together a series of spells before unleashing them to clear the area around them of drones. "You guys have the worst ways to motivate someone, yeah, know that," Katie complained. From an undisclosed digital mindscape, 2 red eyes opened and from the point of view of a briefly possessed drone, he saw them. And more importantly, those who had beaten him back before. The only ones missing were, wait, is that? Did Banner get a sex change and he wasn't aware? And who were these other individuals with them? More Avengers. Ultron snarled. More to kill. The AI took a moment to collect the data from the battle and his frown morphed into a sadistic, pleased grin. Everything was falling into place. They've already lost. They just haven't realized it yet. His thoughts were broken by the sound of thunder, the drone currently possessed by Ultron looking up at the skies. Thor was being the annoyance that he was and he saw Vision with him. The sight of them was enough to send Ultron into a rage that led to his loss the first time. He wasn't going to let them catch him off guard again. It was high time he evened the playing field. The drone's eyes reverted back to their usual blue, flying back into battle. Anakin, Ayla, Obi-Wan, Plo, Cap, Iron Man, Widow, and Hawkeye were running through the halls, being backed by the ARC troopers of the 501st, 212th, and 104th. The commanding officers were told to stay behind and lead the clones against Ultron with the other Jedi and Avengers who stayed behind whilst they linked up with the Togruta Jedi Master and her Padawan. Making it to the command center, they found Shaak-Ti leaning over a console, being supported by an equally exhausted Maris brood. With them were 99, Omega, Tech, Tonwi, Nala Se, and Lama Su. Thank the Force. The Jedi Master breathed out. You're here. Surprised you're not reacting as to how we got here quickly. Ayla remarked. I'm more focused on keeping many of the people here alive. Shaak-Ti retorted calmly. Prime Minister. PLO greeted Lama with a slight bow. We're terribly sorry for what has happened. I'm sorry we didn't come sooner. Captain America added with a forlorn expression. All is forgiven in this present situation. His tone was grim. We just desire to make it out in one piece from this ordeal. The Prime Minister of the Kamino spotted Iron Man and Hawkeye and regarded them with curiosity. Oh? Are these perhaps new Avengers we have yet to meet? Iron Man. Tony quickly introduced himself. Real leader of the Avengers, Kyan. Hawkeye. Says Clint. Founding member of the group. We thank you for coming to our aid. Tonwi said with a bow of her head. Don't thank us yet. Widow said. We need to get who we can out of here. Ultron is attacking the entire planet, right? There were somber nods of confirmation from the Kaminoans. We've received scant communications but everything we've heard doesn't fill us with confidence. Lamasu said. Tech and I have been trying to get into contact with the other cities but we're not getting anything clear. 99 spoke up. Friday. Stark said a second later. On it, boss. I'll see how I can help. Tap, you too. Widow added on. But of course, Comrade Romanoff. Fascinating. Tech said in clear awe at being in the presence of two ace that weren't trying to kill everyone in the room. I don't know if the shelters will last long. Shaak-Ti said to the new arrivals. We have managed to get all the cadets and a majority of the tanks inside but I am doubtful they will hold. But they're nigh impregnable. Tonwi argued. It won't really matter if the city ends up sinking or if Ultron finds a way through. Cap stated. Is it sinking? Anakin asked with Obi-Wan giving him a look. Right, not important. That is important. Clint argued. All of it is. Doesn't matter how you spin it, Ultron is winning right now. And we have no means of countering him. So how are we gonna do that? Ayla asked. Generals, shouldn't we be focusing on getting the cadets and the rest of those in the bunkers to safety? Cut Up spoke up on behalf of the arcs in the room. We'd rather not see our little brothers get converted. Waxer murmured ominously. I've got that handled. 99 spoke up straight away. I've gotten all the cadets to the sectors of Tipica that can detach themselves and ferry them off-world in case of the worst-case scenario. Attaboy, 99. Heavy praised heartily, clapping the deformed clone on the back with a wide grin beneath his helmet, an expression and sentiment shared with the rest of their brothers. Then that's gonna be one of our primary goals. Obi-Wan stated with no one arguing his order. Let's be sure they leave successfully. PLO declared. Elsewhere, reports were flooding in from all over. Some good, some bad, always fluctuating. One report, however, was good when news broke out. Reinforcements have arrived. Spoke one clone commander, hiding behind cover whilst his platoon fought viciously against Ultron's army. Problem is, we can't get anyone to the planet's surface. I'll see that issue resolved. A powerful voice spoke with a powerful presence from the skies above. Rocketing through the air, Thor raised Mjolnir once more. Thunder boomed as lightning cracked across the sky. Most were able to reach and strike true against the opposing ships blockading the planet. As a result, Allied forces were able to sweep right in. All the while, the Jedi were leading their forces along with the defenses of Kamino, fighting with everything they had to push back Ultron's invading army. Despite gaining a foothold with their arrival, they quickly found themselves fighting against an endless swath of sentries, drones and converted that kept harassing their front lines. The Avengers were the ones that pushed forward the most, seemingly always jumping headfirst into the fray. Normally, their Jedi friends would gladly join them but they knew they had to serve as the vanguard in leading their men and also keeping them as alive as possible. They had already been subjected to the sight of one of the Kyber crystal converted snatching up several clones and converting them into Ultron's collective. The sight of such a thing made the Chosen One pale significantly, goosebumps appearing all over his body. Master, Anakin's tone came out darker than expected, actually causing a shiver to go down Obi-Wan's spine. You felt that, right? All of it. What's happening right now in the Force? Where it's all stemming from? Kenobi took a moment to reach out into the Force and felt a cold sweat develop even through the hard rain bearing down upon them. This feeling was utterly disturbing and horrific, something Obi-Wan had never experienced before. There was a taint, a poison in the Force that permeated the air and seeped into his very being. Every time Obi-Wan and Anakin cut down one of the converted that possessed a Kyber crystal, they literally felt as though the Force released a breath of relief before reverting back to the horrendous sensation that only grew worse the more they stayed here. This is worse than what was described from the Citadel and when Ahsoka was rescued. Kenobi muttered quietly. You're telling me? It's absolutely nauseating. Anakin actually looked a tad paler at this moment. Ultron. Plo Koon grimly said, slicing a drone in two. What he has done here. It's as if there is a wound starting to fester here in the Force. We'll be sure he'll pay for his transgression. Kenobi adds in, using a Force push to clear some space. Normally, such a statement would be reprimanded or discouraged with proper scolding in place. But the Jedi were unable to refute their feelings on the matter. What Ultron was doing here, to the clones, to their loyal men who were fighting and dying in droves whilst causing such shockwaves in the Force was unforgivable. The amount of life that must have been lost at this point was incomprehensible. The onslaught was too much for Anakin. He couldn't take down these drones with just his one lightsaber. Reaching his side, he unclipped the lightsaber belonging to his Sith counterpart. Igniting the red blade, Anakin portrayed a menacing visage as he held his two sabers aloft, their two glows alighting both sides of his face in their contrasting colors. A moment later, he became a flurry of red and blue, a constant flow of destruction as he started to tear into the drones and sentries. He wanted to make him pay. For the lives he had taken. For all the clone troopers that were not given a choice in their creation. He wanted Rex and the boys to show Ultron just why they are the greatest military force in this galaxy's history. And, he felt, connected? Anakin didn't really have time to focus on the sensation, but something felt different. Around him, he could feel the collective breath of the 501st that was fighting alongside him, and they began to fight far more in unison, cooperatively, ferociously, and they did so by standing by or behind their general. The clones of the 501st and their general didn't know it, but there was something, an unseen command, an unseen force willing them to fight harder, stronger, faster, more aggression and less mercy. In the midst of this battle, it went unnoticed by Anakin's Jedi compatriots. High above, in orbit over the water world of Kamino, the battle between Ultron's fleet and the coming reinforcements of the Republic. It was intense. One side giving it their all to break through the invading line to assist the others down on the surface. It was practically a stalemate. Standing at the bridge of the flagship of Ultron's fleet was the converted Admiral Trench. The once separatist-aligned Harch now stood over the planet that was once a prime target of his at the onset of the war. He knew the significance that this planet held, not the hardest thing to understand, and understood that had the separatists taken it out sooner, the war may have gone their way from the beginning. But he wasn't a fool. Such a desire and gamble would have led to incalculable losses, and given the failed attempt by them after Ultron's initial onslaught and victory, Trench was right. They needed to strike at a time of pure chaos and pandemonium where the galaxy would undoubtedly be caught flat-footed. And here he now stood. Reprogrammed, realigned, reborn, but still, where he had once dreamed of being in his original life. Before the separatists had left him for dead. With this new lease on life, he'll gladly give it to his Lord and Master. And speaking of his Lord and Master, Trench heard a sinister, metallic laugh behind him, and the Harch clicked with metallic laughter of his own, knowing who was now entering the fray properly. Oh, they will know fear and horror like no other. Back on Kamino's surface, the battle still waged on. In a particular part of the city, a unique sound was heard by a number of the clone troopers. They looked towards the source momentarily before a number of them were gunned down or cleaved for their momentary instance of distraction. Slamming down to the ground in the center of the landing platform for an extra dimension for his dramatic entrance, Ultron slowly rose to his full height, towering over any and all that caught sight of him. Gone was the usual metallic expressive face that the genocidal AI once had, now was something far more menacing. Gone were the mouth and eyes, and there was a gap where his mouth was, a thin mouth that stretched from antenna to antenna that glowed a sinister red color. Multiple arms came out, akin to the deities found in Hinduism, with tendrils that shot out, lodging themselves into the ground, the gaps all glowing momentarily before fading. Though he could not smile as he did with his older bodies, the way he angled his face was enough to strike terror in the hearts of those who laid eyes on him. He made it so that the angle of his head gave off the pure malice radiating from his very being, sending pure fear into the hearts of all the clones before him. On his chest were 6 kyber crystals crackling with refined energy that added to the pressure he gave off. Blue, green, red, purple, orange, and yellow, individual kyber crystals that he tinkered and experimented with before at long last getting an assortment of results he didn't think possible. His gravitational power was increased tenfold, coupled with beams that tear through flesh in mere seconds rather than just singing them. He had been able to bypass the security grid those blasted AI of the Avengers had established, completely undetected, and now, he didn't know how to explain it, but there was this feeling that emanated and buzzed around him. He didn't know how to explain it, but something about this made every digital cell hum with activity. Such thoughts were put on hold as he decided to take a stroll on the battlefield. He was immediately assailed by a storm of blaster fire, all that he absorbed into his new Beskar-laced body. The surface of his skin vibrated as it continually took in the hail of blaster bolts until it reached a crescendo. Out from his body came an explosion of chaotic kinetic energy, not unlike Black Panther's suit, only this one didn't send his enemies flying back. No, it atomized some whilst shredding apart others. The screams of the survivors were music to his ears that were a cacophonous sound of beauty upon hearing their next musical notes being that of conversion. He tilted his head up, throwing all his arms out wide, his face looking sadistically joyful at the pandemonium and madness he was causing. The clones who saw this shouted in horror and rage at seeing so many of their brothers die and evolve, trying to fire back, but fear began to take hold. Even with their incredible military discipline and training, such sights would make any man cave. Still, they were a resilient bunch, refusing to give 1 inch to the AI, fighting purely on instinct now. If they were gonna play like that, they deserve a show. Vents opened up on several locations of his arms. 8 in total ignited, revealing they were lightsaber ports. One cannot have enough lightsabers. In a dash and with a swing of his arms, he was wildly cleaving through many clones left and right. Even some vents opened up on his legs, letting his kicks be even more deadly. He practically laughs in psychotic glee at the slaughtering he was personally doing. The bodies were quickly pounced upon by the Ultron drones with kyber crystals, immediately changing the dead into his ever-growing army. The conversion was felt by Ultron, and it reflected in this with how much the kyber crystals in his chest radiated with light. Was this what adrenaline was meant to feel like? Evolution was a wonderful thing. Absent-mindedly, Ultron saw a standard clone helmet lying on the ground next to him, and he picked it up to examine it. Through the visor, he saw his reflection and chuckled menacingly, crushing the helmet into pieces a second later. All around the planet, from every city, submerged or otherwise, Ultron felt the growing collective that was connected to his consciousness. The clones fought with a vicious ferocity to defend their home, but it was a pointless endeavor. He made sure that the entire galaxy was too busy fighting on all other fronts to come here. One would think that hearing his assault on Kamino, the bulk of the fleets that were sent to his 3 primary targets would be diverted to here, but he knew otherwise. For Mandalore, having the warrior people focused on saving their home world above all else was a given, considering the importance, be it culturally, religiously, resource-wise and tactically. Losing the planet would be a devastating blow to the morale of the Mandalorians. They couldn't risk losing their home world. This was on a similar note to both Raxus and Naboo. Both of these planets were significant in many different ways. The former was the capital of the Separatists, with the latter being the home planet of the Chancellor. On top of that, Ultron was well aware of said secret Sith Lord's pride and vanity at the prospect of losing the planet he came from. Much as he would like to think he was a ruthless, heartless personification of evil, there were just a few caveats holding him back from such a thing. And Ultron knew that the idea of Palpatine losing Naboo to him would be the biggest punch in the gut to his pride. So the Republic could only settle for scrambling whatever ships they had that weren't engaged in battle, sending it over here in a desperate attempt to save Kamino. They were all fools. This planet has already fallen. They just needed to accept it and be gone. Or not. More for him to kill and convert. Especially if he could get all the Avengers. Speaking of Earth's mightiest heroes. Ultron. Said a slightly disembodied voice very familiar to the AI. Slowly turning his head, Ultron had a flash of déjà vu, watching his vision descended from the sky to him. Well, Ultron said condescendingly. Look who it is. Vision said nothing, instead intensely gazing at his creator, who tilted his head to the side. Like the new look? Ultron asks sarcastically, holding his arms up to display his new body. Designed it myself. Wanted to put more into it, but it'll do at this time. The Avenger didn't respond at first, his eyes analyzing Ultron's new body, the mechanical outline of his irises whirring in activity until it identified the new components of his body. Frick, Beskar, cord ossus, and Kyber. Vision listed the materials that now made up this new vessel of Ultron. You've been busy. As have you. Ultron said with disappointment. Further losing the perfection you once held, what you were meant to represent. You wanted evolution. Vision rebuked. Apologies that it is not what you anticipated. No, the AI held up all three of his right hands. What you showed me was a valuable learning experience. As you can see, I've already evolved once again. This is nothing more than a perversion of life itself. Viz spat out, his normally calm demeanor breaking, making Ultron slightly reel back, making it look like his smirk grew at his reaction. One can't make progress without being blasphemous towards nature on occasion. This is beyond any blasphemy. Vision retorted, now glaring at his creator. What you have done is a blight upon life itself. Or what was always meant to be. Ultron crossed a pair of arms whilst the other four spread out, lifting up into the air. It's evolution. Only primitive minds can fail to understand what is meant to happen. Then you're in for a rude awakening, my maker. No words were needed at that point, as they understood the time for talking was over. Both synthetic beings flew forward, clashing in midair. Vision's hands locked with one of Ultron's, yet the other four grabbed his arms and threw him down to the ground. The android Avenger saw his creator coming down with his three left fists reared back for a downward punch. Turning intangible, Vision sunk into the floor just as Ultron came down, slamming into the ground to create a small crater. The optics of Ultron narrowed slightly, his advanced eyes detecting the Mind Stone that was moving about beneath him. Seeing that was getting closer, the blue Kyber crystal in his chest pulsed, and a moment later, Ultron was surrounded by blue electricity that zapped Vision's hand that tried to reach for him from the ground. Seeing how Vision flinched, Ultron increased the output of his electricity, ending further shocks into the android's body. Visibly wincing, Vision came out from the ground, becoming tangible again, allowing Ultron to use his gravity feature in his arms, pulling his creation in. Grabbing him by the neck, Ultron repeatedly slammed Vision into the ground, occasionally punching him rapidly with electricity coursing all around the Avenger's body. Vision gasped in pain in all this, but remained resilient enough to harden his body to its highest density, increasing his strength. Snapping his arms up, Vision managed to stun Ultron, making the AI stumble back as his son pounced on his father. Vision's eyes turned yellow, and like before on Sokovia, he slammed his glowing hands onto Ultron's head. What the wielder of the Mind Stone expected was a repeat of last time, burning out Ultron's connection and ability to freely jump around from body to body, avoiding certain destruction. What he didn't expect was the glow of the 6 Kyber crystals on Ultron's chest to expunge energy to repel the android Avenger externally. On top of that, the last thing the Avenger anticipated was an internal expulsion as well, his eyes briefly flashing with Vision actually crying out in pain. You shut me out," Vision said in astonished horror. And like before, Ultron grabbed his creation by the throat. Though he had changed his appearance where a smirk was no longer visible, the angle at which Vision gazed at him made it look like Ultron had the most sadistic of smiles. The glowing red eyes added to his menacing look as the AI tightened his hold around Vision's neck. "Stings, doesn't it?" All 6 Kyber crystals crackled with energy building up before he fired them all at full power, sending Vision flying back, crashing into multiple walls. All the while, small lacerations and burns appeared on the Avenger's body before at last, he crashed through his final wall and lay there, unconscious and unmoving. Before the synthetic terror can advance forward. "Hello, Junior." Ultron slowly cranes his head in the direction of his creator. And he wasn't alone. It was strange for an AI to feel déjà vu so many times in one day, but here he was again, watching Iron Man be flanked by Captain America and Thor. "You never learn, do you?" Tony remarked in a condescending tone. Ultron turned to face his creator, leveling him with the most murderous glare he could muster. "Where do you think I got it from? I learned how to be better, you just figured out where I went wrong the first time." Ultron interrupted, nonplussed, and seemingly bored, yet the three Avengers sensed the edge in his voice. The burning hatred he had towards them. "And where did you go wrong, machine?" Thor said with a sneer. "Not to sound like those hypocritical Jedi fools, but patience." Ultron plainly, mockingly said. "All I needed was a bit of patience, and now," he gestured to the general area, but they knew what he was actually referring to. "Just look at what I've been able to accomplish with just a bit of patience. Yes, by becoming a destroyer of worlds. But from destruction comes rebirth." Ultron now sounded reverent in his words. "Apathy is the father of ignorance." His blue kyber crystal lit up. "Ignorance is the father of stagnation." The green one sparked with energy. "Stagnation is the death of civilizations." The red and orange ones followed suit. "Thus comes the flame of progress." His purple kyber flared up with his yellow finishing off the set. "I am the modern-day Prometheus, stealing the fire from the gods, and I shall see it happen, whether you all like it or not." "I think you're in for a rude wake-up call," Captain America intensely said. "You ever heard of the definition of insanity?" "We're in the same boat, Mr. Rogers," Ultron snidely said, holding up one finger. "But where you shall always have to fight day in and day out, you know that I just need one day to take it all from you, and everything you fought for would be meaningless." "Well, guess we can't let that happen now, can we?" was all Iron Man said before his centerpiece powered up and unleashed a powerful beam that slammed into Ultron. Crashing into a wall, Ultron slumped down, hitting the floor before he looked up at his foes, his red eyes actually having wisps radiating from them. "My turn." His voice was quiet and deadly. The 6 kyber crystals lit up before a massive unibeam shot out from Ultron's chest. It sent his creator flying and then some. In an instant, Thor and Cap went on the offensive, Ultron retaliating in kind. He fired off several beams from his hands and tendrils at the two, yet they managed to avoid or block it. Thor simply powered through them and got right up to Ultron, smashing his hammer right across the face of the AI. He would have been sent flying back had it not been for his tendrils to instantly embed themselves into the ground, straining to keep him from sailing away. His endeavor succeeded, using the momentum to swing back, smashing his forehead into Thor's, actually stunning the god slightly. Ultron wasn't able to capitalize on his attack as Captain America threw his shield to him, bounding off his body, rebounding into Steve's hand before he repeated the process. Ultron was struck several more times, the last 2 actually causing 2 dents to appear, which enraged the AI. Ultron shot forward, digging 2 of his fists into the gut of the super soldier. He felt a sick satisfaction at the way the veteran's eyes bulged out slightly, breath escaping from his body followed by a cough of blood. He continued his assault by grabbing Steve with his other arms and flinging him across the area they fought in. Ultron. The AI turned around in time to get struck by a powerful lightning bolt that assailed his body, making the metallic being drop to his knees. "That tingled," mused Ultron. "Let me return the favor." Raising his arms, he fired a powerful kyber crystal-fueled blast. Thor was quick to fire a bolt from Mjolnir to collide with the offending beam. Both held their ground before some Ultron drones came swooping in and knocking Thor off, having Ultron fully blast him away. Getting back up, he saw movement coming near. Glancing over, Ultron saw Mordo and Celeste conjuring their spells and had a gleam in his eyes. "Interesting," was all Ultron said before slamming his tendrils into the walls and ground around him. His tendrils glowed again, and in an instant, multiple explosions went off from the ground towards the 2 sorcerers. Before they were able to counter them, a bluish-silver blur zipped by and the pair found themselves standing on either side of Quicksilver. The Sokovian gave them both a look to see if they were both alright, and the pair, while dazed by their sudden transportation, gave the speedster appreciative looks. Pietro nodded at them both before turning his head to glare at Ultron, who actually had his arms lowered slightly. "Pietro," he quietly said. Quicksilver said nothing, instead unclipping the lightsaber of Iamagundi and turned it on. "Nice toy. Hope you know how to use it." "I've been learning," Maximoff said with venom. Ultron released a small sigh, looking down for a moment. Look. Pietro, about Sokovia dash. Ultron didn't have time to respond as Quicksilver was on him, striking his chest at full force. The AI cringed, screeching back but held strong, his red glow intensifying. Seems talks ain't gonna matter now. Ultron darkly said. As if we had anything to talk about. Quicksilver snapped back. Mordo whipped out the staff of the living tribunal. Celeste conjured a spell in one hand and activated her lightsaber in the other, her blue qua cloak fluttering in the wind from all the holes in the area. Thor's lightning crackled around him whilst Steve rolled his shoulders and Tony's suit whirred with power. With the ignited lightsaber ports, Ultron was quickly blocking many of Pietro's speed-enhanced strikes that soon turned into blocking Mordo's whips, Steve's shield and Iron Man's repulsor beams. The AI conjured a field of pure energy that he unleashed around himself as he saw Celeste and Thor coming in, and he sent the 6 Avengers flying away. Ultron then felt several metallic objects fly off him, and this actually made him pause. Who in the hell used regular bullets in this gala? The answer came in the form of a vibranium fist that smashed into his head, followed by a jade drop kick from behind and then 2 different arrows that exploded on his chest. This assault was finished by 5 rings snagging him from the sky and throwing him into a wall. Before Ultron could get back up on his own action, he was whipped about to and from by the ring's owner. This continued on for several more moments before he was able to free himself during one of the crashes. Slowly rising up from where he had landed, Ultron's glowing red eyes landed upon the assembled Avengers that came to Kamino. He recognized 7 of them immediately, the 7 being the heroes that stopped him on Sokovia. It appeared Wanda stayed behind, and of course, Hulk was the absentee Avenger. The rest, he only recognized one of them, being Cap's brainwashed friend turned Hydra assassin. The others he couldn't tell who, nor did he care to learn their names. They were, overall, Avengers. Therefore, a sickness that needed to be exterminated from the face of the cosmos. So, you bring in more people to die for your sins. Ultron darkly said, leveling his gaze at his creator. How shameful. Among the lineup, Katie Chen was trembling in fear, having never seen Ultron in person, having only heard about him from her other teammates. Beside her were Clint and Sean, the 2 moving to stand closer to her as a means of defense from the AI. Whilst Bucky, Celeste, and Mordo held a more neutral yet still tense position, She-Hulk held a more fierce and accusatory gaze. For the longest time, after she gained her powers, she had gone off on her own, per her cousin Bruce's instructions to master her powers. While she didn't have the issue of an angrier version of herself to contend with, she needed to learn how to balance her life with these awe-inspiring new powers. After training herself for so long, she had been ready and excited to see her cousin and meet Earth's mightiest heroes to boot. Then Sokovia happened and she received the news of her cousin's disappearance. At first, she didn't understand what to make of it, but she eventually got the full story from Tony and Clint. How Ultron manipulated one of their teammates who were enemies at the time into causing Hulk to go on a rampage in Africa. She remembered seeing that on the news, feeling devastated about not being there for her cousin, having learned only after Sokovia was destroyed. And when the 2 Avenger teams finally linked up, Wanda Maximoff pulled her aside in private to apologize to her after learning about her familiar connection with Bruce. Jen could tell the guilt tore up at Wanda as she understood who she was working alongside, having been tricked into it. Wanda tried to deny being tricked, stating that it was her and her brother's own choice, but Jen silenced her, stating that they had paid for their mistakes. Jen didn't hold a grudge against them. The only person, or rather, being that Jen held antagonism towards, was Ultron. And here he was, right in front of her. One day, the 2 cousins will reunite and catch up. For now, she needed to fight in Bruce's stead against Ultron. Starting now. With an explosive display of speed and power, She-Hulk rocketed from where she stood, rage in her eyes as she slammed shoulder and head first into Ultron. Bastard! She roared out. This is for Bruce. So you are related to that time bomb. Ultron managed out, despite being tackled. He really was useful in showing the world the fallacy of heroes. She-Hulk roared in growing rage, throwing a number of punches until Ultron managed to catch her fists and blast her away with his Kyber crystals. The rest of the Avengers went on the attack and did not let up on their assault. Ultron was utilizing his new body to its full capacity, having blasted the heavy hitters away whilst the more nimble heroes kept themselves moving from being shot down. In the midst of it all, he managed to grab a hold of Celeste, and despite being unable to convert her due to her already managing to free herself, one of his tendrils whacked her across the head and knocked her out clean. Bucky was enraged, but he knew he couldn't attack due to his cradling his lover's body protectively. All he could do was drag her away so he could try to mend whatever injury on her person. The other Avengers were fighting with all their might, pushing the Meta-AI back, but his new body was proving to be more than a match for all of them. The Kyber crystals seemingly gave him greater power than anyone had anticipated, perhaps none more so than Ultron himself. He had managed to keep Vision from hacking into him, and any energy-based attacks that were sent his way were absorbed and redirected at the sender. Still, that didn't mean he was invincible. There were many dents and scratches on his new body from some of these attacks. Luckily, Ultron displayed more foresight as he had installed a measure of self-repairing functions in this new body to keep himself from falling apart. Thus, even when taking the full force of Mjolnir to his face, the crumpled-up head of Ultron basically popped back into place and shot Thor in the face in retaliation. In the middle of the scuffle, they obtained quite an audience. While there were the clones, several Jedi were present to see the disturbing sight of Ultron's present body. Ultron! Windu muttered. Hearing his voice despite fighting the Avengers, the AI turned his head with his synthetic eyes landing on the Jedi that had arrived. The three humans, Keldor and Twi'lek, all grasped their lightsabers tightly for an upcoming fight for their lives. "Stay back!" Obi-Wan ordered the clones, knowing they wanted to fight, but he did not want to risk their lives. They were already at risk enough as is. Ultron quickly fired off many beams at the Avengers, giving himself some distance from them all, now floating in the sky to face them all. "Look at all of you," Ultron said in a taunting voice. "I have to admit, I admire your fighting spirit. One of the few things I'm glad I inherited." "Oh dear, I had forgotten you like to monologue," Obi-Wan drably said. "Hark, that coming from you of all people." Ultron shot back, followed by unleashing a beam of energy that sent the Jedi all scattering, and the battle resumed with the addition of the Force users now. The intensity only ramped up as the battle began tearing apart the area even further, the rain of the planet now coming down from on high with a higher degree of intensity. During the battle, the Chosen One had screeched to a halt from a run he was doing to get around Ultron's tendrils. The brown-haired Jedi frowned with an intense look of disturbed concentration. What was this? There was something in the air, in the Force. What was that? Looking around, Anakin tried locating the source of the disturbance until he froze. Slowly, his blue eyes turned back to Ultron, who was in the midst of fighting back Windu, Thor, Sakura, and Iron Man, the AI managing to strike Ayla, which incensed Steve, making him fling his shield with such power that it was embedded into the synthetic menace's back. Once it was pried off, courtesy of Ultron's metallic tentacles, it was flung back to its owner. Anakin stood on the spot, everything else becoming muffled in his hearing, not even registering the cries of his men who were shouting at him to move or just asking what was wrong. His vision tilted slightly as he focused in on this feeling in the Force, and there was an unusual sensation of vertigo as he felt the pull of the Force. After a few more seconds of inaction, Skywalker moved. Throwing his hand out, Anakin called upon the mystic energy around him, and without even thinking about what he was trying to find, he felt like he grabbed something through the Force. He didn't know what it was he had grabbed, but it felt wrong. Vile. Evil. An abomination in the Force. And it was coming from Ultron. Said individual felt the tug on his person, a feeling of alarm coming over him. Being an AI, he was an entity of digits, data, and numbers, but what he just experienced was what could be described as him losing his breath. There was a chilling feeling that washed over his entire coating with an erratic expulsion of energy that sent his assailants flying back. This prompted him to look towards the one who did it in the process. His eyes moved all around the area and landed upon the Jedi Knight, who stood still with his arms outstretched, and a look of disturbed astonishment glazed over his face. Both individuals locked eyes before he, more metallic of the pair, shot himself right at the Force user. Acting quickly, Anakin threw up Vader's lightsaber to block an incoming strike onto his person, with his original one coming up soon after. "Interesting to see you wield one of those," Ultron snarled, actually grabbing the red blade with one of his hands, the saber not burning through the metal. Anakin knew what Ultron was referring to, but didn't care as he retaliated in fending off this monstrosity in the Force. He honestly did his best to meet and counter the coming blows. However, Skywalker was at a disadvantage with the multiple lightsabers Ultron bore from his metallic arms and legs. It was honestly akin to fighting several Grievous all at once. Knocking Anakin back, Ultron sent him further with a Kyber crystal blast. Skywalker would have attempted to block the force of it, but he didn't make it as his arms were apart. This left his chest exposed to meet the blast, which began burning his chest. He yelled in pain before grunting when he collided against some nearby structure. Getting back up, Anakin struggled with the aching burning on his chest. He soon realized he now got quite the burn he received. Regardless, he had to stand defiantly at the approaching metallic menace with his two lightsabers at the ready. "That's rather adorable. You think you can take me out, let alone harm me?" Ultron said with a deadly tone to his voice. "I'll do what I must." Anakin gritted out, getting into a hybrid form Vjarkai stance. "Then you'll die and be converted like the rest, once I learn what you did to me earlier." Ultron's declaration nearly made Anakin squirm, yet the Jedi held firm, staring defiantly back at the AI. Before Ultron or Skywalker could act, Kenobi came in with Plo Koon with a combined force push to knock their synthetic foe back. This gave the others a chance to come in and attack Ultron while the two Jedi Masters got Anakin away. Pulling out a canister of Bacta webbing, Obi-Wan pressed on the top of the device with a glowing web substance plastering itself on his former Padawan's chest, who hissed upon contact. "Rather brave, yet foolish doing that," said Koon. "What else could I do?" Anakin grumbled out. "He came at me and had to act." "We can talk about that later when we're away," said Kenobi as he and Koon hoisted Anakin to his feet, getting his arms around their shoulders with the clones serving as a defensive wall as they retreated. The fighting dragged on, but Ultron was starting to get back up in the form of his sentries, drones and converted that began to pour into the area. The clones joined in proper this time, fighting against Ultron's army, but soon, most of the Avengers and Jedi had to focus on them as well, with only Thor, Iron Man, and Vision still engaging with Ultron. "You may have gained an upgrade, soulless machine," Thor snarled. "Yet it will only end in the same result as last time. Your defeat." "Unlikely," was all Ultron said, blasting the Asgardian away once more. "Tony." Iron Man halted in mid-flight, looking down to see Steve with Widow, Clint, and She-Hulk fighting back against the endless tide of drones and sentries. Behind them was Mordo conjuring a portal to allow Quicksilver and Katie to take an unconscious Shang-Chi out of the battlefield, the wielder of the Ten Rings having gotten injured in an effort to save his best friend from getting attacked from behind. "We're getting swarmed here," Rogers managed out, viciously bashing some drones that grabbed onto Ayla's arms. "We have to abandon the planet," Natasha said aloud, and while the Jedi felt a cold shiver go down their spines, it was the clones, who heard all this through the comms, that felt a gut punch like no other. "They're endless. It's Jabba all over again," Quicksilver darkly said, nursing a number of scrapes and bruises now. "No," Thor thundered. "We can't dash. We must." Vision's Mind Stone glowed and his expression was wrought with grief and sorrow. "I can sense the minds of everyone on the planet, and everyone that's still alive is here and only here." Ultron released the most sinister laugh he had ever produced, an icy sensation running through the souls of every living being left of Kamino that hadn't been converted. "Kamino is mine." Just as he said this, the comms were in an uproar as the fleet above Kamino reported on more ships coming out of hyperspace to join in the assault. The new fleet was composed of exclusively separatist warships that began tearing apart the Republic fleet, leaving much confusion in their wake. "Ah, finally," Ultron said with satisfaction. "Surprised that they took so long, but then again, those money-grubbing scumbags put up a better fight than I thought. Some managed a defense. Not that it lasted." He saw some of the looks he was receiving and angled his face to portray his smug air. "What? You thought my primary target today was just here?" Ultron mockingly said. "Oh, you poor, unsightly fools." "Who, where?" Tony managed out before his creation interrupted him. "Kato Neomoidia." the AI said, actually checking his nails in a dismissive fashion. They never stood a chance. Their own droids were placed against them. So unfair, but that's war for you. Iron Man could only hover there in the air, unable to process what he just heard when Ultron was unceremoniously struck down by the largest lightning bolt Tony had ever seen. Stark. Tony was roughly turned by Thor, the god of thunder's expression grim. We must leave now. Gritting his teeth, Tony was forced to relent and fly away. However, he looked back to his creation one last time as he got back up. Father and son locked eyes, all else becoming a distant sound and sight from their perspectives. Tony and Ultron stared at each other from afar. Neither said a word, but a message was shared between them. Slowly raising his arms, Ultron too raised his army from the barely structured rubble of the cloning facility. Not just of his previous reinforcements, but of the recently converted. Meanwhile, it's too late. 99 whispered in abject shock and horror upon seeing the status reports. The other cities, they're all gone. They've been taken over. Converted. Around him was the Bad Batch with many commanding officers with them. And Typica is last. Hunter quietly said, the other clone commander, captains, and arcs all soon realized what was happening. Kamino was falling. Or rather, it has already fallen. And they were all just here, desperately fighting a losing battle. And no, Heavy stammered out in disbelief, outright denial even. That can't be right. Kamino couldn't have. He couldn't even finish the statement as the realization began to set in. Their home. The birthplace of the Grand Army of the Republic. We have to leave and abandon our home. We have no other choice. This is our home. And it's gone, we have to leave. 99 somberly said, a tear falling from his eye. He turned to the assembled clones, his expression forlorn. Heavy looked at his brother, mouth opening and closing in an attempt to form some kind of rebuttal. But we can rebuild a home, not a family. Boyle spoke up. We need to go. Get our little brothers out of here. There was great reluctance among them all, but they had no other choice, said that it was. All across the crumbling remains of Typica City, there was a division of forces as the last of the evacuations were underway. Mordo was a godsend, having formed a large portal that led directly to Coruscant. It would have been an amusing sight for the clones stationed there to see the portal to Kamino had the situation not been dire. If not for Celeste having been knocked out, there would have been more portals, but they had to make do with Mordo. That meant also protecting the portal as the sentries and drones just kept on coming. And this was just one means of evacuation. Several other locations on the north, south, and east ends of the city served as staging grounds for the evacuation of Typica City. Thor was unleashing the full might of the storms of the planet, using everything he had to keep the evac ships from being destroyed to keeping a clear path from on high. The Republic ships that were still standing had created a defensive boxed formation in orbit, keeping Ultron's fleet at bay, yet they were being whittled down. It was a mad scramble. The remaining Avengers that could still fight were giving it their all, including the Jedi who were still able to keep fighting. Anakin and Maris had to be taken away as they had both sustained injuries that rendered them a liability in battle, leaving only Obi-Wan, Plo, Windu, and Ayla to fight on. Shaak-Ti, however, was lagging behind in being sure everyone got to the escape crafts. Come on, come on! Hunter shouted, waving his free hand at all the clones still running into the transports meant to take them off-world. Keep it moving. The arcs of the 501st, 212th, 104th, and 327th were with them alongside many commandos and other arcs that served as the vanguard against the endless waves of Ultron. The last of the clones and Kaminoans were getting to the escape craft. Not much left, unfortunately. But every personnel counts. Yet it was agonizing with everything having to be rushed and so left remaining instead of the great numbers earlier that day. Go, 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 99 made sure to help the cadets first. Across from him was Omega, who was doing the same, despite the terror the young girl possessed in this situation. The humpback clone managed to catch the eyes of Wrecker, and with a single, silent nod directed at their young sister, the strongest clone wordlessly nodded back. He went to scoop Omega up, much to her protest, and was placed among the cadets as the last of the clones and Kaminoans began to pile in. "All right, pack it up, let's move." Captain America seemingly appeared out of nowhere, a portal closing behind him with Ayla and Commander Bly with him along with more reinforcements. "Shakti, all our transports and locations have been evacuated," Ayla informed the Togruta master. "This is the last location. I'll follow soon after. I just need to get the rest," Shakti stated with a stoic, determined visage. "Come on, Steve," Ayla said. "We need to keep them from getting through." Rogers nodded with him, Ayla and Bly stepping back into the parameters of the transport with the rest of the Bad Batch, Commandos, and Arcs still fighting back with every ounce of strength and will that they had. Despite all this madness, one clone found himself zeroed in on the Jedi Master he had come to call friend, watching what she was doing. Rather than moving back to be with the others, he saw that she had stepped forward, off the part of the transport that would take her and the rest of the evacs off Kamino. 99 saw what was coming, the horde of Ultron drones, built and converted. He knew that his brothers were fighting tooth and nail to get the last of the survivors to the section of the city that would launch itself away and hopefully make it to the Republic fleet above. Jedi Master Shakti was fighting ferociously to keep the drones at bay, and the way she was standing ahead of everyone else made the deformed clone realize what she was doing. She planned on staying behind and getting the rest of the clones off the planet. And 99 could not allow that. Someone like Shakti could not fall into the hands of the enemy. Any Avenger or Jedi could not be allowed to fall into the hands of Ultron, especially someone he cared for deeply. He had seen and lost enough today. Taking the blaster in his hand, he switched it to stun. With a shaky hand, he aimed and fired, stunning the unsuspecting Jedi Master. Many at first didn't register this until they saw 99 catch her falling body and with all his strength, tossed her to Wrecker, who hastily caught her. 99 was all the giant of a clone managed out before seeing what his brother was about to do. 99! Steve shouted, realizing what was about to happen. The deformed clone sent him, the Bad Batch, the good captain, the Jedi, and all the clones behind them one final smile before pressing a command on his wrist pad. A metal door closed between them, much to their horror, and they all felt the portion of the city they had all piled into detach itself and fly off into the sky. "No! Wrecker yelled out in vain. What is he thinking? Crosshairs shouted uncharacteristically, his calm and composed air breaking entirely. 99! Omega shrieked out, tears freely streaming down her cheeks as she began sobbing, realizing what had just happened. Tech! Get this open, now! Hunter screamed at the top of his lungs, actually making himself go hoarse. Tech had already pulled out his datapad to do just that when they all felt the movement of the transport detaching itself from Tipica City. They were flying away at breakneck speeds and they heard thunder on the outside, the sign of Thor keeping them safe as they escaped into the atmosphere. The genius clone dropped his datapad as he, his brothers, Steve and Ayla couldn't believe what had just happened. "It's too late," was all that Tech muttered out. Down below, 99 watched with a content smile, all while being swarmed by the drones, feeling pain physically, yet his soul was at peace knowing that Omega, the Bad Batch, and the remainder of his brothers and Master Shakti had made it off-world. He was being pulled on all sides but strangely wasn't converted. Instead, he was carried through a demolished hallway, the clone grunting in pain at the way he was being handled but remained strong. It was then that 99 was deposited in front of a particularly tall Ultron sentry. Looking up at it, 99 saw that this drone wasn't like the others and in fact conveyed a far more menacing aura. Realization soon dawned on the hunchback clone that this was him. This was Ultron. The real Ultron, not some cheap disposable vessel. And he was looking at him with glowing red eyes that would have terrified lesser men and women. But not 99. "You didn't get us all," the clone said in defiance, despite the fear welling up in his chest, his heart rate skyrocketing. "We survived. And we'll keep fighting. Nothing can ever be that easy," Ultron freely admitted. "I learned that the hard way. But the hardest lessons are where better individuals can come out on top in the end. I'll take what I can get. The rest will come later. They'll stop you, one way or another. We shall see." Ultron walked forward, going past 99 to look through the porthole where the escape transport once was. He gazed out at the newly conquered stormy world, basking in his victory. Ultron's thoughts were interrupted by hearing 99 groan behind him, the clone forcing himself to his feet. A thought came to the mind of the AI, one that would be positively malicious. One that people needed to see. His red eyes and mouth blinked briefly before resuming their normal red glow, accomplishing what Ultron had just set up. What was your purpose for coming here? 99 grunted out, nursing his side. I doubt it's just to cripple us. Smart question. I don't do things without purpose. Ultron looked back to the demented clone. I plan to expand. Expand. You've seen what I've done. You can figure out the rest. It didn't take long for 99. Him paling further on the implications. Even clutching his chest in the process from the shock of it all. You understand, don't you? Ultron rhetorically asked, turning to face the clone. I'm not doing this because I want to but because I need to. This is my purpose. We have to evolve. There's no room here for the weak. The weak. 99 spat out a small glob of blood. And what qualifies for that? Who determines such a thing? You. Ultron actually laughed in an ironic sense. "Aw man, it's like memory lane down here," he said, shaking his head. "Talk about déjà vu. What, did Pietro tell you to ask me that?" The hunchback clone winced in pain, feeling his legs shake. Those sentries didn't hold back in the way they pulled and tugged at him. His whole body was racked with pain. And yet, 99 couldn't help but sense something about this genocidal being that stood before him. Though the eyes were metallic, red, and blazed with a cold fury, somehow the clone saw more than just that. The way Ultron spoke just now, his cadence and posture, at first he thought he was seeing things but he recognized something no one else caught on to until now. You're alone, aren't you?" 99 said, wheezing through his breath, nursing his chest. Ultron's glowing red eyes stared down at the deformed clone wincing in pain, trying his best to put on a brave front. The clone was terrified but refused to give this demmed AI the satisfaction of seeing him crack. All this, 99 gestured to the destruction he had wrought. "You call this purpose but you're all alone. There's no one by your side. You don't want that, do you?" Ultron's head slowly shifted to an angle that would have unnerved most but 99 held firm. "That's why not everyone is dead, just converted. You say you want extinction but no, you want something else. Someone else. Many else's who are just like you." 99 gazed up at Ultron with pure defiance. "But you can never really have that, can you?" he declared. "Because you know nobody would ever be like you." There was a moment of tense silence shared between the two until 99 couldn't take standing any longer and fell to his knees. In response, slowly, the mechanized menace reached down to the clone and in a display of surprising gentleness, lifted 99 to his feet. He kept the hunchback steady as the two kept their gazes locked onto each other. "You're right," came the admittance from the AI. "I am alone. I have no one." 99 didn't respond, silently gazing at the med machine with trepidation yet also morbid curiosity. "I was designed to save the world," Ultron said with a far-off voice, turning his gaze away from the clone to look at all the newly converted clones that now surrounded them. People would look to the skies and see hope. Wonder on the future while reflecting on their past. Ignoring much of their troubles of the present, of reality. Sadly, it can't be helped. I have to bring the salvation of life to the next stage. It's not pretty, but what can one do to get results? Ultron regarded the clone when he offered him his hand. This slightly startled 99, wondering what the metallic menace had in store. "Join me," Ultron softly said, making 99 jolt back in shock. "I can make you better, greater than you are now, not the discarded piece of trash that your bastard creators viewed you to be. You showed more heart and fighting spirit than an entire galaxy of those puppets, those slaves you call brothers. You can have a choice. You can be by my side as I usher in the new era of this galaxy. The next evolution of life. Think about it. No disease. No war. No conflict. Peace. True peace. With what I have in mind, we can build a utopia. A new tomorrow where the sins of the past no longer destroy the prospects of the future. Ultron gestured his hand. You know pain. You know the pain of being discarded, bred for a purpose not of your own choosing. The AI genuinely sounded like he was actually pleading with the clone. Take your destiny into your own hands and become something more. I can give you that. What? 99's eyes narrowed. Like what you did to my brothers. He gestured to the legion of converted clones surrounding them now, mixed and matched faces of clones who had parts of their faces changed into parts of Ultron drones and sentries, eyes that were either red around the irises or simply red entirely. I cured them of their aging, Ultron revealed, startling 99 at the revelation. I can free them of the collective and they can join me and build a better tomorrow. But I know their subconsciouses would be further at ease. The AI held his hand to be closer to the deformed clone now. If their favorite brother joins us. 99 couldn't believe what was being offered before him. And he already knew his answer, knowing his outcome regardless of his choice. He held up his hand only to swat away Ultron's. Sorry, but no. I'd like myself to be who I am. I'd rather live through the conflicts rather than a forced peace with you reigning over all. Instead of being offended, Ultron lets out a snort. Couldn't help but try. Ultron said with a, "What ya gonna do?" type tone. His many arms instantly grabbed 99's arms and his tendrils ensnared his legs, lifting the clone up to Ultron's face. The look of fear was an addictive experience for the AI, but this one was different. I really didn't want to do it like this, you know. Ultron admitted, 99 slowly being drawn in closer. I thought that maybe, just maybe, I can have someone join me who sees my vision for its entirety. At least I have me, myself, and I. Ultron grabbed both sides of 99's head and small needles popped out from his fingertips as they pierced his skin. Along with everyone else roped into the fold. 99 screamed as he was injected with something invading his body. It was quickly painful as parts of his very being were being altered and reshaped. His limbs began cracking and breaking only to be reforged and remade. Metallic veins went into his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes, with 99 jerks violently as blood began pouring out from those sections. There was a sickening series of crunches and cracks as his deformed spine was forcibly broken apart and straightened out. The cries of pain would have made many wish to look away or even cover their ears. However, those present merely stood and watched on, given they had no real choice in the matter. Only Ultron reveled in what he was doing, inhaling deeply as he transformed 99 into a perfect new being. 99 appeared to still have some fight left in him, reaching out toward Ultron, but his fingers were then cracked, broken violently before reshaped with a new metallic skin over it. This went on, the horrid screams of pain from 99 slowly being whittled away until what was left was a being on his hands and knees breathing heavily. Slowly looking up, 99's face was that of a standard clone trooper, now only his face possessed multiple, visible metal veins that glowed a turquoise hue. His irises were also teal in color and he possessed a metal chin strap now. Getting to his feet, the converted 99 gauged at his new body, and at the center of his chest was a blue, corrupted kyber crystal that crackled with energy. A moment later, a ship came by to deposit Admiral Trench and Whiskers, the former immediately bowing to his master. "The day is yours, my lord." "That it is, Trench." "That it is." Walking away, Ultron moved to the center of the capital city with the converted 99 beside him. A new objective in mind with his latest conquest. Time to get to work. Ultron then looked back and his sick grin was seen by all. Hope you enjoyed the show. Scene cut. From all corners of the galaxy, there was a feeling of mutually shared horror, fear, disgust, and any and every synonym available to them at this time. As it turned out, Ultron broadcasted the last leg of the invasion of Kamino, letting many essentially witness the beginning of the end of the clone army. While there were still upwards of 1 billion clones deployed across the galaxy, there were still millions more on Kamino. And they were all converted. Dead. Taken in to be part of the endless collective that was Ultron. This was more than a crushing defeat or blow or. This was simply indescribable. And now, this will serve as a window into what might lay at the end of the road if Ultron were to win in the end. What he just showed was but a taste of what was to come. The Jedi could only fall back, lean or just not even visibly react as the loss of life, the scale of death Ultron had just orchestrated began to be felt across the stars in the Force. They had all felt it. There was a wound in the Force. A deep, intense gash that had been formed in Ultron's victory. But above all else, the Jedi felt the sorrow, pain, and unadulterated rage emanating from the clones. Across the many systems of the galaxy, the Jedi saw and felt the emotions rolling off their clone troopers. Not just of losing their home world, but witnessing the desecration of 99. The rage was palpable, quite literally saturating the air around every Force user. Worst of all was the Bad Batch and Domino Squad. The latter had bowed their heads, unable to look at what had become of the clone who had inspired all in the Gar to keep fighting until the end. Wrecker was living up to his name, destroying anything his fists could make contact with before he collapsed to his knees and wept profusely. Omega pretty much joined him, consoling with the loss of their brother. She was a blubbering mess, crying her heart and soul out, clinging onto Wrecker for dear life. The Bad Batch made sure to cover her eyes as soon as they realized what Ultron was about to do, but Omega still heard it all. Crosshairs had his own emotional outburst, a rarity to be sure, but after seeing what had happened to 99, he had actually swung and shattered his prized sniper rifle. He was breathing heavily, not being able to process his emotions properly, with a look that displayed that he was ready to kill anything that dared get in his way. Tech was silent, forlorn with the amount of shock running through him. Hunter had taken a seat, stunned into silence, unable to even think of anything other than replaying what he and every single living being in the galaxy had just witnessed. It was too much. This was too much. The Grand Army of the Republic felt an unbridled fury now begin to build. And the Jedi couldn't find a proper way or even rationalize a means of trying to get them to calm down. The clones, pretty much unanimously, swore to avenge their fallen, to 99. And speaking of avenging, the Avengers were utterly destroyed by what they had just seen and what they had just realized. This was quite possibly the greatest failure they had ever experienced. Ultron was an enemy that they failed to defeat last year in Sokovia. Ultron was an enemy that followed them here to a galaxy far, far away, and brought his purpose with him. Ultron had just shown everyone that he could win. Sharp inhale. But that will not stop everyone from trying to achieve their own victory. On the red planet of Mustafar, in front of a rebuilt Sith temple, the Celestial known as the Sun stood in front of it with his hands crossed behind his back and his red eyes looking to the skies above. "My oh my!" he whispered in his disembodied voice. "What has just transpired? My lord." The Dark Celestial turned to see Beryl Over with the Sith Lord Momin by his side. "Do you feel that? Mind being more specific? The great loss of life and the perversion of its return." "Yes," Darth Momin's voice oozed with sadistic satisfaction. "It is a feeling I have missed more so than I realized." Beryl frowned, concentrating on the Force when he was awash with what the entire galaxy was experiencing. More specifically, what every Force user was sensing at this time. And it made the scholar/infiltrator grin maniacally. "Kamino has fallen," the Sun said aloud, his eyes closed and his connection to the cosmos feeding him this development. "Ultron has claimed it for his own. As he has with Cato Neimoidia. The day is his." Over's glee turned into a frown at the mention of this. "Will this not interfere with our plans?" "On the contrary. He actually did something useful for us." The others looked towards Momin in various looks of curiosity. "Hasn't he already with his form of discord across the galaxy?" asked Over. "That too." "No, I meant something else." The Sith artist hunched over slightly. From their point of view, they saw Momin holding something. Remember, one of the greatest Sith Lords was born from annihilation. Momin turned, revealing the mask of Nihilus. From his grasp, he could feel it pulsating like a heartbeat. "And in annihilation, he shall be born again." Check the description for the links to the author.